This millionaire is robbing a bank, but oddly, after snatching $500,000 in cash, he shows no intention of fleeing. He seems to be deliberately stalling for time, engaging in small talk with the bank manager, chatting about this and that. Not until the police arrive does he surrender calmly and composedly, as if all this was part of his plan all along. This handsome man is none other than Michael, the heartthrob and originator of the Prison Break, who has charmed thousands of young women. The greatness of the American TV series Prison Break needs no further explanation. It can be said that no other show has created such a frenzy, and for many, it was their introduction to American TV dramas. In court, Michael forgoes all defense. Veronica, a defense lawyer with a deep connection to Michael, can't understand why a talented graduate from a prestigious school like Michael, who obviously isn't lacking money, would do something as foolish as robbing a bank. Furthermore, he relinquishes all rights, solely focused on getting incarcerated. What could Michael's true purpose be? Ultimately, the court sentences Michael to 5 years in a maximum security prison. Michael has only one request: to be incarcerated as close to home as possible, namely the notorious Fox River State Penitentiary. At this moment, Veronica finally guesses his real intention, hearing the judge's agreement to his request. A subtle smile appears on Michael's lips. On his first day in prison, Michael meets the fearsome head of the guards, Captain Bellick. Here, next to the warden, he wields the greatest power. Anyone who dares to cross Bellick is in for a fate worse than death. Michael's cellmate is the warm-hearted Sucre, serving time for armed robbery and due for release in 16 months. Sucre shows him around the prison. This old man holding a cat is D.B. Cooper. 30 years ago, he had $1.5 million and has refused to admit it ever since. This black man runs the prison's underground market. For the right price, he can get you anything. In this prison, the law of the jungle prevails, with the black and white gangs at constant odds. It's best not to provoke them, but Michael seems uninterested in all this. He only cares about one person: Lincoln Burrows. Sucre is momentarily stunned but still introduces Michael to this highly dangerous individual. Allegedly, this man murdered the vice president's brother and is scheduled for the electric chair in a month. As a man facing death, Lincoln is capable of anything, making him the most dangerous man in prison. The guards keep Lincoln isolated, only letting him out for labor on Wednesdays. Curious, Sucre wonders why Michael is interested in such a person on his first day. However, Michael's response leaves him dumbfounded.
Because he's my brother.
The next day, during yard time, Michael approaches the prison boss, John Abruzzi. John was once a mafia boss. He manages the prison factory by bribing the guards and enjoys certain privileges within the prison. This prison factory allows inmates to do menial tasks like painting walls and cleaning toilets, which, though grueling, is better than being cooped up in a cell. Many inmates are desperate to get in, and Michael's brother, Lincoln, is working there. To get close to his brother, Michael approaches John, hoping he can help him get in. After finishing his words, Michael took out an origami crane and placed it on the table. John was immediately baffled. "Do you think I'm a teenage girl? You think a paper crane will get you a green light from me?" he thought. So John unceremoniously asked his men to kick Michael out. Michael was casually chatting with Sucre in their cell, when unexpectedly, Warden Pope summoned Michael for a talk. Sucre sensed trouble brewing. In this place, no one had ever caught Pope's attention unless Michael had piqued his interest in some way. It turned out that Pope had already investigated Michael's background. A top talent from the world-renowned University of Chicago, with outstanding grades, and after graduation, a renowned structural engineer. Pope couldn't fathom why someone like Michael would rob a bank. However, Michael simply made a vague comment.
Everyone turns up one sooner or later.
Seeing that there was nothing to ask, Pope didn't beat around the bush. There are just a few months left until his 40th wedding anniversary with his wife, and he has been building a model of the Taj Mahal as a symbol of his love for her. But the more he worked on it, the more he realized it was about to collapse.
That's where I was hoping you could be of assistance. And for the favor, I can offer you 3 days of work a week in here, and it'll keep you off the yard.
Normally, currying favor with Pope was something both inmates and guards would jump at, but Michael flatly refused. He had more important things to do, and wouldn't waste his time on this.
Then we're through here. Guard!
Meanwhile, John received a call from his subordinates outside. They had received an anonymous letter with a photo of a key witness who could incriminate them. Along with a paper crane, the police had the witness under secret protection, and though they wanted to eliminate this witness, They couldn't find the location. John remembered Michael and the paper crane he had brought 2 days earlier. It was clear that Michael must know the witness's location. John immediately went to find him, but Michael wasn't going to easily divulge anything. A fight broke out between them. In such a place, there's no such thing as self-defense. Any retaliation would lead to solitary confinement. John was also starting to panic. If Michael got thrown into solitary, he wouldn't be able to get the witness's address, and he would be facing the death penalty. So, he agreed to get Michael into the prison factory, but Pope was unusually angry about this incident and immediately declared that Michael would be in solitary for 90 days. By then, Lincoln would have already been executed. Having no other choice, Michael agreed to repair the Taj Mahal model for Pope.
You want it by when, June?
Yes.
Then we better get started. Wouldn't you say?
With both sides of the story taken care of, all he had to do was wait for Wednesday's group work so he could see his brother. Next on Michael's list to approach was Sarah, the prison's female doctor. Michael had already investigated Sarah and found out she was the daughter of the current governor, working in the prison due to a fallout with her father, doing the job she loved. Michael, under the pretense of being diabetic, came here to inject insulin, chatting with Sarah to build rapport, while occasionally glancing out the window to plan his escape route. The problem was that he didn't actually have diabetes, and excessive insulin injections caused his hands to tremble uncontrollably. Even Sarah began to doubt whether he really had diabetes, so she suggested doing a checkup the next time Michael came. To address this urgent issue, Michael approached Benjamin, seeking pills that could counteract the insulin. After receiving the money, Benjamin started arranging for it. Finally, Wednesday arrived, and Michael got to see his brother Lincoln as he hoped. While changing clothes, Michael asked Lincoln if he really killed the vice president's brother. Lincoln insisted he had never killed anyone and was framed. Knowing his brother never lies, Michael shared his plan for today. Yes, Michael had painstakingly entered the prison to break out with his brother. Lincoln warned Michael not to take risks for him, as even if they got out, they would struggle without money. Michael didn't respond but just looked at Charles, who was taking off his shoes. Lincoln added that even with money, they would need someone to help them live under new identities.
They just don't know it yet.
But escaping from such a high security level 1 prison was not as easy as just talking about it. Coincidentally, the prison had undergone renovations a few years ago, and the contracting company was Michael's employer. Therefore, Michael was very familiar with all the planning and structural diagrams of the prison, but how could he possibly know every corner of such a massive prison? That wasn't a problem for him. 2 months before entering prison, he had all the route maps hidden in his tattoos. To most people, it might look like a common demonic tattoo, but if you stare at it for a few seconds, you'll realize that the tattoo actually hides a complex prison blueprint. And this was the key to Michael's escape plan. Knowing every part of the prison structure, the next step was to acquire the tools needed for the escape. Michael took out a mirror reflecting a series of reversed English letters, which he copied onto a sheet of paper. During yard time, he sneakily explored something on a bench. When he found a bolt of a specific model, Michael finally stopped. He had investigated before entering prison and found that the material and diameter of this type of bolt were perfect for crafting into an essential tool for escape. And these bolts were used on the benches in the yard. Michael pulled out a coin and calmly started his operation. Just then, the love-hated psychopathic killer T-Bag, accompanied by his cronies, approached head-on.
Please, sit.
It turned out Michael was sitting right in T-Bag's territory, but instead of telling Michael to get up, T-Bag looked at Michael with lust and told him, "If you hold my pocket, I guarantee no one in this prison will dare to mess with you."
Looks to me you already got a girlfriend.
I got a whole nother pocket over here.
But Michael firmly rejected him, which completely infuriated T-Bag. T-Bag, with a dark expression, chased Michael away, leaving behind the partially twisted bolt that was exposed. The next day during yard time, Michael returned to the spot and successfully retrieved the bolt. However, T-Bag, who was passing by, spotted him. Michael had no choice but to hand over the bolt to T-Bag. When the guards arrived, T-Bag pretended to stretch, surreptitiously passing the bolt to his crony, narrowly avoiding the guards' questioning. Meanwhile, A major racial clash was brewing in the prison between the black and white gangs, each waiting for an opportunity to strike a fatal blow. Teabag, as a member of the white gang, was actively preparing for battle. Michael seized this opportunity to sneak into Teabag's cell in search of the stolen bolt. Unfortunately, he was once again caught by Teabag, who arrived suddenly. However, Michael reacted swiftly and approached Teabag without changing his expression.
I want in.
Their conversation was noticed by Benjamin from across the way. He had always thought Michael was neutral, which is why he agreed to help him get the medicine. Until Michael joined the white gang, Benjamin, with the medicine he had procured, lured Michael to a secluded corner, where several black inmates immediately surrounded him. Despite Michael's explanations, Benjamin refused to believe him. "Since you've joined the enemy, you can forget about getting the medicine I got for you."
You chose the wrong side.
Now Michael was completely doomed. Not only did he not get the bolts, but he lost the medicine that was coming to him. The usually calm and collected Michael couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. Even the most perfect plan can be ruined by the most uncontrollable factor, people. Back in his cell, Michael pondered his next move when suddenly, a warning to count the inmates echoed from downstairs. At that moment, a white inmate walked out of the line against instructions. Michael knew this was the signal for the start of the racial war. As expected, the inmates surged forward and began fighting. Innocent Michael was thrown down the stairs in the chaos. During the turmoil, Teabag's crony rushed towards Michael. He had been annoyed by the handsome Michael for some time. Fearing his position in Teabag's heart was threatened, he picked up the bolt and stabbed viciously at Michael, but the smaller man was no match for Michael. Michael overpowered him and snatched the bolt back. Just as the crony prepared to attack again, a black inmate stood in front of him. The crony fell into Michael's arms, and this scene was once again witnessed by Teabag. Thinking it was Michael who had acted viciously, Teabag advanced, ready to kill him. Michael had no time to explain as he hurriedly escaped back to his cell amidst the smoke bombs released by the guards. Although he finally had the bolt in hand, he had now thoroughly offended Teabag.
You got nowhere to run. You're trapped in that little hole of yours. Trapped like a pig I'm gonna slaughter.
An origami crane, something even a primary school student could fold, became a tool for escape in Michael's hands. While the prison doctor wasn't looking, he placed the crane into the medical office's drain. The paper crane traveled downstream and soon reached the drainage ditch below the yard. This indicated that the drainage system connected the medical office to the prison yard. Michael also noticed a thick electrical cable outside the medical office, leading directly outside the prison, meaning the medical office was a necessary exit for the escape. Michael knew that he needed to maintain a good relationship with Sarah to get the key to the medical office and then remove the security window to escape. Thus, he visited her under the pretense of needing insulin injections for diabetes, casually chatting to build rapport. The problem was he didn't actually have diabetes, and the excessive insulin caused his hands to tremble. Arousing Sarah's suspicion, Michael approached Benjamin in the prison to get pills that counteracted insulin. Benjamin, realizing he had misunderstood Michael after learning of his feud with Teabag, returned the pills to Michael, and Michael finally passed Sarah's test. However, escaping with his brother Lincoln from such a conspicuous place as the yard was not practical. He needed to create a passage from the cell to the medical office. When alone, Michael continuously ground down the bolt he had retrieved from the bench. Soon, the bolt was shaped into a hexagon. He rolled up his sleeve and compared the hexagonal bolt with the tattoo on his arm. The sizes matched almost perfectly. Michael inserted the bolt into the basin's plug hole and gently twisted it, successfully unscrewing it. The plan seemed perfect, but making a hole large enough for a person to crawl through in the cell was a monumental task. Moreover, he had a cellmate named Sucre, and digging a hole under the same roof without Sucre noticing was impossible. The only option was to involve Sucre in the plan. But first, he needed to test Sucre's trustworthiness. To test Sucre, Michael hid a phone in plain sight of Sucre during a work detail and then had his brother Lincoln report that he saw someone hiding a phone, implying Sucre. You know, possession of a mobile phone in prison can add up to 2 years to your sentence. Unexpectedly, although Sucre appeared simple-minded on the surface, he was very loyal in character. Despite the risk of being thrown into solitary confinement, he did not reveal that Michael was the owner of the phone. In return, Sucre let Michael lend him his mobile phone to call his girlfriend, but the phone was just soap with black paint on it. Feeling tricked, Sucre angrily confronted Michael about his intentions. Michael then revealed his escape plan, including the idea of bringing Sucre along. Sucre was furious. with less than 16 months left on his sentence, a loving girlfriend outside, and a bright future ahead. Why would he want to escape with someone facing over 50 years? Not wanting to be involved but also unwilling to report Michael, Sucre requested a transfer to another cell. Meanwhile, John's former mafia associate visited the prison again, this time bringing John's children. He warned John for the last time that if he didn't find out where the witnesses were, his wife and children would be in bad shape before they came in. The threat left John restless, realizing that hard tactics wouldn't work on Michael and he needed to think of something else. On the other hand, Teabag has prepared an incredibly sharp serrated knife to avenge his cronies. Knowing Michael had a feud with Teabag, John lured Teabag to a room and beat him up in front of Michael.
Talks too much. You and I need to have a conversation.
From that moment, John officially joined Michael's escape plan. Rather than be threatened in prison forever, it was better to escape and deal with their enemies. He told Michael he would cover him in prison and get him anything he needed, but in return, Michael had to take him along in the escape. With this, Michael's path in prison became much easier, but unexpectedly, Captain Bellick brought a new cellmate for Michael, Charles, who was transferred from a mental hospital due to lack of space. Charles used to be in a mental institution, but he was transferred here because he had no place to live. Now the problem was significant. Michael either had to include Charles in the plan or dig the hole only while Charles was asleep. But the world of a mentally ill person is unpredictable. Michael had to dig at night. One night, when everyone else was asleep, he quietly got up to dig, but when he turned around, he found Charles staring at him with penetrating eyes.
What's your problem?
I got a neuroanatomic lesion affecting my reticular activating system.
What does that mean?
It means I don't sleep. At all.
Michael felt utterly hopeless. Was this a torture sent by fate? Did Charles never sleep? The reason Prison Break is considered an eternal classic in American television history is not only because of its compact plot and tense storyline that makes it impossible to stop watching after just one episode. It is also because the difficulties Michael encounters are interlocked like gears, where a single misstep could lead to the complete failure of the escape plan. This time, Michael faces a challenge in the form of a new cellmate, Haywire, transferred from the psychiatric ward. Haywire possesses superior reasoning abilities, high intelligence, and an eidetic memory, but due to brain damage, he does not need to sleep at night. This means Michael cannot find an opportunity to dig a hole in their cell. The only solution is to bring Haywire on board. Michael tentatively asks Haywire if he has ever thought about leaving and what he would like to do outside. However, Haywire tells him that being mentally ill, it doesn't matter where he goes, he would still end up in a psychiatric hospital. This statement deeply discourages Michael. Despite being in a deadlock, Michael must find a way to escape because Lincoln has less than a month before his execution. QSO represents copper sulfate, and PL represents phosphoric acid. Michael bribes a fellow inmate to steal a bottle of wall brick cleaner from the prison storeroom. During yard time, Michael obtains a type of chemical weed killer from John. Their chemical components are phosphoric acid and copper sulfate, respectively. He squeezes out Haywire's and his own toothpaste and fills the tubes with the two chemical agents. Then, he goes to Sarah's infirmary and pours the chemical agents down the drain. The combination of these chemicals produces a highly corrosive liquid, preparing the ground for the escape. However, this creates a small problem. Haywire keeps asking Michael where his toothpaste has gone. Michael can only respond that he doesn't know because Haywire keeps misplacing his things. Shocked, Haywire says, "Are you treating me like I'm stupid? My things are always neatly arranged. Besides, in such a tiny place, where could I possibly misplace it?" It seems Haywire is not truly foolish. Michael constantly seeks opportunities to evade Haywire's surveillance. Yet, Haywire, behaving almost obsessively, always appears behind Michael unexpectedly. Moreover, Haywire seems to have discovered the secret hidden in Michael's tattoos.
Your tattoo is a pattern.
More alarmingly, Haywire, not sleeping in the middle of the night, starts to examine Michael's tattoos by tearing open his shirt.
The tattoos, there's a maze.
Get away from me.
Completely captivated by Michael's tattoos, Haywire becomes obsessed and starts drawing Michael's tattoos in his notebook during yard time. Michael is driven to the brink of insanity by Haywire. If he does not do something, the escape plan will inevitably be sabotaged by Haywire. At this moment, Sucre rushes to Michael, saying he has changed his mind and wants to escape with Michael.
Come back in.
Too late.
I'll do anything you need. You see these hands? The digging machine. You want to go to China? I'll get you to China, fish. I'll dig like a psychotic rodent if I have to. Fish, I gotta be back in.
A few days earlier, Sucre's cousin visited him in prison, revealing that Sucre's girlfriend, Mary Cruz, had started a relationship with him and they were about to get married. This infuriates Sucre, who immediately calls Mary Cruz for confirmation. Mary Cruz says she cannot wait any longer since she is almost 30 years old, and waiting for Sucre to be released after 16 months is too late. Hearing this, the love-struck Sucre cannot wait another moment, even if it means risking escape to win back his love. Michael is pleased to see Sucre's change of heart. Now, the urgent task is to get rid of Haywire. Upon returning to their cell, Michael is shocked to find that Haywire has managed to piece together the tattoos from memory. Realizing the secret will soon be exposed, Michael does not hesitate to hit his head against the bars. Once not enough, then twice. When Haywire sees the blood on Michael's forehead, he immediately understands what has happened. Michael calls the guards, framing Haywire as having a violent tendency. Finally got this guy out of here.
He's taking us all out!
Not long after, Sucre moves back and excitedly. Now, they must focus on the task at hand. Sucre pulled out a mirror and saw that there were no guards around, so Michael removed the screws from the basin and prepared to dig a hole. Sucre, puzzled, asks how burning through the infirmary's pipes relates to their current location. Michael explains that breaking through this wall is just the beginning of the escape. There are many rooms between here and the prison wall, and the infirmary is the building closest to the wall, making it an essential exit point for the escape. They must create a path from here to the infirmary. Michael takes out a piece of paper to test the depth of the ash seam, which is nearly enough. He asks Sucre to make some noise, and Sucre, understanding immediately, begins his performance. It didn't take long for all of Sucre's family to be greeted by the inmates. Amidst the chaos of curses, Michael kicks the wall hard, finally creating a large hole big enough for a person to crawl through. The arrival of the guards quiets the prison, and Michael successfully crawls out of the cell. But this is only the first step of the escape plan. Michael still needs time to explore the escape route. However, the next day, after yard time, Michael returns to his cell only to find Pope waiting for him, a bad omen looming over him. Michael also notices the leaking screw hole. Fortunately, Pope does not discover anything unusual, but he delivers worse news to Michael. Pope says he received orders from above to transfer Michael to another prison, and it will be carried out tomorrow. It feels like the sky is falling for Michael, who pleads desperately with Pope not to do so, but Pope is unmoved, as he has no choice.
I'm not the one behind the transfer. You're up against much bigger fish than me.
At this point, it's necessary to mention a powerful force outside the prison. As Lincoln said, the vice president's brother was not killed by Lincoln, he was just a scapegoat. A mysterious organization deliberately forged the crime scene surveillance footage and killed anyone who could testify. In the process of eliminating obstacles, they accidentally discovered Lincoln has a brother named Michael, who was in the same prison for a robbery charge. Guessing what Michael intends to do, they immediately call a woman. Clearly, this woman is the mastermind behind the scenes. She orders her subordinates to find Pope and threatens him with the death of his illegitimate son, forcing him to transfer Michael to another prison. Although Pope owes Michael, his family is his priority, so he has to comply. But Michael does not give up. He finds Charles. The experienced Charles says it's quite easy. You just need to write an application claiming some part of your body is uncomfortable. The rejection of the application takes at least a month's process, and during this month, no one has the authority to touch you. Michael immediately does so, and Pope has to admit he has learned a lot here, since the process is legitimate and regulation compliant. Pope smiles and tacitly agrees. Michael restarts the escape plan. He has Sucre pretend to hang clothes as a cover while he searches for the path to the infirmary through the structural gaps in the cell. But Michael finds a wall blocking the way. Moreover, with the roll calls happening periodically, he has no time to dig through this wall. Sucre thinks of a method. Only when the cell block is on lockdown do the guards leave, and there's no roll call, giving them enough time to dig through the wall. The question is, how can they incite the prisoners to cause enough trouble to initiate a lockdown, to create chaos for the escape? Michael crawls into a pre-dug hole in the cell and then makes his way through the pipes to the air conditioning room. Not only does he turn off the air conditioning, but he also turns on the heat. In the scorching summer, The prisoners cannot stand the sauna-like conditions of their cells. Led by Teabag, the prisoners start a riot, declaring they won't go back without cool air. The prisoners join in the uproar. The guards, seeing the enraged crowd, announce they will put them all in solitary confinement while fearfully retreating from the cell block. However, in their panic, the guards forget to lock the prisoners in their cells. Captain Bellick tries to intimidate the scene but is mocked by Teabag, who says only those who fail to become policemen end up as prison guards. Bellick retorts by exposing Teabag's scars.
I read your psych records about how your daddy raped his mongoloid sister, and then 9 months later, little Teddy pops out.
Unable to bear the insult, Teabag leads the prisoners in violently shaking the metal doors. Seeing the security doors starting to give way, Bellick quickly leaves with the guards. Soon, the first prison gate is breached. Teabag finds a set of keys in the control room, meaning all the prisoners inside can move freely. They search everywhere inside for a way out. Bellick, knowing the situation was dire, wanted to charge in and take them down, but with the prison full of desperados, how many could his bullets actually kill? Left with no choice, Bellick reports to his superiors and requests backup. The infirmary is in a separate area from the cell blocks. Hearing that freedom has been achieved on the other side, the prisoners being treated in the infirmary, happy and dancing, also start a riot. They kill the guards and attempt to assault Sarah. Seeing the situation turning dire, Sarah quickly hides in a room. She blocks the door with a table and tries to call for help, but the phone lines have already been cut by the prisoners. A man desperately bangs on the door, and another reaches his hand in, only to be knocked out by Sarah with a tranquilizer.
That bitch stuck me!
The news of the riot at Fox River State Penitentiary not only reaches the media but also Governor Frank, who is Sarah's father. He urgently sends a SWAT team to the prison. On the other side, Michael and Sucre, taking advantage of the prison riot, are diligently working in the structural gaps to break through the wall. Would you believe that a small egg beater can bring down a 50-centimeter thick concrete wall? Let's see how Michael accomplishes this. He takes out a lamp and places it 2 meters from the wall, then makes a simple lampshade out of aluminum foil to focus the light. Next, he sticks a piece of paper with a devil's pattern on the lampshade. In the next second, the devil's pattern appears on the load-bearing wall. Sucre doesn't understand what Michael is doing and how it's related to breaking through the wall to escape. Michael calmly explains, "We just need to drill a few small holes at the top. This is the famous Hooke's Law. Simply put, when we try to break an object, it usually breaks in a straight line. Now, we just need to drill holes at several key points, which will compromise the wall's load-bearing capacity." Not understanding but no longer questioning, Sucre, somewhat skeptically, picks up the egg beater to start drilling. They are trying to create a path from the cell to the infirmary in preparation for the escape, but they could never have anticipated an accident that would completely disrupt their plans. Due to the prison riot, Teabag captures a guard and decides to take this opportunity to vent his frustrations. Under Teabag's violent beating, the guard crawls away to hide, but Teabag catches him, Bob, and throws him hard, causing him to crash into the sink in Michael's room. This leaves Teabag completely stunned. No wonder Michael has been acting so sneaky. He's been planning an escape, and this scene is witnessed by Bob. Just as Teabag is about to call for other guards, John covers his mouth and stops him. Hearing the noise, Michael also crawls out from a hole.
Yeah, we have a problem.
Now, the problem arises. Teabag is serving a life sentence and could potentially be convinced to join their cause. But what about Bob, the guard?
We gotta kill him.
The cops are right outside. And they'll stay outside.
See, Bob here knows about our secret. He knows about our escape. So it's all of our concern now, isn't it?
Meanwhile, several prisoners are furiously smashing the bulletproof glass of the infirmary. Decades of prison life have made them covet Sarah. Seeing the door about to be broken down, Sarah picks up a piece of glass, ready to fight to the death. Michael sees this scene from the prison's control room. After instructing that Bob must not be harmed, he quickly crawls through the duct to save Sarah, while John and Sucre take advantage of the riot to return and continue drilling through the wall. To prevent Teabag from harming Bob, John assigns someone to watch him. as Bob is the only bargaining chip that prevents the SWAT team from storming in. Soon after, Michael finally reaches Sarah's room. They crawl through the ventilation duct and find a safe spot to climb down. Just as Michael is about to get Sarah out of the prison, unexpectedly, a red dot appears on them. If Sarah moves even a step, Michael is undoubtedly dead, and if Michael doesn't leave, he will eventually be shot in the head. At the critical moment of the standoff, some prisoners rush in.
Go!
Michael, lying on the ground, successfully dodges a strike, and the other prisoners scatter. Michael takes the opportunity to escape back to the cell block. Seeing his daughter Sarah safe, Frank no longer has any reservations, although there is still a guard inside. Frank doesn't care. He immediately orders a storming of the prison. Meanwhile, Sucre and the others have drilled all the small holes according to Michael's instructions. Now it's time to see if Hook's law holds true. They return to the cell block to tell Michael this exhilarating news, but Teabag is determined to kill Bob because he is serving a life sentence and can never be paroled. So, the hole is his only hope of escaping. Despite the others' repeated attempts to dissuade and warn Teabag, he still takes advantage of the chaos to stab Bob to death. This is considered the most inhumane death penalty tool in the world, and Lincoln is about to face this punishment. 6 or 7 people strap Lincoln into the electric chair, securing his limbs and neck with belts, pour cold water on him to enhance conductivity, and place a metal helmet on his head. Typically, when a 50,000-volt current runs through his body, his fingers and toes severely bend, and his eyeballs sometimes burst out, sticking to his cheeks. The skin in contact with the electrodes is burnt to a crisp, even smoking, which is why a black cloth is used to cover the face. Luckily, this is just a dream for Lincoln, but he is scheduled to face this execution in 17 days. Despite being innocent and framed, to save his brother, Michael ruined his career by going to prison and trying to escape with him. After 3 weeks, he finally breaks through the structural gaps and drainage pipes, allowing direct access from his cell to the infirmary. However, since Lincoln is a high-security prisoner and isolated, Michael can't get to his cell directly. Michael has studied the prison blueprints, where the steam and drainage pipes intersect under a storage room. If they can make a hole in the storage room, Michael and other members can meet in the infirmary. However, John reminds Michael that area is off-limits, never assigned for work unless there's a fire needing repair. They plan to burn the area with flammable materials, but as they prepare to open the door, they're greeted by the dark barrel of a gun. The area had been turned into a guard's restroom, putting their escape plan in a deadlock. When they are at a loss, they discover Charles can freely enter the area. Lincoln explains that Charles has a 32-year clean record, so the guards trust him.
Which means we gotta get him on board.
Forget it. Guy's a Boy Scout.
But Michael decided to give it a try anyway. No matter how much Michael coaxed or pleaded, Charles steadfastly refused to admit he had hidden $1.5 million, nor would he join Michael in the escape, let alone help him with anything illegal. However, just as Charles returned to his cell, Bellick found him. It turned out that Bob, who was killed by Teabag during the riot, had his body fall right at Charles's cell door. Bellick wanted to get some clues from him, but Charles knew well the rules of this place. Whoever snitched would be despised by everyone. No matter how mournfully Bellick begged, Charles politely refused him. Unexpectedly, not having obtained any clues, Bellick immediately changed his tone, and before leaving, he did not forget to tease Charles's cat. However, the next day when Charles returned from the yard, he was shocked to find the cat motionless on the bed, its body already stiff. Charles was in immense pain. This cat was his only emotional support in prison. It was obvious to anyone that Bellick was the murderer of the cat. For the first time, Charles showed a fierce look in his eyes. He went to the guard's restroom and placed a coffee pot coated with rubber adhesive on the power source. Then Charles opened Bellick's locker and pulled out a Lucky Strike cigarette. Looking at the ugly face on the wall, Charles finally made up his mind and lit the lighter. Soon, thick smoke billowed out of the restroom. Happiness came so unexpectedly, leaving Michael and the others completely dumbfounded. Just then, Charles walked past Michael, but Charles made it clear that he did not do it for them, nor did he plan to join their escape team. After the fire was extinguished, investigators found a cigarette butt at the scene.
Bellick.
Inside Fox River State Penitentiary, if you're holding onto Teabag's pocket, he can ensure no one dares to bully you. Not long ago, Teabag took a liking to the newly imprisoned Michael, lecherously expressing his desire to protect Michael. Yet, he was brutally rejected by Michael.
To me, you already got a girlfriend.
I got a whole nother pocket over here.
Well past.
A few days later, Teabag's sidekick was killed during a prison riot. To find a new sidekick for Teabag, Trokey meticulously searched until he found a new toy for him, Seth.
How do you say we go for a walk, huh?
Under Teabag's lascivious tyranny, Seth, despite his unwillingness, had no choice but to submit. Because Teabag killed a guard, Bellick, during the riot, Bellick swore to leave no stone unturned in finding the murderer. The next day, Seth approached Bellick to inform him that he knew who the killer was.
I know who killed Bob, sir.
A group of guards, with a menacing air, came to make an arrest. Sure enough, they found a photo of the murdered guard's family under the mattress. With the evidence and testimony at hand, there was nothing more to say. The guards directly arrested Trokey. It turned out that this is Teabag naked planted evidence. He knew that if he did not find someone to take the blame, he would one day be found out. Poor Trokey, who had just found a new companion for Teabag the day before, was betrayed by Teabag today. Teabag is really a man of love and loyalty. Although Michael was very reluctant to let Teabag join the escape team, he had to accept him since Teabag knew his secret. The group successfully reached the burnt-down break room, and what they needed to do next was to break the floor to create an entrance big enough for a person to crawl through, preparing for the upcoming escape. In the following days, they began smashing the floor covered with a blanket, with someone specially arranged to keep watch outside. The crushed stone dust produced was divided among everyone, with each finding opportunities to dispose of it. However, their traces were discovered by Benjamin, who, at that time, still had no idea what they were up to. What's worse, the shameless Bellick suddenly approached John. It turned out that John had been in charge of PI because his company outside was regularly paying Bellick every month. But this month, the payment had not arrived on time. Bellick threatened that if he didn't receive the money, he would hand over PI to someone else to manage. John made a call only to find out that the company was on the verge of bankruptcy. This was a complete disaster. If anyone else entered the break room, the entrance would be blatantly exposed. As they were all in a state of panic, Seth approached Michael, asking for his help. He could no longer endure Teabag's humiliation and torment, but Michael, with no time to spare for these matters, flatly refused Seth. However, not long after, Seth committed suicide. Guilt overwhelmed Michael's heart, and he silently vowed to deal with Teabag properly. Meanwhile, Bellick had already handed over PI to John's former subordinate, Gus, to manage. They, equipped with tools, marched towards the break room, watching Gus lead the newcomers into the rest area. John was frantic because the escape plan would be completely exposed as soon as they lifted the carpet. John hurried to find Gus, hoping the latter would relinquish control of PI. But times had changed, and John's former underlings had all turned their backs on him, standing by Gus's side instead.
You're yesterday's news, John.
As these people moved in and out day by day, Michael and his team were increasingly anxious to regain management of the PI. They need to keep John's outside partner, Philly, paying for him, and continuing to pay for John is contingent on the location of that key witness. This witness was the only person who could pique Philly's interest. After all, if the witness successfully testified next month, Philly would also end up in prison. Having no other choice, Michael decided to talk to Philly in person. To gain Philly's trust, Michael detailed the entire process of locating the key witness. Before being moved for protection, the witness would be guarded by the local sheriff. There were 4 sheriffs in total in the area. Before entering prison, Michael had called around, finding 3 sheriffs in their offices, while the 4th was on vacation alone, without his family. It was clear that this sheriff was guarding the witness, since it would take several weeks for the police to establish a new identity for the witness. This sheriff would inevitably make a call home. Through his phone bills, Michael finally traced the witness's location. After explaining, Michael demanded $200,000 in exchange. Philly agreed without hesitation. For Philly, even $2 million was worth it if it meant avoiding prison. But when Philly traveled miles to the location Michael provided, a sudden flash of light and the police lying in ambush quickly apprehended them. It turned out that the address Michael had given was fake. The witness, Fibonacci, was a good person, originally just a warehouse manager in John's company. One day, Fibonacci accidentally witnessed John committing murder and decided to step forward to report them. Of course, Michael couldn't possibly reveal Fibonacci's real whereabouts. After resolving the situation, John tentatively mentioned,
Give me Fibonacci once we're outside these walls, right?
Of course.
Thank you.
Regardless, the money was secured, and naturally, John regained control of PI, and everyone could work in the room again. Now that the hardest part had been breached, only 18 inches remained to reach the tunnel. According to the current progress, they could escape by Friday. Everyone was exceptionally excited, eagerly imagining life after their escape. However, just then, Bellick walked in with Benjamin. It turned out that not long ago, Benjamin had noticed Michael and the others sneakily disposing of broken stones, so he bribed Fiorello to investigate. That's how he discovered Michael and their astonishing secret. Standing over the hole, Benjamin threatened,
Are you sure you can't use an extra hand?
You know anything about construction?
Concrete is my specialty. Can you dig it?
Okay, boss. Sign him up.
You got it. That looks like Darwin wins after all, eh, Fish?
Sucre whipped out a mirror. Checking that the coast was clear outside the prison, Michael then retrieved a credit card from a hidden layer in his prison uniform. Sucre, puzzled, asked, "What's the use of hiding a credit card? It's not like you can go shopping in here." But in the next second, Michael peeled off the protective film from the credit card. It turned out to be a prison access card. Before getting locked up, Michael had already researched the access control systems of Fox River State Penitentiary. He then programmed the access credentials onto a magnetic strip and covered it with the sticker of a credit card. This way, even if the guards discovered it during a body search, it wouldn't jeopardize his escape plan. The reason he needed to create an access card was to sneak into the inmate's property storage room to retrieve two crucial items he had stored before getting incarcerated: a mini tape recorder and a gold watch. After regaining his belongings, Michael snuck into the drainage pipes, but as he inventoried his items, he realized the gold watch had vanished. This watch was a critical component of his escape plan. Michael learned from Charles that the guards often stole from inmates. The only time inmates would realize something was missing was when they were released and went to collect their belongings. By then, it would be too late. Even more infuriating was that the thief was none other than Deputy Warden Roy, who wasn't shy about flaunting the watch for all to see. However, Michael couldn't accuse Roy directly because he couldn't explain how he knew the watch was stolen. The only solution was to find someone to steal the watch back. That's when David approached him, sentenced to 5 years for theft. David was eager to join the PI crew. It just so happens that Michael is also in need of David, so the two of them hit it off. Michael would help David get into PI, and in return, David would retrieve the gold watch. The very next day, the infirmary wheeled in a vomiting young man who was none other than David. It was clear David's skills were top-notch. 1 second the watch was on Roy's wrist, and the next, it was gone, with Roy none the wiser. Soon after, David had Charles deliver the watch to Michael. However, Charles had a favor to ask of Michael.
I want in.
Michael was puzzled. Charles had always declined his invitations before, so why the sudden change of heart? It turned out that earlier that morning, Pope had somberly informed Charles in his office that his daughter had been diagnosed with late-stage esophageal cancer and was hospitalized. Unlikely to last another week, the authorities had denied their request, only permitting Charles to attend his daughter's funeral. Pope's words hit Charles like a bolt from the blue. His daughter was his only concern in the world. Determined to see his daughter one last time, Charles decided to join the escape plan, but Michael was in a difficult position. Every member of the escape team had to be useful, and he had made it clear that there was no hidden stash of $5 million. Moreover, Charles's age would undoubtedly slow them down. But the next day, Charles approached Michael again, handing him a Bible.
DI 192589. The first number in the series of bills used in the ransom drop.
Inside was a $100 bill, the serial number of which matched the sequence Charles had mentioned before. It seemed Charles did have a significant amount of money hidden away. Realizing that they would be stranded without funds after the escape, Michael agreed to his request. Thus, the escape team now consisted of 7 members. However, a subsequent event made Michael realize that the group was severely over capacity. They had to cut someone to succeed in their escape. But who would that person be? Even a small button, in Michael's hands, could serve an unexpected purpose. He dropped the button down the slope of the drain pipe. Listening to the sound of the button bouncing, he estimated that the reservoir below the slope was only 14 meters away. This meant that even if he slid down, he wouldn't break his legs. Looking up, he saw the manhole 5 meters above him, surrounded by absolutely no footholds. Escaping through here seemed like a pipe dream, yet it was the only way out. Michael had to find even the slightest chance. Suddenly, he spotted a semicircular drain outlet. Peeling open a hidden layer of his clothing, Michael pulled out a rope and a black plastic bag. He packed his clothes into the plastic bag, tied it closed with the rope, and then used the bag to block the outflow pipe of the reservoir. Next, all Michael had to do was turn on the water valve to use the buoyancy of the water to lift himself up. However, the main valve outside was shut off, making it impossible to release any water. The following day, while working in PI, Michael used a stick to pry open the disc of the main valve. Moments later, water finally gushed out. He set the water release time for 3.5 minutes, and the water level in the reservoir began to rise gradually. Just then, a guard approached, and Charles quickly coughed to catch Michael's attention. The guard whistled, ordering the inmates back to their cells. Luckily, the timer hit 0 just in time, and Michael quickly returned the valve to its original state. By then, the water level was just half a person's height from the manhole cover. After returning to his cell, Michael immediately crawled through the pre-dug hole into the drainage pipe, then stripped and entered the water-filled reservoir. He grabbed the other end of the rope and, using the buoyancy of the water, successfully rose to the surface. Michael's calculations of the reservoir size and the pipe diameter were incredibly accurate. Any longer, and the overflowing water might have been discovered by the guards. Any shorter, and he would never have reached the manhole cover. Michael lifted the manhole cover to arrive beneath the infirmary's pharmacy, where his own folded lead paper lay on the ground. Just days before, Michael had obtained weed killer and tile cleaner from the sewer, whose chemical reaction produced sulfuric acid, successfully corroding the iron sheet of the infirmary's sewer. The paper crane naturally landed on the ground. Tightening the rope, Michael pulled hard, reopening the reservoir's drain. He then tied the rope to the manhole cover, which would serve as a bridge for the escape team to enter the pharmacy tonight. Michael gently peeled back the iron sheet to clearly observe the situation inside the infirmary. Everything was ready, and Michael prepared to climb out from the rest area through the drainage pipe. The others in the lounge also successfully dug through the tunnel. But just then, Roy came over to inspect the area. Hearing the noise, the inmates had to quickly cover the opening, trapping Michael in the drainage pipe. If the guards discovered one person missing now, the escape plan could be completely exposed. To buy time for those inside, Lincoln had no choice but to punch Roy. Hearing the commotion, other guards quickly subdued Lincoln, while the inmates managed to pull Michael up. Michael jubilantly informed everyone that the way was clear and they could escape tonight. However, the others couldn't share in his joy. Lincoln's assault on a guard meant he would be put in solitary confinement, and his execution was scheduled for the next day. On the other side, Teabag had slashed John's throat, and Sarah was rushing him to a helicopter for emergency treatment. Whether John could survive was still unknown. Teabag acted as if nothing had happened. The problem was, their escape plan relied on John's plane to leave the country. With that link broken, even if they managed to escape, they wouldn't get far. Michael fell into despair. He had gone through great lengths to get into prison solely to save his brother, Lincoln. If Lincoln couldn't escape, then what was the point of this long-planned escape? Michael is sterilizing a razor blade with a lighter before rolling up his sleeves to reveal the demon tattoo on his arm. He locates the spot and, bracing himself against the severe pain, slices open his arm. Soon after, a black pill wrapped in resin cotton appears before his eyes. This was Michael's contingency plan before he went to prison. His brother Lincoln is scheduled for execution tomorrow. Michael must use this tiny pill to save his brother's life and help him escape from prison successfully. Michael knows only a priest can visit his brother, who's in solitary confinement. So, he lies. claiming this necklace is of significant importance to his brother, insisting it must be personally handed to Lincoln. The priest agrees to Michael's request. When Lincoln receives the necklace, he knows his brother would never let him die innocently. He examines the necklace closely. He pries open the crucifix to find the small pill hidden in a groove, along with a note tucked inside. Eat this precisely at 8:10 tonight. It's now 4 in the afternoon. Time to head to PI, Prison Industries, work. Michael and Sucre embrace each other. Their success in escaping prison hinges on this very moment. The escape team, 5 in total, tries to keep calm as they head to the break room. During their work in the break room, Michael announces the escape plan. Tonight at 9, they'll crawl through the tunnel they've dug to the infirmary, where Lincoln will meet them. Then they'll break the security window and climb out along the infirmary's external cables over the wall. Once outside, they're on their own.
Be forgetting the fact that PI shuts down at 5 o'clock, pretty?
We have to make sure it doesn't, don't we?
Michael is prepared. He removes a plasterboard from the wall to reveal a water pipe and smashes it with a hammer.
Oh, what the hell are you doing, man?
Upon receiving the news, Bellick storms in furiously. The men, soaked to the skin, sit on the ground like children who've been caught misbehaving. Michael explains they accidentally broke a pipe while renovating. If they don't dry the walls and floor quickly, the plasterboard will absorb water and mold. Bellick, even angrier, snaps. Then what are you sitting around for? If you don't get rid of every drop of water, nobody's sleeping tonight.
Don't catch a sniffle.
Seeing their plan succeed, everyone bursts into laughter, but Michael can't seem to share their joy, for it's still uncertain whether Lincoln can join them successfully. At 8:10 p.m., Lincoln takes the pill on time, and within seconds, he's in agonizing pain, vomiting and suffering from diarrhea. The guards rush to take Lincoln to the infirmary for emergency treatment. Finally, at 9 o'clock, the group lifts the carpet and uses a wrench to lock the door from the inside. Everything is ready, and they excitedly wait for Michael to give the order.
See you on the other side.
They climb down the hole, through the drainage pipe, slide down the slope to the reservoir below, and, using a rope they had prepared earlier, successfully reach the pharmacy below the infirmary. But as Michael looks up at the drainage pipe on the roof, his smile freezes. The pipe he had corroded was replaced with a brand new one, thicker than before. It turns out that a cleaner, while collecting trash that afternoon, accidentally saw the corroded pipe and called maintenance to replace it. Michael and Sucre exert all their strength but can't budge the heavy-duty pipe, meaning this route is completely blocked. Michael can clearly hear Lincoln above, trying to smash the pipe with a mop. Such a thick pipe could probably only be dug through with an excavator. The last time the brothers might see each other could only be at the execution ground tomorrow. The man slipped a packet of rat poison into his pocket. Then Michael had his fellow inmates keep watch while he moved the prison's wash basin aside and crawled through a hole that had already been dug out behind it. Michael sprinkled the rat poison on the ground of the drainage pipe, and in no time, a rat fell for the bait. Michael grabbed the rat by its tail. Tonight, Lincoln is scheduled to be executed in the electric chair. Whether his brother's life can be saved all depends on whether this rat has the cunning needed to save his brother, who had been framed and wrongfully accused. Michael did not hesitate to ruin his own future by getting himself imprisoned. It took Michael over a month to find a way out of prison, but, as fate would have it, they discovered last night during their escape attempt that the exit had been inadvertently sealed shut by maintenance workers. The escape team had no choice but to trudge back to their cells in defeat. The next day, during yard time, Michael found Charles. Charles mentioned something that happened about 10 years ago. A man was supposed to be executed by electric chair, but he survived because a fuse blew. And it took another 3 weeks to reschedule the execution because killing a person requires going through many procedures, such as issuing a new death warrant and death certificate. Charles's words reignited hope in Michael's heart. 3 weeks was enough time for him to plan another escape. Thus, Michael came up with the idea to use the rat to sabotage the wiring, but he could never have anticipated that David would spoil his plans. A few days ago, David had helped Michael retrieve a gold watch, but as part of the exchange, Michael did not get him into PI, which left David harboring resentment. Bellick had long suspected Michael was up to something but had been unable to find proof. So, Bellick paid off David to watch Michael's every move. David overheard Michael mentioning something about a problem with the electric chair and saying his brother could live another 3 weeks. This made Bellick suspicious. Immediately, Bellick went to the execution room to have his men retest the electric chair for faults.
It ain't working.
Oh, son of a bitch. I don't know what could have happened.
They rushed to the electrical room and indeed found a dead rat in the fuse box. Bellick's intention was clear. He wanted Lincoln to die smoothly. So, Bellick had the electrician repair the wiring and then hurried to Michael's cell.
Scofield, your brother's gonna be transported to final visitation soon. You can meet him there. You look surprised. You knew it was scheduled today.
The two brothers embraced tightly upon seeing each other. Despite all the well-laid plans, Michael was ultimately unable to save his brother's life. Michael still planned to look for another way, but Lincoln had already calmly accepted his fate and didn't want to struggle in vain any longer. Perhaps this was his destiny. In his last 6 hours, all he wanted to do was talk to his brother and enjoy their last peaceful moments together. As the time for the execution approached and Lincoln was walking to the death chamber, Pope suddenly received a call from Frank.
Warden! What is it? It's the governor.
It turned out that earlier that day, while Michael was at the infirmary getting an injection, he told Sarah the truth about his brother being framed and asked if Sarah could plead with her father for a pardon. The many interactions had made Sarah develop feelings for Michael. Sarah found Veronica, the lawyer in charge of the case, and handed over all the evidence they had collected to her father. However, Frank's call wasn't to grant a reprieve but to ensure the execution went smoothly.
He's not granting clemency. Let's proceed.
After hanging up, a mysterious woman approached Frank from behind.
You did your country and your party a great service. It won't go unnoticed.
Thank you, Madam Vice President.
Thank you, Governor.
It was revealed that the person so determined to see Lincoln dead was none other than the Vice President, Caroline. Frank was also looking to gain political capital. The innocence of a small fry meant nothing to him. Yet, why would someone like Caroline go to such lengths to have him killed? What unspeakable secrets were hidden behind all this? Simply amused by the gods in the comments section, how is Prison Break updated to over a dozen episodes, each seemingly heart-stopping? Yet in the end, Michael's escape plan hasn't progressed in the slightest. After painstakingly digging for over a month, just when a glimmer of hope was seen, a small, unintended act by the maintenance staff completely sealed it off. This is precisely the brilliance of Prison Break. Just by looking at the title, you already know the outcome, yet the screenwriters managed to fill 22 episodes with unceasing suspense and not a single flaw. This is the fundamental reason why Prison Break is legendary. Due to the failure of the escape plan, Michael's brother Lincoln was still unable to escape the fate of being executed. But at the critical moment of switching on the power, Lincoln seemed to spot a face in the family area, both incredibly familiar and strange. Then, suddenly, alarms went off, and the curtain was slowly drawn.
What's going on?
I don't know.
Before Michael can figure out what's going on, Pope walks out with Lincoln, whose legs are weak with fear.
What happened in there?
Judge Kessler called. The execution's been delayed.
What do you mean delayed?
Apparently some new evidence has come to light.
What evidence?
I don't understand. How long do we have? 1 day? 2 days?
It's all the information I have at the moment. I'm sorry.
Before this information could be digested, his brother told Michael another unbelievable thing.
It was Dad. It was Dad.
Lincoln said he saw their father. How could Michael believe that? Since their father had abandoned them 30 years ago? How could he possibly appear in the last minute of Lincoln's execution? And what power did he have to stop the execution? Lincoln's lawyer, Veronica, found the judge. Only then did they learn that the judge had received an anonymous letter before the execution, containing an autopsy report of Caroline's brother. The report clearly stated that the deceased had an appendix. However, Caroline's brother's record showed he had an appendectomy as a child, meaning the body sent for autopsy wasn't Caroline's brother. While it couldn't prove Lincoln was innocent, it at least pointed to a huge conspiracy. On the other hand, when Caroline learned Lincoln hadn't died, she was frantic. She immediately ordered Paul and Samantha to investigate who had sent the anonymous letter to the judge. Although the whistleblower was extremely careful, Samantha still saw his face reflected in the glass. The man was none other than Lincoln's father, who had appeared in the execution viewing area. From Samantha's shocked expression, it was clear she recognized him, and he was an old adversary. What story lies behind them?
I know that guy.
Michael wasn't just sitting around. He planned to use the limited time to escape with his brother. The previous escape route was obviously no longer viable. He gathered the escape team and announced a new round of escape plans. The psychiatric ward of the prison is the only building that shares an underground passage with the medical ward. Now, they could only go from the guards' rest area through a well in the yard, then walk about 50 meters underground to reach the psychiatric ward, and from there take the sewer of the psychiatric ward to the medical ward. This presents a small problem. There's no cover above this well in the yard, and there are 3 watchtowers monitoring the area. Benjamin remarked that this plan was tantamount to suicide, but only Michael knew this was the only way out. To quickly scout the route, Sucre was also anxious. At this moment, he spotted a familiar figure passing by. It was his cousin Monch. Monch's main job was to do laundry for the guards and inmates. An idea struck Sucre. He planned to borrow a guard's uniform from Monch. This way, Michael wouldn't be so conspicuous when he climbed out of the well. In the wee hours, Michael was ready to act. Before entering the prison, he had researched that the psychiatric ward of the prison was built in 1858. Afterward, the underground pipes underwent 3 major renovations, so the network of pipes was complex, and no one could remember it. To avoid getting lost, Michael had the blueprints of the pipes tattooed on his back. If he took the wrong turn tonight, he might not be able to return in time for roll call. Michael, dressed in the guard's uniform, climbed out of the well, but at that moment, a bright light suddenly shone on him, and Michael acted calm. Fortunately, wearing the guard's uniform, he managed to bluff his way through. He went to the psychiatric ward, an area most guards were reluctant to visit. Claiming he needed to use the bathroom, Michael found his way to the abandoned storage room and finally located the manhole cover that led to the medical ward. But while retracing his steps after surveying the route, he suddenly encountered a patrolling guard in the boiler room. Michael hid in the corner, not daring to breathe, enduring the intense pain of his back pressed against the scalding hot water pipe. After the guard left, Michael, enduring the pain, crawled back to his room. To avoid being discovered by the checking guard, he asked Sucre to quickly strip off the uniform, but the uniform had already stuck to his skin, and the intense pain made Michael involuntarily cry out. This noise alerted the guard, and Pope questioned Sucre about why he burned his fellow inmate. Sucre had no choice but to bite the bullet and ended up in solitary confinement for a day. Unexpectedly, Sarah was very concerned about Michael. Although Michael wouldn't tell her what happened, Sarah found fibers from the skin that were clearly from a guard's uniform. This made Sarah suspicious of Michael. But worse, when Michael returned to his room and unwrapped the bandages, he was completely dumbfounded. The burn was exactly where the map of the underground pipes of the psychiatric ward was located. This meant without these maps, they couldn't escape. The escape plan was once again in dire straits.
Sister, they are blue as they're showing. They aren't showing, baby, they're flying.
Teabag could never have imagined that Fox River State Penitentiary would house such a beauty. Blonde hair, red lips, and eyes like autumn waters constantly tugged at his heartstrings. But what fascinated Teabag even more was his bright red underwear turned inside out. It was this pair of underwear that would save the escape team a total of 50 years of imprisonment. Just yesterday afternoon, while resting during labor, the escape quintet was preparing to dig a tunnel for their future escape. But then, Charles, who was on lookout outside, suddenly came in saying the guards were about to arrive. Everyone hurriedly covered the hole and then placed a carpet over it, narrowly avoiding disaster. However, a comment from the guard left everyone feeling cold. It turns out Bellick thought they were working too slowly and planned to have a professional renovation team take over their work the next day. Right after the guard left, the escape team was in an uproar, because once the renovation team came in and lifted the carpet, their escape plan would be completely exposed. Michael, calm in the face of danger, instructed everyone to block the hole with plywood and then smooth it over with quick dry cement. They could break it open with a sledgehammer when it was time to escape. But misfortune never comes singly. Just as they were about to start, Roy suddenly came in to inform Michael that Pope wanted to see him in his office, leaving the rest to do other tasks in the yard. Everyone was instantly stunned. They simply didn't have time to fix the hole. Moreover, labor time was about to end, and if the renovation team came in the next morning, it would be over. Taking advantage of the limited time, the 4 discussed letting Sucre go into the cell block that night to block the hole. But Sucre was not unwilling. If he went into the restroom to block the hole, he would be trapped in that room, and if he tried to go out through the main door and walk on the ground, he would definitely be caught by the guards, which was essentially asking to be captured.
That's 10 years on my bed if I get caught. You better figure out a way not to get caught.
Line it up.
After dinner, Michael still hadn't returned from Pope's office. Just as Sucre was at his wit's end, he suddenly spotted a very sexy inmate passing by, especially his red underwear turned inside out, which was incredibly eye-catching. An idea struck Sucre immediately. He found Teabag and asked him to use his skills to get the flamboyant man's underwear.
I mean, you know what you're asking of me? You gotta do it for the team.
Sister, they y'all blue as they're showing. They aren't showing, baby, they're flying. Proudly.
It has to be said, Teabag truly had a way with things. In just a few minutes, he delivered the prize to Sucre's hands. In the early hours, Sucre set into motion. He crawled through the drainage pipe into the restroom via the hole Michael had already dug behind the sink. After a set of skilled masonry work, Sucre finally fixed the hole, then sneakily made his way back to the prison cell. But as he ran towards the yard, a strong light shone on him, and as expected, the guards immediately caught Sucre.
If I were you, I'd better start talking, mano.
However, Sucre was prepared. He claimed that after yard time ended today, he had been hiding in a corner of the yard, all to wait for his girlfriend outside the prison to throw something in.
A pair of grunts?
Sucre explained pitifully that he missed his girlfriend so much that he had her send over one of her personal items, all for that damn love. Bellick, being a man of sorrow himself because his love for Sarah was unrequited, sympathized with those loyal to love. Bellick did not make it hard for Sucre. He just sniffed the underwear and then locked Sucre up in solitary confinement. What Sucre didn't know was that the solitary cell next to him was housing Michael. The reason the Pope called Michael into his office was because the night before, Michael had gotten a guard uniform to use to explore escape routes. However, Michael accidentally burned both the back of the uniform and his skin, and Sarah discovered the fibers of the uniform embedded in his skin while treating him. Pope thought a guard had abused Michael and demanded Michael explain himself. Otherwise, he would be put in solitary confinement. But Michael would never reveal the truth to Pope, which led to him being locked up in solitary. With the map of the pipe network on his back damaged by the burn, Michael felt as if he had lost his soul, continuously punching the wall with his fists. When the guards noticed, they immediately notified Sarah to come for an examination. At that time, Michael's eyes were wide open, as if he had gone insane. With no other choice, Pope had to transfer him to the psychiatric ward for care. However, as soon as the guards and the doctor left, Michael became a different person. He had faked his illness precisely to find someone he knew in the psychiatric ward, someone who had been his roommate for a few days. Haywire. Haywire had once memorized the tattoos on Michael's body. As long as Haywire could piece together the missing parts from memory, the escape plan could be put back into action. But what Michael never expected was that Haywire had already forgotten who Michael was.
Who are you?
Due to Sucre being locked up in solitary confinement and Michael being sent to the psychiatric ward, their cell was left vacant. Roy, spotting an opportunity, thought this room, facing north with superior lighting and situated on a middle floor, could be considered a prime cell in the prison. Surely, inmates would be willing to pay for a room swap. As expected, during yard time, the inmates who came to view the room were endless, with some even bidding up to $200 for it. However, when noticing a slight leak from the sink, an inmate stated he would only pay after it was fixed. Roy promised to get it fixed within 24 hours and immediately placed a repair order with the maintenance department. Yet, all of this was observed by Teabag of the escape team. He quickly found Charles and Benjamin because there was a large hole behind the sink, which was the escape route Michael had spent over a month creating. If an inmate moved in or the repair staff came, their escape plan would be completely exposed. In a rush, Benjamin found Roy and agreed to book the room for $500. But $500 was not a small amount. Although Benjamin made quite a bit by dealing drugs in prison, he had to have his underlings collect the messy outstanding debts from fellow inmates before anything else. Unexpectedly, the subordinate Benjamin trusted the most, after receiving the money, bribed others and ousted Benjamin from the gang for being a black man always hanging out with whites. Not to mention giving Benjamin a beating. Benjamin was completely out of options. Charles didn't say he didn't have the money. He had it stashed outside the prison. Teabag thought of a solution: the Mexican gang, which almost every night gambled in the kitchen. With his years of experience, Teabag was a master of cheating at cards, but gambling needed capital too. Suddenly, Charles remembered he had given Michael a Bible with his only $100 bill inside, which should still be in Michael's room. Pretending to check out the room,
I'll give you $100 for it.
You wasted my time. Get the hell out of here.
Sorry, boss. I thought it was a good bid.
Charles sneaked away with the Bible, then handed the $100 to Teabag. The survival of the escape team hung on the outcome of tonight's poker game. On the other hand, Michael's observation at the mental hospital reveals the cause of Haywire's dementia. It turned out to be because of the medication he was on. So, after Haywire took his pills, Michael would help him vomit them out. As the medication in his system lessened, Haywire's memory gradually returned. With Michael's relentless efforts, Haywire finally recalled past details and, relying on memory, redrew the tattoos on Michael's back. But at the same time, Haywire also remembers that Michael stole his toothpaste and framed him. More fatally, Haywire guessed the tattoos were a map for escaping.
Now, do I tear this up? Or do you tell me exactly where and when you're doing this?
With no other choice, Michael had to reveal the escape plan and promised to take Haywire with them. Unexpectedly, Haywire took the map and attempted to escape on his own that night. But Haywire only knew the route, not about the security systems. He didn't make it 10 meters before being caught on the spot.
He's trying to escape. This is his map. I need you to come back. Shut me up!
After successfully getting the drawings, Michael found Sarah and claimed he was cured, asking her to help him return to the cell block. But Sarah told him that Pope had ordered if he didn't disclose who burned him, Michael would still be placed in solitary upon leaving. The situation was at a standstill once again. Teabag lived up to his reputation. With perfect coordination with Benjamin, they quickly won the needed $500. The next day, Benjamin handed the full amount to Roy, but Roy, shamelessly, raised the price to $700, threatening to keep the existing $500 if not paid. Benjamin had no choice but to ask Charles to give up his gold watch as collateral, but Roy was shameless to the core.
Your problem is somebody already gave me $700 for the cell, so you're SOL.
So both sides were in a bind. Fortunately, Lincoln, who was also in solitary, thought of a plan. Through Munch, he coordinated with Michael and three outside to sneak the burnt uniform into Roy's locker. Then Michael volunteered that Roy had abused him. Not only that, but Roy had also been extorting money from inmates and even forcefully took Charles's gold watch. Pope despised corruption among his staff above all else. Furious, he stormed into the guard's locker room, finding $500, the burnt uniform, and Charles's gold watch in Roy's locker. With the evidence against him, Roy was immediately fired. As he was leaving, Roy also suffered Bellick's mockery.
Don't look at me like I'm some con. You're as crooked as scoliosis.
I don't get caught.
After this incident, Michael and Sucre finally returned to their cell as they had wished. They began to plan their next steps for the escape. However, just then, a bus carrying a new batch of inmates arrived at Fox River State Penitentiary. Among them was John, the man Teabag had slashed and who had now returned, fully healed, sending Teabag into a panic. Every return to his cell marked the beginning of David's nightmare.
She only got one thing I need.
Afterward, David would always hide alone in a corner, consumed with self-loathing. He wasn't inherently evil, it was just his luck of not knowing the value of a baseball card he accidentally stole, leading to a 5-year sentence and becoming someone else's outlet for sexual release. At this moment, Michael approached him, wanting David's help in stealing something critically important. Over a month, Michael had successfully created an escape route. Due to a previous path being blocked, the escape plan had to be rerouted through the psychiatric ward's sewer pipes, then to the far end of the second-floor medical ward, and down a 30-foot hallway to the medical ward. The final step was escaping via the medical ward's external cables, but the plan was missing one last piece: obtaining the key to open the medical ward's door. Michael approached David with the intention of having him steal Sarah's keys. In exchange, David wanted Michael to find someone to eliminate Avocado, the inmate abusing him. However, Michael, not one to cause trouble, could not agree to the deal. With no other option, Michael decided to take advantage of his medical visit to steal Sarah's keys himself. Yet, upon seeing Sarah's meticulous care, Michael impulsively kissed her, revealing his love.
Wait for me. It won't always be like this. In this room. In this place.
In the end, Michael couldn't bring himself to proceed with the theft. Meanwhile, John, since returning to Fox River State Penitentiary, seemed like a changed man. He prayed devoutly every day and even approached Teabag, seeking reconciliation.
Does not a warm hand feel better than a cold shank? You got a point there, John. Yeah.
But John called his outside contacts, instructing them to arrange a 3-seater helicopter.
You only got 3 seats. I thought you said there were 7 or 8 guys.
Well, not everybody gonna have a ticket.
You gonna tell me who is?
The 3 are still breathing.
On the outside, a woman claiming to be an old acquaintance of Michael found Sarah, saying she had important information about Michael. Sarah, fond of Michael, followed Nika to a cafe, but Nika was vague and, after speaking only a few words, hurriedly left.
Listen, could I just have a contact number for you in case I see something wrong?
I don't think that's a good idea. Please don't tell him that we met.
It turned out Michael had once helped Nika, prompting him to call and ask her to steal Sarah's keys. After stealing the keys, Nika visited the prison and passed them to Michael. On the other side, Avocado, following his routine, attempted to abuse David again. While Avocado was making the bed, David pulled out a blade he had prepared and cut off Avocado's genitals. The incident quickly spread throughout the prison. Sucre informed Michael about what happened.
But Avocado is saying he got cut on the frame while he was hopping down off his bunk. Yeah.
Why did he lie?
He doesn't want Tweener to go to the show because he can't get him in there. All I have to say is, as soon as Avocado gets out of the infirmary, Tweener is a dead man.
Michael has been racked with guilt because he didn't send David to the PI after he helped him steal the watch. Knowing Avocado's return would plunge David back into a living hell, Michael considered taking David with him in the escape. However, Michael celebrated too soon. Sarah, no fool, connected Nika's strange behavior at the cafe to her missing keys after returning to her office. She then checked the visitation records for the day and indeed found Nika had visited Michael. Even though Michael managed to return the keys, it was already too late. Sarah realized she had been a pawn in Michael's plan from the beginning, and his confession of love had ulterior motives. Even though she didn't know what Michael wanted from her, Sarah changed the locks of the door with a broken heart. Seeing the locksmith, Michael's heart sank, but the real despair was yet to come. David, knowing about the escape, didn't plan to leave with them but used the information as leverage to get Bellick to change his room.
They're escaping.
Bellick arrived at the restroom, and indeed, he discovered the large hole under the floor used for the escape. This completely exposed the escape plan. This has got to be the boldest prison break crew in the world. They had the audacity to dig the escape tunnel right in the guard's break room. Upon receiving the tip-off, the prison guard captain, Bellick, didn't waste a second before heading there. He lifted the sofa and the carpet, and sure enough, found a well-concealed large hole in the floor. But just at that moment, Charles from the escape team smacked down with a shovel. But Bellick, being a police academy grad, grabbed the shovel and engaged Charles in a fight to the death, perhaps driven by a fierce will to survive. The aging Charles grabbed a water bottle nearby and smashed it hard against Bellick's forehead. Finally, Charles knocked Bellick unconscious, but in the scuffle, Charles's abdomen was accidentally cut by glass. After quickly treating his wounds, Charles hurriedly threw the unconscious Bellick into the hole, immediately cleaned up his room, and informed the escape team of the incident.
We gotta get out of here. Now.
Everyone was stunned upon hearing the news. Michael had planned to break out in 3 days, but now they had to act immediately. Once the guards realized that Bellick was missing, they would surely lock down the prison until they found him, at which point they would have no way out. Michael decisively announced the next steps of their escape plan. John was to contact the plane outside to take them away from the country. Benjamin was tasked with getting as much bleach as possible for later use. Everyone else was to find ways to mask their body odor to avoid police dog tracking. He himself would figure out how to get the keys to the infirmary, since the hole in the guard room was blocked by the unconscious Bellick. Escaping from there was no longer feasible. They could only wait until 7 o'clock tonight for yard time, when everyone would gather in front of Michael's cell to escape through the tunnel behind his cell's sink. And with only 1 hour of yard time, they had to make every second count. Sucre didn't forget to remind Michael, "Your brother Lincoln is in solitary confinement, under 24-hour surveillance. Even if you can't get Lincoln out tonight, we still have to go. Don't let so many of us die for one person." Michael nodded reluctantly. By lunchtime, the guards had already started to wonder why they hadn't seen Bellick all morning. Michael, with ears pricked and heart racing, feeling guilty towards David. Michael, knowing full well it was David who snitched to Bellick, still informed David that they were going to break out tonight. Whether to go or stay was up to David. After lunch, Michael took the opportunity while changing bandages to find Sarah and told her his entire plan.
I'm getting my brother out of here. Tonight. And I need your help.
Sarah was shocked to hear this. After calming down, Sarah questioned what Michael expected to get from her. Michael told Sarah that when he first arrived in prison, he indeed saw Sarah as a pawn for his escape, but later, he truly wanted to be with Sarah. Today, he came to Sarah only to ask her to make a small mistake. "Please don't lock up after work." Sarah was in an intense mental struggle. She ran out the door without giving Michael a positive response. After leaving the infirmary, Pope found Michael, thanking him profusely for completing the Taj Mahal model. Pope said, "I owe you a favor, and if you need anything, please don't hesitate to ask."
Actually, there is one thing you can do for me.
Thus, Michael got another chance to see his brother in solitary. Michael revealed his plan to escape tonight. Lincoln told him to leave him alone because he was in chains and there was nothing Michael could do to get him out of here. Michael was torn with agony. If he couldn't get his brother out, what was the point of planning this escape for over a month? John, seizing the moment when the guards were not paying attention, stealthily grabbed 2 handfuls of feces and hid them in his pockets. He then went to his cell and scattered the feces on his own bedsheet. His cellmate was utterly bewildered by John's series of actions.
It's not in our place to question his will. Are we clear?
On the other side, Teabag, during lunchtime, was also collecting beans that smelled like feces. He mashed these stinky beans into a slurry and smeared it on his bedsheets and pillow. You might think they are fools, but on the contrary, they are members of a highly intelligent prison escape team. Tonight, the escape team, consisting of 8 people, is preparing to initiate their plan. They used feces to mask their own scent to avoid being tracked by the police dogs. Benjamin's task was to procure enough hydrogen peroxide, which was a key part of the escape plan, because the escape route would take them through the psychiatric ward. They needed to bleach their blue prison uniforms white. He hid the bleach in small pouches inside his trouser legs, then smuggled it out of the kitchen to distribute to the other members. Now, with only 45 minutes left until yard time, they were getting ready to make their escape during this period. However, as Sucre was bleaching his clothes, a guard suddenly approached. Sucre, frightened, immediately took off his pants and sat on the toilet. The guard informed Michael that Pope needed to see him urgently. Seeing the key figure being taken away at this critical moment, the other members showed a look of utter despair, because just this morning, Bellick had discovered the big hole they had dug for their escape. Fortunately, Charles appeared in time to knock him out and hide him in the pipes beneath the hole. They wondered if Pope had discovered this, but when Michael was taken to the office, he clearly heard Pope on the phone with Bellick's family, saying he was not at home today. Pope immediately ordered a search for Bellick in the prison and then called Michael to his office. Fortunately, Pope's concern was not about Bellick's disappearance, and Michael's hanging heart finally fell. Pope mentioned that this afternoon, while moving a model of the Taj Mahal, the supporting beam suddenly broke, and he asked Michael what had happened. Unexpectedly, Michael placed the stolen brace on the table and then pulled out a small knife, pointing it at Pope.
And you're gonna make sure my brother goes with me.
All of this was part of Michael's calculation. He wanted to be summoned by Pope as a part of his plan to save his brother, Lincoln. Michael threatened Pope to call his subordinates and say that Bellick had been sent to the city by him and was safe. and would return tomorrow. Then, he had Pope transfer Lincoln to the infirmary to ensure Lincoln would be there all night. After using Pope, Michael tied him up and hid him in a closet. Finally, he dialed a hotline for an entertainment program and then told the secretary outside that Pope was on a conference call and did not want to be disturbed. Seeing the phone line busy, and because Michael often came and went from there, the secretary had no suspicions. Back in the cell, the escape team anxiously awaited the arrival of 7 o'clock, feeling as though every minute and every second was unbearably long.
Cheer time, 1 hour!
There's no going back now.
The yard time lasts for an hour, during which they must escape from the prison. Everyone, understanding the urgency, hurriedly gathered in front of Michael's cell. As Sucre pulled down the curtain, they one by one crawled into the large hole behind the water tank. However, not far into the sewer, they were met with deafening screams. It turned out that Bellick had awakened and successfully ripped off the tape on his mouth. Meanwhile, 2 guards outside the restroom seemed to have heard the cries for help and hastily turned back. In a critical moment, Teabag quickly crawled over, covered Bellick's mouth, and pressed a knife against his throat.
There's nobody here, man.
I swear I heard something.
Come on, let's go.
After narrowly escaping, Michael stripped off Bellick's uniform and wore it himself. The group of 8 vented the humiliation they had endured over the years.
Shut your mouth. You know he's...
They arrived at a manhole cover beneath the yard. Next, they had to cross the most dangerous place. As 3 watchtowers were monitoring the area, Michael instructed everyone to put on the bleached prison uniforms and left in a hurry after saying, "Wait here for me for a minute." Michael took out a handful of flour from his pocket and gently blew it towards a keypad. After several attempts of trial and error, he finally triggered the fire alarm in the psychiatric ward. At this moment, Teabag, thinking they were being set up, urgently told everyone to turn back.
What, fool, do you hear that?
It's the fire alarm in the psych ward.
How do you know?
I set it off.
Why?
Soon, the inmates of the psychiatric ward began to exit the building, and Michael and his team waited under the manhole cover for their chance. When the control room declared the alarm a false alarm and ordered the psychiatric patients back inside, the escape team blended into the crowd.
Wait a minute.
The manager recognized John and questioned why Michael was there.
Listen, you got that sedative you were talking about?
Yeah.
You got some now?
Yeah.
Let's have it. This'll put him out right. Like a light.
The group safely made it through the sewers of the psychiatric ward and arrived at the infirmary. Here, they successfully met up with Lincoln.
Whoa, 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 Uncuff my brother.
Got it, boss.
And I ain't here, boss.
Yeah. Even the radio.
However, at that moment, Teabag noticed handcuffs on a chair and decided to take them, thinking they might come in handy later. Unbeknownst to him, these handcuffs would eventually cost him a hand. The group of 9 successfully reached the infirmary door. What remained to be seen was whether Sarah had left the door open for Michael.
We're in it.
At this moment, all they needed to do was pull down the anti-theft window in the infirmary to escape over the prison walls using the cable. Michael came up with a plan. He directed everyone to the floor's fire escape to take out the fire hose, one end of which was tied to the anti-theft window. A blanket was laid on the ground to muffle the huge noise caused by the window hitting the ground. The other end was tied to the elevator's handrail, using the massive pulling force generated by the descending elevator to tear off the anti-theft window. However, just as Michael pressed the button to go downstairs, the elevator's sensor system detected an obstruction and couldn't close. Now, with only 15 minutes left until the end of yard time, if they failed to escape within 15 minutes, the rest of their lives for all 9 of them would be over. At this critical moment, David, feeling guilty, bravely entered the elevator and kept his hand on the lower floor button, successfully closing the elevator door. As the elevator descended, the fire hose gradually tightened. Just as Michael had anticipated, the anti-theft window was finally pulled down. Just as everyone was taking off their prison uniforms, preparing to climb the cable, a person suddenly appeared at the door, staring intently at them.
Here I come with. Look, you want me to make a little person-to-person call here?
It turned out to be Michael's mentally ill cellmate, Haywire. Haywire threatened to join the escape team, leaving them no choice but to agree to take him along. Lincoln was the first to climb the cable to deal with the electrified fence on the wall. John suggested climbing the cables in alphabetical order, and since his name was Abruzzi, he was naturally first in line. The others, though angry, could not complain, as they were counting on his plane to leave the country. However, they didn't notice that the bolt fixing the cable had quietly loosened. Lincoln climbed to the wall and laid a sheet over the electric fence. After everything was prepared, Lincoln waved, and the others began to climb the cable one by one. However, at that moment, Charles suddenly couldn't hold on and fell to the ground. It turned out that in the morning's struggle with Bellick, Charles was accidentally deeply cut by glass in the abdomen and was now severely infected. Charles knew he didn't have the strength to climb the cable. He told Michael about a stash of money buried somewhere in a cellar in Double K Town in Utah. The money was not the reported $1.5 million but $5 million. Charles hoped that Michael would take the money and leave half for his daughter, and the rest could be divided among them. Michael solemnly nodded, while Teabag licked his lips greedily. Meanwhile, outside Pope's office, the secretary sensed something was wrong as Pope's phone had been busy for too long. She, along with the guards, entered Pope's office and found Pope tied up in the closet.
I have a code 3 in the warden's office. I repeat, code 3. Patterson base. Right now, no.
Sound the alarm.
The entire prison immediately went into lockdown. Guards with dogs searched everywhere for Michael and the others. By then, only 3 people had not escaped: Michael, Charles, and Monch. By name, Michael was before Monch. Michael climbed the cable, with Lincoln on the other side, his heart nearly bursting from his chest. Fortunately, the spotlight from the watchtower did not sweep over them. However, as Michael was about to reach the other side, an anxious Monch couldn't wait any longer and also climbed onto the cable. But Monch, with his body weighing 500 pounds, had just climbed onto the cable when the bolt securing it could no longer bear the weight and fell off. Michael was left hanging in midair. Lincoln reached out but couldn't grab his brother. As Monch got up to continue escaping, the guards had already spotted him. When the warder looked up the cable, Michael had been successfully rescued by his brother. Under interrogation, Monch revealed the names of the 8-person escape team. Pope went to the infirmary and found Charles had committed suicide. The prison inmates, upon learning someone had successfully escaped, all plunged into jubilation. Pope knew that if he couldn't bring them back, he and the entire Fox River State Penitentiary would be forever nailed to the pillar of shame. 12 minutes had passed since the escape, and he gathered all the guards for a comprehensive search of the escapees, even authorizing them to shoot on sight if necessary. Bellick was also rescued from the hole, demanding his subordinates bring him a shotgun, vowing to regain the dignity that had been trampled upon. Pope never expected that Michael and the others were squatting in the bushes not far away, deliberately waiting for the guards to leave before making their escape. The most dangerous place is often the safest. No one would think that the fugitives were not ahead of them but behind them. Moreover, with the various scents of horse manure and stinky beans on them, the dogs could not track them at all. But the problem was Haywire, who was the last to join them and had not removed the scent from his body. Taking Haywire was akin to having a GPS locator on them. Therefore, the group pretended to send him to find car keys and quietly ditched Haywire. Meanwhile, the atmosphere inside the car was exceptionally tense. Teabag noticed that John had specifically chosen to sit directly behind him. His intuition was correct. John pulled out a gun from under the seat, intending to kill Teabag in revenge for the throat slash he had received before. But Teabag was prepared. He suddenly pulled out handcuffs and handcuffed himself to Michael.
Think that will stop me? Then I think twice, darn boy. You shoot me,
pretty, you'll be dragging around 170 pounds of dead Alabama flesh with him. And considering how much you need him to get this little Fibonacci vendetta of yours, huh?
John was counting on Michael to reveal the location of the witness. If T-Bag died, Michael would not be able to get far, so he had to hold back his anger for now and head to the airport first. At this moment, they were 5 kilometers away from the airplane's docking point, and boarding the plane would allow them to successfully leave the United States. However, what they did not know was that John had only reserved 3 seats on the plane. That is, apart from Michael and Lincoln, John had no intention of taking the other 4 on the plane. On the prison side, investigators quickly discovered that the door to the infirmary had not been forced open at all. Clearly, someone had intentionally left the door open for the escapees. Pope, using the position of his colleagues in the infirmary as leverage, finally learned that Sarah had feelings for Michael. It was obvious that Sarah had intentionally let them go. However, when the police arrived at Sarah's house, they found her in a deep coma from an overdose of morphine. The police immediately called for an ambulance and took her to the hospital. On the other hand, Veronica, after a long investigation, found that Caroline had bought a villa by a remote lake, which must hide some unspeakable secrets. Veronica quietly walked into the room alone and found a decadent man sleeping. Veronica was certain that this man was Caroline's brother, supposedly murdered by Lincoln. It turned out to be a thorough frame-up. Caroline did this because her brother was originally the CEO of a new energy company. Caroline created the illusion of her brother's fake death to embezzle the company's assets and use the money to support her presidential campaign. Lincoln was just a small sacrifice in this political maelstrom. On Michael's side, in order to avoid checkpoints along the way, they had to take detours, but not long after, the car got stuck in the mud. With only 2 kilometers left to their destination, they had to run the rest of the way. During this time, Michael also ditched David, because he knew that David had betrayed them. Helping him get out of prison was no longer a debt owed. The remaining few came to a warehouse. Knowing that Michael and T-Bag handcuffed together could not run fast, Lincoln and the others decided to forcefully open the handcuffs by pinning T-Bag to the ground. But Sucre, despite using all his strength, could not budge them at all. John thought it was too much trouble and went straight for it with an axe. And so, T-Bag lost a hand. The group of 5 left T-Bag behind and ran towards the airstrip, but what they did not know was that police helicopters had already been positioned near the plane. John's subordinate felt something was amiss and had already missed the agreed time. Fearing he might also get caught if he waited any longer, he chose to leave first. When the 5 arrived, they could only watch the plane take off. With police sirens blaring nearby, they could only start a new round of desperate escape.
We run! The amputee fugitive tossed out the food from the cooler, then carefully placed a cloth-wrapped object inside. Having been on the run for a day and a night, he grabbed a handful of crushed ice and wolfed it down. Just then, a young couple, alerted by the noise, emerged from their tent. T-Bag immediately drew a screwdriver with a murderous glare, fixating on them. It seemed T-Bag remembered something. He turned and warned the man, "If you dare call the cops, I'll jab this into your eye." After his threat, he snatched the man's hat and took off with the cooler towards the distance. Soon after, T-Bag arrived at a veterinary clinic, placing the cooler on the counter and asking the vet to perform a secret surgery on him. Marvin thought T-Bag was joking. After all, he was a vet, not qualified to operate on humans. But upon seeing T-Bag's severed hand and his blood-soaked body, Marvin quickly realized the gravity of the situation. Marvin hurried to call an ambulance for T-Bag, but T-Bag had already jumped in front of Marvin, taking him hostage.
Nobody's gonna be doing any calling here, Doctor. Fine. That's right. What do you want?
Marvin had no choice but to do it. Marvin offered to anesthetize T-Bag, who refused.
Do I really look that stupid?
Sir, I cannot do a procedure like this without an anesthetic. I have to cut away dead flesh. Nobody can undergo a procedure like this without an anesthetic.
Ain't nobody.
T-Bag feared Marvin might call the police while he was unconscious. T-Bag endured the pain throughout the surgery without any anesthesia. Worried about infection, Marvin kindly provided him with some antibiotics and painkillers, but Marvin could never have anticipated. T-Bag bound him up and injected poison into his body. His only form of gratitude was perhaps to make Marvin's death less painful. After all was done, T-Bag assumed Marvin's identity and drove off in Marvin's car. navigating towards Twin K Town in Utah, because a substantial fortune awaited him there. Just a day before, 8 inmates had successfully escaped from Fox River State Penitentiary, and Charles, who didn't escape, revealed a secret with his dying breath. He had hidden $5 million in Twin K Town, Utah, meaning, aside from Teabag, the other 7 escapees also knew this secret. The plot of Prison Break's second season revolves around this $5 million, continuing the glory of Prison Break's first season. Since Teabag, along with Haywire and David, were abandoned by the main group, they avoided police capture due to their lesser objectives. The other 5 were relentlessly pursued by the police. Luckily, they boarded a train, granting them a brief respite. Michael and his brother were thinking of a better future by the lake. They were going to get the $5 million and then flee to Mexico to live out their lives abroad. However, the police had already issued a nationwide manhunt. Without money and clean clothes, escaping even a kilometer became an insurmountable challenge. But Michael had prepared for all this before even entering prison. He glanced at the tattoo on his wrist, hiding the assets and clothes needed for the brothers' first week on the run. Yet, what Michael hadn't anticipated was meeting an opponent this season who could outsmart him. A man named Mahone, a top FBI agent. Mahone, having just taken over the case, noticed Michael's tattoos were extraordinary. He held a press conference claiming he could capture all 8 fugitives within 12 days, then tirelessly sought out Michael's tattoo artist. The tattoo artist revealed that every detail was meticulously designed by Michael himself. Michael was almost obsessive, demanding everything be exactly as he had drawn, spending 200 hours to complete the tattoos. As for the secrets hidden within, she was clueless. Mahone then visited the office Michael had rented before his incarceration. Seeing the walls covered in pinholes, he realized this was a breakout planned over 6 months. A true battle of wits was unfolding, as he immersed himself in understanding Michael's escape plan and his method of erasing traces.
I want divers down in the river.
At this moment, Michael and his group headed straight for the cemetery they had arranged beforehand. The name tattooed on his body is the very cue for the tombstone. They retrieved money and clothes from beneath the tombstone, including fake passports for Michael and his brother's escape abroad, as well as a car key. As they were getting changed and ready to leave, an official car approached. The person who stepped out was Mahone, who had tracked them down based on the tattoos. Michael looked at Mahone incredulously, as he was the first to figure out their movements so quickly. It seemed this man was indeed no ordinary individual. Mahone, eyeing a fleeting shadow deep in the woods, initiated a high-intelligence game of cat and mouse. After escaping, Michael bought a bucket of chicken legs. Having eaten their fill, it was time for everyone to part ways. Michael handed out a few $100s to each person from the money set aside for his and his brother's escape. Though it wasn't much, it should be enough to get home or for whatever else they needed. The group hugged and said their goodbyes. Michael and his brother prepared to head to Utah. But before that, Lincoln wanted to call his lawyer and former girlfriend Veronica to reassure her. However, as soon as Veronica picked up, she urged them to turn themselves in, because Veronica was in Caroline's brother Stedman's house. Revealing him could effortlessly unravel Lincoln's wrongful conviction. Even though Stedman was armed, Veronica bravely made the call to the police. But when the men outside arrive, the men are not police, but Caroline's men.
Mr. Stedman, take a few steps back.
Veronica.
Oh my God.
It turned out all calls to the local police station had been monitored from here, and Stedman was merely a prisoner, all orchestrated to protect his sister Caroline's bright future as the current president.
Contraband. You gonna tell us how you got it in there?
I brought it when I got here.
Whatever for?
To protect myself.
That's what we're here for. Remember?
To lure Lincoln out, Caroline had her people frame Lincoln's son, L.J., for murder, announcing a court hearing the next day. Though aware it was a trap, under Lincoln's insistence, Michael decided to risk the courthouse to rescue L.J.
Tell me everything you know about the courthouse.
Michael took out a toy water gun from his bag and then took out a can of black spray paint. Just like that, a pistol capable of deceiving the police was created. You would never imagine that the two brothers, Michael and Lincoln, were planning to use this toy gun to violently intercept and rescue Lincoln's framed son, L.J. An hour before this, the brothers had already made a detailed plan to intercept. Lincoln, posing as LJ's defense attorney, called the marshal guarding LJ to request a phone call with LJ. Then, he quietly told LJ to make sure to take the elevator on the right on the way to the court hearing. However, Lincoln was unaware that their conversation had been monitored by FBI agent Mahone. Fortunately, the father and son spoke in code. Mahone found LJ and tried to find out what exactly his father had told him, but no matter how much he asked, Mahone didn't get any results. During the elevator ride, Mahone noticed LJ pretending to tie his shoelaces, deliberately delaying to take the elevator on the right. Realizing something was amiss, Mahone hurriedly entered the elevator, declaring he would personally escort LJ upstairs. As expected, the brothers opened the elevator's hatch, took out the fake gun, but as they were pulling LJ up, the gun in Lincoln's hand accidentally fell to the ground. The gun bounced off the ground with an unusually cheerful sound, making it obvious to anyone that it was fake. Mahone immediately sounded the alarm and then firmly grabbed LJ, not letting go. LJ knew he couldn't escape and told the two to run away quickly. The brothers had no choice but to flee in panic. Knowing the escape routes well, they managed to steal a car and finally escaped. However, during the escape process, Lincoln's leg was unfortunately wounded. Mahone investigated the scene and found that the other party was seriously injured and would not be able to escape. He immediately deployed the police force in various hospitals to wait for the rabbit, but the highly intelligent Michael wouldn't just walk into a trap. He took his brother to a woman's house. This woman was Nika, a dancer who once helped him steal keys. Nika was a foreigner, and Michael had once married her in a sham marriage to help her get a green card. Therefore, Nika was extremely grateful to Michael. But now, Michael and Lincoln were two major fugitives. If she harbored them, she would become an accomplice. But Michael had nowhere else to go, and he promised Nika that they would leave as soon as the wounds were treated. After treating the wounds, Michael turned around to get his car because it had fake passports for him and Lincoln to use to leave the country. The car was also specially modified, so it was very important. But when Michael returned to the parking spot, he found that the car had been towed away due to being parked too long. Michael went to the towing company without stopping, and when he saw the broken glass, he was instantly confused. And the bag inside had already been stolen. The towing company's employee didn't seem like someone who would compensate, so Michael had no choice but to prepare to leave with the car. However, coincidentally, Mahone was making a call to inquire about the fugitive vehicle's information. Upon learning someone came to pick up the car, Mahone instructed the towing company employee to delay the person at all costs. But Michael had already sensed something was wrong and took the keys to escape hastily. Michael met up with Lincoln, and the brothers planned to go to Utah to find the $5 million and then smuggle themselves into Mexico to live out their final years in peace. To escape the police checkpoints set up at every turn, Michael first called his own voicemail, pretending to arrange a meeting point with another accomplice. He was well aware that this call was being monitored. As long as his phone wasn't turned off, Mahone would definitely bring his men and drive over to capture them. Michael decided to use a trick, taking out pig blood and pork from the trunk that he had prepared earlier. The car had been specially modified so that turning on the radio would trigger a timed explosion. By the time the explosion happened, the car would be a bloody mess, leading the police to believe that the two had tragically died in a bridge collapse. However, when the car plunged off the bridge, it didn't explode. Michael guessed that the radio must have jammed. Hearing Mahone's sirens getting closer, Michael suggested playing rock paper scissors to decide who would go and jiggle the radio. True to his role as the older brother, Lincoln didn't hesitate and bravely went to do it. As Michael expected, the police indeed believed that the two had died in a car accident, at least until the test results came out. No one would pay attention to the brothers' whereabouts. During this time, they might have already gotten the money and fled to Mexico. Michael had Nika arrange a car for them, promising to pay her $10,000 once he arrived in Mexico. As agreed. However, they were celebrating too soon. Not far away, two pairs of eyes were closely watching them.
I need a little more. Take us right to him.
Bellick, who once had significant influence at Fox River State Penitentiary, never imagined that he would one day be driven to the point of considering suicide by firearm. Just a day before, the successful escape of 8 inmates had shocked the nation. As the captain of the guards, Bellick, and the warden, Pope, bore the brunt. The investigative department quickly questioned the two of them. Bellick tried to shirk responsibility, but the appearance of a man rendered him speechless. This man was Roy, who had been fired not long ago. Everyone might still remember how Bellick had ridiculed Roy at the time of his dismissal. Now, Roy, appearing as a witness, accused Bellick of long-term bribery and extortion of inmates, giving control of the PI to John, which gradually led to this major escape incident. Faced with his colleague's testimony, Bellick had no response and was fired on the spot. Pope, in a fit of anger, also resigned. Bellick returned home in despair. He had dedicated his entire youth to this job, to the extent that he didn't even have time to find a girlfriend, only to face such a miserable end as he neared retirement. Bellick became more and more desperate and eventually decided to commit suicide by shooting himself in his room. However, just at that moment, his mother's surprised voice came from outside. It turned out that the news reported that each of the escaped convicts had a bounty of $100,000 on them, and Lincoln had an even higher bounty of $300,000. This news reignited Bellick's fighting spirit. Catching them would not only allow him to clear his name but also secure his retirement funds. More importantly, he seemed to know exactly where to start. After making up his mind, Bellick went to the supermarket to purchase the necessary supplies for the journey. It's a small world after all. Here, Bellick encountered Roy, the very person responsible for his dismissal. Seeing his nemesis made his blood boil, and without exchanging many words, they began to fight. But having worked together for decades, there was really no need for them to fight to the death. They quickly came to an agreement to capture the fugitives together and split the bounty. They headed straight for Fox River State Penitentiary and decided to start with Monch. After all, with a bunch of old colleagues there, it didn't take much effort for them to meet Monch.
Good man, like yourself. Let's just say there's some filthy individuals who might enjoy a celly with a woman. And you're gonna tell me everything you know about where those convicts are headed. And I'm gonna throw you.
After some threats, Bellick finally learned about the $5 million in Utah. Then, they investigated Michael's prison visit records and managed to track down the whereabouts of the brothers by following Mika. Using the advantage of their car's powerful engine, they managed to chase them down and force their car to stop by crashing it into a large tree. By the time the brothers came to their senses and thought of escaping, Bellick was already standing in front of them with a gun, and their bounty was no longer their only concern.
Your pal Monche told me all about your little treasure hunt for Westmoreland's stash.
However, they didn't notice Lincoln quietly placing a piece of glass under the tire. Not long after they drove away, the tire was punctured and completely deflated. Bellick had no choice but to send Roy to a small town 3 kilometers away to buy a tire, while he stayed to guard them to prevent their escape. During this ordeal, Mika also learned about the $5 million and was extremely disappointed in Michael. "I've done so much for you, and you only promised to send me $10,000 after everything was done. You didn't mention the $5 million at all. Is this something a person should do?" Bellick watched this unfold with delight in his heart, but Bellick didn't know that this was actually their ruse. Mika pretending to defect was just to gain his trust.
Deal.
After a sudden turn of events, Bellick realized that the handgun at his waist was gone. At this point, Roy finally pushed the tires in, but then realized that the tables had turned.
You really suck, Bellick, you know that?
Roll him. Let's go.
It's behind your back.
Ignore him.
You conned her too, made her think you loved her. Look what she got. An overdose and a shot at 30 years inside.
It was also at this time that Michael finally learned from Bellick about Sarah's suicide. Turns out, Sarah had survived her ordeal and was arrested by the police just after being discharged from the hospital. Luckily, Sarah's father was the governor, and Frank had already been nominated as the new vice president. For the sake of his career, Frank asked Sarah to throw the dirty water out, and he would take care of the rest. At this point, Sarah has no choice but to agree to her father's arrangement. After being released on bail, Sarah underwent psychological treatment. However, Sarah didn't know that President Caroline had planted a spy by her side, a man named Kellerman. Kellerman believed that he could trace Michael and Lincoln's whereabouts through Sarah, so he deliberately approached her. Michael felt extremely guilty about Sarah's situation. He used Bellick's phone to call Sarah to apologize and promised to find a way to make it up to her.
You and me. It's real.
However, Michael's confession was witnessed by Nika. Nika's willingness to help was not merely out of simple gratitude towards Michael. After getting rid of Bellick, it was time for them to part ways, but as they embraced each other to say goodbye, Nika took the opportunity to steal Lincoln's gun.
I loved you, Michael. I deserve more than just being the girl that you call when you need something.
You really think you're gonna find the money in Utah?
I don't care about the money in Utah. I don't want any more crime. I turn you in, I get $200,000. Legal.
Since she couldn't have what she wanted, she thought it better to cut her losses and hand them over to the police in exchange for the bounty. But Nika was too naive. Lincoln, having been on the streets for so many years, was wary of everyone and had already removed the magazine. Nika could only watch helplessly as the two brothers walked away. Not long after, the brothers finally arrived in Utah's Double K town. The town was small and not very populous, so it should have been easy to find the money hidden in the cellar of KK Farm. But after asking many people, they all said that there was no KK Farm in town. Even the old man who had grown up there didn't know. Lincoln began to doubt whether Charles had lied, but people generally don't lie on their deathbed. And besides, Charles had asked Michael to leave a share for his daughter. Having no other choice, the two decided to take the risk and go to the administration building to check the public records. After sneaking in and searching through the files, they actually found KK Farm listed on page 1213. However, to their utter surprise, this page had already been torn out. It seemed someone had gotten there first.
Someone else does.
The only people who knew there was $5 million left in KK Farm were the escaped convicts. So, who among the 8 could this person be?
Son of a bitch, still alive.
It's rare for a drama where the villain's popularity surpasses that of the male lead, but T-Bag and Prison Break managed to do just that.
Sister, they are blue as they're shown. They aren't showing, baby, they're flying. Proudly.
In Prison, he's the one who brings the laughs to the show, not to mention T-Bag's lines that are hilariously absurd.
Not that hot! When this guy woke up this morning, he was white!
After the escape team of 8 successfully breaks out of prison, T-Bag loses one hand to John's machete, but T-Bag doesn't give up his longing for freedom. He aims to find the $5 million in dirty money that Charles hid in the cellar and then do something no one could ever guess. On his treasure hunt, he encounters David, who is also after the money. With one hand gone, T-Bag tries to recruit David to act as his digging partner. However, as soon as David leaves to buy tools, T-Bag completely betrays him. Michael and Lincoln, also on the hunt for the money, find T-Bag. Lincoln throws T-Bag into the car and demands to know if he was the one who tore off the treasure map. Of course, T-Bag wouldn't tell them where the map is, but with no way to escape, T-Bag concocts a story that David stole the map of KK Farm, successfully diverting their attention. Until they find David, the brothers couldn't let T-Bag go. They take him to a deserted place and draw a handgun.
In.
T-Bag himself crawls into the trunk of the car. After dealing with T-Bag, the brothers return to Double K Town in search of David. At this time, David is at a hardware store buying tools needed to dig up the cellar. The store owner, thinking David doesn't look like he's from around town but rather like one of America's top 8 fugitives, asks David what his grandfather's name is.
His name's Grandpa. Alright? Look, man, can you just bring this up? I gotta get out.
Sensing something off, the store owner throws a stick, knocking David out, and drags him into the storage room to tie him up and hand him over to the police for a bounty. Just then, Michael walks in, sees the scuffle marks on the floor, and immediately understands what happened. He quietly closes the door and, before the store owner can react, punches him. But as Michael heads to the storage room, the store owner, energized by the prospect of a $100,000 bounty, clings to Michael with all his might. Luckily, Lincoln arrives in time to subdue the store owner. After tying up the store owner and rescuing David, they realize Teabag had deceived them. Teabag in the boot is desperately trying to remember every building on the map to make sure that the map is well known, and then swallowed the paper little by little. When Michael and the others return, the only thing left on Teabag's chest is a piece of paper from the map he used for boasting.
But don't worry, before I destroyed it, I committed it to my photographic memory.
Now, only Teabag knows the exact location of the $5 million, leaving Michael and Lincoln no choice but to follow his lead as his diggers. Lincoln directs all his rage towards David.
Whoa. You're not worth 1.5. Get in.
Okay.
But they haven't yet realized that FBI agent Mahone has spotted the anomaly in the movements of the 8 fugitives. They're all converging on Utah, surely hiding a secret unknown to the police. Mahone immediately recalls the money Charles hid 30 years ago. Convinced they're after that money, he narrows down his search to prepare for the arrest. Meanwhile, the treasure hunting team, guided by Teabag's memory, has arrived near KK Farm, dreaming of what they'll do with the $5 million. They cross a dirt mound only to be dumbfounded at the sight of KK Farm. 30 years have passed, and KK Farm no longer exists, replaced by a vast expanse of modern buildings, meaning the map in Teabag's mind has become utterly useless. Looking for the cellar in such a vast area of buildings is like finding a needle in a haystack. Michael is at his wit's end in despair, yet Teabag still finds it appropriate to crack jokes.
What, you got a divining rod tattooed on your ass?
I don't want to hear anything out of your mouth other than what your photographic memory spits out regarding that map!
You watch your tone with me, boy.
I will watch you get tossed to the side of the road to fend for yourself, boy. Because if you can't remember where that silo was...
Seeing Michael so angry for the first time, even Teabag gets scared. He tries hard to recall the original location of the farm from his pieced-together memory. The farm was next to a fork in the road, surrounded by many trees, and had a towering barn within. After circling the residential area a few times, they finally stop at a fork that seems somewhat similar. Michael, after some analysis, notices that the trees in the area are all about the same height, likely planted at the same time, but 2 trees are noticeably shorter, probably due to not getting enough sunlight, which must mean that a tall building blocked the sun here, and this must have been where the farm's barns stood. Since these houses are smaller and simpler, they wouldn't need deep foundations, which means the money hidden in the cellar might still be there. Just as they're about to check it out, a still charming blonde woman comes out of the house. Digging in someone else's cellar is definitely not feasible. Teabag suggests just doing away with her, but Michael and his brother, having their own moral compass, decide to find a legitimate reason to get inside. While Lincoln is tampering with their house's electric meter, Teabag, the old pervert, is ogling the woman inside with eyes wide as copper bells.
I was just looking, pretty. What's that old chestnut? I can look at the menu, doesn't mean I'm gonna eat.
We get in, we get the money, we get out. That's it.
No, absolutely.
After cutting off the woman's electricity, they let David out of the trunk. They tell him to go back to the tool shop to get some work clothes and shovels, fill up the car with gas, and then hurry back. But who would have thought? While David was grabbing the tools, the store owner's friend stops by, notices the scuffle marks, and immediately calls the police. In a panic, David swings a shovel at him, then locks him and the store owner together. Distracted, David forgets to refill the car with gas and hurries back. Lincoln noticed his averted eyes and on inquiry found that he was in trouble.
Man, I don't know, dude. It set off so fast.
Did the call go through?
Maybe, man.
What do you mean maybe? Did the call go through?
Yes, I don't know. I don't know, man.
Their top priority becomes to dig up the money quickly. Michael, posing as an electric company worker, knocks on Jeanette's door, and after some sweet talking, she finally allows them in. Michael says, "There's a problem with the cables under your garage floor. We need to dig up the floor to inspect it. But don't worry, we'll fix everything back to normal afterward, and the entire repair process will be at no cost to you."
Fine. It's okay, y'all go ahead and do whatever y'all need to do.
Jeanette, the noise might be substantial.
However, just as they are about to start work, 2 familiar faces suddenly show up. It turns out they are Benjamin and Sucre, 2 of the Great 8 escapees. Sucre's entire reason for escaping was to see his beloved girlfriend Mary Cruz, but upon breaking out, he learns that Mary Cruz has been swept off her feet by his cousin Hector. Just as Sucre arrives at the wedding ready to elope with Mary Cruz, Hector calls the police, reporting a fugitive at the scene.
That don't sound good, cuz.
Desperate and heartbroken, Sucre flees the scene, and on the road, he meets Benjamin, who is also out treasure hunting. Now, with 6 of the original 8-man escape team gathered in Utah, what has become of the other 2? In fact, John had the best situation after escaping prison. He not only regained his former status but also reunited with his wife and children and had a secure plan to go abroad. However, just then, he receives a tip-off about the witness who testified against him appearing in a small motel. John, who was always eager to revenge, couldn't bear it and decided to kill him before leaving the country, despite his wife's persuasion. But little did he know, this was a trap set by Mahone to lure John in.
You're looking for the rat, John. Fibonacci's 2,000 miles from here.
But John was so fed up with prison life that he couldn't go back to prison, so he raised his gun and chose to kill himself. Meanwhile, Haywire, after being ditched by the team, leisurely pedals his way to freedom on a bicycle, with the police focusing most of their efforts on Michael and the others. Haywire remains at large to this day. Back on Michael's side, Jeanette is extremely hospitable, constantly coming in to check on their progress or to offer them something to drink, making it impossible for them to work properly. So, Teabag volunteers to keep Jeanette company and distract her attention.
I know how to play nice.
I'll be watching.
But upon seeing Jeanette's still charming figure, Teabag's gaze doesn't want to leave for even a moment. Teabag tries hard to conceal his inner desires, while Jeanette is completely unaware that she's sitting next to an unforgivable rapist.
Join me?
Just 2 fingers.
One has to admire Teabag's flirting skills. They talk everything from poetry and songs to life philosophy. Just when Teabag thinks he's about to succeed, Jeanette's words chill him to the bone.
A strong guy that doesn't speak much. Would you go in there and ask him if he would like to have a drink with me after he punches it?
It turns out Jeanette is interested in the strong Lincoln. Teabag's self-esteem took a massive hit. He looked at the ice pick on the table, his tongue moving up and down in his mouth. Meanwhile, Michael and the others have successfully uncovered a corner of the cellar, and just need to expand the area to access the money hidden inside. Just as everyone sees hope, David tells them that there was an accident when he went to get the tools, so in his rush, he forgot to refuel the car. Michael is furious upon hearing this.
I want you to go back into town. I want you to gas up that car, because I'm not driving around with millions of dollars in the trunk. Do you understand?
Man, why do I got to do it?
Okay.
But David is still too young, his dodgy and evasive eyes making it obvious to anyone that something is wrong. The staff immediately calls the police and deliberately delays, waiting for the police to arrive. David noticed an unhooked phone nearby and, upon seeing the portraits of 8 wanted criminals overhead, immediately realized the situation and fled in panic. But it's too late. The police relentlessly pursue him to a farm, where Mahone suddenly fires a shot, scaring David into surrendering with his hands up.
Drop!
Where are they?
Here a group of people dug for half a day and finally noticed something wrong. Why there is no movement upstairs? Could it be that Teabag has harmed someone? Michael rushes upstairs and barges into the room, thankfully finding no harm done.
She's got the hots for the big, strong one.
However, the next second, Jeanette darkly tells them to pack up and leave immediately, not allowing them to finish the work. It's clear that Teabag has angered Jeanette. Despite Michael's pleas, Jeanette is adamant about them leaving, but just then, a police officer arrives at the door. In a panic, Teabag quickly grabs a hammer and subdues Jeanette.
Hey, Mom, you home?
It turns out the person is Jeanette's daughter, Anne. When Anne sees the ice scattered on the ground, she immediately senses something wrong and cautiously moves upstairs with her gun drawn. Just then, Jeanette screams, and raises her gun, aiming it at Michael and another person.
In the cards here.
Back away and put your hands up.
I put my hand up. Gonna take a jugular with it.
It's okay.
Back away and put your hands up.
Just go easy.
Going nothing. She ain't the one carrying the card.
Don't move.
Let's be civil.
the crisis was finally averted, and the group tied up Jeanette and her daughter, worried that Teabag might kill to keep them quiet. Michael asks Sucre to watch over them while the rest go back to digging for the money. Because Teabag had lost a hand and couldn't help dig the cellar, he sat on the side, flipping through a magazine while teasing Benjamin.
Mr. $100 bill. What's it like being with the African persuasion anyhow?
You shut the hell up. Don't hit me a nerve.
Benjamin has never seen such a despicable request in his life and is ready to hit him. But just then, Lincoln sees on TV that his son has been released from prison without charges. Unaware that this is actually a trap set by the government to lure out Lincoln, as expected, the simple-minded Lincoln ignores Michael's advice, drops the shovel, and drives off in Jeanette's sports car to pick up his son. He plans to take LJ and flee the country together. In the interrogation room, Mahone was trying to extract information about Michael and the others' whereabouts from David. However, David remained tight-lipped until Mahone produced a photo of Teabag killing Marvin, gradually breaking down his psychological defenses. David, not inherently a villain but imprisoned over a stolen baseball card, likely chose to reveal the digging location to prevent Teabag from committing more murders. David had one condition: there were hostages inside, and a hasty police raid could provoke a murderer like Teabag into drastic actions. He suggested he should go first, a strategy Mahone agreed with, assembling all available officers to proceed with David to apprehend the suspects. However, upon opening the door, out came a short-haired beauty, who was David's girlfriend. It turned out that David had snitched too much in prison, which had led to the escape team looking down on him. Now, he would rather die than snitch again. David wanted to seize this opportunity to confess his love to his girlfriend, hoping she would wait for him to be honorably released from prison. But before he could finish, the police took him away, leaving Mahone feeling deeply insulted by the intelligence insult. He took David to a deserted roadside and ended David's life with several shots. Mahone then placed another gun, one without fingerprints, in David's hand to fabricate the illusion that David had attempted to grab the gun, thus making it seem like self-defense. At this moment, Mahone's tale finally came out. Meanwhile, Sucre, having heard over N's walkie-talkie that David was captured, rushed downstairs to inform the group to leave immediately. As the group was at a loss, Benjamin seemed to discover something.
Maybe you should. Maybe we all should.
Excitedly, they hurried to prepare to leave. However, at that moment, Sucre, always thought to be honest and simple, pointed his gun at the other three, intending to take all the money for himself. With heavy hearts and no other choice, they handed over the travel bag filled with money to Sucre. Watching Sucre walk away with the money, the remaining three were devastated, especially Teabag, who was hiding in a corner. But staying there was pointless. Michael quickly went upstairs to give Jeanette a knife so she could free herself once they were gone. He also grabbed a rope intending to tie up Teabag for the police, only to find upon returning to the warehouse that Teabag had vanished.
I don't know, man. Look, I gotta go. All right. Good luck.
Michael then went back upstairs to take his walkie-talkie and rushed towards the woods. However, at that moment, a familiar figure appeared before him.
Adios, amigos, huh? You were great.
Me, you, and Link.
4. We gotta send a share to Charles's daughter, with her father's love, just like I promised.
It turned out the act of keeping the money to themselves was a plan they had devised together, but when Sucre opened the money bag, they were both stunned. Inside was nothing but magazines. The real money had already been taken by Teabag. It turns out that when he was reading the magazines, he had planned to take the money for himself. The travel bag given to Sucre was the one filled with magazines. Taking advantage of the other's absence, Teabag had quietly taken the money and left, then bought a second-hand car to drive towards a bright future. Absolutely don't get into online dating, because you might end up meeting a vicious rapist. Susan welcomed Teabag into her home, and her daughter instantly adored her mom's new boyfriend. As they joyfully played digital games together, Susan, gazing upon this tender scene, began to envision the bliss of a family of 4 together, and it was from this moment that T-Bag genuinely experienced the joy of having a family. He wished to leave his dark past behind and fully immerse himself in Susan's family, to truly reform and become a good person, until Susan saw on TV that this man was actually wanted for the rape and murder of 6 students. She was instantly shocked. After calming down, Susan quietly called the police. As a result, T-Bag was arrested, sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. In prison, T-Bag wrote countless letters seeking forgiveness, even though it was Susan who had reported him, because it was the only person he'd ever loved or even wanted to change. But he'd never gotten a response from Susan. Now, T-Bag had successfully escaped from prison and had swallowed the entire $5 million the escape team had unearthed. He changed into decent clothes, holding a bouquet of sunflowers, and returned to Susan's old home, hoping to start over, but upon opening the door, T-Bag found the place completely abandoned, with memories of the past flooding back in the empty room. However, as T-Bag turned around, a brick was fiercely thrown at him. The assailant was none other than the former prison guard captain, Bellick. After being abandoned by the Michael brothers last time and left penniless, Bellick had planned to ask his mother for money to take the bus home, but then they saw on TV that Jeanette had been kidnapped and the garage was in disarray, indicating Michael and the others had found the loot. After discussing, they decided not to go back. So, they disguised themselves as officers and immediately went to Jeanette's to inquire about the whereabouts of Michael and others. The $100 was T-Bag's deliberate show-off, making a special trip back just to stuff it into Jeanette's chest. Only then did they learn that T-Bag had absconded with the money. As the former prison guard captain, Bellick easily found out how T-Bag was imprisoned and how he had written to Susan seeking forgiveness. Therefore, Bellick tracked him down using the mailing address. They tied up T-Bag and demanded to know where the $5 million was.
Where you stashed Westmoreland's money, or I'm gonna pluck you like a chicken, stitch by stitch.
But T-Bag, who had gone through so much to secure the money, wouldn't just hand it over. Thus, T-Bag was tortured by Bellick and Roy all night but still refused to talk. As T-Bag took the chance to escape, a key from his trouser leg suddenly fell to the ground. He leaned over and picked up the key, immediately shoving it into his mouth. It turns out that just before T-Bag came to Susan, he quietly deposited the money in one of the motel's public lockers. The key he swallowed was meant to open that locker. Left with no alternatives, Bellick and Roy had no choice but to wait for T-Bag to excrete the key. On the other hand, after discovering they had been swindled out of $5 million by T-Bag, Michael and Sucre harbored thoughts of killing T-Bag. But there is nothing they can do now, because the message from the intercom is that the police are searching for them. Fortunately, T-Bag still had a shred of conscience. As he took the $5 million, he left a few $100s for the others. Michael and Sucre purchased a used car, planning to head to the rendezvous point with Lincoln before attempting to flee to Mexico. Before that, Sucre made a call to his brother to inquire about his girlfriend, Mary Cruz. Unexpectedly, Mary Cruz hadn't married Hector. She had a change of heart right at the wedding venue. It seemed Mary Cruz still deeply loved him. Overjoyed, Sucre no longer desired to flee to Mexico but decided to take the risk to find Mary Cruz. With Michael's blessing, they parted ways. Michael, heading to the meeting point alone, was encircled and pursued by the police. Continuing like this, he would eventually get caught. With 2 days left until his meeting with Lincoln, Michael decided to take the initiative to investigate Mahone during this gap. Believing in the strategy of knowing both the enemy and oneself, Michael gathered a vast amount of information on Mahone, then bought a decent outfit and posed as an FBI agent conducting a background check for Mahone's promotion, visiting Mahone's ex-wife Pam's house. Curiously, although Mahone clearly loved his ex-wife and child, it was unknown why he chose to divorce. Digging deeper, it was revealed that this was all because, years ago, Mahone encountered an extremely intelligent criminal. Obsessed with capturing him, Mahone focused all his efforts on the task. Until a year ago, when there was no more news of the criminal, Mahone suddenly relaxed, and Mahone had purchased a bunch of random lie, tinkering in his garden daily, not allowing anyone close. After analyzing, Michael speculated that the criminal had likely been captured by an almost paranoid Mahone and then his body was whipped and buried in his backyard. The lie was intended for destroying the evidence. Before leaving, Michael stole Pam's phone and dialed Mahone's number. Michael hoped Mahone would stop pursuing him. Otherwise, he would expose the body in the garden, but Mahone flatly rejected him, as he was facing both internal and external troubles. The coincidence of 2 escaped prisoners dying under his pursuit, coupled with Mahone's past of violent law enforcement, led the Internal Affairs Department to investigate him quickly.
Sir, there's a phone call for you.
I'll take it later.
Sir, you're gonna want to take this now.
Luckily, Mahone had a powerful backer, Kellerman, which was why he remained unscathed, and Kellerman was backed by President Caroline. Since the escape team had been with Lincoln for too long, they inevitably knew some inside information about Lincoln being framed, so they all had to die. Mahone obeyed Kellerman because Kellerman also knew about the body buried in Mahone's backyard. Meanwhile, Lincoln, while taking LJ to the rendezvous point, was indeed captured by the government's men, but on the way back, a van rammed the police car and several people came out, directly taking the father and son away.
Come here! Let go of me!
Okay, calm down. Calm down. My father! You try that again.
Who the hell are you?
We're on your side! We're with your father.
They were brought to a secret location, where LJ finally met his grandfather he had never seen before. Aldo's subsequent words made Lincoln realize that he was just a minor piece in this grand scheme. Bellick placed a colander on the toilet and then stripped Teabag's pants down, forcefully pressing him onto the toilet bowl. To prevent Teabag from escaping, he tightly bound him with tape. Bellick did this because Teabag had just swallowed the key to a locker containing $5 million in stolen money. To expedite the process, Bellick even had Roy purchase laxatives. After completing these preparations, the two vigilantly stood guard outside, eagerly fantasizing about living the high life with the $5 million. Their persistence paid off, as a torrential release heralded the key's arrival. Teabag finally expelled it.
Get the stool.
What stool?
The stool.
Roy inwardly sighs that every time something good happens, Bellick are the first to get on it, while he's relegated to the front line to do the dirty work. However, for the sake of $5 million, Roy temporarily swallowed his pride. The duo then tied Teabag, a wanted criminal, to the radiator and called the police. Despite Teabag's pleas, it was to no avail. He was now of no use to them. Minutes later, the sound of police sirens approached, sending Teabag into a frenzy of desperation. If caught, he knew he would never again leave prison alive. Teabag glanced at his recently stitched severed hand and, in a grim resolve, bit through the sutures. By the time the police arrived, the place was deserted, leaving behind only a severed hand in the corner. Meanwhile, Bellick and his accomplice had reached the motel and successfully retrieved the $5 million. He's always the first to go when something good happens. Overwhelmed with excitement, Bellick rushed to check the money in the bag, unaware that Roy had quietly pulled a hammer out of his pocket.
All that green. It's prettier than Grand Canyon. Hey, that's the most beautiful thing you ever seen. Oh.
Hand over the bag, Brandon. I'm not kidding around.
Oh, you think you're pandy ass?
Unbeknownst to him, the hunter became the hunted. Roy emerged as the ultimate victor in life. He moved into the most luxurious presidential suite and ordered 3 ladies of varied allure. From the plump to the slim, the tall to the short, blondes to brunettes, he had it all. But as Roy turned to grab the money, he realized there was a GPS tracker in the bag. Before Roy could react, the ferocious Teabag broke in. A terrified Roy hastily begged for mercy, claiming that the idea to torture Teabag was all Bellick's and offering to split half of the money with Teabag. But it was too late. The ruthless Teabag ended Roy's life with a wine bottle. By then, Bellick had awakened from his unconscious state. A female officer came to inquire, but Bellick was at a loss for words. He couldn't possibly admit to trailing to Utah for the $5 million only to have his colleague abscond with it, so he concocted an excuse. After the police left, an enraged Bellick called Roy.
Thieving son of a better get down on your knees and pray to God that I don't find you. Because if I do, mark my words, I'm gonna gut you about a stern.
However, upon leaving the hospital, he encountered Roy's body being brought in.
Mr. Bellick?
Yeah.
Do you mind answering a few more questions?
At the police station, Bellick realized he couldn't hide the truth any longer and divulged some self-serving information. Unbeknownst to him, the police had already accessed recordings of his threats to Roy. Moreover, Roy's stay in the presidential suite was charged to his credit card. Bellick and Roy's collaboration had always been financed through his credit card. After killing Roy, Teabag deliberately left the spending records at the scene. Now, Bellick had no defense. With a clear motive, the police promptly arrested him.
I did not kill Roy Gary! You understand what I'm telling you? Bagwell set me up! Get your hands off of me!
Bradley Bellick, you are under arrest for the first-degree murder of Roy William Gary. You have a right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to talk to a lawyer and to have him present with you when being questioned. If you cannot hire a lawyer, the court will appoint one for you.
From then on, Bellick completely fell from being a guard to becoming a prisoner. Sarah had just returned home to find her father, the governor, hang from the door frame. In her haste to take him down, she didn't notice a key falling to the ground. She checked her father's pulse, only to find he had been dead for some time. Soon after, the police arrived and preliminarily ruled Frank's death a suicide, as the guards were outside and there were no signs of forced entry. But Sarah refused to believe that her father, who had just been nominated for vice president, would choose to end his life without any warning. After the investigators left, she discovered a key under her backpack, one she had never seen before. However, Sarah was too distraught to concern herself with the origin of the key and pocketed it before dragging her exhausted body back to her place. But upon opening her door, she was shocked to find syringes and morphine scattered on the table, a clear sign someone had broken in intending to stage her overdose suicide. Before she could process this, an agent appeared behind Sarah.
Miss Tancredi, I didn't mean to startle you.
What the hell are you doing in my house?
I'm so sorry for your loss.
Realizing he intended to kill her, she quickly made sure to fight back, leaving marks on her body so the police would not believe it was a suicide. But her assailant had already planned for this.
Parent attempt to avoid jail time. The governor's daughter skips bail and disappears. You're talking about your last minutes, Miss Tancredi.
Please don't do this.
That stuff on the table is premium.
Confused and panicked, Sarah stumbled upon a can of insecticide. Seizing the moment, she managed to escape and found a public phone booth to call her father's colleague for help. However, as Sarah hid in the corner awaiting rescue, a beautiful woman with a similar build and hair color happened to come to the public phone booth to make a call. Unexpectedly, this woman was mistaken for her and shot dead in the street. Realizing she could trust no one, Sarah hurriedly removed her phone's battery. Desperate, Sarah finally thought of Michael. Since his escape, Michael had sent her several encrypted letters. Deciphering them, Sarah learned that Michael wanted her to meet him in a remote town soon. After many days, they finally met outside the prison for the first time. However, Michael's next words chilled Sarah to the bone.
I've arranged for us to get to Panama. We're meeting up with my brother tomorrow.
Wait, that's your plan?
Although she still loves Michael deeply, she can't accept being on the run with two of America's most wanted criminals, especially since her current predicament is a direct result of Michael. After venting her frustrations, a car seemed to approach from afar. The man was FBI agent Mahone. During Sarah's escape, Kellerman, who had intentionally gotten close to Sarah, discovered the encrypted communication and then handed it over to the highly intelligent Mahone for decryption. Mahone had successfully tracked them to this location. They fled to a nearby factory, with Mahone following. Gun in hand, Michael knew he was there to silence them, doubting they could escape alive this time. In a critical moment, Michael spotted a gas pipeline valve and hatched a plan.
I wouldn't do that if I were you, Alex. You smell that? It's propane. It's filling the room. And if you pull that trigger, we both die.
After a verbal duel, Mahone found himself at a loss against Michael and could only watch helplessly as Michael made his escape once again. After escaping danger, Michael and Sarah arrived at a safe motel to tend to their wounds. Seizing the moment when Michael went to freshen up, Sarah chose to silently leave. Because Michael himself was in danger, Sarah did not want to follow Michael to live on the run. However, reconsidering that she, although not a fugitive, was also being hunted and she couldn't bear to part with Michael, Sarah chose to return. But just then, Kellerman, who had been tracking her, appeared before her. On the other side, Aldo finally revealed the true reason behind his son being framed. Aldo, like Kellerman, was once part of a mysterious company, led by a man named Bill. Caroline's presidency was secured by the company's removal of all obstacles, controlling the U.S. government and manipulating policies while conducting operations the government could not officially sanction. As the company's actions grew more outrageous, Aldo, not wanting to be complicit, took some critical documents and fled. To force Aldo to surface, the company framed his son, Lincoln, for the murder of Stedman and sent him to prison. They never anticipated Michael would successfully break Lincoln out. If the framing of Lincoln were proven, President Caroline would be forced to resign. To prevent the spread of this information, the company sought to kill Lincoln and anyone with first-hand contact, including all 8 escapees from the prison. Aldo only now shared this because his team had just secured vital information. A National Security Agency analyst, delving into a high-level surveillance program, accidentally overheard a phone call between President Caroline and her supposedly dead brother, Stedman. The analyst was horrified. Lincoln's execution for the murder of Stedman, who is still alive. Is that not a conspiracy? Therefore, the analyst took the tape and mailed it to Frank. This became the direct cause of Frank's death and Sarah being hunted. Aldo was certain the tape was with Sarah, for the company would not relentlessly pursue her otherwise. With this recording, Lincoln's innocence would be undeniable, and they could seize the opportunity to move against the president and the company. While discussing, they were oblivious to the presence of a mole in their midst. The mole hurriedly made a call to the leader, Bill. Moments later, the company's assassin arrived, skilled and unobstructed, but the sound of a bullet casing hitting the ground before entering alerted Lincoln. He immediately had everyone hide and then tackled the assassin, disarming him. The struggle became intense. The assassin, being a professional, grabbed a kitchen knife and lunged at Lincoln. Fortunately, one of Aldo's men ended the assassin with a shot. At that moment, the assassin's phone rang, and the caller was Bill.
Just like anyone else you sent to take out my son.
We want you. This isn't about LJ. There's a very simple way for all of this to end.
I'll tell you how it's gonna end. Me staring in your dead eye with my hand around your throat.
You don't even know who I am.
Such a beautiful woman, yet she suffered such brutal abuse. A man pulled out a high-powered iron, plugged it in, and then forcefully pushed Sarah into the bathtub. Paul resorted to such drastic measures because Sarah's father had hidden a recording. This incriminating recording, once exposed, would inevitably lead to President Caroline's downfall, but Sarah truly had no idea what they were after, and her father hadn't given her anything before he died. While in the water, Sarah suddenly remembers picking up an unfamiliar key next to her father's body, perhaps the very place where he hid the recording, but Sarah would never reveal this because, even if she did, she would be silenced by murder. Seeing no results from his interrogation, Paul decided to drown Sarah in the bathtub. Just as Paul was about to saw her body into pieces, a knock from the hotel owner sounded outside due to complaints from neighbors about the noise. While they talked, Sarah managed to bite open the bathtub's valve. By the time Paul returned to the room, the bathtub was empty, a mere shadow of its former self. Seizing the moment, Sarah quickly grabbed the key from the table and escaped through the window. Meanwhile, Bill called to inquire about the outcome. Paul, not knowing how to explain, lied that Sarah was already dead, but Bill wasn't fooled and demanded a photo of the disposed body. Seeing his lie exposed, Paul knew the company wouldn't let him off easily, so he hurriedly made a call to Caroline, pleading for mercy. But Caroline, now president, would certainly not associate with someone like him. When Paul tried to contact his former colleagues, he discovered he had been erased from the system, as if he had never existed in this world at all. Clearly, it wouldn't be long before he would disappear from this world entirely. On the other side, another power was also searching for the whereabouts of the recording. Aldo wanted to bring down Caroline and the company and clear his son Lincoln's name, so he had to find Sarah and get the recording first. Knowing the special relationship between Michael and Sarah, Aldo persuaded Lincoln to find Michael. After leaving LJ with a secretary, they rushed to meet Michael, as agreed by the two brothers. Unexpectedly, Sucre also showed up. After Maricruz ran away from her wedding to avoid Hector's harassment, she went to Mexico alone to clear her mind. Meanwhile, Michael was also heading to Mexico, so Sucre followed him all the way here to meet up with Michael. Michael had the meet here because he had made a detailed escape plan before going to jail. He had the coordinates tattooed on his body. 200 kilometers from here was a smuggler who, for a price, could get them on a plane to Mexico. Along the way, Aldo tried hard to persuade Michael not to flee the country, claiming that getting the recording would set them free. but Michael had seen Sarah just yesterday and heard nothing about a recording. Moreover, Michael knew too well the government's darkness. Having the recording might not necessarily bring down the president. While the two sides were at a standstill, a familiar figure appeared on a distant hill. After being released, Mahone continued to analyze the tattoos and, breaking his head over it, finally realized that the numbers looked more like coordinates. So, he hurriedly drove to the location.
Go!
They narrowly escape, but unexpectedly, Aldo was shot in the stomach during his escape and is seriously injured. The two could only give their father a simple burial, though Aldo hadn't raised them for over 30 years. He had done what he did to avoid involving his family. From that moment on, Michael resolved to stay and avenge his father. The three drove to the smuggling point. After hugging Sucre goodbye, they watched him board the plane.
Panama would have been good.
Are you ready for this?
Been waiting years.
Good to hear it. Because today is the day we stop running.
But on the brothers' way back, a fighter jet flew over them, which must have been there to intercept the stowaway plane. Just as Michael was worrying about Sucre, Mahone's car caught up again, and the fighter jet intercepting them was there because he had alerted the authorities. They hurriedly fled in their car, but hadn't anticipated that their fuel wouldn't last as long as Mahone's. From day to night, Mahone finally succeeded in capturing the two brothers, but just as Mahone was about to shoot the two brothers, the Border Patrol arrived in time.
United States Border Patrol, drop your weapon!
Reluctantly, Mahone had no choice but to lower his gun, albeit begrudgingly. In the women's restroom, Sarah lit a match to sterilize the sewing needle in her hand. She took a deep breath, preparing to stitch a long tear on her arm, but despite several attempts, she couldn't muster the courage to start. Sarah slapped the restroom door hard, and finally, with gritted teeth and without anesthesia, she stitched through her flesh, needle by needle. To avoid detection, Sarah endured the immense pain without making a sound. She dared not go to the hospital because she was harboring a shocking secret, which, if revealed, would inevitably bring down the current President Caroline and was the direct cause of her being hunted. In this world, the only person Sarah could trust was her beloved Michael, but despite repeatedly dialing Michael's number, no one answered. It wasn't until she saw the news of the Michael brothers' arrest on TV that Sarah was completely stunned. This meant that she no longer had anyone in the world she could trust. Sarah returned to the hotel and started simulating cutting off her long hair with a blade. To avoid recognition, she had to painfully cut off her beloved long hair. Then she discarded her phone, bank cards, and ID, and began a life on the run. On the other side, the news of Michael and Lincoln's capture made the headlines, and the investigative team was overjoyed. But Mahone couldn't feel happy because if Michael and Lincoln were brought back to Washington, the company's dirty deeds would inevitably be exposed. Bill also called, ordering Mahone to kill them en route at any cost. That afternoon, the Michael brothers' transport process was initiated, with a group of fully armed police looking impenetrable. Meanwhile, Bill had made arrangements on his end. They would create an opportunity for Mahone, who just needed to shoot at the escaping brothers in the chaos. Then, a call was made to Paul, ostensibly asking him to assist Mahone in the killing. Secretly, Bill instructed Mahone to ensure that, amid the chaos, a stray bullet would take out Paul as well. The vehicle transporting them quickly arrived at a tunnel, where, as expected, a large truck broke down and blocked the way. All the police rushed forward to help. This series of actions thoroughly confused Michael. They couldn't possibly be thinking of lifting the truck away, could they? What puzzled him even more was that the guards watching over them were also called over to help. As the police left, the keys to the handcuffs just happened to fall on the seat, and the door to the opposite culvert was also open.
Come on. Alright, let's say we get the cuffs off. Where do we go?
It seemed too coincidental, so much so that even a fool could see this was a blatant attempt to let them escape. However, the brothers were caught in a dilemma. If they didn't run, Lincoln would return to prison to face the death penalty, and Michael would spend the rest of his life in prison. Running would mean giving Mahone permission to shoot to kill, but still, there was that sliver of hope. After weighing their options, the brothers decided to take a desperate chance.
Here we go. Here we go.
Copy that. All right, we're on. Heads up. Hold traffic.
Lincoln was the first to climb over the railing, with Michael following closely behind. In a moment of life and death, the two successfully escaped into the culvert, but they didn't know it was a dead end. With Mahone relentlessly pursuing them and Paul blocking the exit, the brothers realized they were trapped. However, at the critical moment when Mahone was about to shoot, Paul acted first, and it was a bewildered Mahone who fell.
President Reynolds ruined your life. She ruined my life. You want to take the bitch down? You just found your inside man, but it's got to be right now. Let's go! Now!
It turned out Paul was well aware of his situation. Now, having been expelled from the system, his next step would be to vanish without a trace. It was better to join forces with Michael and his brother, hoping for a slim chance of survival. With Paul's status as an intelligence agency operative, the three of them easily made their way to a secluded cabin in Montana. There, they found the President Caroline's supposedly dead brother, Terrence, being held. If Terrence were to appear in public, Caroline and the company would never have a chance to recover.
He looked pretty good for a dead man.
Get in the car!
Wait.
Who's there?
It's Kelly.
Where are you taking
Scott's
Get in
dead.
the car!
Do not let him escape. Kill Stedman. Kill them all now.
To escape police capture, Teabag bit off his hand that had just been stitched up a few days ago. Having escaped, Teabag arrived at a bar and started celebrating while looking at his wanted photo on TV. But just as Teabag turned around, he saw something of interest, a very realistic-looking prosthetic hand. Teabag immediately approached to ask a veteran where he got his arm attached, indicating he was willing to pay any price. However, the destitute and cynical soldier, having lost an arm himself, wondered why Teabag was so wealthy. Thus, the veteran flatly refused Teabag, but the veteran didn't know how ruthless the man before him could be. After leaving the bar, the hand had already become Teabag's. Teabag squatted in front of the post office, and then he was going to do something that will completely change your mind. But in the end, you would be deeply moved by his twisted actions. After waiting for a female employee to leave work, Teabag approached her. During their meal, Teabag even tenderly wiped a grain of rice from her mouth. One had to admire Teabag's flirting skills. In just a few minutes, he had Denise beaming with joy. Upon learning that Denise had just gotten divorced, Teabag boldly confessed, and by the end of the meal, Denise was easily won over. Teabag asked Denise to help look up a relative's address. Blinded by love, Denise didn't have the slightest doubt and helped Teabag look up a cousin named Susan. But the moment Denise handed the printed information to Teabag, her face instantly froze.
Oh, dear God.
I really wish you hadn't seen that.
By the time Teabag left the post office, Denise was already a dead body lying on the ground. Not long after, Teabag arrived at Susan's doorstep, nervously fixing his hair. Then, Teabag took a deep breath and knocked on Susan's door.
Hello, Mrs. Hollander. They say a good woman is hard to find. Well, if that's true, you must be very, very good.
Fear was written all over Susan's face. She had once deeply loved this man and even thought about marrying him, until she discovered that this man was a fugitive wanted for the rape and murder of 6 students. She took the opportunity to report Teabag and send him to prison. Then, she moved to this place where no acquaintances knew where to live. But Teabag was also deeply in love with her, the only one who made him want to put aside his past and start anew. Teabag said he had forgiven her, and he only wanted to reintegrate into her family, to be a good father and a good husband. During their conversation, Susan's 2 children came home from school. They were unusually happy about their mother's long-unseen boyfriend's visit. Clearly, Susan had not mentioned anything about Teabag to them. When Gracie asked Teabag how he lost his arm, Teabag had no choice but to lie that it was an accident at work, but he received $1 million in compensation for each finger. Taking advantage of this moment, Susan tried to retrieve the handgun from the drawer, but Teabag quickly got up and grabbed her. Teabag stated that the $5 million would be spent on the 3 of them. Fearing for her children's safety, Susan had to pretend to be happy. In the afternoon, Teabag pulled Susan to watch TV with the children, and he was genuinely happy at that moment. However, Susan was uncomfortable. She intentionally spilled tea to try and retrieve the handgun from the drawer, but she didn't know the gun had already been taken by Teabag.
We did put the past where it belonged.
Do not lie to me, woman. After turning cold meat to the authorities, after ruining everything we had, after breaking my heart into so many pieces that I will never be able to find them all, you can at least do me the favors to not stand there and lie to my face.
Zach sensed his mother's panic. He hurriedly copied the ball bag and slammed it at Teabag. But how could the strength of Susan and her 2 children possibly match Teabag's? In a moment, they were trapped in the house again. After this incident, Teabag nailed all the doors and windows shut with wooden boards. However, neighbors kept coming over to look for Susan. Knowing this couldn't go on without being discovered, Teabag decided to take them back to his old home, which he remembered. The place had been uninhabited for many years and had fallen into disrepair. Teabag pushed open the door, a place he never wanted to enter again unless absolutely necessary. He moved a cabinet and pulled out a thick dictionary from a small hole behind it. Flipping through the yellowed pages, memories of the past slowly emerged in his mind. Teabag was born from the incestuous relationship between his father and his mentally disabled sister. His father was a drunkard who hung out with bad company and would have Teabag perform spelling words for entertainment. Whenever his friends left, his father violated Teabag like an animal. Since then, Teabag had a deep hatred for his family's blood. Until he met Susan. It was only when he met Susan that he felt like he had a new lease on life. He asked Susan to rebuild his family with him, but how could Susan agree with a man who was wanted for the rape and murder of 6 students? Teabag finally told her the truth. The 6 students were actually direct relatives of the Teabag family. He wanted to cut off this dirty and evil bloodline, so he wouldn't want children. He intended to let the bloodline end with his generation. Teabag once again pleaded with Susan to accept him and live together, but from the fear in Susan's eyes, Teabag already knew the answer.
I can't. I'm sorry.
He locked up the mother and her 2 children, then sat silently in the yard by himself, staring at the axe on the tree stump as his tongue involuntarily began to move again. Not long after, the basement door was reopened, and the mother and her 2 children were completely terrified. However, what appeared in front of them were 2 policemen. The police said they rushed over after receiving an anonymous tip, but in such a remote place, it was impossible for anyone to know, and several kilometers away on the road, Teabag dropped the phone, sobbing uncontrollably. This was the first time in his life he felt such loss, because the hope that had always sustained him from then on was shattered. Perhaps he could never have an ordinary family for the rest of his life. Michael's reason for escaping from prison was to save his brother Lincoln, who was framed and sentenced to death. The charge was the accusation of murdering the President Caroline's brother, Terrence. After 2 months of relentless effort, the brothers finally managed to escape from prison and capture Terrence, who was faking his death. Once Terrence appeared in public, it was expected that Lincoln's wrongful case would collapse on its own. Caroline and the company behind her would also have no chance of turning things around. However, what they hadn't anticipated was that although the person in front of them was indeed Terrence, his teeth had already been pulled out by the company, and his fingerprints had been erased. Terrence had not only undergone plastic surgery, but even the DNA in his file had been replaced and tampered with. So, even if Terrence showed his face, no one would recognize who he was. Just as the situation became deadlocked again, Terrence was mocking Paul, the intelligence agency operative who had just switched sides. "You're just a lowly lapdog. Don't think I don't know you're slaving away for my sister Caroline because you're hopelessly in love with her. You even proposed to her. But with your background, how could my sister ever look at you?" After saying this, Terrence covered his false teeth and laughed loudly, completely infuriating Lincoln. "We all suffered because of you. Some died, some went to prison, and you still have the nerve to laugh?"
You kill him? He's just a John Doe.
Just put your gun down.
When he puts his down,
Link, we're so close.
What's worth it? Killing those people, ruining my life.
Scofield, get a handle on your brother.
You're not helping. You're not helping. Link, you don't want to do this. Trust me.
With Michael's persuasion, Lincoln finally managed to suppress his rage and put down the gun. But this standoff wasn't a solution. Ignoring Paul's objections, Michael picked up the phone and called the local most famous TV station.
This is Michael Scofield. I'm at the Cutback Motel, room 11. And I want to turn myself in.
Such explosive news was, of course, something the TV station wouldn't miss. However, Terrence became extremely agitated upon knowing that Michael intended to expose him. Suddenly, Terrence snatched the gun from Lincoln's waist, wanting them to let him go.
Terrence, we can't let you do that, Terrence.
Terrence, all we need is your mouth. I will shoot out both your knees right now.
I never liked you, Paul. I won't hesitate to take your life.
All right, Terrence, listen to me. Just listen. Terrence, for once in your life, do the right thing. All right?
But not wanting to ruin his sister's future and fearing imprisonment, after much hesitation, he chose suicide.
Sorry.
The three of them wanted to die. It's all over now. The police and the TV station had already arrived outside, but the body inside could not prove to be Terrence. Moreover, the brothers were still fugitives. This time, they were completely stuck in a dead end. Fortunately, Paul thought of a solution. He first showed his agent ID, then pretended to have arrived first to capture the two men. Once they came out, they took advantage of the situation to take a cameraman hostage and quickly drove away. After shaking off the police pursuit, the three of them arrived at an empty warehouse. After some discussion, they decided to create a sensational news story using the cameraman. Mahone had already recovered and returned to work, as the shot hadn't hit a vital part, and the news was currently broadcasting Michael and his brother's appeal video.
Penitentiary because I was sentenced to death for a crime I did not commit. I did not murder Terrence Stedman. He committed suicide last night in the Cutback Motel, 30 miles outside from his home in Blackfoot, Montana.
He killed himself out of fear. They've stolen billions of dollars and murdered dozens of innocent people, and yet they plaster our faces on the news and tell you to be afraid.
They are a group of multinationals, corporate interests. Together they're known as the Company.
They are working with the highest levels of government, including the President of the United States.
The next part was Michael expressing his apologies to Sarah, but the speech was interspersed with a code, hoping Sarah would see it and meet up with them. However, Mahone, being extremely intelligent, knew that not many people would believe the words of two fugitives. Moreover, there was no substantial evidence to pose a threat to the President and the Company. So, the words Michael said to Sarah afterward were the most crucial. Immediately, Mahone printed out this speech and rushed to Fox River State Penitentiary to ask Sarah's former colleagues for clarification, and this was seen by Bellick, who had recently been imprisoned and brutally tormented. Speaking of Bellick, it's necessary to mention his regrettable past. Initially, Sarah's job here was actually thanks to Bellick's recommendation. Bellick, a middle-aged single man living with his mother, had always wanted to find a partner. He had intended to introduce Sarah to work here, and then slowly develop a relationship with her, but Sarah had no interest in him at all. For Bellick, he knew everything about what Sarah liked, what books she read. Upon seeing this speech, he realized that a few words were from a book Sarah liked very much. Mahone bought and reviewed the book, indeed finding a hidden message. At this time, Bill called to say that they had found traces of Haywire, a member of the escape team, but Mahone had no intention of focusing on such minor characters, so he went back to the prison to recruit Bellick to assist him. As long as Bellick agreed to be his dog, he could gain his freedom.
I need a junkyard dog who's willing to do the ugly things it takes to bring a con to justice. Are you my dog, Brad?
Damn hell yeah, I am.
The freed Bellick arrived at the scene and finally cornered Haywire on a high platform. He immediately called Mahone. Mahone's purpose was clear. Anyone who had contact with the brothers had to die, but not too obviously. So, after a thorough lecture from Mahone that this world was hell and jumping down would take one to heaven, Haywire was influenced by Mahone to finally jump from the platform. The next day, Michael and Sarah finally met at the train station, but with time pressing, there was no chance to talk about love. The urgent matter was to figure out the real purpose of the key. They looked at each other, clueless.
Sarah, we've got someone working with us now.
So, Michael introduced their new partner to Sarah. It was also at this time that Michael finally learned that Sarah had been severely abused by Paul. For the first time, Michael felt the urge to kill someone, but without Paul, their chances of taking down Caroline were almost impossible. Regaining his composure, Michael finally let go of his anger. Paul said the key belonged to a private club in Chicago. The four of them hurriedly set off. Paul, using his agent identity again, boarded the train and isolated a carriage for themselves. Midway, Paul secretly made a call to Caroline. Even then, Paul was hesitating whether to hand over Michael and his brother to Caroline or return to Caroline's side to obediently be her lapdog, but Caroline kept asking where they were, urging him to bring the people to her, never mentioning what would happen to them afterward. Although the agent's phone was equipped with anti-location tracking, Paul was unaware that Bill was arranging for someone to pinpoint his location through the sound of his voice. Before long, the train suddenly slowed down, and looking outside, they discovered that the train had been intercepted. This time, they might truly be trapped with no escape. A wanted criminal jumps onto the roof of a train that is rapidly decelerating, because the police had set up a roadblock ahead, and once the train stopped, the 4 fugitives inside would be sitting ducks. Lincoln climbs down from the escalator, successfully reaches the driver's cabin, and orders the train driver to crash through the blockade. At the same time, Lincoln opens the cabin door to let his accomplices in, threatened with their lives. The train driver has no choice but to restart the acceleration lever. Thus, they successfully break through the first critical barrier set up by the police. However, Michael knows that when the train stops at the next station, there will be even more police waiting for them, making escape impossible. After a moment of hesitation, Michael finally comes up with a cunning escape plan. After the 4 leave the driver's cabin, the train driver hears over the intercom that the fugitives have jumped off the train. He looks out the window and indeed sees several wanted criminals, so he immediately makes a distress call. Within minutes, a large number of police officers arrive at the scene and launch a helicopter to thoroughly search the area. Under the net, they were finally arrested by the police successfully, but then they realized that they were just railway staff dressed as the 4 fugitives. It was actually Michael who coerced the employees into sending the false alarm to the train driver, then swapped their clothes with those of the 4 employees, warning them to run into the forest if they didn't want to get shot. Meanwhile, because the police force at the next station was depleted, Michael and his 3 companions safely arrived in Chicago, swaggering through unchallenged. In order to clear their names and bring down the president, they steal a used car and head to a private cigar club to find out what secrets Sarah's assassinated governor father is hiding there. Sarah holds the key, searching for her father's cigar cabinet, while Michael keeps watch outside. But just as Michael is looking at the club's staff roster, a police car suddenly drives up to the window. Realizing that the police have already been monitoring the place, Michael quickly pulls Sarah to escape through the back door. As fugitives, they have no way to enter again, but on the club's introduction list, Michael sees an old acquaintance, Henry Pope, who was once the warden of Fox River State Penitentiary, was forced into early retirement and lost 30 years of pension because of Michael and the others' escape, and he just happens to be a member of this club. Sarah knocks on Henry's door. They reveal their purpose for coming, but how could Henry possibly aid 2 fugitives? The fact that Henry was dismissed and lost his pension at the brink of retirement was all because of Michael and others' escape. Just as Henry is about to call the police, Michael, out of desperation, pulls out a gun. Michael says this recording is crucial evidence of Lincoln's innocence and could even prove the president's crimes. If the contents of the cabinet don't prove everything they've claimed, he's willing to surrender himself. With everything said, Henry decides to trust Michael one more time. Henry finds a USB drive inside an envelope in Sarah's father's cigar cabinet. Indeed, skeptical at first, Henry borrows a computer and, after listening to the recording, hurries out of the club. But then, an unexpected visitor blocks Henry's way.
You don't mind if I ask you to empty your pockets?
As a matter of fact, I do.
I'm not going to play any games, Henry. We both know what you came here to do.
I suggest you get out of my way, young man.
I can't do that.
Lincoln and Paul, who were keeping watch from the opposite building, quickly head down. Meanwhile, Michael drives over and hits Bill. Lincoln arrives and kicks Bill's gun away, not forgetting to throw several punches at Bill's face before leaving. Paul also takes out other enemies, but as he is about to get into the car, Sarah coldly locks the door, harboring a deep resentment for the torment Paul inflicted on her. Hearing the approaching sirens, Paul has no choice but to flee on foot. After obtaining the USB drive, Michael also gets out of the car with Henry, as he plans to fulfill his promise to surrender himself. However, Henry changes his mind after listening to the recording, which indeed contains crucial information as Michael said, and believes in Lincoln's innocence. As for the surrender, Henry suggests waiting until Michael has done what he needs to do. They part ways. and Henry finally finds a safe hotel. Upon listening to the recording, they are stunned by its contents.
Oh my God.
Yeah. The recording not only contains a conversation between Caroline and Terrence but also includes something unimaginable. The release of this recording could clear Lincoln's name and definitely bring Caroline down. However, being fugitives, any revelation they make could be dismissed as fake, so it must come from someone within the government. But where to find trustworthy government agents? Lincoln immediately thought of his father's secretary. Maybe she knows someone. After some inquiries, they finally contact the former acting attorney general, Cooper. However, their excitement dips again when Cooper listens to the recording. It turns out the recording is a copy, and the copied audio cannot determine the time of recording. This means the recording can't prove whether it was made before or after Terrence's fake death, and therefore, cannot clear Lincoln's innocence. But Cooper implies that although the recording is legally useless, Caroline doesn't know it's a copy. Michael quickly realizes he can use the recording to blackmail Caroline into granting a pardon, potentially saving him and his brother. If you come across someone with such a lewd expression in a restaurant, remember to steer clear because his motive for murder may be more than you can imagine, simply because the person looked somewhat similar to him. Teabag grabbed a metal object from the table and harshly struck the person's head. Teabag's sole purpose was to use the victim's ID to buy a plane ticket to Mexico, but when the staff was putting Teabag's luggage into the cargo hold, wads of robbed money fell to the ground. Luckily, no one else saw it.
Sir, I know that bag is way over the weight limit for carry-on.
Pounds make on a 3-ton aircraft, whether it's up above or underneath.
It's an FAA violation.
Wanting to avoid further complications, Teabag could only watch as the package containing $5 million was placed into the cargo hold. Unbeknownst to him, Bellick was also on the same flight. Bellick has now become Mahone's lapdog, earning $200,000 for each escaped prisoner he captures. This time, Bellick is headed to Mexico specifically to capture Sucre, who is hiding there. Fortunately, they are seated in different classes on the plane and do not notice each other, but when they were getting off the plane to pick up a package, Teabag finally spotted Bellick, who was also picking up a package. To avoid him, Teabag can only watch helplessly as his package is pushed into the warehouse. As Teabag sneaks into the warehouse to retrieve it himself, he is discovered by a staff member and mistaken for a thief. Fearing being recognized, Teabag quickly grabs a suitcase and hurls it at the staff member's head. The two engage in a fierce struggle, and Teabag knocks the staff member unconscious with a punch. The machinery detects an anomaly and emits a deafening alarm, leaving Teabag no choice but to abandon the package and flee in panic. Meanwhile, Sucre has successfully reunited with Mary Cruz in Mexico and is living a happy life in a house provided by his aunt. But while Sucre was watching TV, the news was showing a robbery at the airport by an unknown man. Sucre looked at the man and saw that it was Teabag, who had taken the $5 million. But how could he have robbed the bag?
Do you really believe that money is at the airport? Hey, forget it.
Sucre has the idea to get the $5 million so that they can live the rest of their lives without worrying. However, Mary Cruz opposes the idea, not wanting to risk their current happiness for money. Sucre, content with having such a considerate girlfriend, turns to wash some cherries, only to find Mary Cruz missing.
Hey, looky here, good old Sucre.
What did you do to them? Where are they? Mary Cruz!
Hey, keep your cap on! Unless you want to see me try out the new T-20Z on your bella muchacha Maripoon. I think you better come with me.
It turns out Bellick has taken Sucre's girlfriend and aunt hostage, forcing Sucre to surrender for their safety. But upon learning Bellick is after the $200,000 bounty, Sucre offers a more tempting deal.
Wait. What if I know where you can get $5 million?
Where is it?
I could take you there. If you didn't have to take me back to the States and turn me back in.
Where is it?
Teabag's in town.
Teabag has meanwhile hired people to retrieve the package. As he looked towards the entrance, he just happened to see Sucre and Bellick coming for the package. Teabag broke into a sprint, then hailed a taxi and hurriedly made his escape.
Teabag, please! I need that money! I'm begging you! Please!
Luckily, Sucre finds a tag on the package with the tourist's identity information. They immediately head to the tourism bureau, where, using Bellick's fake FBI identity, they ask the staff to call them once the person is spotted. With the money, Teabag resumes a comfortable life, hiring a woman to wear a wig and impersonate his beloved Susan, reliving their sweet moments together. However, when time is up and the woman demands more money to continue, Teabag, not lacking funds but annoyed by the mood being spoiled, argues with her. Unexpectedly, the woman insults Teabag's beloved Susan.
I don't know who this Susie is, but no wonder she wants nothing to do with you.
You didn't just call her a did you?
Okay.
Leading Teabag to kill again and flee to Panama, Sucre and his companion receive a call from the Tourism Bureau, unaware that Michael and his brother's destination in their escape is also Panama. Thus, several key escapees coincidentally gather in the same place, unaware they are stepping into a much larger conspiracy. Believing in the importance of abiding by the law, one can deeply understand the despair and helplessness that come with being a fugitive through the ordeal of this escapee.
You know Daddy loves you with all his heart, right? I love you so much. I'm so sorry.
Benjamin was not inherently a bad person. He had once served as a soldier on the battlefields of Afghanistan. He was sent to prison after being framed by his superiors as retaliation for whistleblowing on a higher-ranking officer. Driven by the longing for his wife and children, Benjamin joined a group of 8 escapees and successfully broke out of prison. He acquired an RV, planning to flee to some place across the border with his wife and kids. However, Dee was suffering from a certain kidney disease that required daily medication, which they forgot to bring in their haste, leaving Casey no choice but to go to the pharmacy to buy the medicine. Unexpectedly, Casey's photo had been published in the newspaper, and upon recognizing Casey, the pharmacist hurriedly called the police, leading to Casey's immediate arrest. Hidden around the corner, Benjamin's heart bled, but he was powerless to do anything. Fortunately, before being taken away, Casey managed to throw the medicine into a trash can, barely sustaining Dee for a few days. But after those few days, what then? Even if Benjamin risked arrest to go to the hospital, without any identification, it would be impossible for Dee to receive treatment. With no other choice, Benjamin had to take Dee to a private clinic. The environment here is dirty and messy, not to mention that the doctor took out the equipment is even rusty. Benjamin, how can he let this kind of things into Dee's body? He left the money and ran away with Dee. Looking at his increasingly weak daughter, Benjamin's emotions were mixed. With such a vast world, where could they find a place to belong? Holding his daughter tightly, his tears flowed uncontrollably.
You know Daddy loves you with all his heart, right? I love you so much. I'm so sorry.
Benjamin finally decided to turn himself in and made a call to Mahone. As a condition of his surrender, he demanded that Mahone ensure Casey and Dee's freedom and safety.
I don't think I need to make a deal with you, Mr. Franklin.
What if I got something you need?
Mahone, too, had a troubled past. Several years ago, he accidentally killed a murderer during a violent arrest and buried the body in his backyard, leading to a painful divorce to protect his wife from discovering the truth. A mysterious company, upon uncovering Mahone's secret and using his family as leverage, coerced him into exploiting his position to hunt down the 8 escapees because among them, someone knew a devastating secret about the company. Mahone, who also has a wife and child, immediately arranged a hospital for Benjamin's daughter and released his wife. The supposed clue Benjamin offered was critical information on capturing Michael, one of the 8 escapees. It turns out that when Benjamin was digging for $5 million, he overheard Michael telling Sucre about a private mailbox on the internet, and told Sucre to contact him through the mailbox if he needed anything in the future. Impersonating Sucre, Benjamin sent several messages to the mailbox with no response. Bill believed Benjamin was deceiving them and ordered Mahone to eliminate him. Mahone had no choice but to explain the situation to Benjamin clearly. If you still want your wife and children to be safe, you will see a parcel when you return to the cell. You will know what to do after opening it. Upon opening the package and finding a rope inside, Benjamin immediately understood the implication. Despite his deep reluctance, Benjamin had no choice but to hang himself for the safety of his wife and child. Fortunately, a passing guard discovered him in time and saved him. After waking up, Benjamin urgently called Mahone to explain the situation. With Mahone not in the office, Benjamin could only ask Mahone's colleague to pass on a message. "I'll do what you asked. Just give me more time. And please, don't hurt my family." The words came out like a bolt from the blue, and even a fool could have guessed that Mahone was up to no good. Thus, Internal affairs agents immediately intervened in the investigation. They approached Benjamin, promising him freedom and the erasure of his criminal record if he was willing to testify against Mahone's misconduct. It was a huge offer Benjamin couldn't refuse.
You put that in writing and you got yourself a witness.
Meanwhile, Mahone was descending into madness, still decoding the secrets of Michael's tattoos. After painstakingly arranging them, he finally realized that each tattoo followed a sequence, each corresponding to Michael's prior escape and subsequent steps. Mahone also discovered the final part of the plan, which was Michael's ultimate escape destination.
Be biblical, chapter 6, verse 17.
617, 617, June 17th. Oh, what's today?
15th.
So whatever his last step is.
It's gonna happen in 2 days.
However, the significance of the rose and saint depicted in the tattoos puzzled him. Gathering a large team, he began to decipher its meaning. Christ for the saint and rose combined to form Christina Rose, which was Michael's mother's name. Yet, Michael's file indicated that his mother had died early in Panama, raising questions about the connection to Michael's escape destination. While everyone pondered this mystery, Michael and Lincoln had already reached the shores of Panama. The Christina Rose turned out to be a large ship built in memory of Michael's mother, with 617 being the code to unlock it. Michael had constructed the ship before his incarceration, providing a means of escape to wherever they wished to go in the future. As internal affairs agents, armed with Benjamin's testimony, arrived at Mahone's office to collect evidence and bring him down. Mahone knew he could no longer stay in the United States. Thus, he fled overnight, planning to head to Panama. While looking at his child's photo and calling Pam, Mahone knew he had only one thing left to do before he could return to his family forever. Aware that going back meant capture and failing to deal with Michael and Lincoln would endanger his family due to the company's threats, Mahone resolved to steal Michael's escape plan and enjoy it solely with his family. Meanwhile, Michael, checking his mailbox during a moment of leisure, found a message from Sucre indicating that Teabag had also arrived in Panama. After much thought, Michael realized that it was precisely because he had escaped with Teabag that so many innocent people ended up losing their lives. Unable to overcome the guilt, he decided to capture Teabag and hand him over to the police before leaving. However, what he never expected was that the information actually came from Mahone, and Mahone's purpose in doing so was exactly to lure Michael out and capture him in one fell swoop.
See you soon.
It's the Prison Break Season 2 finale and the best reversal upon reversal in all 5 seasons of Prison Break. You'd never imagine the psyche of a serial killer could twist to such extents. Just because someone bore a slight resemblance to him, Teabag didn't hesitate to grab an iron tool from the table and brutally smash it into the other person's head, leading to death. After the murder, Teabag checked into a luxury hotel, hiring a prostitute to play the role of his girlfriend, Susan. However, when the hour of service ended and the lady asked for more payment to continue, Teabag felt his mood spoiled by the request. A heated argument ensued in just a few words.
Great, you ruined it, thanks.
You know, I don't know who this Susie Q is.
You didn't just call her, did you?
Okay.
Following another murder, Teabag coolly prepared to leave by the elevator, as if nothing had happened. What Teabag didn't anticipate was the astonishing speed at which the cleaning lady would discover the corpse in the bathtub, putting the entire hotel on high alert. And just as he reached the door, Teabag was recognized by the security guard. Obviously, with the stolen $5 million in his bag, Teabag couldn't run fast. But strangely, a few hours later, Teabag appeared in Panama, hundreds of kilometers away. He was accompanied by 2 armed bodyguards. Teabag continued his search for pretty ladies, specifying that he wanted someone willing to wear a wig like Susan's and who could also speak fluent English.
Say, good morning, Teddy.
Good morning, Teddy.
So then, actually, no, you don't speak English. Habla en inglés around here. Say good morning, Teddy.
Good morning, Teddy.
Hey, good morning, Teddy Bear.
Good morning, Teddy Bear.
Like wigs?
For the right money, I like anything.
Thus, a stunning lady stood out. However, in the room, Teabag was alone on the bed playing poker and there was no sign of the young lady. Teabag occasionally pulled back the curtains to look outside, as if waiting for someone. Michael, hiding in the bushes outside, had tracked him down. As he looked at Teabag on the second-floor balcony, memories of their past, including the many innocent lives lost because he had helped Teabag escape, flooded his mind. He decided to personally catch Teabag before leaving for good and send him back to prison, but the always cautious Michael noticed something off about a few people in the crowd. To confirm their identities, Michael thought of a plan.
¿Es bueno?
Es bueno. Gracias.
¿Necesita los otros?
Son tuyos.
Gracias.
De nada.
However, just as he was strategizing, he unexpectedly encountered Sucre and Bellic, who were also looking for Teabag. It turns out Bellic wanted to steal the $5 million from Teabag, and Sucre's girlfriend was being held captive by Bellic. Bellic promised to release Sucre's girlfriend if he helped him get the money, which is why they both ended up at the same place. Learning that Sucre hadn't contacted him through his letterbox, and considering the presence of the two bodyguards, it was looking more and more like an elaborate trap to Michael, but they couldn't worry about that now. The trio decided to join forces to catch Teabag and achieve their respective goals. Following Michael's instructions, Bellic activated the fire alarm. Everyone in the hotel rushed out, including Teabag with the $5 million. Closely followed by his two bodyguards, Michael and his companions were right behind them. Unexpectedly, there was another person following them, former FBI agent Mahone, now a fugitive himself, aiming to capture Michael to monopolize his escape plan. But then Lincoln, Michael's brother, comes after him and knocks Mahone down with a punch and pushes him into the next room. The two engaged in a fierce fight, but with Lincoln's combat skills being top-notch, he quickly subdued Mahone. Meanwhile, Teabag hid in an attic, with his two bodyguards blocking the way as Bellic pretended to ask for directions. Sucre took advantage of the distraction to overpower the two men, tying them to an iron post hidden in the shadows. The trio entered the attic to search for Teabag.
3 to 1. Do the math. Okay. I don't want trouble.
Unexpectedly, the usually cunning Teabag surrendered, throwing his gun on the floor.
Where's the money?
Who called the cops?
You got 3 seconds, hillbilly. 1. In there. Get it. Sucre, move your ass!
It turned out Teabag had already killed the English-speaking lady. As the trio was shocked, Teabag quickly slipped away through a back door. Hearing the approaching sirens, Sucre rushed to open the door, only to find that the doorknob had already been removed. Bellic pulled out a gun with his fingerprints, realizing they had fallen into a complete trap. With all their might, they finally broke through the door. A shot from Teabag hit Bellic's thigh.
Get the money! You want the girl? Get the money! Don't.
¡Vamos, la policía!
Ah! Inocente!
Sucre, come on.
Bellic was captured by the Panamanian police, while the other three escaped with the $5 million. As Sucre went to steal a car, Michael finally learned from Teabag that the FBI had caught him in the hotel lobby, and those two bodyguards were actually Bill's men. They had offered Teabag freedom in exchange for trapping Michael. Meanwhile, in a part of the ocean not covered by satellites, the company's highest-ranking boss, the general, finally spoke up. He gave Bill an important directive.
How much do you know about Sona, Mr. Kemp?
Only what I've been given clearance on.
Perhaps what our situation requires is a change in strategy.
This time, the directive was simple. They no longer aimed to assassinate Michael but to send him to Panama's Sona prison, because there are more important things waiting for him there. Michael and Sucre had finally nabbed the notoriously heinous Teabag, ready to hand him over to the police. But here's the kicker, both Michael and Sucre were on the wanted list too. As they were hashing out a plan to toss Teabag to the cops and make a clean getaway, Teabag sneakily hooked a screwdriver with his foot from the ground and plunged it into Sucre's body. Michael, in a desperate attempt to unbalance Teabag, jerked the steering wheel, but Murphy's Law. The car careened off the road, propelled by massive inertia, and barreled straight into the woods. Waking up, Michael frantically dragged Sucre out of the car. Meanwhile, Teabag, seizing the opportunity, grabbed the $5 million and staggered into the forest. Sucre urged Michael to leave him behind and chase after Teabag. Michael had no choice but to entrust Sucre to a passerby and dashed into the jungle, hot on Teabag's heels. Given Teabag was lugging around the hefty $5 million, he couldn't run fast, and it wasn't long before Michael cornered him in a wooden cabin in the woods.
What exactly is it that you want, pretty?
I'm turning you in.
Teabag offered to split the $5 million with Michael and go his separate ways, or else he would stab Michael with his blade. However, Michael, determined to bring Teabag to justice, shattered a beer bottle, ready to fight to the end.
Got my answer. Bring it, bitch.
With one hand already out of commission, Teabag stood no chance against Michael. With the knife at his neck, Teabag laughed heartily, convinced that the merciful Michael would never kill anyone.
Who you fooling? You ain't gonna kill me, Mr. Michelangelo. You ain't got it in you. So why don't we just let me...
Soon after, the Panama police received an anonymous tip. Upon opening the cabin, they found Teabag's other hand nailed to the floor. Michael, with the $5 million in tow, made his way to the dock. With money and a means of transportation, he and his brother Lincoln could go wherever they wanted. But upon boarding, Michael realized Lincoln wasn't there. Meanwhile, Lincoln called.
Sorry, Michael.
What's wrong?
Well, Michael.
He had subdued Mahone but couldn't bring himself to kill. Mahone took advantage of this, kicked Lincoln's knee, and overpowered him. And now, Mahone has demanded Michael to come with the $5 million for a ransom and to leave that boat for him, because Mahone, now a fugitive himself, plans to take his family and exclusively enjoy Michael's escape plan. Michael, having once sacrificed his future to save his brother, wouldn't hesitate to give up the boat and money. But before heading to the exchange, Michael secured a backup plan.
You still in the magic business?
Siempre.
What's your name?
Chaco.
He ordered another boat from the local underworld and left a special gift for Mahone on the previous boat. But Mahone, cunning as ever, took the keys to Michael's boat first upon arriving at the exchange site. He then called Bill, revealing the location to catch them, and subsequently tipped off the local police about two American men who had allegedly shot an Asian man in a suit. With this, even a fool could guess Mahone's plan, to escape with Michael's boat and money, hand the brothers over to the police, and eliminate Bill, who had been blackmailing him. It was a slick move by Mahone, but he completely failed to notice that Lincoln was quietly loosening the bolts on the handcuffs binding his hands. Before long, Bill finally arrived, and Mahone pointed a gun at him, but Bill wasn't scared because he had a backup plan. Lincoln broke free, and a fierce gunfight ensued among the three parties. Michael and Lincoln took this opportunity to escape, taking the hidden $5 million with them as they hurriedly fled. Meanwhile, Mahone managed to kill Bill's two henchmen and escape. Although he didn't get the $5 million, he was satisfied with the escape boat, but he couldn't have anticipated that the Coast Guard had received an anonymous tip and found two large packages of cocaine on the boat. This was Michael's parting gift to Mahone. In Panama, possession of drugs is a serious crime. Mahone was confused. Even if he had 100 mouths to feed, he wouldn't be able to explain. At this point, the brothers Michael and Lincoln emerged as the biggest winners. Led by Chaco, they arrived at their newly purchased boat, where they were greeted by the person Michael had been longing to see, Sarah, but she was arrested by Mahone in the US. So how did she end up here? It turns out, Sarah was prosecuted immediately after her arrest for aiding Michael's escape, which led to 8 prisoners breaking out, and the court was ready to sentence her to 9 years in prison. Just when Sarah was in despair, a key witness suddenly appeared. Paul.
What? A very credible witness has just come forward, and he's willing to testify. He'll corroborate everything you've said about this conspiracy.
Who had been working for President Caroline but ended up with nothing, guilty about Sarah and having done so much for the company only to be betrayed. Paul decided to testify in court. He exposed everything about Lincoln's case and Caroline's deeds, causing a sensation. As a result, not only was Sarah exonerated, but Lincoln and Michael's wrongful convictions were also brought to light, meaning they no longer had to live on the run. However, Michael couldn't be reached by phone, prompting Sarah to travel all the way to Panama. Upon hearing this news, the hearts of the Lincoln brothers remained unsettled for a long time. Yet, before they could celebrate for 2 minutes, Bill showed up again. His mission wasn't to kill Michael but to send him to Sona prison. Thinking Bill was after the money, Lincoln hurriedly threw the $5 million at Bill, only for it to be kicked into the sea. In a desperate moment, Sarah emerged and shot Bill dead.
We gotta go.
Hearing the approaching sirens, they quickly fled in different directions. Lincoln ran and hid in the woods, but Michael and Sarah could not run fast enough, and finally they were blocked in the cabin, surrounded by police. Michael knew there was no escape this time. Michael tried to calm the panicked Sarah and asked her to hand him the gun, pretending they would surrender together. But at the door, Michael restrained Sarah.
Don't move! I'll shoot!
Michael, what are you doing?
Nobody moves! Nobody!
Tiene un rehén! Tiene un rehén!
You sacrificed everything for me once.
No! Don't move!
No, I'm not gonna let you do this. Michael!
Now it's time to say thank you.
It was me! It was me!
He's done nothing.
I did it!
He's done nothing.
I did it! I did it! It was me!
She shouted that she was the killer, but in Panama, the authorities couldn't understand her. Eventually, Michael was imprisoned again, this time in Sona prison, along with Teabag and Mahone, and the severely beaten Bellick was there too. Michael soon realized that compared to Fox River State Penitentiary, Sona was truly a hell on earth, a place where you could die in many ways but never of old age, as no one ever leaves alive. Some say the first and second seasons of Prison Break are definitely among the most classic in the history of American TV shows, with the third season slowly descending from its pedestal. But once you've seen the third season, you'll realize that even taken on its own, it can outclass 99.9% of current American TV shows. Michael is locked up in the notorious Sona prison, and upon arrival, he finally understands the true meaning of hell on earth. The inmates are the most vicious criminals from all over Panama. Due to frequent riots, the government has decided to step back, retreating outside the prison walls and setting up guard posts, leaving the inmates to fend for themselves. Anyone daring to step half a step out of the prison gates would be instantly turned into a beehive of bullets. Even a tiny mouse. Once a month, the guards deliver some drinking water and food, and casually take away bodies, no matter how they died. To ensure no one is faking death, they would shoot the bodies a few more times before burying them in a pit outside the secure area. In this place, where there are no rules or order, only the law of the jungle prevails. The prisoners follow a bloody tradition. If someone throws a chicken foot at you, it means you must duel, and you cannot refuse, until one of you is dead. Michael witnesses this brutal slaughter on his first day in prison. No matter how smart he is, there's no place for him to use his brains here, as it seems to be filled with unevolved barbarians. The next day, Mahone finds Michael and suggests they escape together, given Michael's expertise in breaking out of prisons, but Michael flatly refuses, because it was Mahone who killed his father, and if it weren't for Mahone's relentless pursuit, he wouldn't be in this situation. Upon leaving, a boy wearing a McGrady jersey shows unusual enthusiasm towards the new American inmate, as he was talking about McGrady's miraculous 35 seconds, 13 points performance. His expression suddenly changes, and he quickly runs away with the basketball.
Let's go, Blanco. Orientation. I'm not interested. It's not for you to decide.
The person is Sammy, the winner of last night's chicken foot throwing duel. Sammy is taking the new inmates to meet Lechero, the leader of Sona prison. Surprisingly, in such a dirty and chaotic place, Lechero's room is a world apart. Not only does he have women serving him, but his room's furnishings are also vastly different from the other inmates. Turns out, Lechero was once a well-known local drug lord, and even after being captured, he still had relatives on the outside to handle affairs for him. Lechero enjoys certain privileges by bribing the head guard, managing the prisoners of Sona prison. The reason he called the new inmates over was to intimidate them and assert his dominance. However, Lechero didn't notice his woman, Mary, was completely enamored with the handsome Michael. Lechero emphasized that conflicts must not be resolved privately. If you have a problem with someone, throw a chicken foot to challenge them to a duel. fighting one-on-one until one party is dead. Men with poor mental strength were so frightened they wet their pants.
I think he gets the message.
We could go. You and me. Right here. You're a brave man. Brave man. You're lucky I've been meditating. Before I couldn't take my finger off the trigger, but now.
After establishing his dominance, Lechero lets the others go and then turns to scold Mary.
He has that charisma, right, Mommy?
He's no you, not compared to you. ¿Quién sabe? Quizás.
Lechero, although ugly but still have a sense of self-awareness. Looking out of the window, that handsome-faced Lechero, heart full of jealousy. Michael never imagined his good looks would bring him such deadly trouble. In the afternoon, when he returns to his cell, a burly man suddenly rushes in. Before understanding what's happening, World is choking Michael, muttering that Michael stole his stuff. The hypocritical Lechero arrives just in time and orders Sammy to search the bed, where they indeed find a small package of drugs under Michael's bunk. Michael then realizes this is a blatant frame-up. But what use is knowing, when World, weighing 300 pounds, has already thrown a chicken foot on his table. Bellick hasn't eaten for 3 days, and looking at the muddy, dirty water, he couldn't help but stick out his tongue to lick it. But even such water, the old inmates were unwilling to spare for him. This is Bellick's 3rd day in Sona prison, where he hasn't had a drop of water or a grain of rice, and even his clothes and shoes have been stolen by other inmates. At this time, the kind-hearted Sapo helped him up. They are the lowest status inmates here, and beggars do not have the right to be allocated food or drinking water. In the afternoon, Bellick noticed that Sapo suddenly had a new pair of shoes on his feet. Sapo said nothing, just glanced at a body not far away. Bellick also wanted to strip the clothes off the body, but then Sammy, the second in command of the prison, ordered them to clean the toilets, saying they would be given food after the work was done.
One more word from you, and I will drown you in here, you understand?
Sammy threw them a stinking mop and ordered them to take the trash to the sewer to burn it after cleaning. But after the work was done, the person distributing food gave them only a gnawed bone. Sapo could no longer tolerate such inhuman treatment. He glanced at a slightly loose security window in a cell and stealthily climbed up, pulling hard, and finally tore the security window down. Sapo jumped the 3-meter-high fence, dragging his broken leg with him as he ran recklessly outside. Bellick shouted not to do it, but it was already too late. Michael also saw the scene. In this hellish Sona prison, inmates are like ants, and nobody cares about their life or death. After losing his companion, Bellick had to clean the toilets alone. But when burning the trash, suddenly a whistle came from inside the sewer wall. Bellick looked through a crack in the bricks and saw a person hiding inside. The man asked him for a favor. Bellick initially didn't want to pay attention, but the person directly pushed a strip of meat through the crack. Although Bellick realized it was rat meat, to him at that moment, it was a delicacy. The man said if he wanted more meat, he had to stuff these 2 notes into the pockets of the 2 people who were going to duel today. And the people who were to duel were Michael and a 300-pound World. Just yesterday, Lechero, jealous of Michael's good looks, had World accused Michael of stealing his stuff and threw a chicken foot at Michael. This is a unique ritual in Sona prison. If there is a dispute, the only way to resolve it is a one-on-one unarmed duel until one party is dead, and the chicken foot is the token of challenge. At that moment, with the crowd's violent mood at its peak, Michael fiddled with the chicken foot in his hand, never imagining he would bet his life on such a thing. More ironically, the only person willing to help him was Mahone, who had been chasing him outside the prison. Mahone helped him because Michael was his only hope of escaping this prison. As a combat expert, Mahone reminded Michael that a kick to the opponent's knee could easily take down even the strongest enemy. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd eager for a spectacle, Michael stepped into the center of the arena. One step at a time, Bellick emerged from the crowd, wishing him luck while stealthily slipping a note into Michael's pocket. At the same time, he used the same trick to slip another note into World's pocket. Lechero reiterated that no weapons could be used and no cover sought until one party was dead. As Lechero gently waved a red ribbon in his hand, the life-and-death duel officially began. But at that moment, Michael suddenly shouted at Lechero,
I'm not gonna fight!
Taking advantage of World's distraction, Michael swiftly kicked at his knee, followed by a series of punches that knocked World down. Seeing that World couldn't move, Michael turned around and left, but the crowd stopped him with a fierce look on their faces.
Think you understand the rules, friend? Only one man comes out alive.
World struggled to stand up, and the two were once again locked in a deadly fight. With the opponent's movements hindered, Michael executed another combination, knocking him down again, but at that moment, someone in the crowd threw World a knife. Taking advantage of Michael's intention to leave, World picked up a small knife and stabbed back at Michael. In a critical moment, Mahone intervened with a swift move, adding a chokehold to neatly take down the cheating World.
No weapons! Rules are rules, remember? And if we don't have them, we're savages.
Seeing his plan to eliminate Michael fail, Lechero turned and returned to his room without looking back. Not long after, the once-a-month visit from the guards brought drinking water and food to the prison, and they also took away several bodies from inside. Worried about anyone faking death, they shot the bodies a few more times before transporting them outside the isolation area to be left in the wilderness. After the guards left, a woman pretending to be a relative of an inmate came to collect the bodies. She searched each body and finally found the note in World's pocket. Seeing the content, the woman smiled satisfactorily. Michael, confused, wondered what the mysterious notes Bellick slipped into their pockets were for. Just then, Michael's brother Lincoln came for a visit, now a cleared and legal citizen. However, Lincoln brought a piece of news that left Michael in utter despair.
Talk! Dad. Dad. I'm so sorry. They got me and Sarah. Please, do what they want. Dad, please.
It turns out the company had kidnapped LJ and Sarah and threatened Michael to break a man named James out of prison. This was exactly why the general had gone to great lengths to get Michael into Sona prison. There's a kind of people in the world who can adapt to various environments like chameleons. In Fox River State Penitentiary, he was the notorious leader of the White Gang, commanding respect and fear. As long as you held his pocket, no one in the prison would dare to lay a finger on you. And today is Teabag's first day in the infamous Sona prison. Seeing that the boss, Lechero, had dirty shoes, Teabag immediately ran over, kneeled on one knee, gestured for Lechero to place his foot on his knee, and declared that shining his shoes was an honor. During the shoe shine, Teabag makes a small, deliberate mistake and then pathetically claims he's a wreck. A sign of weakness that makes Lechero lower his guard. After a few days of flattering and pleasing, Teabag secured the position of the third in command in Sona prison. Meanwhile, three old acquaintances who arrived on the same day each fared worse than the other. Bellick became a prison beggar, begging for leftovers from other inmates. Mahone, suffering from severe bipolar disorder and without tranquilizers in the prison, was becoming increasingly unstable and desperately wanted to escape. Michael, because of his good looks, attracted the attention of Lechero's woman, leading Lechero to try every means possible to have him killed. To make matters worse, a mysterious company kidnapped Sarah and LJ and demanded he bring a man named James out of the prison. However, Michael searched the entire prison and could not find this person. McGrady, who had been in for 3 years, told him that here, no one did not want to find James. Just a few weeks ago, James killed the son of the Panama City mayor in a bar fight. After being sent to Sona prison, he disappeared without a trace like vapor. The mayor offered Lechero a deal. If anyone could kill James, the murderer would be given a chance for a friendly court decision, meaning anyone not guilty of a particularly serious crime could leave and regain their freedom. As they were speaking, Sammy, the second in command of the prison, got into an argument with someone and accidentally knocked over the newly arrived drinking water. The inmates in line were dumbfounded, knowing that in this place, the value of that barrel of water was comparable to gold. The guards won't deliver water again until 2 weeks later, meaning without this barrel, the inmates are likely to die of thirst. Sammy was Lechero's man, but the inmates didn't care who was in charge here. One of them started leading the others and cursing under Lechero's window. Luckily, Michael was near the front and got half a bottle of water. From a distance, he saw poor Bellick licking the valve. Suddenly remembering the note Bellick had mysteriously placed in his pocket during yesterday's duel, Michael approached Bellick to ask about his purpose.
You slipped this note in my pocket yesterday. Why?
My memory's a little foggy on account of this thirst.
Bellick confessed everything about the person hiding in the sewer wall. Michael guessed this person might be James and hurried to the sewer. When Michael said he was there to help him escape, the person inside finally responded. It turned out to be James, who knew that once outside, all the inmates would want him dead, which is why he had hidden in the sewer. Michael asked him to hold on for a day or two more, until he figured out a way to get him out. But when Michael came out, he didn't notice Mahone had set his sights on him. Meanwhile, more and more inmates gathered in the square, clamoring for Lechero to come down and explain. Lechero called the guards, but they said the water truck couldn't arrive until the day after tomorrow at the earliest. He had no choice but to ask Teabag to bring a small bucket of water for each of them to take a sip. However, when Teabag walked through the hallway, he encountered pitiful Bellick again, who wanted to sell information to Lechero in exchange for survival.
Boy, you won't be drinking your own urine before you get any of this. I got something. Oh yeah, you got yourself the untouchable status.
Teabag thought for a moment. Helping Bellick could solidify his position in Lechero's eyes. So why not do a favor? Thus, under Teabag's introduction, Bellick finally met Lechero and spilled everything about the person hiding in the sewer. Lechero knew right away this person must be James, so he quickly sent a few men to catch the person in the sewer. When Bellick came out of Lechero's room, he was dressed in a belly shirt and leopard print pants, holding a cornbread in his hand. Michael, ever so clever, saw Bellick well-fed and clothed and immediately understood what had happened. He rushed to the sewer only to find not only Lechero's men there but also Mahone with a crowbar, twisting James out. It turns out that when he spotted Michael coming out of the sewers, he also got the information from McGrady and got there first. Smashing through the wall and grabbing James, Michael pleaded with Mahone not to kill him, promising to find a way to escape together. But Mahone wasn't foolish. Killing James would grant him freedom, so why bother with extra steps? As the standoff continued, James took the opportunity to break free and escaped back into the sewer. Michael knew well that catching James in such a confined space was only a matter of time, and lingering here would not alter the outcome. So, he hurried to Lechero's room, wanting to make a deal. Michael said, "I'll solve your drinking water problem if you give James to me." Lechero scoffed, saying he'd ask Michael's old acquaintances if he was trustworthy.
Can I trust this Bobo?
He's a snake. He stabbed me in the back every chance he got.
A snake who stab a man in the back. I never heard of such a creature before.
As the riot outside grew worse, Michael sought another chance but was sternly sent away by Lechero. Perhaps his only option now was to secure drinking water first, the only way to save James. This man tore his underwear into strips, tied them into sections, and then soaked them in a barrel of strong liquor. He then gathered some old plastic bags, poured all the liquor into them, and finally used the knotted strips to tightly seal the bags, creating a completely enclosed space. Just like that, a makeshift deep-sea bomb was made. Michael concealed it well and took it out of the cell. In the scorching heat of over 40 degrees, the prisoners, enraged by the lack of water, reached their boiling point. Some even stuck their tongues into the dry valves. If no solution could be found, not only would Lechero's position be at risk, but there could also be a loss of life. Without delay, Michael hurried to the sewer. He touched the walls of the blocked water supply system above. Where there was water, there would be dew, making it clear where the blockage was. After determining the approximate location, Michael opened the maintenance hatch of the water supply pipeline. He slowly lowered the plastic bag along the pipe wall, perfectly blocking the pipe. Finally, Michael struck a match and ignited the fuse. The flame quickly spread down the alcohol-soaked strip. With a loud explosion, the blocked water pipe was blasted open, and the entire prison shook. Before anyone could understand what had happened, water was already gushing out of the valves. The prisoners scattered, rushing to the water outlet to enjoy the rare coolness. With this move, Michael managed to preserve Lechero's dominance. Although Lechero despised Michael, he was burdened with the guilt of numerous murders. Even if he killed James, he couldn't leave prison. Thus, he might as well owe Michael a favor, so he handed James over to Michael and promised that no one would ever touch him again. Michael breathed a sigh of relief. Now, he had to plan how to escape with James, but before that, Michael needed to ensure Sarah and LJ's safety. Meanwhile, he prepared for all eventualities. While Michael planned the escape from inside the prison, Lincoln attempted to rescue Sarah and LJ from the outside. To ascertain their location, Michael had Lincoln inform the company that he must speak with Sarah today. Lincoln goes to Susan B., the company's contact, and says flat out that my brother won't break out of prison until he talks to Sarah on the phone. Susan B. thought this request wasn't too excessive, as it was just a phone call, so she agreed without hesitation, but Michael soon discovered that the prison's phone lines had been removed long ago, and the only phone that could contact the outside was in Lechero's possession. Although Michael had just helped Lechero avert a crisis, Lechero, seeing Michael as a thorn in his side, flatly refused to lend him the phone. The only option left was to seek help from Teabag, who was thriving under Lechero's wing, but since it was Michael who had sent Teabag to this prison, why would he help Michael?
Unlike your new compadres, I know who you are, what you've done, and who you've done it to.
Let me get this straight. You're saying you gonna tell on me?
Michael continued to threaten Teabag. If you don't help me, I'll spill everything about your pedophilia and rape. Panama is a religious country. If they find out about the filthy things you've done, do you think you'll see tomorrow's sun? This tactic worked wonders. Teabag immediately admitted his fault. While Lechero was getting a haircut, Teabag quietly stole the phone.
Make that 26 minutes till he gets back. If that phone ain't back on the cradle, we're both dead, you hear me? Because my Alabama ass is not going down alone.
After getting the phone, Michael immediately contacted Sarah. They seemed to be catching up, but Sarah was subtly hinting at her kidnapping location.
It's like they're giving you until midnight, and I'm sitting here at 3 a.m.
However, Sarah was cut off after just a few words. Based on the limited information, Michael guessed that Sarah was kidnapped in a small town 20 kilometers away. With the Victory Tower landmark visible, Michael immediately called Lincoln to search for her. However, as Michael was giving the crucial location, Lechero and his men arrived. Michael quickly hung up the phone and put it back, but he was trapped and couldn't leave. At the critical moment, Teabag came to the rescue.
Lechero! There's something you should know.
What?
I think that barber might have...
You cut me?
No. No, my mistake. No, in fact, that there might just be the best shave I've ever seen.
What? It look like you need one today.
I might just do that. Can't be walking around looking all,
Lechero was amused by Teabag. Looking at Teabag's fawning face, Sammy hated to go up and give him 2 slaps. Meanwhile, Lincoln had arrived at the base of Victory Tower, but because he couldn't hear the specific location, he was in distress. Sarah saw this from her room and took off her shoe to throw it out the window.
Sarah.
Lincoln hurried after it and stumbled upon LJ being held hostage. In the end, LJ and Sarah were taken away in a van by the company's people. Lincoln was very disappointed. Just returned to the hotel Susan B's phone call. Go check the underground garage. I've left a small gift there as punishment for your foolishness. Apprehensively, Lincoln went to the garage and saw a blood-soaked box from afar. Inside, to his horror, was Sarah's head. The next day, Lincoln visited the prison with a grim face. Unaware of what had happened, Michael slipped him a note, asking Lincoln to prepare the items listed on it, because they were crucial for the escape plan. Lincoln's gaze was vacant. He wanted to reveal Sarah's death several times, but for the sake of his son, he chose to keep the secret from Michael. Bellick was sprinting towards a corpse, but he was a step too late. Another person had already snatched one of the shoes. The two of them fought over it, neither willing to back down, ultimately resulting in each getting one shoe. Bellick put on the shoe, which was several sizes too big, but it was still better than nothing. Bellick deeply understood that in the hellish Sona prison, not even a puddle of muddy water would be willingly shared with you. He went to Pistachio's cell, where 2 men dressed in oddly matched outfits began negotiating over the ownership of the shoe. Bellick offered to trade his body for the shoe, but the other party was not at all interested in his plump type. Seeing Pistachio pull out a razor blade, Bellick immediately backed down, but it was just a misunderstanding. Pistachio was a barber and had no intention of harming Bellick. Seeing Lechero come in for a haircut, Bellick wisely bowed his head and left quickly. After Pistachio was done, Bellick, still harboring ulterior motives, ventured into Pistachio's room again and finally found the shoe. But as Bellick was putting on the shoe, he overheard Michael and Mahone plotting something. seemingly hinting at an escape plan in their conversation. Bellick's attention is no longer limited to food and clothing. He immediately finds Michael and threatens him. "Don't think I don't know what you're planning. If you escape without me, I'll expose you." But Michael was no ordinary man. With a little trick, he managed to remove this thorn in his side without affecting his escape plans in the slightest. In the afternoon, Lechero was leisurely enjoying the breeze from an electric fan while watching the World Cup when suddenly, the prison experienced an inexplicable power outage. He urgently called his men to check the wiring, but while they might handle a fight, anything with a hint of technical complexity left them clueless. Lechero was at his wit's end when he suddenly remembered Teabag mentioning that Michael was an architect. He rushed downstairs to find Michael. The food supply in Sona prison depended entirely on this phone to communicate with the outside world. If the phone couldn't be charged, all the prisoners could potentially starve to death. But Michael was in a tough spot, as the electric cables were buried underground along the prison's outer walls. To repair the circuit, the soil had to be dug up, and Michael had clearly seen a prisoner shot dead by guards for getting within 30 yards of the outer wall. Michael didn't want to risk his life, but Lechero assured him he would negotiate with the guards. Seizing the moment, Michael asked for a cell with better lighting in return.
It's the first one to get sunlight in the morning. You get me that cell, I'll get you electricity.
Lechero agrees, but what he doesn't know is that it was Michael who created the illusion of a short circuit. Michael had borrowed an insulated crucifix from McGrady and stuck it in the air circuit breaker. His goal was to wait for Lechero to come to him, so he could naturally request a cell change. This room offered a broad view, allowing clear observation of the watchtower and surroundings, making it the best place for an escape. Soon, with Lechero's intervention, Michael and others were allowed to dig and repair the wiring under the supervision of guards. However, before they even left the prison gate, Bellick eagerly followed, volunteering to join the digging.
You're doing something here, Scofield. You're right, I am. I'm fixing the electricity. You wanted to help dig?
At that moment, Bellick was unaware of the big pit waiting ahead for him. Under the watchful eyes of armed guards, several prisoners dug up the cable along the wall. Michael opened the junction box and secretly buried a small object inside, then covered it with soil. Bellick, who saw this, quietly took the opportunity to leave and ran to Lechero's room within minutes to report on Michael. Bellick couldn't fathom Michael's plan. Knowing he couldn't join the escape team, he thought it better to use this information for some tangible benefit. Bellick told Lechero that Michael had buried something underground, not knowing what it was for but sure it was in preparation for an escape. After detailing Michael's ingenious maneuvers from the first season, Lechero was shocked. Lechero immediately dragged Michael outside, forcing him to dig up the soil to check for tampering.
Open it. Move the dirt. Now.
It's duct tape to fix the frayed wires. It's why the power was so inconsistent. I didn't want the tape to come loose, so I packed it down with dirt.
Although no flaws were discovered, Lechero still did not trust Michael. He demanded that he accompany Michael to the electrical room to turn on the main switch. When they arrived in the basement and Michael saw the crucifix in the back of the electrical box, his heart nearly leaped out. To avoid detection by others, he had to close the switch on another electrical box. As expected, the power still didn't come back. Under Lechero's instruction, an irate Sammy swung a punch, and Michael, taking advantage of the situation, fell back against the electrical box and quietly removed the crucifix. Michael went on to say that there must have been a delay in the transformer for the call to come in after so long. Lechero and his man, not being particularly educated, were easily fooled. After this incident, Michael got his desired cell, and Bellick was summoned to Lechero's room by Lechero himself. Sammy forcefully pushed Bellick onto the table. Lechero slowly poured a cup of scalding coffee, walked up to Bellick, and lifted his shirt. Michael touched a clothesline in his cell before approaching the window, where he saw a janitor digging a hole next to a body that was nearly rotting. The janitor picked up a canister next to him and began spraying a chemical on the body, while a sign on the nearby wire fence starkly warned of high voltage. Michael, adept at spotting flaws in minor details, seemed to have thought of something. From this moment on, the plan for Prison Break 2.0 officially commenced. In the hellish Sona prison, it was almost a daily occurrence for prisoners to die from hunger or duels. Guards would take the bodies out of the prison every so often. To prevent people from faking their own deaths, they'd even put a few more rounds in the body and dump it outside the quarantine zone. Over time, This gave rise to a relatively well-paid outsourced profession, the gravedigger. Gravediggers would spray a chemical called Kessliver on the bodies to eliminate the stench of decay, and this chemical could corrode steel once heated to a certain temperature. This provided Michael with an opportunity for his escape plan, but before that, they had to deal with the gravedigger to ensure he would inadvertently spray some of the chemical on the wire fence during his work. Michael reached out to Lincoln, who came to visit, asking him to bribe the gravedigger from outside the prison. Michael was attempting to escape because a mysterious company had kidnapped his girlfriend, Sarah, and his nephew, L.J., with the aim of having Michael extract a man named James from the prison. But Lincoln doesn't know what to do because the company killed Sarah last night. But to save his son and to ensure the escape plan didn't fail, Lincoln had no choice but to keep the truth from his brother. As for why the company was so determined to get James out, James explained. He said he was a sailor who often took people on sightseeing tours at sea. A year ago, he had hosted an oceanographer, but since then, government officials had continuously asked James to take them to the areas the oceanographer had visited. Fearing trouble, James hid in Panama until he accidentally killed the mayor's son and ended up in prison. The message sent out through the body was for his girlfriend, Sophia, to retrieve a book on birds. This book on birds was actually a navigational log that only he could understand. To return to the places the oceanographer had visited, one would need the help of this book. But Michael had no interest in these matters. That's between you and the company. I just need to get you out of prison. After that, I want nothing to do with you. Meanwhile, outside the prison, James's girlfriend, Sophia, learned about the escape plan from her boyfriend. Since their goals aligned, she joined Lincoln to assist. Since Lincoln also needed a local translator, he agreed to have Sophia accompany him to bribe the gravedigger. However, when they found the gravedigger, he shockingly demanded $15,000. Fortunately, it wasn't their money to spend. Lincoln made a call to Susan B., the company's liaison, but when they arrived with the money, the gravedigger greedily demanded more. Unable to tolerate this, Lincoln grabbed the insatiable man and pinned him against the car. Susan B. told Lincoln to stop and let her handle it, then began to rummage through her bag.
No, 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 no! What the hell are you doing? We need him!
He will sell us out to the cops after he takes as much as he can from us.
Killing the gravedigger marked the failure of the escape plan, but luckily, when Lincoln visited again, he told Michael that they'd slipped some money through other channels and arranged for someone they trusted 100% to fill in. Initially confused, Michael rushed to see who the new gravedigger was. Michael smiled in relief, surprised to find it was his loyal friend Sucre. So, what had Sucre been doing during the days he was apart from Michael? Sucre had been searching for his girlfriend Mary Cruz's whereabouts. Learning that Bellic, who had kidnapped Mary Cruz, was sent to the same prison he even visited once, under threat, Bellic finally revealed the truth. In that house in Mexico, he hadn't detained Mary Cruz and Sucre's aunt but had forced them to leave at gunpoint. This meant Mary Cruz was safe. After leaving, Sucre managed to contact Mary Cruz, but halfway there, he remembered he was still a wanted man in the United States. Going there would only implicate Mary Cruz, and without money, he couldn't support her. So, he decided it was better to stay and earn money to send to her. On his way, he happened to meet Lincoln, who told Sucre about Sarah. Sucre also learned that Michael was in prison. As a good friend of his, how could he stand by and do nothing? Just as he also needed to earn powder money for the children. So he agreed to Lincoln as gravedigger. With Sucre's help, they successfully opened a gap in the fence. Now, all that was left was to deal with the two guards in the watchtower to make their escape from the prison successful. A man tossed a piece of breadcrumb out the window, successfully luring a mouse to come for a snack. All was calm around, without a stir in sight. Michael then wrapped another piece in foil and threw it to the same spot to test if the reflection could alert the guards. However, the next thing they knew, the patrol car's headlights suddenly lit up outside the wire mesh. The spotlight from the watchtower shifted towards the mouse, and with a single shot, it was reduced to mush. Michael was terrified. It seemed nearly impossible to escape at night. The next day, Michael sought out McGrady in prison to help him buy 2 watches and a pair of binoculars, but McGrady only took half the money, as the binoculars, which only the stubborn Guillermo owned, were something he would never sell. Michael found out where Guillermo's cell was. Although he doesn't want to steal someone's beloved treasure, he decides to steal the telescope for the sake of their great escape plan. Michael drew a map on the ground and informed James that the escape would begin the following afternoon. James laughed. Having never heard of a daytime escape before, Michael explained that it was a necessary risk. as patrol cars guarded the area all night, and daytime security was relatively lax. The reason for choosing the next afternoon was because of a World Cup final at 2 p.m. When most inmates would be gathered in the yard watching the game, they could take this opportunity to climb out from the window in their room. The only obstacle now was the snipers on the 2 watchtowers. They had to find their weaknesses in order to make an effective escape. Michael split the binoculars in half, each observing a watchtower, while Mahone was in charge of keeping watch at the door. After hours of observation, James noticed that at 3:13 p.m., the sunlight directly hit the west watchtower, causing the sniper there to habitually shift his gaze outside the prison. James threw a ball to test his theory and found that the western sniper did not notice the situation inside the wire mesh, and this lasted for about 6 minutes. The captain of the northern watchtower, Hurtado, was a true sports fan and would not miss any World Cup matches. Michael noticed that whenever there was a poor signal, Hurtado would fuss with the antenna, also momentarily ignoring their side. This meant that if they could overlap the times the guards were distracted, they could slip through the corroded wire mesh hole and escape from prison. But how could they precisely control the actions of both men? Michael thought of a way. He stole a microwave and modified it into an electromagnetic pulse emitter to disrupt electronic signals. James had to admire the company's knack for picking people. Michael was indeed a unique escape genius. Michael plugged in the emitter, and as expected, Hurtado started frantically messing with the antenna. But just then, someone passed by the cell door. Michael was momentarily distracted, and the sunlight reflected off the binoculars accidentally shone on the watchtower. By the time Michael looked again, Hurtado had already aimed his gun at him.
Get out! Why? They're coming in!
The prison immediately sounded the most severe alarm, and all inmates scrambled to the yard, knowing they would be shot on sight if they didn't appear there in time. Michael and the other inmates kneeled neatly on the ground, followed by a squad of fully armed guards storming in.
Rifle scope was seen from the tower. Capitan Hurtado saw it with his own eyes.
It's impossible!
There is a gun in your prison, and it was pointing at one of my men. We are going to find it.
It turned out the guards mistook it for the glare of a sniper scope. After a thorough search, they found the binoculars in Michael's cell. Holding a gun to Michael's head, Hurtado demanded to know why he was being watched, leaving Michael too scared to speak. At the critical moment when Hurtado was about to shoot, James stepped forward.
Why were you watching him?
I wasn't. I was watching birds.
He pulled out the bird book his girlfriend had given him from his pocket. Upon seeing the bird illustrations, Captain Escamilla thought he was just a bird enthusiast and decided not to pursue the matter further.
Cobarde. Hurtado. Ya, déjalo.
Having narrowly escaped trouble, Michael rushed back to his cell, only to find the door firmly locked by the guards. Michael felt utterly devastated. Not only was the cell their escape route, but the microwave-turned electromagnetic pulse emitter was also inside. Declaring their meticulously planned escape plan aborted once again, the guards slowly opened the prison's main gate, and as they brought in new prisoners, they failed to notice an old paper cup also being blown into the prison by the wind. It was this very discarded paper cup that would bring a new dawn to the trio planning to escape. After observing, Michael discovered that Hurtado always drinks coffee of this brand at noon every day. This meant that if they could find out where he buys his coffee, they could seize the opportunity to drug him into unconsciousness, then slip away through the corroded hole in the wire mesh and escape from the prison. The next morning, Michael handed the discarded paper cup to Lincoln, who came for a visit, asking him to check around for the location of this coffee and drug it before 3 p.m. After all, their escape was scheduled for precisely 3:13 p.m. that afternoon. Then, Michael inquired about his girlfriend Sarah and L.J., wondering why he hadn't received any photos of them lately. Lincoln avoided eye contact and deliberately changed the subject, but Michael sensed something was off and made a stern statement. If he doesn't see a live photo of them an hour before the escape, he wouldn't go through with it. Lincoln was in turmoil because Sarah had been killed by people from the company. If he told the truth, Michael would definitely not escape, and then his son would surely be killed. But after coming out, Lincoln still asked Sophia to inquire about the brand of coffee. Sophia, a native Panamanian, recognized at a glance that it was from a shop a few kilometers away, where the guards must have bought their coffee. Without wasting a moment, Lincoln rushed to find Susan B. He asked her to urgently prepare a photo of Sarah alive and to procure a drug that would take effect an hour after being ingested. At noon, Lincoln and his group were already staking out the coffee stand and indeed saw Hurtado. who regularly came to buy coffee. Lincoln prepared the drugged coffee and pretended to accidentally knock the coffee out of Hurtado's hands.
Here, look, this is my buddy's. Please, I insist.
Just as Hurtado reached out to catch it, the shop owner unexpectedly offered him another cup for free. Lincoln felt utterly despondent, seeing the plan nearly fall apart. Sophia quickly unbuttoned a few buttons on her blouse.
Excuse me, senor. I just need to go to Sona. My car's run out of gas.
I'm sorry. I'm heading in the wrong direction.
I really need to go to Sona.
Hey, mi amor. Yo te llevo. Venga.
Taking the drugged coffee, Sophia followed him, and as expected, halfway there, Hurtado's lustful nature took over. He leeringly said, "You must have a relative in prison. If you're with me, I'll arrange for you two to meet every day." In a moment of quick thinking, Sophia claimed, "You guessed right, my relative is actually Lechero." Upon hearing Lechero's name, Hurtado's face drastically changed, as he was just a regular guard who dared not mess with Lechero's woman. While Hurtado was distracted, Sophia quietly switched the coffees. With only an hour left until the escape, Lincoln immediately sought Susan B for the photo, but upon opening it, Lincoln was shocked to find the photo was exactly the same as the last one, still cut out from a newspaper. "Do you think my brother is an idiot?"
Here's the pictures.
He's gonna want to see this close up.
I'm done doing favors for you. Get out. I'll see you in an hour.
Lincoln was utterly speechless. With no other choice, he had to reveal to Michael the truth about Sarah's death.
She's dead, Michael. I lied to you. I'm sorry. If you don't break out today, they're gonna kill my son.
This news hit Michael like a thunderbolt, and he walked away without looking back. In order to rescue his beloved Sarah, he risked beheading to escape from prison. Now that Sarah is dead, what's the point of escaping? Not only that, but his brother had lied to him for so long. Michael went to the yard and without saying a word, threw a chicken foot at James, since the company was so ruthless. Then he would kill James first. Under the certification of Lechero in the prison, both men returned to their cells to prepare their wills, and 15 minutes later, they were scheduled to duel to the death on the playground on time. In the corridor, James was in a daze. He couldn't understand why Michael, who had been trying to get him out of prison, wanted to fight him. However, at that moment, a hand landed on James's shoulder.
Look, I don't know what you're thinking, but killing me is not gonna solve your problems.
I'm not gonna kill you.
Then what the hell was all that about?
You wanna make it out of here without being seen? You need a diversion. Now we have one.
It turned out this was also part of Michael's escape plan. Although Sarah was dead, he still needed to save his nephew, LJ. He deliberately provoked the duel to attract all the prisoners to the playground, so they could take this opportunity to escape from Sammy's cell in the prison. It was now 3 p.m., and there were only 13 minutes left until the sniper on the watchtower would be drugged and unconscious, and only 15 minutes until the duel, meaning they had just 2 minutes to escape from the prison. Without delay, the two needed to prepare for the escape within 13 minutes. Michael, having stolen a tattoo machine, rushed to Sammy's room. James took out the rope ladder they had made from hammocks. The playground was abuzz with noise. All the inmates gathered in anticipation of the life and death struggle. Michael disassembled the head of the tattoo machine and placed it at the point where the wire mesh met the wall, using the noise as cover to hammer vigorously at the iron window. After breaking open the window, Michael tied one end of the rope ladder to an iron post. At 3:12 p.m., Hurtado on one of the watchtowers drank the coffee laced with a sleeping drug and soon passed out, slumping over. Now, there was only the other guard on the watchtower left to worry about. Michael and James kept a close watch on their watches, waiting for the 3:13 p.m. sun. But unexpectedly, today's sunlight arrived a bit later than usual, and the other guard was slow to move his position. Just as they were getting frantic, a blinding reflection of sunlight finally arrived, and the guard finally turned his head away from the prison, allowing the two to remove the security window and prepare to act. But just then, rapid footsteps were heard in the corridor. It turned out Sammy had come back to grab something, causing the two to quickly hide under the bed. Barely daring to breathe, Sammy felt the dust on the desk, and though he sensed something was amiss, his eagerness to watch the duel made him overlook it. After Sammy left, the two hurriedly dropped the rope ladder and began their action. To ensure James's safety, Michael went down the rope ladder first, but just as he landed, a large cloud slowly drifted over. Seeing it about to cover the sun, Michael urgently instructed James to climb back up.
was our only chance.
Fortunately, the guard didn't notice, but this also meant the escape plan had failed. Michael felt a deep despair but knew they had to quickly pull the rope ladder back up. As James was untying the knots, Lechero sensed something was amiss and hurriedly sent his men to search the rooms for them. Hearing their shouts, James could only hastily place the rope ladder on the windowsill. But before they could take a few steps, they were dragged out for the duel. As they passed Lechero, Michael tried to call off the fight, claiming it was just a small misunderstanding and they had already made up. But the crowd's mood was already stirred up, and calling off the duel was like a pipe dream.
War must be settled. Let's go.
With no way out, the inmates pushed them to the center of the arena, where they stood looking at each other, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Seeing that they were hesitant to fight, people started throwing stones at them, and James, in a bid to survive, made the first move against Michael. As they fought, a breeze caused the rope ladder on the windowsill to begin sliding down quietly. The other guard on the watchtower also noticed something was off since he hadn't seen Hurtado for a while, so he quickly sent someone to check.
Luis, coge la posición. ¿Qué haces? ¿Durmiendo en el trabajo, ah? No. ¿Qué me pasó? No sé, ¿qué pasa? Durmiendo en el trabajo.
The guard who came up realized Hurtado had been drugged and immediately grabbed the binoculars to look towards the prison, just in time to see the rope ladder blown down by the wind. The guard was shocked, realizing a prisoner was attempting to escape, so he immediately grabbed the walkie-talkie to alert his superiors. Moments later, a large number of armed guards headed towards the prison, and a series of urgent siren sounds erupted, forcing the deadly fight inside the prison to come to an abrupt halt. The fully armed guards pushed open the door, and the prisoners, well practiced, knelt with their heads in their hands, daring not to make the slightest move.
You, come down here. Now, we are going to find out who is behind this.
Colonel Escamilla demanded to know who cell 212 belonged to, but in prison, snitching on a fellow inmate is a despicable act condemned by all. The scene fell into a deathly silence, and seeing no one speak up, Escamilla decided to make an example of someone.
You are one of the milkman's boys, eh? Is it your cellmate?
Papo glanced at Sammy. Although he wanted to say it was Sammy's room, Sammy was the second in command in the prison. Snitching would eventually lead to his own demise. As Papo hesitated, Escamilla did not give him a chance to speak. Everyone was terrified, but Escamilla did not intend to dig deeper. Instead, he turned his attention to Lechero. I allowed you to conduct your business here, to bring in your prostitutes, in exchange for simply keeping these inmates in line for me. You can't even manage that small task efficiently. In a moment of anger, Escamilla even revealed a shocking secret to everyone present. It turns out the reason Sona prison was lacking water and food was all Lechero's doing. Lechero and Escamilla had made a private agreement to block Sona prison's water pipes and control the timing of food deliveries by Lechero, to consolidate his ruling position here. But now, Escamilla had lost trust in Lechero.
Maybe we just backed the wrong horse. Perhaps there is another in here, better suited for the job. Good luck, Breda.
Escamilla finished and took all the guards away, leaving only the disgraced Lechero behind. Lechero, stripped of his dignity, faced the scorn of inmates who began spitting at him. From this moment on, Lechero's ruling position in the prison began to crumble, and the one responsible for all this is the man who tried to escape from the prison. Lechero knew well that if someone was planning an escape, there was only one person most likely to do so: Michael, who had been acting suspiciously every day. Sammy, furious, grabbed Michael and brought him before Lechero, just as Sammy was debating whether to fry or stew him. To everyone's surprise, Lechero snatched the knife from Sammy's hand and pushed Michael into a secret room.
Are you trying to break out of this prison, Mr. Scofield?
No.
Are you trying to break out of this prison?
We both know that's not possible.
Answer me or else.
What do you want me to say?
I want you to tell me the truth. I want to hear it.
You want a reason to kill me?
No one.
The next second, Lechero actually cut the ropes binding Michael's hands. Lechero was clear in his mind that he had already committed a serious crime and staying here would mean certain death. He might as well join Michael in his escape attempt.
You are breaking out of this prison, Mr. Scofield. And you're taking me with you.
Meanwhile, General Krantz, the boss of the company, also learned about the failure of the prison break, and he had no patience to wait any longer, so he directly instructed Susan B. to rob the prison violently. Susan B. came for a prison visit and informed James of the company's plan to violently storm the prison, also instructing him to find an opportunity to eliminate Michael, while Lincoln outside would be dealt with by them. But what they didn't know was that their meeting was clearly observed by Michael. Staring at all the windows in the prison fortified with a foot-thick layer of reinforced steel, Michael felt a deep sense of frustration. The escape route he had meticulously planned was now completely sealed off. But in order to extract James, whom the mysterious organization desperately needed out of prison, he had to come up with another plan, and fast. The reason was urgent. He had only 4 days left before the final deadline for the escape. Otherwise, his nephew LJ would meet a grim fate. Just when Michael was at his wit's end, T-Bag approached and handed him a letter. Upon opening it, Michael found a sketch of Lechero's room, seemingly marked with the time and password for entry. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the two arrived at Lechero's room and entered the password according to the instructions on the sketch. The first door opened as expected, and they passed through a narrow storage room. To Michael's surprise, there was a second door at the end of the corridor. He tried the same password he had used before, but he didn't realize that James had quietly pulled out a dagger. It turned out that following the last failed escape attempt, the company had lost patience and decided to storm the prison violently at 5 o'clock that afternoon. They had instructed James to make sure Michael was eliminated before leaving. Just as James was about to strike, footsteps were suddenly heard in the distance. The newcomer was Lechero, who had recently joined the escape team. To prevent Michael and James from escaping on their own, Lechero had not marked this door's password on the sketch. Thus, only he knew it. Lechero led them to a whole new world. It turned out that Sona prison once had areas A and B. After a riot in the prison last year, the guards blew up the underground passage connecting the two areas. All prisoners were moved to Area B, and Area A became the guards' luxury apartments. Lechero had once wanted to dig through the passage to escape but ultimately gave up due to the enormity of the task. Knowing Michael was a structural engineer, he figured Michael might have a solution.
Yeah, me and a couple of payloaders.
Jokes aside, if horizontal digging wasn't feasible, perhaps vertical digging upwards could work. This way, they could reach the vicinity of the prison's wire mesh, waiting for the right moment to escape through the previously corroded wire mesh. However, the difficulty in digging upwards lay in the need to install supports within the diameter of the hole to prevent collapse and avoid being buried alive. Yet, James seemed utterly uninterested in the new escape plan, as there were only 45 minutes left until the violent prison break. Upon exiting, Michael took the initiative to close the door, asking Lechero to clarify the exact location they would emerge in the entry area. But just then Sammy goes to the storeroom to serve the newly recruited henchmen a drink, and Michael and James rush to hide in fear. Lechero, of course, couldn't let Sammy know about the escape.
Offer them something good. Don't make me look the fool.
The rum is for me, Sammy. Oh? You have a problem with that?
So he refused Sammy's request. This snub led Sammy to harbor thoughts of rebellion against Lechero. After Lechero and Sammy left the storage room, Michael made a beeline for the second door. Now, knowing only he and Michael were downstairs, Lechero couldn't kill Michael, so James had to hide the dagger.
Hey, Lechero's the code. We don't need a code. I'll get inside.
While Michael races to dig through the tunnel, James is on pins and needles, claiming to suffer from claustrophobia and unable to stay in confined spaces. James hurriedly ran outside. Lechero arrived in the storage room just in time to say Sammy had left, and Michael very reluctantly followed him upstairs. After coming out, Michael looked everywhere for something to support the tunnel, but he accidentally found James on the rooftop, nervously staring at the ceiling. Michael walked over and casually removed the ceiling panel, revealing a narrow space not suitable for someone with claustrophobia.
Hate to break up the brouhaha, gentlemen, but Lechero would like to see you. Says it has something to do with your big brother.
Michael went to Lechero's room, where it turned out Lincoln had called about something very urgent. Since Michael had once stolen Lechero's phone, Lincoln knew Lechero's phone number. After calling back, Michael learned that an agent had attempted to shoot Lincoln outside, but Lincoln had managed to turn the tables. Considering James's strange behavior that day, Michael finally realized what was going on.
They don't need us anymore.
Here we go.
They're breaking him out on their own.
By then, James had climbed onto a platform, waiting for the company's rescue. Michael hurried to the spot where he last saw James and also arrived at the rooftop. The two exchanged blows in a fierce fistfight. Meanwhile, a guard in the watchtower spotted the helicopter, but he couldn't make out the faces of the two escapees. After reporting the situation to his superiors, the guard was immediately taken out by the helicopter's gunman. James kicked away from Michael and grabbed hold of the rope ladder as it descended. Michael rushed over and took a flying leap to hold onto James. He believed that if James got away, LJ and he would both be silenced. More and more guards gathered below, and the helicopter's gunman was also taken out. Unable to withstand Michael's pulling, the two ended up back on the rooftop. The rescue mission ended in failure.
Mission failure. Return to base 1 immediately.
The cunning James quickly got up, jumped down through the ventilation shaft, and even managed to take off his shirt in the process. The prison alarm blared urgently at that moment. Michael also ran back to his cell to change clothes, but as soon as he came out, he was caught by a guard. When Michael was dragged to the yard, it was already filled with kneeling prisoners. General Zavala scrutinized each person's face and finally approached Michael, ordering him to stand up. You've been in Sona prison for less than a month, and 2 major escape incidents have occurred. Tell me, is all this just a coincidence? Although Michael tried his best to explain that he was not involved, Zavala slapped him to the ground.
You've caused too many problems here in Sona. So maybe you shouldn't be here in Sona. Llévenlo. Say goodbye to Sona, Mr. Scofield.
This was the most brutal punishment in Sona prison. In the scorching heat nearing 40 degrees Celsius, Michael was confined in a cage made entirely of iron, which was covered with a plastic film that allowed only his head to breathe. It's well known that iron conducts heat exceptionally well, and the plastic film creates an effect where heat gathers but hardly dissipates. Anyone spending a day in this steam cage would inevitably turn into a dried corpse, devoid of any moisture. Zavala demanded that Michael reveal the origin of the helicopter that attacked the prison, but Michael, fearing the company's retribution and their propensity for breaking promises, stubbornly refused to speak. Only minutes after being locked up, Michael was drenched in sweat and nearly fainted. He tried several times to muster the strength to tear off the plastic film, but severe dehydration had taken its toll, making even standing up a luxury he couldn't afford. Of course, Zavala couldn't let Michael die so quickly. He ordered his men to bring a cup of water. Coincidentally, gravedigger Sucre came to bury a body and, seeing Michael on the brink of death, offered to help him drink. Seeing Sucre, Michael found a bit of strength to stand up. He knew this cup of water wouldn't save him. Michael had already given up hope on survival, but after persistent persuasion from Sucre, Michael drank the water. Michael urged Sucre not to get involved in the escape plan anymore and to leave Panama to reunite with his wife and child as soon as possible. However, Sucre, bound by a deep sense of brotherhood and loyalty, secretly resolved to rescue Michael. As the sun became increasingly vicious, Zavala occasionally came to tempt Michael, promising that he could return to an air-conditioned room immediately if he disclosed the identities of the attackers. Michael was well aware that the mysterious company's reach and power were far beyond what he, a mere prison warden, could contend with. Moreover, if he revealed any information about the company, his nephew LJ would certainly be killed. However, Zavala told Michael a story that subtly changed his stance. In Panama, there once was a notorious drug lord backed by an army of hundreds of thugs. They committed unspeakable acts of violence against anyone who stood in their way, to the extent that even the government and police dared not confront him directly. People said he was unstoppable, but now, this drug lord was personally delivered into Sona prison by me. He is Lechero, whom you all know, and now, I hold the power over life and death for Lechero.
From the moment I got here, I've been planning my escape.
You talking?
How do you know?
You can't get out of the box any other way.
Seeing Michael being released from the steam cage, James panicked because McGrady had told him that prisoners locked up there were never released unless they cooperated. In Zavala's air-conditioned office, Michael divulged everything about the company, James, and the plot against his brother. It didn't take long for Zavala to bring James in for interrogation.
What's he talking about?
You know nothing about this?
No. Scofield's a smart man, but he's got a rabid imagination.
So you're calling him a liar?
More or less.
The next second, Zavala ordered a set of torture tools to be brought in, but before the electric plug was even inserted, James, fearing for his life, confessed everything.
Are you working with Scofield?
Yes, I'm working with Scofield!
James revealed that his contact was Gretchen Morgan, who had orchestrated the violent prison break, but he didn't know Gretchen's address. Michael said he had a way, needing only to borrow Zavala's phone.
Link,
Michael, what phone are you on?
just listen to me. I need to know where and when your next meeting with Susan B. is.
Garfield Price Building downtown in an hour. Why?
Garfield Price, 1 hour.
Soon, Gretchen, who was meeting with Lincoln, was captured and brought back, but she claimed she didn't know James. Zavala, not wanting to waste words on Gretchen, immediately started torturing her.
Abre la manguera!
Yes or no?
No.
You prove one thing. This is not your first time.
Faced with a tough nut to crack, Zavala then had James and Michael confront Gretchen directly. Under James's identification, Gretchen had no choice but to confess. However, she claimed she was just a runner and that the real boss was in a place tens of kilometers away. She could lead Zavala to him. Zavala is a man of action. Without a moment's delay, he immediately took Gretchen to capture the person, but he overestimated himself. To capture the head of the company, he only brought a driver. As expected, as soon as Zavala opened the warehouse door, Gretchen took the opportunity to attack, and both were killed. The news of Zavala's death quickly spread to the prison. With the leader dead, the investigation into the escape had to be temporarily suspended. Under the escort of prison guards, James and Michael were once again brought back to the prison. Although there was tension between them, they had no choice but to continue working towards their common goal of escape. This is the most classic scene of Bellick in the Prison Break series, where you will witness the birth of the legendary boxer, Bellick. Upon his arrival at Sona prison, he was barely clothed, licking mud from the ground, enduring utter humiliation. By scavenging clothes from dead bodies, he successfully obtained a pair of shoes along with a navel-revealing outfit, leopard print pants. Today marks Bellick's 15th day in prison, and he's no longer the newbie who knew nothing about prison life. Yet, when someone vomited on the ground, Sammy's minion, Octavio, still demanded Bellick clean it up. Bellick knew that showing weakness here would only invite more bullying, so he pretended to be fierce and pushed Octavio away, not anticipating that Octavio would step on the vomit. However, Bellick returned to his cell only to find a chicken foot on his pillow. He was dumbfounded. This was the most brutal duel token in Sona prison. If someone throws a chicken foot at you, it means you must duel, and refusal is not an option until one of the parties is beaten to death. Terrified, Bellick immediately sought Lechero, hoping he could stop the duel. But Sammy, already revealing his ambitions to become the new leader and insisting on protecting his own, bypassed Lechero and announced the duel would take place in 15 minutes. Lechero hears him in the room and asks Sammy why he's holding the duel without permission. He's the boss here. But Sammy only responded with a contemptuous laugh.
It's not your place. Maybe it should be.
Sensing a looming disaster, Teabag, fearing for his own safety if Lechero falls, immediately sought out James, who was planning an escape. To make a deal, if he could eliminate Sammy, he would be included in the escape team. After all, if Sammy took over, accessing the storage room to dig the tunnel would be impossible. James agreed to Teabag's request without hesitation. The yard was buzzing with noise, and the betting odds reached a staggering 100-1, as no one believed Bellick, looking like he was 6 months pregnant, could survive. Bellick, extremely nervous, was frantically searching for something. Once he found it, his eyes lit up, and he wrapped his fists with cloth strips like a boxer about to enter the ring. Then, mysteriously, he stuffed cotton balls into his nose. Octavio, with his 8-pack abs, was already eager. Bellick, wearing an inappropriate belly shirt and shuffling in small steps, made a dazzling entrance. However, before Bellick could look cool for even a second, Octavio hit him in the face with a headbutt, followed by a barrage of punches and kicks that left Bellick powerless to fight back. Octavio exuded the aura of a king. Unexpectedly, Bellick, tough as old boots, charged forward, not going for the kill but instead covering Octavio's mouth and nose. Octavio managed to break free, but suddenly he felt unsteady and his vision began to blur. Bellick didn't give Octavio a chance to fight back, using a knee strike combined with a flurry of punches, and ending the fight with a stylish uppercut. The audience erupted in cheers, and even Bellick couldn't believe he had won the fight. Excited, He tore off the cloth from his hands, loudly expressing his thrill and joy, but he didn't notice Teabag quietly observing his nostrils.
Congratulations. You're a regular Buster Douglas, aren't you? Hey, what is this? How'd you get that up there, huh?
It turns out, before the duel, Bellick had smeared acetone on the cloth. Acetone is a colorless, volatile liquid that acts as a central nervous system depressant, so he cheated to defeat the formidable Octavio. Teabag picked up the cloth, sniffed it, and once again, he had dirt on someone, but Bellick was indifferent. Ever since he beat the skilled fighter Octavio, Bellick started to get carried away, boasting about his fighting skills everywhere. He would explain to anyone how awesome he was and how he adjusted his mindset to win after receiving the chicken foot. With men looking at Bellick in admiration, Teabag approached the overconfident Bellick and led him away. He threatened Bellick to challenge Sammy using the same method to eliminate him, or else he would expose his cheating. But if he succeeds, he could join the escape team and break out together. Escaping the prison was Bellick's dream, and considering how easily he won the previous duel, he waved his arm, eager to try. Sure enough, the overconfident Bellick actually approached Sammy.
Who would come to you if we need the chicken foot?
Tiger Pants. Who you got beef with?
I don't know his name. Some Caribbean guy. Stole my wallet a while back.
Better think long and hard before you say another word, eh?
He's got this fruity little mustache and this ugly ass vest.
Please. I'm begging you.
The applause from the prisoners below thundered through the sky. As no one had dared to throw a chicken foot at Sammy after so long in Sona prison, dozens had dueled with Sammy before, and the weeds over their graves were already over 2 meters tall. Bellick was indeed a man. However, when Bellick opened the acetone box, he was instantly dumbfounded, because someone had mistaken it for trash and emptied it, leaving not a drop left.
Gotta be more acetone around here.
No, that's it. I can't go against Sammy straight up. I'm a dead man.
If you don't kill him, we are all dead.
Bellick was instantly dumbfounded, deflating like a punctured balloon and reverting back to his cowardly self. However, calling off the duel was now impossible. Upstairs, Sammy was warming up, his massive chest muscles on par with Bellick's large belly. With the duel time fast approaching, an extremely anxious Bellick was still searching for something to replace the acetone.
It's time. Stop his face, Brad! You know, this has all been one big misunderstanding. I wasn't talking about Sammy. It was. That's him. That's the guy I was talking about.
Yeah, I don't see no fruity mustache. And where's his ugly ass vest, Brad? Don't worry. You stand a real chance at winning this one.
But time was running out, and seeing that begging for mercy was useless, Bellick could only feign calmness and raise his hands in a mock gesture of readiness. Sammy also approached the arena, pushing through the crowd and stylishly throwing a chicken foot onto the ground. However, the life and death duel ended before it even began. Under Sammy's relentless punches, Bellick was beaten to a pulp, not having even the slightest chance to fight back. And in the end, he was pressed down and spun around in circles, watching Bellick being humiliated. Teabag couldn't bear to look. After humiliating Bellick, Sammy was about to end Bellick's life with a chokehold when suddenly shouts from his men upstairs interrupted.
It's Scofield!
Since Michael emerged from the steam cage, he had been hiding in the tunnel with James and Mahone, digging an escape tunnel. The tunnel was already over a meter deep, and to prevent the entrance from collapsing, Mahone and James were desperately supporting the wood planks. Michael, holding a short piece of rebar, climbed up and inserted a wedge into the gap, stabilizing the wood planks upon release. True talents don't rely on brute force but on being well-rounded and knowledgeable. However, to dig deeper, more wood planks for support were needed. With loud shouts outside, the trio was unclear about what was happening and immediately went up to check. But upon emerging, they were discovered by Sammy's men, who were armed, forcing the trio to hurriedly retreat back into the tunnel. James, running last, was tackled to the ground. To keep the escape plan secret, Mahone had no choice but to close the password-protected door, since Michael's escape attempt from Sammy's room nearly got Sammy shot by prison guards. Sammy harbored deep hatred for Michael. Hearing his men say they found Michael, Sammy dropped Bellick and ran towards the basement. Arriving at the password door, Sammy pointed a gun at James, threatening Michael to open the door. Although Michael was reluctant to let James be killed, the rational Mahone quickly stopped him. Going out was akin to suicide. Staying in might provide a chance to figure out a solution. Michael, thoughtful, carefully removed something from the wood plank. Mahone also found a stone sword and handed it to Michael for self-defense. Seeing the door remained closed, Sammy returned to the yard. Bellick thought Sammy was going to kill him and immediately fell to his knees and begged for mercy. But Sammy didn't care to kill this weakling. He went straight to Lechero, who was watching from the back.
Come along, Norman. Let's go.
Sammy threatened Lechero to reveal the password, tensions rising between them. But just then, Michael suddenly opened the door, and everyone rushed in, immediately spotting the large hole not far away. Even a fool could guess they were planning an escape. Michael no longer hid the escape plan, laying it all out and even inviting Sammy to join. But Sammy, wanting the escape plan for himself, declared that none of them would leave, and climbed up to check the construction progress. However, the next second, a massive amount of sand and soil buried Sammy alive. Not even giving him a chance to scream, Mahone was the first to react, knocking down a minion beside him with an elbow strike, while Lechero picked up a gun from the ground and successfully took out the remaining minions with a few shots. Michael stared blankly at the hole. This was his first time indirectly killing someone, as he had just removed the very rebar that caused the collapse. Afterwards, Lechero dragged the bodies out, kicking Sammy's body down to the second floor, declaring his regained control over the prison. Although Bellick did not win the duel, he still contributed and ultimately joined the elite escape team. Now, with no more obstacles within the prison, it was time to consider how to deal with the guards in the watchtowers. Though the human threats were dealt with, an unexpected heavy rainstorm plunged the escape team into another major crisis. This was the most crucial 30 seconds in the lives of the 7-man prison break team. They all held their breath, anxiously awaiting the signal to charge. As the contact outside the prison knocked down the electric pole, the searchlight on the watchtower plunged the area into darkness.
30 seconds. Go.
The opportunity was fleeting. At Michael's command, Lechero was the first to climb out of the hole, followed closely by Teabag, with Bellick in third position. But at this critical moment, Michael stopped the remaining 3 in their tracks. Meanwhile, the 3 on the ground madly dashed towards the fence. However, just 5 seconds into their run, the backup generator restored power, and the searchlight on the watchtower was relit. The 3 of them were dumbfounded, and at the moment they didn't dare to make the slightest move. Realizing their predicament, Lechero knew staying meant certain death, so he dashed towards the prison exterior, disregarding everything. But then, a volley of bullets flew towards him. Lechero fell to the ground, fortunately only hit in the chest. Bellick and Teabag were petrified by the scene, reluctantly raising their hands to surrender. Michael, hidden under a manhole cover, peeked out in feigned panic as he reported the situation above to his allies. But Mahone, ever so clever, guessed Michael had known the timing of the generator's activation all along. There wasn't actually 30 seconds, and the 3 captured were merely Michael's scapegoats. Michael claimed he had merely miscalculated the timing. He peeked out again and indeed found the surroundings filled with trucks loaded with prison guards, along with patrol vehicles that were usually hidden in the jungle. These vehicles were exactly what they needed to continue their escape. The guards took the 3 to the yard, interrogating them on how they infiltrated the restricted area. Teabag knew that speaking out meant certain death, but keeping silent offered a sliver of hope. His mind raced as he quickly thought up a suitable excuse, but he never thought that the guards just gently locked Bellick, and the death-hungry Bellick explained everything.
Tunnel! Where? Under Lechero's room!
Teabag was utterly speechless at this fool, and Lechero was nearly driven to internal injury from anger. Led by Bellick, a large force immediately arrived at the tunnel entrance, now only separated from Michael by a coated door. The captain ordered his men to blow the lock off. Hearing the noise, the other escapees urged Michael to act quickly, calmly surveying his surroundings and ensuring no guards were around the trucks. Michael cautiously climbed out of the hole, swiftly hiding under a jeep. James and Mahone followed suit. McGrady, trailing last, was on edge, even hearing the sounds of guards climbing ladders. Just a second before McGrady's feet left the ground, a guards had finally appeared.
Nada. ¿Estás seguro?
Only then did Teabag realize they had been duped by Michael, but they could blame no one but themselves for desperately wanting to be at the front of the line. Thinking Bellick was deceiving them, Mestas punched him directly in the nose without hesitation. To prove his truthfulness, Bellick blurted out the names of the other 4, suggesting a head count in the cells to verify. The guards quickly confirmed 4 inmates were missing. Meanwhile, as the guards were occupied with the head count, Michael and his group hurriedly crawled from under the jeep, using the vehicle as cover to escape the prison. When Mestas reached the fence, he found only a large gap left behind. The group ran from night till dawn, finally escaping the jungle to reach a vast beach. Lincoln, their contact, had been waiting there for a long time, but with no boat in sight, how would they escape the relentless pursuers behind them? Lincoln ran straight for a mound of sand and began digging furiously. Michael had planned the escape route from the prison. Knowing the beach could perfectly conceal their footprints, he had Lincoln bury oxygen tanks here in advance. Taking a boat would make them too conspicuous and easily intercepted. To evade capture, they had to disappear without a trace. He instructed everyone to remove their shoes and socks, put them in a box, and rebury it, while their valuables were sealed in bags to be carried. Mahone pleaded with Lincoln to save a photo of his son, but considering Mahone had killed Lincoln's father, if not for the fear of exposing their whereabouts, Lincoln would have wished to tear him to pieces right then and there. How could he possibly agree to safeguard his belongings? Just then, James noticed something amiss. The most crucial bird guidebook, containing coordinates needed by the company, was missing.
Must have fell out of my pocket.
I thought you already figured out the coordinates.
Well, I didn't memorize them. I wrote them in the book.
In order to get rid of the pursuers behind them, they could only go into the water first. The 5 men jumped into the sea, disappearing into the vast ocean. Minutes later, a large group of guards arrived at the beach. Scanning the sea with binoculars, they found no trace of any boat. Wondering how the escapees could have vanished into thin air, they returned to search the jungle. Meanwhile, Lincoln led the others underwater towards a destination. When they surfaced, they clung to a buoy for a brief respite, utterly exhausted, but Lincoln realized something was wrong. According to the plan, Sucre should have been there with the yacht, but the sea was eerily quiet. Unbeknownst to them, Sucre was detained in the guard's office due to his fugitive status, with his phone already confiscated by the guards. Now, without enough oxygen or strength to swim back, they faced the grim prospect of perishing at sea. In life, it's rare to find such a friend who, even when beaten to a pulp and buried alive, will still protect you with his last breath. Yet, throughout your life, you'll encounter countless friends of this sort. When you're shining bright, they would kneel on the ground, wishing they could lick the dirt off your shoes clean. But when you fall into hard times, they'd viciously step on you and then ruthlessly suffocate you without a second thought. Watching this episode of Prison Break, you'll understand why. In real life, the first type of friend is becoming increasingly rare, while the second type is as common as dirt. Just last night, the 7-member Prison Break team seized their chance to escape, but 3 were caught on the spot, while the other 4, under Michael's leadership, successfully broke free. The guards gathered all the prisoners in the yard and subjected Bellick, one of the 3, to brutal torture. They beat him from night till day, trying to force out of him the whereabouts of Michael and the others. However, Bellick was not exactly a loyal brother, as he genuinely had no clue where Michael and the rest had gone. Poor Bellick was knocked unconscious multiple times, leaving only Lechero and Teabag available for questioning. But with Lechero critically wounded from a gunshot, the guards could only drag Teabag, with his arm broken, towards the interrogation room. On the way, Teabag was pushed over by a guard and accidentally discovered a bird book under a car, which he had seen Michael and James valuing greatly. Using the opportunity, Teabag sneakily slipped the book into his pocket. Once in the interrogation room, the guards didn't waste time talking and directly stripped Teabag of his white shorts.
There's no need to refry my beans. Always with the wise talk. Never saying anything we want to hear. Now all I want to hear.
Seeing his private parts about to be electrified into roasted sausages, Teabag was scared out of his wits and hurriedly hid in a corner. But then, he accidentally saw Sucre locked in the next room, thus making Sucre the prime target for interrogation.
But he does! He knows everything! He knows it!
Although he repeatedly stated he didn't know Michael, when a stack of files was handed to Mestas, Sucre could no longer deny it, because inside was Sucre's warrant in the USA, while Teabag smirked maliciously in the background. Soon after, Sucre, who had been knocked unconscious countless times, struggled to open his eyes, completely disfigured. yet he didn't utter a word throughout. Seeing they had hit a tough knot, Mestas decided to subject him to even more brutal punishments. As Sucre was being dragged away, he saw Teabag and Mestas laughing and walking out together. Quickly, Sucre was taken to an empty lot where the guards handed him a shovel to dig his own grave as the gravedigger. Severely injured, he managed to dig the hole. Raphael threatened Sucre again, saying if he didn't reveal Michael's whereabouts, to just lie down quietly in the pit.
Even if I do.
Shovel after shovel of sand was thrown on him, but Sucre would rather die than betray his friend. Gradually, the dust completely covered Sucre's head, yet he remained dignified. Witnessing such loyalty for the first time, Mestas knew it was futile and ordered his men to pull Sucre up and send him back to prison. But just then, the phone confiscated from Sucre started ringing. Raphael said, "If it's Michael calling, ask where he is." Sucre remained silent. Unexpectedly, Michael's voice actually came through on the phone. Knowing Michael was safe, a tear quietly slid down Sucre's eye. How could Michael and the others, clearly trapped at sea, appear dressed up on the streets? It turns out McGrady's father, Alfonso, had gone to the dock as agreed to pick up his son. However, upon arrival, he realized the boat Sucre was supposed to use to pick them up hadn't moved from the shore at all. Alfonso, sensing something had gone wrong, took the boat in the direction of the prison and indeed found the 5 men barely alive at sea. After being rescued, Michael, concerned, asked Sucre why he hadn't shown up at the agreed location and if he had encountered any mishap. Bearing the pain, Sucre calmly assured Michael he was okay. Knowing everyone was safe, Sucre didn't wait for Michael's response before he threw away the phone and crushed it underfoot, denying Raphael any chance of getting information.
Kill me if you want. Oh, puppy. I'm gonna wish we had.
On the other side, with the inmates aware of the escape attempt, and with Lechero severely injured, the prisoners went on a rampage, looting and destroying everything in sight. Lechero was beaten by a group of inmates, and Bellic, trembling with fear, quickly pulled Teabag aside to hide. Surprisingly, Teabag, known for his venomous nature, shoved Bellic away, declaring his intention to save Lechero. "He once saw me as a brother, now it's my turn to repay him," he said. Teabag quickly intervened to drive away a few inmates and then helped Lechero to his room, which was in disarray, with people rummaging for valuables. Lechero, angered, took out a gun from the safe, scaring away 2 petty thieves. As the inmates gathered below Lechero's window, Bellic quickly fled, but Teabag seemed genuinely concerned for Lechero, tenderly treating his wounds. Lechero, suspecting ulterior motives, questioned Teabag's intentions.
You're the last one I expect to see at my side.
I take offense, Patron.
I've had many foot washes. Many men have come in with sheep's clothing, only to let the wolf come out.
Whoa, whoa!
I am not trying to hurt you. I am trying to save you.
Save me. I'm gonna die here. Your life is in jeopardy just being with me.
Not necessarily.
Teabag finally revealed the truth. On the way back to prison, Mestas had told him that for $50,000, he could buy his freedom. Though Lechero was skeptical, with his life hanging by a thread, he questioned the value of money now.
Even if I could find the money, who could I trust to bring it in?
There is one person.
Teabag hurriedly called Lechero's former lover to bring the money inside. However, once Teabag received the money, his venomous fangs were finally bared. The only mercy was perhaps allowing Lechero to die with some dignity. From the beginning to the end, there was never a real chance to buy freedom with money. The venomous-hearted Teabag was only out to drain Lechero of his last value. Witnessing this scene, Bellic was so frightened that he didn't know where to put his hands.
Lechero is dead!
Soon after, Teabag delivered a passionate speech in the yard and distributed some of the money to the inmates, winning their hearts.
Money! Made off of your back! And off the backs of your family! Yeah! It's yours. And I'm here to tell you, I'm giving it back.
After a thorough brainwashing, the inmates were boiling with blood, unanimously recognizing Teabag as the new king of the prison. Though Teabag didn't manage to escape, he at least became the boss here. Meanwhile, Sucre was also sent back to prison, ironically ending up in a tragic situation for having laid down his life for his brothers. This is the grand finale of Prison Break Season 3, an episode where Michael's intelligence completely outwits the antagonist. Let's see how the exceptionally smart Michael manages to rescue LJ right under the noses of a dozen snipers. After Michael and the others returned to the dock, changed clothes, and bid farewell to McGrady and his son, it was time for them to get down to business. The four headed to a warehouse previously scoped out by Lincoln and then called Gretchen, asking her to bring the hostage LJ there for an exchange with James in 20 minutes. And she was not to bring any of her henchmen, but Gretchen was no fool. Her orders were to kill Michael, his brother, and LJ. Immediately after getting James back, while the brothers were discussing their plan, Mahone stepped forward and said, since what comes next is a personal vendetta between them, he would take his leave. But Lincoln was not about to let Mahone go easily, remembering that this man had killed his father.
I was gonna kill you at the beach, but I didn't want to do anything that was gonna get us caught. You shot my dad in the back. I'm gonna give you the courtesy you never gave him. Now turn around.
Mahone explained that if he did not pursue them, his entire family would be killed by the company, leaving him no choice. Lincoln was uninterested in his explanation, but just as he was about to shoot, the sound of shattering glass suddenly came from behind. It turned out that James had escaped through a window. Taking advantage of the brothers' distraction, Mahone also quickly ran outside, with Lincoln now too preoccupied to seek revenge. The brothers hurriedly chased after the fleeing James, who had already jumped off a container and stolen a car from a passerby, driving away.
What are we gonna do now?
The brothers were frantic. Knowing that losing James meant LJ's certain death, they immediately drove after him, engaging in a high-speed chase. Seeing a traffic jam ahead, James quickly abandoned the car and ran, then borrowed a phone from a passerby to call Gretchen.
You need to come and pick me up.
Where are you?
Lincoln grabbed the phone only to find out that the person on the other end was Gretchen, revealing they had all been in cahoots. Returning to the warehouse for the exchange was no longer advantageous, so to ensure a safe escape, the brothers had to find a new location for the trade. Michael called Gretchen, arranging to meet in a crowded square where the company's men would not dare to make a move with so many witnesses around.
I'm thinking public place, wanted men, police, lots of witnesses to identify you.
Plaza de Francia, 10 minutes. Be alone.
Round everyone up.
They finally met, with Lincoln guarding James at gunpoint, while Michael instructed Gretchen to bring out the hostages. Unexpectedly, they also brought James' girlfriend, Sophia, as a hostage.
You move, you're dead.
Snipers positioned on rooftops had Lincoln and the others in their sights, ready to shoot them dead the moment the exchange was completed. But how could Michael possibly put himself in a disadvantageous position? He gave Lincoln a look, signaling him to leave with James. Gretchen was caught off guard, but without securing the hostages, she dared not act rashly.
What the hell is he doing?
I've lost him.
This is not the point of the exchange. This is just a confirmation that everyone's still alive.
They're alive. Let's trade.
You'll get a call in 5 minutes telling you where to go next. And when the exchange is over, and LJ is safe, you and I are going to spend some quality time.
When the exchange is over, you better run for your life.
Michael then directed Gretchen to a nearby museum for the trade, sneakily taking a souvenir with him. With no choice, Gretchen led her people into the museum, but suddenly, the metal detector ahead let out a shrill beeping sound, and it was then that Gretchen realized why Michael had chosen this location. Unable to bring weapons inside, she had to hand over her gun to her subordinates and instruct them to guard the museum exits. LJ couldn't help but mock Gretchen.
Walk.
Alone, Gretchen walked into the museum with the hostages, where Michael and his group had been waiting for a long time. Now, unable to play any tricks, the exchange of hostages officially began. LJ walked over to Michael's side first, and James followed, embracing Sophia tightly. Meanwhile, Sophia urged James to give the coordinates to Gretchen and not to go with her, but James hesitated, avoiding eye contact. As Sophia pressed for answers, Gretchen finally revealed the truth. James had never been a fisherman, nor did he have any coordinates. It was all a lie he had concocted. In fact, James was a member of the company. The general had gone to great lengths to rescue him for a very important mission only he could carry out, with crucial information recorded in that bird guidebook. Heartbroken, Sophia lamented how she had given her all to get him out of prison, only to find out he had been exploiting her feelings all along, secretly working for a malevolent company. Thus, Sophia resolutely sided with Lincoln, but Gretchen was unruffled, reasoning that since the exits were blocked by the company's men, their attempt to leave was doomed to failure anyway. Michael had already anticipated such tricks and shattered the museum's glass with his elbow, setting off the alarm. This meant everyone had to exit through the main entrance and undergo security checks.
We're all walking out of here. Together.
As they left, Michael and his group smoothly passed the checks, but when the guards searched James' pockets, they found the souvenir Michael had sneakily placed there, leading to James being detained. Gretchen panicked, realizing if James was recognized and sent back to prison, their efforts would have been for naught. She hastily ordered her men to act. But in the ensuing chaos, a bullet struck Sophia. Lincoln rushed to rescue her, but he couldn't stay long. L.J. told Lincoln to go. He would stay behind to take care of Sophia. As the scene descended into chaos, Gretchen and James had already made their escape. Elsewhere, a disheveled Mahone appeared in a bar, now a wanted man even if he returned to the United States. Just then, a man entered, none other than the refreshed James, seemingly with a plan in mind. James had long intended to recruit Mahone.
You in?
I'm in.
Sophia was now out of danger. L.J. handed Michael Sarah's keepsake outside, a paper-folded rose. At Fox River State Penitentiary, Sarah had mentioned she disliked things that easily wilted, so Michael had given her an everlasting origami flower. Unexpectedly, Sarah had always kept it close. Michael was filled with melancholy, knowing his brother and nephew were safe, leaving him with one last unresolved matter: to kill Gretchen in revenge for Sarah. Not wanting to involve his brother's family, Michael bid farewell to Lincoln, taking the everlasting origami flower as he embarked on his path of vengeance. He is a highly intelligent prison escapee. Once successful in escaping twice, he has become a wanted fugitive in multiple countries. Even though Michael has escaped from prison, the death of his girlfriend Sarah haunts him like a rivet fixed in his heart, keeping him awake at night. He has been tracking the murderer for 3 weeks, and today, it all comes to an end. Michael picks up the everlasting origami flower on the table, signifying the official start of his revenge plan. He observes Mahone opening his car door as James and Gretchen, dressed formally, enter the hotel. Michael follows suit, disguising himself as a service staff to blend in, then changes into a suit in a secluded corner and takes out his weapon to begin his action. At this moment, James enters a presidential suite alone and takes out $50 million to purchase a memory card. But the moment he secures the memory card, James pulls out a gun and eliminates them. He quickly goes to a storage room, retrieves a machine from the ceiling, and begins to copy the information on the memory card. However, just as James is about to finish, Michael catches up to him, gun in hand, demanding to know where Gretchen is. James hides the memory card behind his back and quietly switches it with his hand.
Get her in here. Now.
You have to trust me. I'm not your enemy, Michael.
James? We need to leave.
You know, despite everything, if Sarah could weigh in right now, she'd tell me not to kill you. That's the kind of person she was. This is for Sarah.
I never killed Sarah.
I wouldn't expect.
In a moment of desperation, Gretchen reveals shocking news. She claims she did not kill Sarah. Sarah had escaped from the dark room where she was held, to threaten Michael into planning a full-fledged prison break. She had faked Sarah's death. Michael can hardly believe his ears, yet he desperately hopes it's true. As Michael is distracted, James takes the opportunity to draw his gun on him.
Give me the gun.
She's lying.
Is she? If you pull that trigger, you'll never know.
Just then, the sound of police sirens outside rises. The bodies of the 2 men James just killed have been discovered. Stuck here, they would all be caught, so Michael has no choice but to lower his weapon. As he leaves, James discreetly takes a newspaper from the table and hides the fake memory card inside it, placing it in a planter. Moments later, a white-haired liaison from the company retrieves it. Soon after, Gretchen meets General Krantz in the desert. To Krantz's fury, The memory card James submitted turns out to be blank, although Gretchen insists James must have tampered with it. The fact that she went to great lengths to get James out of prison makes Krantz suspect they are in collusion.
You know what to do.
The roof from a slush fund from Cobra 2, it's yours. No, please, please.
Elsewhere, Michael calls his brother Lincoln to confirm if he saw Sarah's head in the box. Lincoln affirms, but since the basement was dark, he didn't inspect the head to confirm if it was Sarah. This reignites Michael's hope. He starts checking his voicemail for any message from Sarah. Unexpectedly, there's a message suggesting Sarah is alive and wants to meet him. Michael rushes to the meeting place, only to find the former senior agent Mahone waiting for him. Mahone gets straight to the point, saying he and James are working together against the company, and Gretchen was merely being used, likely already eliminated. The memory card, known as Scylla, contains the names and operational plans of all the company's agents. Securing it would enable them to completely destroy the company. Otherwise, they will all be relentlessly hunted down. But Michael's only concern is Sarah's whereabouts. Only when Mahone suggests James might know where Sarah is does Michael agree to meet James. In a secluded spot, James reappears, holding the memory card, stating, "Only by accessing Scylla's data can we bring down the company, and only then can all of us truly gain our freedom." The problem is that accessing Scylla's data requires breaking into a heavily guarded facility. Given Michael's history of successful prison breaks, they believe he can lead this mission, which is why they've approached him for an alliance. The bird guide left in Sona prison contained information that could have made the break-in easier, but it's now in T-Bag's possession. Even without it, with their combined efforts, they are confident in their success. Sarah is indeed alive, hiding somewhere in Chicago, but she is in grave danger as the company is aggressively eliminating anyone aware of the secret. Before he can finish, a bullet strikes James in the head. Unexpectedly, James dies just like that. After their escape, the company's most formidable assassin, Wyatt, steps forward, takes Scylla from James's body, and coolly walks away. Wyatt hands Scylla over to the general for verification. Relieved it's authentic, he orders Wyatt to kill everyone aware of Scylla's secret.
It's time to clean up now. Thoroughly. Everyone who was close to Whistler. Scofield, Mahone, Burrows.
A truck full of stowaways slowly approaches the Mexican border. The driver opens the cargo area, which is packed tightly with over 50 people. Unbelievably, Bellic and Sucre emerge from inside. But how could they, who were clearly in Panama's Sona prison, appear here? It turns out that just 3 days ago, a riot broke out in Sona prison. The prison was burned to ashes by the inmates, and 90% of the prisoners were shot on the spot by the guards. They, along with T-Bag, were just the ones who managed to escape. Bellic had already contacted his mother to pick him up here. Indeed, even if you are a fugitive, a mother is always the most trustworthy person. Sucre rushes to the hospital first thing. Today is the day his girlfriend Mary Cruz is giving birth. Mary Cruz's sister brings the newborn baby, and as Sucre is immersed in happiness, the sister quietly signals someone across the room. Turns out, fearing Sucre would drag Mary Cruz down, she had already informed the police ahead of time. Sucre is furious but carefully hands his daughter over to her, then hurriedly escapes through the fire escape. Bellic, waiting below, is dumbfounded by the scene, but before they can start the car, they are surrounded by a swarm of police. The poor duo were caught again, not even an hour after their escape. Compared to them, T-Bag, who also escaped from the same prison, is living the good life. With Mary's help, T-Bag gets his hands on all of Lechero's savings, spending his days dressed like an executive. But he is not satisfied with such a comfortable life, as he can never forget the countless times Michael left him for dead. He takes out a stack of dollars, bidding farewell to the only woman in the world who appreciated him. Under the arrangement of his assistant Sancho, they board a black car headed for the United States, planning to seek revenge on Michael. While Sancho goes to use the bathroom, T-Bag boasts about his intelligence and leadership skills.
1 in a million top charisma, yes. Ain't just gonna look down his nose at me.
How you gonna find him? You're both into birds?
No. It's either gonna take me to him or he to me. I just know it.
but the two drivers are indifferent to his boasts. What they care about is the cash in Teabag's bag. One of the drivers quietly picks up a crowbar hidden under the seat. The scene shifts, and Teabag and Sancho are lying in a desert about 60 kilometers from the US border. The drivers rob them of all their money and food, leaving behind only the useless bird guide. Without food and water, how will they cross this desolate desert? On the other side, the company's top assassin, Wyatt, has already begun his mission, which is to eliminate Mahone as well as Michael and Lincoln. When Wyatt arrives at Mahone's ex-wife Pam's house and gets no useful information, he brutally murders Mahone's entire family. Upon hearing the news, Mahone rushes over, disregarding his status as a wanted criminal, wanting to rush into the house to see the condition of his wife and child, but is stopped by the police. The police tell Mahone that if he goes in now, he will regret it for the rest of his life, hinting at the dire situation inside. In the third season, the biggest winner has to be Lincoln, who not only remains unharmed with his son but also gains a new girlfriend. Unfortunately, the good times do not last long, as Lincoln vaguely feels that he is being targeted by the company. Just as he is leaving with Sophia and L.J., they are ambushed by the company's assassin. Although Lincoln kills the company's agent, the loud gunfire attracts nearby patrolling police, and he is eventually arrested by the local authorities. On the other hand, Michael is still looking for Sarah and makes a call to Bruce, a friend of Sarah's father. Unfortunately, just as the call connects, a group of police surrounds Michael.
Hands on your head.
Michael is taken to an interrogation room, where he meets with Don, a senior agent from Homeland Security. Don gets straight to the point, saying he has been secretly investigating Scylla for years, and James was his undercover agent in the company. Now that James has been killed, he hopes Michael will agree to join the search for Scylla, promising freedom upon success. Though the offer is tempting, Michael states he will discuss nothing unless they help him find Sarah. Don hesitates, as finding Sarah would require signatures from leaders of 20 different departments, and if any of them are affiliated with the company, Sarah's life could be at risk. But Don offers another tempting condition. Your brother Lincoln has been taken by the Panamanian police, and we can extradite him back to the US at any time if you agree.
I think I'd like to talk to my brother.
Seeing the efficiency and power of Homeland Security, Michael begins to be swayed. However, Don also states that for their safety, only a few people in the government know about this operation, and he would be their direct contact. After obtaining Scylla, you would then infiltrate the heavily guarded company headquarters to decrypt it. With your experience of escaping prison twice, I believe this wouldn't be a difficult task for you. As Michael hesitates on whether to join, someone posts a hefty bail for the brothers, and they are released. Turns out, this person is Bruce, a friend of Sarah's father. Bruce takes Michael to a house, opens the door, and standing opposite is the long-yearned for Sarah. After many days, they embrace tightly. That night, they spend the entire time together, and Michael gives the origami flower to Sarah. Seeing the scars inflicted on Sarah's back fills Michael with pain and guilt. Suddenly, a bullet flies in. It's the company's assassin, Wyatt, who has arrived. They quickly find a safe place to hide. Michael finally understands that unless the company is brought down, they will never have peace. The next morning, Michael meets his former prison escape companions, all part of his conditions to join the Scylla project. He didn't expect Don to actually bring them all here.
Can't tell you how grateful I am for including me.
Well, Sucre vouched for you, Bellic. He said you came through for him down in Panama. Alex?
Michael?
You ready for this?
Yeah. I am.
Soon after, Don prepares new identities for Michael and the others, but Michael knows some things can't be faked. To better conceal himself, without using painkillers, Michael endures severe pain to remove all his tattoos. A new journey has begun, but they are unaware that they have already been drawn into a much larger conspiracy. You can never imagine how ugly human nature can become in the face of life and death. This is their third day trapped in the desolate desert, without food and water. Even taking a step becomes an arduous task for them. Teabag, while tearing pages from a book to stave off hunger, encourages Sancho not to give up hope of surviving, but unexpectedly, taking advantage of Teabag resting, Sancho strikes him with a stick.
Hell you doing?
I'm hungry, Teddy. Why should the both of us die out here when one of us can help the other one survive? You don't want to do this, please. Make it quick.
It turned out that Sancho wanted to eat Teabag's hunger, but unfortunately, the starving and dizzy Sancho was only gently pushed by Teabag and crashed to death on the rock. Looking at Sancho's body, Teabag is filled with immense sorrow. However, at this moment, an evil thought also flashes through his mind. Teabag shakes his head trying to calm himself, but in the next second, there's a bonfire burning on the ground, and he drags Sancho's body towards the fire with all his might. Even though he has killed countless people before, this is the first time he feels the ugliness in his heart. 3 days pass, and although he has the strength to keep going, Teabag can't help but retch when he thinks back. Fortunately, luck is on their side as he hears the sound of a motor from behind a dune. It turns out to be 2 young men passing by on off-road bikes. Seeing Teabag's miserable state, the young men offer him a ride.
We can give you a ride if you'd like.
Hey, what's wrong, man? Eat some bad Mexican?
Something like that.
With the help of the 2 young men, Teabag finally made it back to San Diego, USA. He comes to this city because the bird guide marked a special set of numbers, seemingly hiding something important by James here. Following the guide's instructions, Teabag successfully finds a shared storage locker, inputs the password, and discovers various IDs, bank cards, and documents inside. Obviously, this is another identity of James. Teabag learns from the newspaper that James has been murdered and decides to assume this new identity without hesitation. According to the information, Teabag boarded a bus to Los Angeles and searched for the address on the nameplate and used the key to open a room. Looking at the luxurious furnishings inside the room, Teabag can't contain his ecstasy. From now on, he can live undiscovered, no longer needing to flee. While shaving, Teabag recalls the times Michael tricked him, leading to the loss of his left hand and a series of tragic events that followed. Now it's time for his revenge. However, what he doesn't know is that Michael and the others have also arrived in Los Angeles. The escape team reunites, aiming to obtain Scylla to completely break the company and secure a peaceful life for their latter years. They arrive at an abandoned warehouse, well stocked with supplies. Don also equips them with a new team member, the top hacker Roland. Roland is officially there to assist Michael and others in decrypting Scylla's secrets, but is actually Don's insider among them. Without delay, the operation officially begins. Mahone shares his intelligence first. He was once the personal driver for James and Gretchen and overheard some clues. It turns out the company stored Scylla with a high-ranking executive, the so-called cardholder. He had once seen the cardholder's driver and could identify him from a photo, which would lead them to the cardholder. But with 10 million people in Los Angeles, finding this driver is like finding a needle in a haystack. Mahone, truly deserving of his reputation as a former top FBI agent, captivates everyone with his subsequent deduction.
His suit. You don't buy a suit like that on a cop's salary or pulling weekend gigs as the driver. That means he's full-time, he's highly paid. You ask our friend Mr. Self to run tax records of 45 to 55-year-old white males in Los Angeles, drawing a military pension and taking 6 figures from a private security company. And you narrow your field from 10 million till about 50, and then I can pick the guy out from there. Find the driver, you find the cardholder.
Through deduction, the scope was instantly narrowed from 10 million to 50 people. With information provided by Homeland Security, Mahone immediately recognizes the driver from these 50 people. Without a moment's delay, they stake out the driver's home and follow him to the cardholder's residence. It's a private villa resembling a castle, with motion sensors at the entrance, surrounded by alarm systems and armed guards, making it impossible for even a fly to get in, let alone sneak in to steal the card. Worse yet, Michael suddenly feels dizzy for no reason, and looking up into the mirror, he shockingly discovers black blood flowing from his nose. Never ever mooch off free Wi-Fi in public places, or you might not even realize what happened when the balance in your phone account gets swiped clean. This is the ultimate black tech created by the top hacker Roland. It looks like a smartphone, but in reality, it's a digital black hole. It can intercept all digital data from no more than 2 people, including the account information of those using public Wi-Fi and the pins of customers using credit cards at gas stations. Let's take a look at how the Revenge Squad used this receiver to successfully steal a priceless Scylla data card. After hours of stakeout, they finally saw the cardholder Stewart's car leaving the villa. Following closely, Sucre overtook on a bend and abruptly stopped in front of him.
Good luck.
Sucre took the receiver. Then he got into a fiercely strong argument in Spanish. The driver was dumbfounded, having never in his life encountered someone so unreasonable yet so full of confidence. However, Roland didn't detect any signal from Scylla. Thinking it was not close enough, Sucre tried to get closer to Stuart inside the car, but the screen still showed no response.
Try to get closer to him.
If he was any closer, he'd be in the car.
I get your little act, Pedro. Hit the brakes, let the rich guy pay for damage you don't intend to fix.
Just give the man some money so we can leave.
The first attempt ended in failure, but at least they got a crucial piece of information. Stuart didn't carry the data card on him but had hidden it at home. But Stuart's home was heavily guarded by security personnel. Not even a fly could get in, let alone sneak in to copy the data card. Just when things seemed at a deadlock again, Michael, who was staking out near the villa, noticed that besides Stuart, only a housekeeper could freely enter and exit the villa. But how could they make the housekeeper work for them? Michael came up with an idea. The next day, he had Sarah deliberately strike up a conversation with the housekeeper at the bus station. Sarah complimented the housekeeper's handbag, asking if she could feel its texture. The housekeeper, being very friendly, handed over her bag, not noticing a smartphone slipping out from Sarah's folded newspaper. When it was time for work and the housekeeper walked into Stuart's home, Michael immediately called her, not giving her a second to put down her backpack. Claiming to be a security company employee, he asked her to open the windows for a security system check, then directed her to walk around the house. The moment the housekeeper entered the study, Roland's signal instantly jumped to full bars, clearly indicating that Scylla was hidden in this room. Roland immediately started the data copying program, but the transfer would take 2 minutes, so Michael had to find a way to keep the housekeeper from leaving the room.
The source of our problem, if you could just stay at that particular window and hold it closed while we reset the system, that should do it.
Thanks to Michael's smooth talking, the Scylla data was finally copied. Now, all they had to do was to retrieve the receiver successfully. However, Lincoln noticed that for some reason, the housekeeper turned back before leaving the door. But fortunately, she came back out with the backpack after 15 seconds. Now it was Mahone's turn to step up, but he hesitated several times to snatch the bag and couldn't bring himself to do it. Bellick, unable to stand by and watch any longer, snatched the housekeeper's backpack and bolted.
Wait here.
Actually had to slow down not to catch you.
I think I pulled a groin.
Yet, after rummaging through the backpack again and again, they couldn't find the receiver. A reluctant Mahone had no choice but to return the bag. Back at the base, everyone looked as glum as frostbitten eggplants. Suddenly, Michael remembered that the housekeeper had turned back before leaving. This meant she likely discovered the device that resembled a smartphone and, thinking it belonged to her employer, put it back in the room.
Well then guess what, fellas? It's game over.
You know how many months it took me to make that thing, Michael? What, you just think I could whip up another one in a couple of seconds?
Losing it is not the problem. If they find it, that's the problem.
They find out someone was after that card, we're done.
What do you mean done? What does that mean? Does it mean we're gonna go back to prison? Is they gonna kill us? What the hell is that?
They were back to square one, and this time, they had no way out. Even if it meant entering the dragon's den, they had to retrieve the receiver tonight. According to their investigation, the house's alarm would sound within 2 seconds of an illegal entry, and then 47 armed guards would immediately storm the house, making escape impossible. Michael re-examined the villa's architectural blueprints, mapping out each guard's position, trying to find even the slightest flaw. After constant deliberation, he finally thought of a daring plan. In the wee hours, the escape team split into 2 groups. Sucre and Lincoln broke into the villa opposite Stuart's, forcefully prying open the door. As soon as the alarm went off, Stuart's guards were immediately on alert, rushing to the door to check. Meanwhile, Stuart was awakened by the shrill alarm, thinking it was his own, so he quickly turned off his home's alarm system, while Mahone and Michael lurked nearby. Taking advantage of the moment Stuart turned off the security system, they slipped into the house and successfully took the receiver from the table. When Stuart went out to inquire, he learned it was the thief in the neighbor's house, but by the time he restarted the security system, Michael and Mahone had already quietly slipped out of the villa. Back at the base, everyone was incredibly excited. Having Scylla meant they were one step closer to true freedom, but their celebration was premature. When Roland decoded the receiver, he found that the data was a bunch of gibberish. After repeated analysis, they realized that this data card was just a small part of the entire Scylla data. It was like a piece of pizza, and what they got was just one slice. In other words, Scylla was divided into several parts, held by different people. Only by collecting all of them could they access the real Scylla data, take down the company, and achieve true freedom.
How many do you give it to?
Okay, that quote your father held on to? In the Odyssey, Scylla is a six-headed monster that requires a sacrifice of 6 soldiers in order to pass.
So Scylla isn't one card. It's 6.
In the world, there exists an invisible prison far more terrifying than any physical one, and this group of people is deeply ensnared in such an intangible cage. To clear their names, for freedom, and to avenge their son, the escape crew reunites once again, all to bring down the omnipotent and mysterious organization the company and secure everlasting peace for themselves and their families. But to dismantle the company, they must obtain 6 Scylla data cards. Yet currently, they possess only one, with the whereabouts of the remaining 5 completely unknown. Worse still, the team's linchpin, Michael, seems to have contracted a rare disease, casting a shadow over their path. Can they dismantle the company and break free from this cage? Michael finds Don and gives him a good scolding. We agreed on 1 card, but now it's turned into 6. Are you playing us for fools? Don was equally taken aback, never anticipating the complexity of the situation. Yet he stood firm. Our deal was Scylla for your freedom, whether it's 6 or 600 cards. If you can't get Scylla, you're going straight back to prison. Don also issued a dire ultimatum to Michael, to secure the remaining 5 cards within 5 days. Don was under duress himself, bearing the pressure from his NSA superior, Herb. Upon learning there were 6 Scylla cards, Herb realized this was nearly an impossible task. Any slip-up could expose them to the company's insiders within the government, leaving them clueless about their own demise, prompting Herb to abort this secret mission. Meanwhile, Michael and his folks were completely in the dark, still analyzing Stewart, trying to extract information about the other 5 cardholders from him. Fortunately, during their last operation, Roland's receiver not only copied a portion of Scylla but also accidentally duplicated several emails from Stewart's computer. The emails were about inviting Stewart to a meeting in London, scheduled for today at 4 p.m. Oddly, it's almost 4 p.m., and Stewart is still in Los Angeles with no record of him purchasing a flight ticket. With years of detective experience, Mahone suggested the email could be a cipher. Michael instantly connected the dots, taking the first letter of each word, which spelled out Scylla. It seems likely Stewart is meeting with the other Scylla holders today. In other words, this is an excellent opportunity to learn about the other card holders. But where exactly is the meeting place? The email also included an advertisement for a virility supplement and an invitation to an astronomy club, both seemingly unrelated to the meeting location. Using the invitation's celestial coordinates to calculate, the result pointed to the Antarctic state. Clearly impossible. Just as they were at a loss, Sucre and Bellic, who were monitoring Stewart outside, suddenly found themselves surrounded by federal agents.
Oh my God, this ain't good. I got him up! I got him up! Put your hands up, Sucre. Come on, man. Who you calling? Put your hands up. They're gonna shoot. Weapon. Come on, put your hands up. Okay. Don't shoot. Don't shoot, man. We're all right.
Simultaneously, Roland's computer was locked down. Clearly, the NSA had begun to move. Fearing being implicated and not trusting a few fugitives to handle the situation, they decided to abort the mission and send them back to prison. Luckily, Michael received a text from Sucre in time, forcing the group to flee hastily. On the road, Michael tried to persuade Don to give him a bit more time, but this was a decision from Don's boss's boss, and he had no choice but to follow orders. Because Don had placed an ankle bracelet on everyone's feet before they went on the secret mission, Michael and his crew had no choice but to sneak into the underground tunnels to temporarily block the tracking signal from their anklets. But staying here was not a long-term plan. Michael was still trying to find clues in 2 emails. Suddenly, overlapping advertisements on the wall gave him an epiphany, making Michael realize that the 2 emails might need to be looked at together. He immediately took a nail from nearby, scratched the frame of the star chart, and placed it on an advertisement for male vitality.
New Beach. There's a power plant in Newport Beach. That's your meeting.
We ain't got long until 4 o'clock. How the hell are we gonna get out of here?
How fast?
Without delay, they hijacked a taxi and rushed to the power station. while agents from the National Security Bureau relentlessly pursued them based on their location. As they neared the power station, to buy Michael more time, Lincoln, Mahone, and Sarah ran in different directions. Eventually, they were captured, and Michael took the opportunity to escape and head straight to the cardholders' meeting point. As expected, all 6 cardholders were present, and Michael quickly took out his phone to sneakily capture photos. Soon after, Don took everyone except Michael to a warehouse. Just as he was about to send them all to prison, Michael arrived, driving the taxi nonchalantly.
Yeah, but then I wouldn't be able to give you this. Press the video function. It wasn't a meeting between 2 Scylla cardholders, Agent Self. It was a meeting between all 6 cardholders. So now we know who has the other 5 cards, and that should mean something, even to someone whose word means nothing.
This was the first time Don witnessed Michael's formidable abilities. They had secretly investigated the company for over a decade with no breakthroughs, yet Michael managed to capture a photo of the 6 heads together within just a few days. Suddenly, Don had a bargaining chip. He bypassed his superiors and directly contacted a senator, who agreed to give them one more chance. Thus, the escape team was released, but they were only given 5 days. Without delay, Michael immediately started studying the photos. Don suddenly recognized one of the cardholders in the photo as extremely familiar. It was Griffin, the Minister of Finance, who worked in the same building as him. After all, they are on the same rope. Don decided to do it himself. Don grabbed the receiver, claiming a mysterious organization was manipulating bonds, and barged into Griffin's office, vividly describing the urgent situation. However, the receiver did not detect the presence of the data card. Griffin asked Don to leave and make an appointment, then opened a cabinet. It was a very sophisticated safe with a triangular loop symbol on it. When Griffin entered the password and fingerprint, Roland's signal instantly went full, indicating the second data card was inside. But copying the data card required 2 minutes. When Griffin placed something inside and immediately closed the cabinet door, the copying process was abruptly halted. Griffin told Don, "I'm flying to Asia in 6 hours. Let's talk when I get back. If you dare to barge into my office again, I won't be so polite." After hearing about the situation from Don, Michael asked him for a blueprint of the building. It seems it was time to return to old tricks. To the average Joe, this might just be a run-of-the-mill vacuum cleaner, but in Michael's hands, it becomes a crucial tool for cracking open safes. Michael removes the vacuum's air filter and silencer. Upon pressing the start button again, the vacuum immediately generates a tremendous noise. Just recently, the jailbreak squad acquired the government building's blueprints, and they're about to infiltrate the building to steal a priceless Scylla data card. A thorough investigation reveals the government building's security system is virtually impenetrable, with surveillance and alarms everywhere. Griffin's office is on the 10th floor, and his safe's 12-digit code is essentially uncrackable. The safe, made of 18 centimeters thick high-temperature resistant cobalt alloy, would take an hour to drill open, and the noise would be unavoidable. They concluded that stealing the Scylla data card from inside was nearly impossible, but Michael is exceedingly clever. He sets his sights on the office next to Griffin's. Once everything is ready, the heist officially begins. Don, using his Homeland Security agent status, leads the group to the government building's underground parking lot. Before leaving, he warns, "If you lot wanted criminals, get caught. Don't you dare say you know me." After closing the elevator door, to avoid surveillance and government personnel, Sucre dismantles the elevator button panel, turns off the camera, and sets the elevator to full mode to go straight to the 10th floor. Then, he crawls into the building's ventilation ducts through the elevator's maintenance hatch. The team splits up. Sucre and Bellic sneak into the storage room through the ventilation ducts first. However, just as Sucre is about to restore everything, a female employee suddenly barges in.
Sorry, I was just coming into... There's no more TP in the ladies' room.
We'll get right on that.
How about you get it right now?
But surprisingly, Bellic hands over a pack of wood pulp paper. They exchange glances, and Georgie, with a wave of his hand, decides to go get the toilet paper himself. At that moment, 2 drops of blood fall on Georgie's shoulder, fortunately without her noticing, but Lincoln accidentally learns of his brother's serious illness. As their mother showed the same early symptoms, their mother died of the disease at 30, and Michael turns 30 this year. On the other side, Don, sticking to the plan, invites an official from the neighboring office out to lunch and takes the opportunity to spray black dye at the entrance of his office. Soon after, Sucre and Bellic, dressed as janitors, use the pretext of a stain on the carpet discovered by chance to bring in a vacuum cleaner for cleaning. Meanwhile, Michael and Lincoln drop down from the ventilation ducts. They move a bookshelf on one side of the wall, behind which lies Griffin's safe in the neighboring office. Michael opens his toolkit, takes out a metal detector to locate the exact position of the safe, and waits for the others to start the vacuum. Sucre and Bellic begin to clean the stain in earnest. When they turn on the modified noisy vacuum cleaner, the secretary can't concentrate on her work due to the loud noise. Of course, she couldn't possibly hear any noise coming from inside the office. Lincoln cuts through the wall's insulation, while Michael mixes aluminum powder with iron oxide powder on the side. Lincoln wants to ask his brother how long he's been bleeding from the nose, but Michael insists it's a minor issue, as their priority is to get the Scylla. After Lincoln makes a shallow groove with a slotting machine, Michael sprays the groove with a mixture of the two powders. This triggers the famous thermite reaction. The aluminum powder oxidizes intensely under the high temperature generated by the slotting machine, releasing a tremendous amount of heat. This exothermic reaction can reach temperatures above 3,000 degrees Celsius, easily melting through 18 centimeters of cobalt alloy. Michael measures the depth with calipers, needing to drill another 16 millimeters to breach the safe's rear wall. Just then, Michael can clearly hear footsteps from the next office. It turns out that Krantz from the company has made a sudden visit. If he can hear Krantz's footsteps, it means the loud noise from this side can also be heard by Krantz. But the official from the neighboring office who went out for lunch is about to return, and with no way out, they have to take a risk. While the people in the next office start talking, Michael immediately has Lincoln continue the work. Almost the moment the drill starts, Krantz looks towards the wall from where the noise is coming. Fortunately, since most of the drilling was already done, it took less than 10 seconds to remove a neatly circular piece of the outer shell. Michael discreetly retrieves the second Scylla data card, instead of stealing the card directly, which might raise Krantz's suspicions and make acquiring the remaining 4 cards more difficult. Michael opts to copy the data using a receiver. However, copying the data card requires 2 minutes. While Michael is halfway through the copying process, Krantz suddenly asks to see the data card. Caught off guard, Michael quickly puts the data card back in its place, holding the receiver in one hand and the circular shell in the other, ready to reinstall it at any moment. Lincoln anxiously awaits a signal from Roland. Luckily, just as Griffin is about to open the safe with his fingerprint, he complains about working with Krantz for 15 years and still not being trusted by him. It was precisely this brief time difference that allowed Michael to successfully copy the data and perfectly cover up any traces of having opened the safe. Krantz takes the data card, checks it, and immediately issues an order. Henceforth, all 6 cardholders must carry their cards with them at all times. This is because an incident at the first cardholder's home has already aroused his suspicions. After completing the mission, Michael and Lincoln restore the scene, and Sucre and Bellic leave with the cleaning cart. The 4 reunite in the elevator and escape the scene in Don's black van. The jailbreak squad is planning how to acquire the 3rd data card. Suddenly, Lincoln spots an old acquaintance nearby, Teabag, whom they haven't seen in a long time. But how could Teabag appear here, dressed in a sharp suit? It turns out that since Teabag moved into James' mansion, he often studies a stack of documents carefully. These documents repeatedly mention a company called Gate, and James, under the alias Cole, is the top salesman of this Gate company, with a substantial bonus to his name. Teabag calls the company and finds out that Gregory, the boss, has never met James. Thus, Teabag set his sights on this bonus and directly impersonated Cole to arrange a meeting with Gregory, which is why he arrived here dressed to the nines. When Teabag sees Lincoln and the others approaching, he turns and runs, throwing a bird guidebook into a nearby flower bed. However, wearing leather shoes, he couldn't run fast enough and Lincoln caught him.
Hey, Teddy.
That ain't the Brothers Grimm.
Easy, Link. Remember, we need him. Now, what are you doing in Los Angeles?
I'm thinking about maybe getting me a career in pictures. You just say! If anyone's got a right to be pissed, it's me. You put me out to pasture back in Panama. Left me for dead, which makes it the 3rd time I believed. So congratulations, you got yourself a turkey.
Where's the bird book?
Bird book? Where's the book?
A nearby security guard, seeing a potential fight, immediately calls for backup. Still wanted criminals. The brothers don't want to escalate the situation. After searching Teabag and not finding the book, they reluctantly let him go. After shaking off the 2, Teabag picks up the book again and meets with Gregory at Gate Company. Leveraging his exceptional eloquence, Teabag easily deceived Gregory and even secured himself a private office and an assistant named Andy. Andy mentions that this office was specifically requested by James, and its door number is also noted in the Bird Guidebook. Could this office hide some unknown secret? Teabag sits in his office, sipping coffee and chatting away, completely oblivious to a drop of coffee silently trickling down the side of the cup. As Teabag looks at the Bird book on his desk, he suddenly notices a blue mark appearing on it. Realizing there must be a shocking secret hidden within this book, Teabag grabs a piece of tissue, dabs it in coffee, and frantically wipes away, soon revealing a pattern resembling a ladder slowly emerging. Just as he wonders what this could be, the sudden appearance of two people at the door sends shivers down his spine. It turns out that since the last time Michael met Teabag under the office building, he's had Sucre and Bellick sniffing around the neighborhood for any sign of Teabag. Their goal was precisely to get their hands on this bird guide. Sucre tempts Trishan with the promise of $10,000 if she provides a lead. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Teabag quickly grabs a fruit knife from the desk, ready to counterattack. Unexpectedly, Trishan does not seem to be swayed by money, claiming she hasn't seen the person in the photo. After sending the two away, Trishan looks meaningfully towards the office, leaving Teabag completely puzzled about her motives. Teabag thought his charm had won over Trishan, but it turned out to be a transaction in the end. Trishan demands a regular cut of 15% from Teabag's sales commissions. Otherwise, she would call those two back since she had saved their phone numbers. Caught in a bind, Teabag reluctantly agrees, as he has more pressing matters to attend to. Teabag spends his days studying the strange patterns on the book but can't decipher their meaning, until one day, a man with a menacing appearance suddenly shows up, saying nothing but placing a gun on the table.
You were supposed to deliver the item 2 days ago. Where is it?
Where's what?
I've traveled a long way, Mr. Pfeiffer. My patience is wearing thin. Playing games is not going to be good for either of us. Scylla, where is it?
This is the first time Teabag has heard of Scylla. It's clear that Feng Huan had some deal with James, but Teabag has no idea what Scylla is. Feng Huan bluntly states, "Give me Scylla within 2 days, and I'll pay you as we agreed. But if I don't see the goods the day after tomorrow, I'll blow your head off."
No problem.
Teabag so readily agrees because he realizes the sum could be astronomical. Even if he can't find Scylla in 2 days, he can just wipe his butt with the promise and vanish. Teabag firmly believes the bird guide is key to finding Scylla. He notices a page marked with an 8x10 square, thinking it's the office's floor plan, but after walking 8 steps as indicated, he discovers nothing. At that moment, he noticed a taped-off utility room in the office, so he snuck into it. Starting from the corner of the wall, Teabag walks 8 steps, knocking and tapping around, yet finds nothing. Just as he senses something off with the floor sound, Trishan walks in to warn him of trouble. It turns out Andy has discovered issues with Teabag's resume and many holes in his sales record, concluding Teabag is a fraud, and has already notified the police, who will arrive in 5 minutes. Knowing a police investigation would immediately expose his fugitive status, Teabag, albeit reluctantly but prioritizing survival, quickly wipes away all fingerprints he's left behind. After a brief farewell to Trishan, Teabag rushes out in a frantic escape. Once back at his hideout, he immediately packs up, ready to disappear, but just then, a formidable woman punches him to the ground.
Who the hell are you?
This is the 10th day Gretchen has been locked in the dungeon. She appears to be on her last breath from the torture, but in reality, Gretchen is slowly prying a nail out of the chair with her fingernails. For freedom, she's willing to endure even if it means staining the wood with her blood. Persistence pays off, and the day the guard comes in to change the urine bucket, Gretchen kicks him down and clamps his head between her legs. Then, the sharp nail is driven straight into his temple. Gretchen pulls out the key, unlocks her handcuffs, and tears off the tape on her mouth. A plan for revenge has already begun to take root in her heart. Dragging her bruised body, Gretchen arrives at her sister Rita's house. Looking at her bruised reflection in the mirror and recalling the years of dedication to the company, only to end up like this, Gretchen feels a deep sense of injustice. Her blue eyes blaze with anger, vowing to bring down the company and make them pay a painful price. Gretchen smashes open a piggy bank hidden here. The guns and cash inside astonish Rita. She approaches a girl playing by herself, whose blue eyes are identical to Gretchen's.
You be a good girl, okay? Bye, Emily.
Hi, Auntie.
After leaving Rita's place, Gretchen, posing as James's wife, goes to the lost and found to claim James's belongings, but without a marriage certificate. Her request is denied on the spot. Gretchen doesn't waste words, simply punching him as a lesson for his refusal. She quickly grabs James's file bag, which contains a phone with an unread message from Gate Company. Gretchen finally learns of James's other identity. At that moment, Teabag, whose impersonation has been exposed and is preparing to flee, is knocked down by Gretchen with a punch.
Who the hell are you?
Teabag is tied up, and at this point, he can only divulge everything about how he impersonated someone and threatens that Scylla and the office of Gate Company must be closely related, and now only he can get into that office. If Gretchen kills him, they'll never get their hands on Scylla in their lifetime, but Teabag doesn't know she's a ruthless character. Gretchen pulls out a knife, slashes Teabag's arm, and then slowly moves the blade towards his lower half, threatening to cut it off and feed it to the dogs if he doesn't cooperate in obtaining Scylla. Teabag has no choice but to cave, marking the beginning of their official partnership in forming the Plastic Alliance. Meanwhile, Bellick got a call from Trishan at Gates' front desk. Turns out, with Teabag planning to flee, her chance at a sales commission vanishes, so she'd rather sell information for $10,000, prompting her to call. At this time, the jailbreak squad has already locked onto the third cardholder. The data card is important, and the bird guidebook is equally key to unlocking Scylla. Michael decides to split up. He, Mahone, and Bellick will deal with Teabag, while the others go to Las Vegas to steal the card from the cardholder. The trio arrives at the meeting place, with Michael sending Bellick to the rooftop to meet Trishan first. But when Bellick doesn't come down after a long wait, Michael and Mahone have no choice but to go up, immediately sensing something is off upon seeing them. However, at that moment, Teabag emerges from behind a car with a gun, revealing that Bellick and Trishan have been taken hostage and used as bait to lure them up. Just as Teabag is about to shove them into the car, the agile Mahone leaps off the platform. Teabag's arm, slashed by Gretchen, makes it difficult for him to hold the gun steady, forcing him to watch Mahone escape. Luckily, he has finally captured his deeply hated Michael and immediately ties them up in the mansion.
Just tell me what you want. I want to make you bleed. I want to release the sinner inside of me that got me incarcerated so many years ago.
Teabag recalls how Michael caused him to lose an arm in the first season, sent him directly to Sona prison in the second, and in the third, left him surrounded by guards. Teabag wishes he could tear Michael to pieces, but for now, Teabag has to spare his life. As with his intelligence, he's incapable of deciphering the secrets in the bird guidebook. Michael was equally curious about the connection between this book and Scylla. In just half an hour, he sensed the secrets hidden within its pages. He put the blue lines together, which seemed to look like a design for some place. At the same time, Michael discovered a piece of paper with bird illustrations that read Gate, matching the logo on a nearby cardboard box. He discreetly tucked the paper away. Soon after, Gretchen, lurking in the shadows, spotted Bellick's ankle. Realizing it was a tracking device, she immediately called Teabag, instructing him to remove the gadget and then move the hostages to another location. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Mahone, having obtained the tracking system from Dawn, stormed in, only to find the place deserted. Fortunately, Mahone discovered a paper crane left by Michael, a symbol he used to communicate. Upon unfolding it, he found it was the very piece of paper with Gate written on it. Being a smart man himself, Mahone rushed to Gate Corporation to set up a defense. Meanwhile, Teabag had moved them to Trishan's house, and Michael had completed the blueprint, which showed that Gate Corporation was adjacent to the company. Starting from Teabag's office could lead directly to a part of the company, possibly related to Scylla. To find out, he had to check the site himself. Teabag doesn't know what Scylla is, but if so many people want it, it must be worth something.
Because you can smell that Scylla money, can't you? That's what you're in it for, just like me.
To gain Teabag's trust, Michael admitted he joined the fray for the money. Teabag informed Gretchen that Michael planned to go to the office. Gretchen stated that as long as she could obtain Scylla, whatever Michael did was acceptable. She also took care of a problem for Teabag by showing him the trunk of her car, where the bothersome Andy lay. In front of everyone, Gretchen cold-bloodedly strangled Andy to death, removing an obstacle. After clearing the way, Teabag confidently led Michael to the office. Following the clues from the bird guide, they lifted the floorboard to find a hidden passage below. This time, Teabag was wise, learning from the lesson at Sona prison, and had Michael go first.
Just like old times, pretty.
But regardless of Teabag's antics, he could never escape Michael's schemes. Just as they descended, Michael jokingly pulled open a metal door, suggesting he'd lock Teabag inside, almost making Teabag burst into laughter. At that moment, a figure approached silently. In an effort to get closer to the cardholder Howard, Sarah employed her charm, approaching him with alluring grace. Unexpectedly, Howard barely gave her a second glance, uttering a few polite words before leaving the scene. For the first time, Sarah felt a sense of defeat. Was it her looks, or was Howard simply a gentleman? The bartender finally cleared her confusion.
Don't take it personally, you're not his type. Right before you sat down, he asked me if I liked the party.
It turns out Howard had a very peculiar taste. Thus, the task of approaching cardholder number 5 ultimately fell on the muscular and handsome Sucre. Although reluctant, Sucre had to sacrifice himself for the sake of the team. Sauntering to the poolside, his well-built and sturdy muscles shone under the sun, particularly dazzling. Howard's heart fluttered at the sight of such a specimen, and before Sucre could even remove his vest, Howard had already moved closer. After a fierce internal struggle, Howard finally mustered the courage to strike up a conversation. With some persuasion, Sucre felt his skin crawl, but eventually, he gritted his teeth and followed Howard into the room. After a few drinks, Sucre was on an emotional roller coaster. As Howard opened the safe to retrieve some cash, Roland began copying the Scylla data on his end.
Filling up nice. Sucre must be in close proximity. Getting oiled, most likely.
Howard slowly approached Sucre, the atmosphere turning ambiguous. Meanwhile, Howard shared his story. During his service on the battlefield, a stray bullet hit him in the groin area, 3 square inches up the thigh, rendering him impotent ever since. Sucre was completely dumbfounded. Then why did you bring me here?
Mr. Villalobos, I'd like you to meet my wife.
I'm Alexa.
Turns out, Howard enjoyed live shows. While the data had been successfully copied, Lincoln and the others were still anxiously waiting, fearing for Sucre's safety. An hour later, Sucre returned, all smiles, handing the receiver to Roland. Sucre sternly warned that if anyone dared to speak of this, he'd bash their head in. With the mission accomplished, the group prepared to return to Los Angeles. Claiming he needed to use the restroom, Roland headed to the arcade machine, intending to cheat for a quick profit using the receiver. However, due to his criminal history, the casino staff had been watching him and expelled him, confiscating the only receiver in the process. But without the receiver, how would they copy the last Scylla card? Back at the base, Michael and the others heard that Roland had lost the receiver and told him to go back to his room and not to leave and never to take part in the operation again. But Roland was still holding a grudge, so he secretly used his computer to find out the phone number of Wyatt, one of Krantz's top assassins, and sent him a message. Wyatt had been investigating the whereabouts of Michael and the others but struggled due to their new identities provided by Don, leaving him clueless about the escape team's location. Picking up the phone, Wyatt saw a message that listed how much Michael's address was worth. In Prison Break, he is the most ruthless fugitive to himself. Just a short while ago, one of his hands was tied to a radiator. Hearing the approaching sirens outside, Teabag, in agony, bit off the hand that had just been stitched up days before. By the time the police arrived, all that was left in the corner was a blood-drenched severed hand. And now, Teabag found himself locked in a cage by Michael once again. To unlock the cell door, he had to remove his prosthetic rubber hand. Unfortunately, the prosthetic hand fell to a place utterly out of his reach. Don assured Michael that he would imprison Teabag and keep a strict watch over him. Once Scylla was in their hands, he would send Teabag to prison to face his deserved fate. But the question remained, what secrets lay beneath this office? Michael explains that our priority is to get the last data card. Then, they could start from the office's basement, pass through a tunnel, and arrive at Krantz's office in the adjacent building. There, a device capable of decrypting Scylla's data awaited. and successfully accessing the data would utterly destroy the company. As the trio walked out of the building, they suddenly heard a phone ringing under a trash can, with an envelope beneath it. Mahone opened it to find it contained parts of the bird guide. It turned out the map in Michael's hands was incomplete, and the crucial pages had been removed. The woman claimed that if they didn't bring Teabag to her, they could forget about getting the remaining pages. Michael hastily took the phone.
Hello, Michael.
They agreed to meet at a church. Gretchen cut straight to the chase, proposing they collaborate to bring down the company. Although this person had once tortured Sarah beyond recognition, holding the key pages of the bird guide forced Michael to agree reluctantly. Soon after, Teabag was released. Gretchen instructed Teabag that his task from now on would be to provide cover for them in the office alongside Trishan. Michael and his crew would enter the tunnel from here to crack Scylla's data. But now Teabag is scared of Michael. He advises Gretchen not to trust Michael. As they spoke, Fong Juan arrived at the office again. Today was the deadline to hand over Scylla. Seeing Teabag unable to produce answers, Fong Juan pressed a gun against his head. Gretchen realized Fong Juan was the Scylla buyer James had negotiated with. She quickly intervened, claiming Scylla was within reach and asked Fong Juan to wait a few more days.
If I don't, I'll peel you like a wet grape. And the price is 100.
150.
125. Don't disappoint me.
125
million.
Hearing the $125 million figure, Teabag's eyes lit up. Knowing they couldn't secure Scylla without Michael's intellect, Teabag quickly changed his stance, urging Gretchen to mend fences with Michael. On the other hand, the prison break team still has to get the last data card, which is in the hands of the big boss, General Krantz. Without the receiver, they had to resort to the most brute force method. They acquired a broken car from a recycling center and fortified it, planning to create an accident to steal the data card for copying, to prevent Krantz from recognizing them and initiating an endless pursuit. Michael had Dawn procure an ambulance, Sarah disguised as a medical worker, ready to administer an anesthetic to Krantz after the crash, ensuring everything went without a hitch. Meanwhile, Wyatt connected with Roland, offering $1 million for the heads of the Michael brothers, though he was unsure if Roland's information was accurate. To show his sincerity, Roland immediately detailed the prison break team's car crash plan. At this moment, Lincoln and Sucre were ready, poised to crash into them. Unexpectedly, upon receiving Wyatt's notification, Krantz immediately turned and fled. Realizing something was amiss, Michael quickly signaled for everyone to retreat, but it was already too late.
Sucre, get down! Get us out of here! Get down! Faster! Hang on!
Wyatt fired several shots upon arrival, and Sucre was unfortunately hit in the abdomen. Lincoln hurriedly fled with him. After escaping back to the base, Sarah immediately tended to Sucre's wound. Michael, noticing the operation map in the hall, realized someone must have betrayed them, and Roland was the most likely suspect. He confronted Roland about the possibility of betrayal, which, of course, Roland would not admit. Without delving deeper, Michael simply returned the confiscated computer to him, asking him to check the surveillance cameras at the operation site. Soon after, Sucre's wound was treated, and Dawn called to say that the tracker on Roland's foot had gone offline. They rushed upstairs only to find that Roland had escaped. Roland arrived at the meeting place, still fixated on the $1 million, but to his surprise, Wyatt pulled out a gun and shot him in the knee.
The thing about a gunshot to the kneecap, it takes days to die from it. Now, if I were to shoot you, let's say, here, the hollow point would tumble through you, leaving white-hot slivers in your insides, causing unimaginable pain, only ending when you bled out on this pavement.
Unable to bear the torture, Roland immediately revealed the location of their secret base, but, having got his answer, Wyatt shot him again. Just as Wyatt was preparing to leave, Mahone arrived and knocked Wyatt down with a bat. This man was the cruel murderer of his son, and Mahone's rage peaked. He unleashed a flurry of punches on Wyatt. Just as Mahone was about to kill him, Lincoln urgently stopped Mahone and took Wyatt away. Michael opened Roland's backpack and took out a notebook, revealing that a tracker had been installed inside. Unable to bear the thought of Roland dying alone, Michael held his hand, offering him the last bit of warmth before death. Do you know where the most sensitive nerve endings in the human body are located? The answer is in the fingertips. Even minor injuries can cause intense burning pain. And now, Mahone pulled out a 5-inch thin needle and forcefully inserted it into Wyatt's middle finger. The slow, piercing pain quickly shot up to his brain, making Wyatt scream in excruciating agony. From a physiological perspective, when the human body cannot withstand extreme pressure, it will initiate a protective mechanism and fall into shock. But Mahone would not let Wyatt pass out just like that. Mahone had prepared a taser in advance, programmed to automatically activate if Wyatt's heart rate fell below 50. This setup ensured that Wyatt would be immersed in a state of pain every minute, every second, caught in a limbo of desiring to live yet wishing for death. In the hour that followed, Mahone sat quietly by, savoring Wyatt's screams, for only this could slightly alleviate the pain of losing his son. Wyatt couldn't hold out any longer and begged Mahone for mercy. Mahone called his ex-wife Pam, wanting her to hear the murderer apologize with his own words.
I'm sorry.
It's over.
And I love you.
Because of the death of his son, Mahone was never able to face Pam, and Pam was in tears all day long. Although they still loved each other deeply, they could never return to how things were before. Mahone took Wyatt to the coast on his own, tying several tens of pounds of rocks to Wyatt's hands before unhesitatingly pushing him into the vast sea. From that moment on, Mahone completely let go of the hatred that had been choking his heart. From now on, he planned to wholeheartedly assist Michael in completely dismantling the company that caused all their tragedies. Meanwhile, Wyatt's disappearance alarmed Krantz, who urgently convened a meeting with the 5 cardholders to decide to move Scylla's decryption device out of the company building. But suddenly, the cold-faced Gretchen stormed into the office. Logically, Krantz should have feared Gretchen's revenge since the company had abandoned her and even ordered her death. But unexpectedly, Krantz remained calm and dismissed all his bodyguards.
Lisa? I knew you'd come home.
Gretchen is Krantz's trusted advisor, and their relationship goes beyond superior and subordinate. The biological daughter Gretchen hid at her sister's house was indeed hers and Krantz's. With just a few sweet words, Krantz made Gretchen hesitate whether to return to his side, as if she had lost her soul. To show sincerity, Krantz continued to discuss the matter of moving the Scylla decryption device in front of Gretchen. Due to the device's immense size and complexity, dismantling it would take at least 3 days. This meant that within 3 days, Michael and his team had to obtain the 6th data card and also ensure the passage to the company was open before the device was moved. Currently, since the theft of the 6th data card just failed, Krantz would surely be on guard, so Michael decided to change tactics and open the tunnel first. The team studied the design map leading to the company, most of which Michael knew like the back of his hand. Only the end of a certain corridor, marked with a conspicuous cross, was unknown, and Michael decided to scout it out first. Teabag covered for Michael and his crew at Gate Company, allowing them to enter smoothly with tools. They reached the storage room and opened the cover plate, finding the space below larger than expected, with immense noise emanating from its depths. After climbing up and down, twisting and turning, they finally reached the end of the corridor. Seeing the scene before him, Michael understood the meaning of that cross. It turned out to be one of Los Angeles's main water pipelines, with a terrifying diameter of over 3 meters and a flow rate of 30,000 liters per second. Lincoln knocked on the iron pipe wall, and the dull sound indicated the wall was at least 30 centimeters thick, meaning crossing from here was nearly a pipe dream. But this was the only route, and they couldn't risk digging too close to the surface, so they had to start from below the pipeline. However, after breaking open a gap, they discovered the area below the pipeline was reinforced concrete, making digging through virtually impossible. At this impasse, Michael made a bold decision to break the water pipeline and directly cross to the other side from inside. The others were stunned by Michael's crazy idea, but since it was the only way to reach the other side, they had no choice but to follow his orders with mixed feelings of doubt and trust. Michael instructed Sucre to dismantle a nearby sewage pipeline for use, then handed a blueprint to Lincoln. Lincoln and Bellick's task was to sabotage the water supply's control system to dry up the water pipeline for a while. They sneak into the waterworks and pry open the main switchboard to find the switchblade according to the simple drawing Michael gave them. Bellick took out a bottle of accelerant and sprayed flames towards the switchblade, instantly burning the circuit board and causing the pressure and water gauge to drop to 0. Meanwhile, Michael and Sucre already taken down the waste pipe. suspending it mid-air with ropes before marking the size of the hollow iron pipes opening on the main pipeline. Hearing the rumbling water sounds gradually fade, Michael knew the first step of the plan had succeeded, but this action affected the drinking water of millions in Los Angeles, and the government would surely repair it within an hour, meaning their operation time was limited to 60 minutes at most. Without delay, the two sprang into action, but just as Michael bent over to pick up the welding torch, a sharp pain made his head split with agony, causing him to collapse. Even exhibiting brief epileptic symptoms, Sucre was shocked and drenched in cold sweat.
Michael! Bobby, what's wrong?
After the situation eased, Michael asked Sucre not to tell anyone about his condition. Sucre just kept quiet. Anyone in the world could betray Michael, but not Sucre. After 20 minutes of relentless effort, welder Sucre finally cut an opening along the drawn outline. Michael asked him to use his belt as a measuring tool to cut a similarly sized hole on the opposite wall of the pipe. However, just as Sucre was about to finish, the gas suddenly ran out, leaving them with only a little over 10 minutes until the deadline. To save time, Michael, not fully recovered, had to endure his illness and help Sucre knock out the remaining pieces. By the time Lincoln and Bellick returned, the holes on both sides were already made. Now, by inserting the sewage pipe, they could use it as a passage to freely move between the two buildings underneath. But the sewage pipe was too heavy. Two people had to enter the hole to lift the other end and then jointly push the pipe slowly into the hole on the opposite side. However, the risk was extremely high, as there were only 5 minutes left until the water supply was restored. Lincoln volunteered to lead, and Bellick also offered to go. Michael wanted to go himself but was stopped by Bellick, who could clearly sense something was wrong with Michael's health. Yet, Michael could never have imagined that this farewell would be forever. Lincoln and Bellick lifted the hose and slowly dragged it towards the opposite hole. As they neared, they propped up the pipe wall with sticks and then hurriedly climbed out to the other side. But unexpectedly, the sticks were too frail, lasting only a few seconds before snapping under pressure, causing the sewage pipe to fall. They tried their hardest to lift it, but it was futile. To their despair, the chilling sound of rushing water was already approaching in the distance. Lincoln wanted to give up, but without this opportunity, they would never be able to obtain Scylla and take down the company. Bellick didn't want to lose all his hard work, so he defied Lincoln and jumped into the hole in order to be free, then used all his strength to carry the hundreds of kilograms of steel pipe alone. Michael, hearing the increasingly loud sound of water, saw Bellick persevering through a crack and shouted loudly for Bellick to come back. Knowing Bellick was determined to face death, Michael and the others, bearing immense heartache, gradually pushed the water pipe into place. In his final moments, Bellick remembered Lincoln had children but forgot about his own 80-year-old mother. For the safety of the others, Bellick chose to stay in the water, facing the rushing torrents alone, showing a look of fear and resolve. In that moment, Bellick was a hero to everyone. Before the operation, Bellick had a premonition he might not return. He asked Sucre to call his mother in case of his accident, wanting her to know her son hadn't disgraced her. The team at the base hadn't yet recovered from the grief of Bellick's death. Sucre, composing himself, inquired about Bellick's body. Don, in bureaucratic tone, said it was en route to the morgue but would be stored as a John Doe in Homeland Security's morgue to avoid leaking secrets. Sucre, enraged, confronted Don.
He's got a mother, you know.
Mahone intervened, warning Don that if he wanted Scylla, he'd have to return Bellick's body to his mother. Faced with determined eyes, Don had no choice but to agree. While clearing out Bellick's belongings, Mahone found a silver badge, hidden by Bellick during the second Scylla capture. Sucre, heartbroken, mentioned that Bellick had failed the police academy 5 times while working as a guard at Fox River State Penitentiary. Bellick's lifelong dream was to become a police officer, a dream unfulfilled even in death. Eventually, Bellick's body was returned. Mahone placed the badge on Bellick's chest in the hope that in the other world he would wear the shiny badge and fulfill his quest for justice.
His mom will appreciate that.
Sucre, gathering courage, called Bellick's mother to tell her that her son had died heroically on a secret mission for his country. All of them continue to fight with Bellick's will. After all, taking down the company is the best thing that could have happened to him. At this point, Gretchen had returned from Krantz and handed over the missing pages of the bird guide to Michael, revealing that her joining Krantz was actually a ruse to gather intelligence. Krantz was moving the Scylla device tomorrow, leaving them less than a day. Gretchen took responsibility for the 6th data card, leaving Michael and the team to focus on breaking through the underground passage. Back at the base, Michael pieced together Gretchen's pages with the map. The map showed the water pipeline was 30 meters from the Scylla decoder's location, separated by a steel fiber reinforced wall. The good news is the company doesn't want to leave any visual evidence of Scylla's existence, so there are no cameras in the room. But what's utterly disheartening is that the room is equipped with weight, heat, and sound sensors. Any living thing over 2 pounds triggers the company's security alarm. In other words, they must chisel through that wall without making a sound. Then, without emitting heat or touching the ground, approach the decoder. It seems like an impossible task, but Michael decides to give it a shot anyway. However, just then, a severe headache strikes again, sending Michael spinning and eventually collapsing to the ground. With the linchpin gone, it essentially spells the end for the plan. Despite Don's desperate attempts to prevent it, the group decides to take Michael to the hospital. Tests revealed that Michael had a very rare misshapen tumor in his hypothalamus and that the tumor was getting bigger. Michael's mother died from a brain tumor, suggesting the disease might be hereditary. Given the family history, the doctor insists he undergo surgery tomorrow.
It feels that you need surgery.
2 days. That's what I need.
Tomorrow. Otherwise you could die and there's no alternative.
Against all expectations, the always icy and heartless Gretchen actually donned a uniform to get close to Krantz and secure the 6th Scylla card. Gretchen struck various provocative poses, then had teabag snap photos to send to Krantz. Upon receiving the message, Krantz was overjoyed. Ignoring Lisa's objections, he insisted on keeping the appointment, saying he'd be back in an hour. Soon after, Krantz arrived at the hotel. After a few pleasantries, he wanted to get straight to the point, as Gretchen helped him out of his jacket. Seizing the moment to steal the card, Krantz suddenly said,
I didn't bring it with me. My card. That is what you're looking for, right?
Clearly, Krantz had been cautious, but considering Gretchen had borne his child, he spared her life. The attempt to steal the card ended in failure. The pressure ultimately shifted back to Michael's side. Michael received the message in utter despair because not having the 6th card meant all their efforts over the past days were in vain. With less than 6 hours left until the Scylla decoder was to be moved, thankfully, Gretchen had Don give Michael a piece of information. Opening the envelope, Michael finally saw a glimmer of hope. He handed the photos from the information to Sarah, instructing her to deal with the person in them. Michael told Sarah he decided to join the main force in infiltrating the company's headquarters, putting off surgery until his return. With preparations complete, the escape team arrived at Gate Corporation to enter the underground space. Teabag hurriedly called Gretchen, but what they never expected was Trishan eavesdropping on their call. Indicating she was no ordinary person, Gretchen was surprised Michael started the operation without the 6th Scylla card. Teabag, knowing Michael's character well after countless encounters, was certain Michael wouldn't act without a thorough plan. Meanwhile, Michael and the others had already arrived at the wall. From now on, they had to remain absolutely silent. No one was allowed to speak because sound waves could pass through the wall and be detected by sensors on the other side. Everyone hugged one by one. Their fate depended on the next 3 hours. Sucre, wrapping the drill with soundproofing material, carefully made a hole in the seam of the wall, while Mahone measured how much deeper they needed to drill. As Sucre was about to break through the wall, to prevent debris from falling to the other side, they wrapped a vacuum cleaner with soundproofing material to suck up the last of the debris. The first hole was finally made. They inserted a camera to monitor the movements inside the room in real time. Next, Michael wrapped cables connected to 2 batteries around an iron bar, creating a simple electromagnetic field. After powering the batteries, Sucre used the iron bar to skin the steel fiber wall, since the electromagnetic field would slightly pull on the steel reinforcement while the concrete remained relatively fixed. The widening gaps would eventually cause the concrete to compress and loosen, allowing for easy removal with just a couple of wraps. Lincoln and Mahone drilled 2 small holes on either side, then stuffed and opened umbrellas through them to prevent concrete from falling to the ground and making a loud noise. With another scan of the electromagnetic field, the wall was finally breached. The four men looked towards the ultimate goal inside the room. Finally seeing hope, they were about to enter what was known as the world's most impenetrable room, but what they could never have anticipated was the trap set by the enemy behind them. Gretchen quietly walked into an office with a bag, inside of which were heavy weapons. It turns out they planned to block the way and kill them as soon as Michael got Scylla.
Only cherry that could top this sunny day. You can keep your Burrows and your Mahone and your Sucre. Just leave Scofield for me.
Their feet couldn't touch the ground, nor could they make any sound over 10 decibels, not even emit heat. They threaded a pole ring through a pre-drilled hole, then carefully hooked it onto a suspension ladder. As the ladder was extended, planks of wood were laid down to make it easier for people to walk. The high-sensitivity heat sensors detected human body temperature turning yellow, but they were ready for it. Sucre sprayed liquid nitrogen into the air to cool it, and the yellow light gradually turned green. However, just as they were about to reach their destination, the cable suddenly loosened. If the cooling gas fell to the ground and made a noise, the room's security alarm would immediately sound, leaving them no escape. In the nick of time, Lincoln hurried over to steady Sucre. They narrowly averted disaster. Minutes later, the gangway was finally installed, and Michael, carrying a backpack, took steps towards the ultimate goal. But suddenly, a severe headache struck again, and Michael nearly stumbled to the ground. Yet he bore the pain, daring not to make a sound. The hearts of the three behind him were in their throats. Michael's subconscious was awakened a little bit. He gave the okay sign to his companion, then he trembled to the glass door. This was the last line of defense for the Scylla decoder. Michael set down his backpack, took out 2 suction cups and attached them to the glass, then used a tempered glass cutter to score a neat circle. Finally, he twisted open a canister of liquid nitrogen, spraying the cut track to cause an instant cooling and contraction reaction, easily removing the whole piece of glass. He carefully placed it on the ground. Under the watchful eyes of his 3 companions, they finally saw the legendary Scylla decoder. Countless people had died in the quest for Scylla. Michael couldn't help but gently touch it. However, the next second, the base's gravity sensor suddenly lit up red. In the office, Krantz received the alarm signal, immediately pulled up the surveillance, and was stunned by the scene before him. He ordered the building to be locked down and rushed to the basement with 2 elite subordinates, the elevator dinging directly to the room. Unexpectedly, Michael was surprisingly calm.
Drop him, or I blow his head clean off.
All of this was part of Michael's plan. He deliberately triggered the gravity sensor to lure Krantz down, making it easy to get the 6th Scylla card. Krantz didn't resist and handed over the card, knowing it was useless without the other 5 cards Michael already had. But the next second, Krantz's expression froze.
Sucker, General.
Krantz couldn't fathom how Michael had stealthily acquired the other 5 cards. Michael inserted the card into the slot. It turned out the 6 so-called Scylla cards were merely keys to activate the decoder, while the real Scylla was actually a core component hidden inside the decoder.
This is Scylla.
Guess right now you wish you'd trained somebody else, huh, General?
You're not even close.
In front of Krantz, Michael packed Scylla into his bag, but they didn't return the way they came. Instead, they used Krantz's retina to enter his office. This series of moves utterly baffled Krantz. After all, if his subordinates saw this, the entire company building would be locked down, with hundreds of armed agents ready, which seemed like walking into a trap. But Michael had already devised a foolproof escape plan.
We have a major situation.
Michael, thank God.
We got it. How's it going on your end?
Pretty damn good.
But give me 5 more minutes.
Gregory had just walked into Teabag's office when he spotted an assault rifle hidden in the corner. True to his battle-hardened nature, it took Gregory only a second to hide the shock in his eyes, feigning calmness and making up an excuse to leave the office. But the sharp-eyed Gretchen had already detected something amiss from Gregory's glance. Gretchen quickly picked up the rifle and strode towards Gregory's office, causing the employees to scream in terror. The situation escalated beyond control, forcing Teabag to take up arms in support, herding everyone into Gregory's office and then blocking the only exit. Minutes later, Trishan returned to the office, only to find it in complete disarray. Realizing something terrible had happened, she crouched down at the door, took out a key, and planned to sneak in to rescue. Teabag grew increasingly impatient, wondering why Michael and his crew hadn't emerged from the basement. He suspected they had found another exit and should evacuate immediately. Gretchen urged him to be patient, reminding him that $125 million was within reach. Their argument provided Trishan the chance to slip into Gregory's office.
It's okay. Federal agent. Now quick, I'm gonna help you.
It turns out Trishan's true identity was NSA agent Miriam. However, Gregory, a selfish coward, only cared about his own escape after being unbound, neglecting the safety of others. As Gregory dashed for the door, Gretchen put him down with a burst of gunfire. Gregory's escape exposed Miriam's whereabouts. A fierce shootout ensued. Realizing their position was untenable, Gretchen and Teabag quickly retreated. At the parking lot, Gretchen instructed Teabag to wipe the fingerprints off the gun and throw it into a trash can, as walking around with a gun would easily attract attention. But the next second, Gretchen pulled out a handgun and aimed it at Teabag. Unexpectedly, Gretchen planned to eliminate Teabag to save herself and sever ties with Scylla completely, but Miriam suddenly appeared, allowing Teabag to escape in the confusion. Knowing she couldn't stay long, Gretchen also fled in the opposite direction. Miriam chose to track Teabag, who once again ended up in police custody.
Turn around. Turn around.
Gentle now, sugar.
That special agent Miriam holds to you, sugar. Now let's go.
Meanwhile, a large number of agents gathered in Krantz's office, ready with a battering ram to break in when Michael suddenly received a phone call. The call was on speakerphone, and to everyone's surprise, it was Krantz's daughter Lisa's voice.
It's Tancredi. She says if you don't let Michael and the others leave with Scylla, she'll kill me. Dad?
Just 5 minutes earlier, a waiter bribed by Sarah had deliberately spilled soup on Lisa, who was dining out. While Lisa was cleaning up in the restroom, Sarah pointed a gun at her head. Krantz's complexion turned deathly pale. He had never disclosed his daughter's identity for over 30 years. How did this person know Lisa was his daughter? But it no longer mattered. As a father, Krantz reluctantly headed to the door, ordering everyone to back off, and led the four out of the office. Michael walked out of the building with Krantz, stating they would release his daughter once they were safe.
We did this to you. We did this to you.
After escaping pursuit, Michael officially handed Scylla over to Don, declaring their mission complete and leaving the downfall of the company to him. Don handed over the relocation paperwork for everyone's release, promising to send a car to pick them up in half an hour to go through the process. After going through the process, they could live in peace and quiet. Immediately after Don finds Miriam, who turns out to have been his eyes and ears at gate all along, Don asked Miriam if she knew who wanted to buy Scylla. Miriam suggested Teabag might know, and if offered a sweet deal during interrogation, he would surely talk. But as soon as Miriam finished speaking, Don shot her dead. Teabag was dumbfounded. He would never have thought that this man could hide so deeply. Don's next move left Teabag utterly stunned. Don called the NSA leadership, falsely claiming Michael and the others had kept Scylla for themselves, while simulating gunfire to fake his own death.
About this whole operation. No. Burrows! Burrows! Don!
By framing Michael successfully, Don made himself vanish from the scene. Unaware of the betrayal, Michael and his team celebrated and said their farewells, waiting for someone to come and restore their identities. They waited and waited, but no one came to pick them up and restore their identities. So they called and found out Don's number had been canceled. Opening their pardon documents, they found nothing but blank papers. Realizing it had been a long-planned scam from the start, Don had monopolized Scylla and pinned the theft on them, forcing them into a life of flight once again. Huddled in a dimly lit rental, they watched as the news broadcast Teabag and Gretchen's hostage situation at Gate Corporation. Michael suddenly realized that if Don intended to monopolize Scylla for profit, he would definitely seek out Gretchen, as, apart from the deceased James, only she could connect with the buyers. Sure enough, at that moment, Don was on his way to find Gretchen, with the opportunistic Teabag sitting beside him. As long as there was money to be shared, Teabag would ally with anyone. Having seen Gretchen's file, Teabag knew she had a sister. Finding Gretchen's sister would lead them to her. Gretchen came to the place where she made the deal with Fong Juan and found that they had been killed by the company's men. It was then Lincoln unexpectedly called. Gretchen never thought that Scylla would end up in Don's hands, so she simply teamed up with Michael and the others to take Scylla. They agreed to meet in the park in an hour. However, just after hanging up, Rita called, revealing that Don had kidnapped Rita and Gretchen's daughter, Emily.
What's up, Gretchen? Time to come home now.
Gretchen rushed home in a panic. Don confiscated Gretchen's gun and mobile phone and found her phone records with Michael. With her family's life under threat, Gretchen had no choice but to reveal the park where she was meeting Michael. To eliminate any worries, Don immediately had Teabag report the meeting location to the NSA. Shortly after, Michael and his team arrived at the meeting spot. During that time, he made a call to the NSA leadership to explain that it was Don who had monopolized Scylla. While on the phone, Michael heard the sound of a fire truck, and the next second, he saw a fire truck drive past in front of him. Realizing they had fallen into a trap, Michael quickly notified the others to evacuate. Meanwhile, Don had Teabag stay behind to watch over Gretchen's family while he took Gretchen to meet with a new buyer. After the meeting, the buyer confirmed it was indeed Scylla, but a component was missing from the middle.
What are you talking about?
It's incomplete.
Incomplete? Who is this clown?
Clown?
Yeah, clown.
There's a piece missing, Slick. Look, here.
Don was taken aback, realizing Michael must have kept a piece. Sure enough, as expected, during their time in Krantz's office, Michael had discovered this chip and hidden it in the restroom at the base.
Hello, Don. I believe you have something that belongs to me. Come and get it.
He was a fugitive wanted for the murder of 6 children, and just because someone bore a slight resemblance to him, Teabag ruthlessly picked up a metal object from the table and struck the other's head. Yet, even such an utterly wicked person deeply yearned to be an ordinary good person. Not long ago, Teabag assumed someone else's identity and became the sales director of a company. The boss's commendation allowed him to experience the joy of being an ordinary person for the first time. It was from this moment that Teabag truly wanted to tear off the murderer's label and live an ordinary, mundane, and free life. However, his greed was still lurking within him. For money, Teabag once again became someone else's accomplice. Following Don's orders, he took Gretchen's sister Rita and daughter Emily hostage. Just then, a zealous priest suddenly showed up to peddle Bibles. Teabag wanted to drive him away, but the priest kept on talking non-stop about the Bible, showing no intention of leaving. Suddenly, Teabag noticed the military academy ring on the priest's finger. Mistaking the priest for an assassin sent by the company, Teabag suddenly threw a heavy punch, knocking him to the ground. After dragging the priest into the room, Teabag asked Don what to do with this guy, and was instructed to do away with the priest. In the past, killing someone was something Teabag could do without even blinking an eye, but now he hesitated, because once he pulled the trigger, the life he longed for would truly disappear forever. Teabag decided to give the priest another chance. He asked the priest to recite a passage from the Bible and state which chapter and verse it was from. Hearing the priest recite it flawlessly, Teabag was incredibly happy. Unexpectedly, the always cruel and brutal man smiled because he didn't have to kill anyone. Teabag, feeling a burden lifted, threw away the handgun. Along with his past dirtiness, he secretly let Rita and Emily go, urging them to escape as far as possible. Then, Teabag also untied the ropes binding the priest's hands and feet, but as soon as the priest stood up, he landed a punch on Teabag's face.
Yeah, I got one.
Teabag never expected that the other party was indeed an assassin sent by the company. From then on, Teabag fell into the company's hands again. Meanwhile, Don, knowing that Michael had stolen parts of Scylla, immediately stormed the base, furiously deploying tear gas grenades in an attempt to force Michael to surrender.
You're surrounded. Come out with your piece of Scylla, Michael.
But Lincoln was lurking nearby, following the sound of gunfire to the rooftop and easily taking down this deceitful man. However, Gretchen, who was lying in ambush, also rushed in. During the confrontation, Don finally reveals why he stole Scylla. He had been working diligently for the government for the past 17 years, only to end up as a lowly clerk. He figured he might as well sell Scylla and retire early. In the end, Don did not forget to entice Michael. They could find a buyer who could take down the company, thus achieving your goal while also getting a big share of the money. Michael pretended to agree, actually buying time. He quietly had Sucre sneak into their car's trunk. Sucre followed them to their hotel, and the group immediately set up defenses there, ready to snatch Scylla once again. But Don was not so naive. Among the tear gas grenades he had launched, one contained an ultrasonic device. He had the warehouse under his complete control. Thus, Don discovered the Scylla part hidden in the restroom. The escape team surrounded the hotel, ready to act, due to tampering with the emergency stairs beforehand. As Don tried to escape and fell to the ground, Michael seized Scylla and hurriedly fled. But Michael hadn't gotten far when a severe headache struck again, and a torrent of blood poured from his nostrils, eventually leaving him powerless and collapsed on the ground. Don seized Scylla once again.
Like I said before, this is just business.
However, at that moment, the company's assassins suddenly appeared, and Gretchen hurriedly took Don away. Eventually, the unconscious Michael fell into the company's hands, and Lincoln, hiding in a corner, could only watch helplessly as his brother was taken away. On the other hand, the fleeing Don and Gretchen hurried to the base and effortlessly found the missing part of Scylla. When Lincoln and the others arrived back at the base, they realized that they had lost both their lives and their troops. An unprecedented sense of frustration instantly crushed the prison break team. They were utterly lost. With no other options, Lincoln approached the company's Krantz. Krantz directly proposed a deal. If you help me retrieve Scylla, the company can provide Michael with the most advanced treatment. At this point, they had no bargaining chips. To save his brother, Lincoln had to go against his conscience and work for the company they had tried so hard to take down.
What's this? Added incentive.
The doctor drilled into Michael's skull and inserted 2 catheters, yet Michael felt no pain and remained fully conscious. Sarah, anxious and uneasy, inquired about the purpose of the catheters. The doctor explained that there was an egg-sized arteriovenous malformation in Michael's brain. The catheters were meant to isolate the tumor, but they would also stimulate the brain. Hearing, smell, and memory would be triggered as well. At that moment, Michael's memories flashed before his eyes like a revolving lantern, and his consciousness seemed to return to Fox River State Penitentiary. He saw the familiar wash basin in front of him and heard a kind voice behind him. It was Charles, who had died. They began a dialogue about the meaning of life. Michael's eyes were filled with guilt. In his quest to save his brother Lincoln, he had deceived too many people. Perhaps if it weren't for his selfishness, many people wouldn't have died. Charles urged him not to blame himself. After all, some things are beyond our control. Michael turned around, and the information hidden in his memories covered the walls. Yet, the current him had not obtained evidence of the company's crimes and had lost the faith to continue fighting. Charles reminded him that things are not always what they seem on the surface. Everything you experience has its own significance. This statement sparked an inspiration in Michael. All along, they had thought Scylla was a hard drive storing the company's illegal operations. But if it were that simple, why would the company protect it with such tight security instead of just destroying it? Michael connected the fragments of his memories about Scylla. It was the residual memory from the last time he hid and eavesdropped on a conversation among the company's 6 heads, during which a word was repeatedly mentioned. Michael grasped the last few minutes before breaking out of the dream and tried hard to break down this word with a marker pen. It was not until this moment that he truly understood the meaning of Scylla. Meanwhile, in reality, the arteriovenous malformation in Michael's brain was finally removed, but his heartbeats suddenly dropped to 0. The doctors were frantic and at a loss, but Sarah, unwilling to give up and inspired by love, finally brought Michael back to life. He told Sarah the answer. The letters split into 4 rare elements from the periodic table. Theoretically, if these elements could be integrated into the design of solar cells, it would be possible to use solar energy at 100% efficiency. Whoever mastered this technology could change the global landscape. This is why someone was willing to pay hundreds of millions of dollars for Scylla. Their goal was not to take down the company but to become the company. On the other hand, Lincoln, who had already sided with the company, met Teabag under Krantz's arrangement, who had also been captured, to force out the location of Don and the buyer's transaction. Lincoln brutally pulled out Teabag's tooth.
I was just full of... Arlington beer! Arlington beer!
When? What time?
3 o'clock.
At the dock, under Gretchen's arrangement, Don met with Patrick. Patrick begins to inspect the goods, and this time Scylla is really in one piece. Don asked Patrick if the real buyer was on his way, and when he got a positive answer, he shot Patrick dead. It turned out that Don wanted to deal directly with the buyer to save the 30% introduction fee. Gretchen was stunned by the hypocrisy of the man before her. Just then, Gretchen received a call from Rita, saying that she and Emily had safely escaped to a neighbor's house. Only Teabag had been taken away. Gretchen knew well that as long as Teabag was given a taste of sweetness or bitterness, he would surely reveal the time and place of the transaction, so she immediately notified the buyer to change the transaction location. By the time Lincoln arrived, Don and Gretchen had already disappeared without a trace. Soon after, Don and the new buyer came to a warehouse to make the transaction. The buyer accessed Scylla's data, which contained files on nuclear energy, wind energy, and solar energy. Clearly not the company's blacklist as previously claimed. This indirectly confirmed Michael's speculation. However, suddenly, Lincoln and Sucre, leveraging the company's powerful tracking capabilities, infiltrated the warehouse and were embroiled in a fierce gunfight with Gretchen. Meanwhile, the buyer had no intention of paying and took advantage of the chaos to flee with Scylla, shooting Don on the way out. Eventually, Gretchen ran out of bullets, and Don, severely injured, was taken back by Lincoln and Sucre.
Where is he?
I don't know. Where is he? I don't know.
Gone. Stolen.
By who? By who?
If I die, you'll never know.
On the way back, Sucre felt exhausted. Pardon was no longer an option, and now that Lincoln was safe and Michael's surgery had gone smoothly, he wanted to return to his own life. Lincoln understood his actions, and the two embraced and parted ways. Back at the company, Lincoln reported the situation to Krantz. Now that only Don and Gretchen knew the buyer's identity, Krantz suggested they form a new team to search for Scylla. Lincoln shared the deal he made with Krantz with Michael, who couldn't understand why Lincoln would help the company. Lincoln says, "Just like you did when you got tattooed and went to jail to save my life. I don't care who gets Scylla. I only care if you live or die." He handed Michael the document Krantz had given him. Lincoln claimed our mother also worked for the company, and I am merely continuing the family business. But Michael clearly would not work for Krantz, insisting that Scylla, as cutting-edge technology, must not fall into the hands of a dangerous company. Eventually, the brothers parted ways on bad terms. Under Krantz's arrangement, Lincoln continued the pursuit of Scylla's whereabouts with this motley crew, each with their own agenda, with 3 teammates who all have a history of turning against each other. Can this odd combination finally succeed? Freshly recovered from a serious illness, Michael opened his eyes to find himself imprisoned in a villa deep within the jungle. It is situated somewhere near 60 miles away, and is so full of ferocious beasts that unarmed escape is almost impossible. Krantz had even sent one of the world's top psychologists, Roger, in an attempt to brainwash Michael into joining the company using various methods. But Michael, constantly thinking about how to bring down the company, would never become Krantz's lackey. With no other strategies available, Roger revealed a shocking secret.
Your mother works for us. Your mother is alive.
It turned out that Michael's mother was still alive and an important high-level executive at the company. For years, she had been secretly monitoring her son's movements, hoping that one day Michael would become her right-hand man. Roger tried to break through Michael's psychological defenses using the bond of mother and son, but was sharply rebuked by Michael. In Michael's view, if his mother was indeed a high-level executive at the company, why did she choose to stand by as Lincoln faced the electric chair at Fox River State Penitentiary?
So you did a little digging, good for you. But everything out of your mouth is a lie, and I don't believe a word of it.
Rational thought told Michael he couldn't just sit and wait to die. Michael carefully observed the situation inside the room, planning his escape. On the other hand, Lincoln, under Krantz's arrangement, continues to track down Scylla with this motley crew of men with their own agendas. But after a day's effort, they made no progress. Don thinks Lincoln is incompetent, so he allies with Teabag in an attempt to seize leadership. Gretchen remains neutral, stating she is fine with whoever becomes the leader. Just when Lincoln was isolated and without support, Mahone finally returned after dealing with personal matters.
No. Perfect. The second you stop doing what I tell you to do, I'm gonna blow your brains out.
With Mahone by his side, Lincoln had enough support, and Don dared not oppose any longer. Meanwhile, an anxious Sarah informed Lincoln that Michael was being held captive, stating she would go to rescue Michael alone. Unknown to them, their conversation was overheard by Teabag, who, eager to gain some advantage, hurriedly reported to Krantz.
Tancredi got the location on a shining night. She may be heading there now.
Exemplary, Bagwell.
Thank you, sir.
Upon receiving the news, Krantz urgently called Roger, instructing him to inject Michael with an anesthetic and then transfer him. At that moment, Michael was in the bathroom, planning his escape, intending to use a mix of 2 chemicals to corrode the water heater's piping. But just as Michael stepped out, 2 agents held him down and injected him with an anesthetic. However, at that moment, a loud noise came from the bathroom, and one agent rushed in to check. As the agent opened the door, the massive flow of water from the melted pipe knocked him down. Michael took advantage of the chaos to pick up a handgun, threatening the agents to inject Roger with the anesthetic, then ordered the bodyguards to handcuff themselves. Michael quickly left the villa. By then, the transfer vehicle arranged by Krantz had arrived. Upon entering the room and finding Michael had escaped, they immediately chased after him on ATVs. Freshly recovered from his illness, Michael couldn't possibly outrun the ATVs and was soon caught up.
Turn around!
But suddenly, a jeep sped towards them, knocking the agents aside, and the driver was none other than Sarah, who had come to rescue. After escaping pursuit, Michael urgently called Lincoln, trying to convince him not to work for Krantz, but Lincoln stated that to save your life, I've already signed a lifetime agreement with Krantz. Only by handing over Scylla to Krantz can everyone return to a peaceful life. Michael believed that Scylla, as the world's most cutting-edge technology, falling into the hands of a company up to no good would be unimaginable. Standing on their respective grounds, neither brother was willing to compromise. Turning from close comrades into opponents, Michael pays $100 to bribe the driver and hides in the cargo truck's compartment, preparing to head to Miami to compete for Scylla. Meanwhile, Gretchen successfully tracked down the buyer who had stolen Scylla, Scott. Turns out, Scott was also an internal agent for the company, but Gretchen didn't share this significant discovery with the team. Instead, she secretly arranged to meet Scott. Gretchen spends a reward of $10 million to help Scott escape the company's pursuit. From their conversation, it was clear Scott was just a worker, and Scylla had already been moved to the real mastermind behind the scenes. After Scott agreed, Gretchen lured the 4 to a building under the pretense of finding the buyer's address, planning to eliminate Lincoln and his group. Scott's agents surrounded the 4, and Gretchen aimed her gun at Dawn. Upon realizing the betrayal, Dawn cursed out loud, using foul language. Just as Gretchen was about to pull the trigger, she remembered her daughter, her conscience kicking in. She suddenly turned the gun on Scott, taking down 2 of his men instantly. Scott attempted to retaliate, but Mahone shot Scott dead, and Gretchen also fell, wounded. Teabag snatched Scott's cell phone from his pocket, and Lincoln angrily aimed his gun at Gretchen. Teabag mentioned Gretchen had an 8-year-old daughter, softening Lincoln's heart, leaving the severely injured Gretchen to fend for herself. Back at the hotel, as they pondered their next move, Scott's phone suddenly rang. Lincoln answered the call.
Hello? Your boy's dead. And now I'm coming after you. You hear me?
It turns out this person is Christina, the mother of Michael and Lincoln. Scylla has already fallen into her hands.
Who was that?
It was my son.
She is the most malevolent woman in the prison break and also Michael's mother. Now that Scylla is in her hands, Christina wants to eliminate Krantz to take sole control of the company. At this moment, Krantz is discussing plans with Griffin in a car. Suddenly, Griffin and the driver get out of the car without any warning, which makes Krantz sense something is wrong, but it's already too late. Krantz finds his seatbelt locked and frantically kicks open the wine cabinet to grab a bottle opener, desperately tearing at the seatbelt. After moving away, Griffin, smugly, presses the remote control in his hand. Because Griffin didn't check the body, Christina soon calls to tell him that Krantz might still be alive. 4. Just moments ago, a helicopter suddenly descended on the company headquarters and took the severely injured Krantz back. Griffin immediately starts to panic, knowing Krantz is aware of his betrayal and that he must leave the United States immediately to avoid being hunted down, but Christina calmly stated that she had come up with a better way to make him disappear without a trace.
Do you mind putting me on speaker? You know, Griff, you're a brave man. And I thank you for everything you've done. It's been an honor.
Now what?
Just after hanging up the phone, Krantz calls, saying someone just tried to kill him, suspecting Christina is the mastermind behind it. Christina feigns concern for Krantz but mocks him for losing Scylla. "You'd be better off searching for Scylla than suspecting me," she says, then hangs up. It's clear from their conversation that the two corporate giants are at loggerheads. Meanwhile, on the other side, Michael and Sarah are hiding in the cargo compartment of a truck, getting ready to head to Miami in search of Scylla's traces. Suddenly, a police car stops the truck, claiming it's overloaded, and opens the cargo door for inspection. The man notices Michael's trouser leg but keeps quiet. He goes to the cab, takes out the driver with one shot, and then drives the truck forward. Inside, Michael and Sarah are incredibly tense, feeling trapped, trying to open the cargo door only to find it already locked. Calmly, Michael uses a rope to tie to the refrigerator and uses the inertia of the truck turning to break open the door, then jumps out with Sarah. The assassin, realizing something is wrong, quickly gets out to pursue. They run through the grass to an open factory building. Sarah picks up an iron rod. Michael goes out to lure the assassin. When the assassin slowly approaches, Michael suddenly strikes, knocking him to the ground, his head hitting a rock. Michael takes something out of the assassin's bag and finds a strange note. As the assassin is dying, he claims he wasn't sent by Krantz. Michael wants to ask more, but the assassin has already breathed his last. Michael closely examines the note, which clearly is an instruction from the mastermind to the assassin. The line indicates the time and place to intercept Michael and Sarah, exactly matching the location of the incident. MS coincidentally also stands for Michael's initials, suggesting the next line must be the person the mastermind wants Michael to meet. Michael decides to follow this clue in pursuit of Scylla, unaware he's falling into a huge conspiracy set by his own mother. Meanwhile, Lincoln locates the caller's address from a mysterious call received on Scott's phone, only to find the place deserted, leaving behind an old, yellowed photo on the table. Lincoln immediately recognizes it as an old photo of him and his mother from his childhood. Mahone and Lincoln observe the photo and notice the car is from 1978, while Michael was born in 1976. Clearly, a pregnant mother couldn't stand in front of this car for a photo, which must be a secret signal from the mother wanting a private meeting with Lincoln. The two men searched the license plate and found that it was in fact the coordinates for a hotel 5 kilometers away. Lincoln goes alone to the address from the photo, and soon Christina arrives. Mother and son reunite after more than 20 years, but as adversaries. Lincoln steals a glance at his mother, while Christina admits the hardest decision of her life was abandoning her sons. She wants Scylla because Krantz is unfit to control it. Krantz is too warlike and bloodthirsty. If a mother were in charge of the company, it would undergo earth-shattering changes. If Krantz were dead, no one would chase after you. She hopes the brothers will give her 2 more days, not to pursue Scylla relentlessly. In that case, they would all be free in 2 days. Lincoln was utterly moved, and facing his mother's words, he nodded without any resistance. After returning to the base, Lincoln ordered no actions to be taken for the next 2 days because his mother would deal with Krantz and had promised to change the way the company operates. But unexpectedly, because Michael escaped from the villa, Krantz, wanting to make Lincoln and the others utterly devoted to working for him, captured Lincoln's girlfriend and son, Mahone's ex-wife Pam, Teabag's mother, and Don's wife, throwing everyone into disarray. Lincoln wanted to find his mother to see if she had any solution, but when he returned to the hotel where they had met, he found it had already closed. Christina also received the news of Lincoln's return, knowing that Lincoln had begun to doubt and that the struggle among the 4 of them for Scylla was inevitable. Christina, weighing her options, did not hesitate to order her son to be killed directly.
Take it.
Take it.
The sniper was just about to pull the trigger when he suddenly realized Lincoln had moved to a position obscured by obstacles. At the same time, Don had already spotted the sniper upstairs. They had been prepared all along. Upon receiving the message, Mahone hurriedly ran upstairs but was ambushed by the sniper right as he arrived. Luckily, dodging in time, the sniper fired to suppress and took the chance to flee. However, as soon as he reached the ground floor, Lincoln, who had been waiting, tackled him. At this moment, Lincoln was furious, unable to believe that his mother actually wanted to kill him. The screams of bystanders distracted Lincoln, allowing the sniper to stab him, but the sniper didn't get far before being run over by Teabag, who was driving after them. The group surrounded the sniper, intending to force out Christina's location, but as the sound of police sirens grew closer, they had no choice but to take his phone and quickly leave. Back at the base, Krantz called to inquire who currently had Scylla. Lincoln, still holding on to familial affection, did not tell Krantz that Scylla was in Christina's hands. Krantz doubted Lincoln's capabilities, giving them one last day before angrily hanging up. Time was running out, and without finding Scylla, their loved ones would be killed. Mahone found a number that appeared multiple times in the sniper's call log. Following this number's location, they drove and unexpectedly arrived at the Indian embassy. Descending from the car was Christina, with a bodyguard carrying a box containing Scylla. They planned to sneak in to steal Scylla. The crucial task of diverting the security guard's attention fell on Teabag. Teabag arrived at the embassy entrance demanding to see the President of India. Expressing his dissatisfaction with India's treatment of elephants, he declared, "Elephants are sacred animals and should live freely in the tropical rainforests," even going as far as to handcuff himself to the main gate. In a dramatic gesture, with the embassy's security cameras turning towards them, the others took the opportunity to climb in. As more guards gathered at the gate, Teabag became even more animated, even claiming he would write to the United Nations to complain. After successfully reaching the back door and picking the lock, they quickly informed Teabag to evacuate, but it was too late, as Teabag was just freeing himself from the handcuffs when a group of men in black grabbed him and threw him into a car. "Since you love elephants so much, we'll send you to the zoo to be with your elephant brothers," they told him. At this time, Christina was visiting the son of the President of India, Naveen. Christina opened her laptop to introduce Naveen to all the technologies in Scylla, including solar cells, seawater desalination technology, and how to make crops survive in the desert. Christina proposed that India handle production and sales, while she would be the invisible partner behind the scenes, splitting profits 50-50, and invited Naveen to attend the Global Energy Conference the next day. In front of many world leaders, she planned to announce this technology, fully legitimizing Scylla technology. Naveen was completely persuaded but still had some reservations. A professor named Vincent had published a paper questioning the stability of Scylla technology and highlighting significant safety risks. If Vincent appeared at the energy conference and spoke out, all of India would become a target. Christina assured she would take care of Professor Vincent and gave Naveen only 1 minute to decide. As many countries were eager to obtain Scylla technology, while waiting, an assistant handed Christina a note indicating Vincent would arrive by private jet at 4:30 p.m. After brief consideration, Naveen finally agreed to Christina's plan. After bidding farewell, Christina quickly left. Meanwhile, Lincoln and the others were still searching for her at the embassy, and, unfortunately, they ran into the embassy's bodyguards, thinking they were Christina's subordinates. The bodyguard handed Lincoln a note left on the table by Christina. On the other side, Michael also decoded most of the information on the note and followed it to a parking lot. Michael used an antenna to pick a car lock, and inside the car, he found a briefcase containing a map to the destination, car keys, a cell phone, and a handgun. Michael told Sarah that verses on the note must be initials, and 1630 likely represents 4:30 p.m. Michael drove frantically towards the airport indicated on the map, and at this moment, the cell phone inside the briefcase suddenly rang. As soon as Michael answered, Christina recognized the voice of her younger son and quickly hung up the phone. Little did they expect that the first call between mother and son after more than 20 years would end so abruptly. Meanwhile, Lincoln and the others returned to the base. Upon learning they came back empty-handed except for a note. Teabag was infuriated, exclaiming he got beaten up while they only brought back a piece of paper.
How about some Elmer's glue? Did you get any of that?
But the clever Mahone noticed something crucial. If this person was important to Christina, then he must be equally important to them. So, they rushed to the airport. At this point, Michael had already broken into the airport control center, holding the tower at gunpoint to make Vincent's private jet change its landing runway.
Tancredi, sir, I need you to come with me.
Is there something wrong?
We have some concerns about some health exposure you may have experienced during the flight.
I'm sorry, I don't...
Let's go.
Michael Scofield, Vincent Simmons.
Get in the car.
But agents sent by Christina noticed something was amiss and hurried over. managing to block Michael's car with 2 SUVs after a short chase.
Get down! Now!
Now! Put him in the car!
What do we do with these two?
Kill him.
In a critical moment, Mahone arrived and killed the agents with several shots. Now, the brothers stood on opposing sides, with Don stepping forward to take Vincent away. Lincoln told Michael he shouldn't have come here. He did this for the entire family. The first confrontation between the brothers ended with Lincoln's victory, but Michael was far from conceding. Back at the base, Teabag looked at a photo of his mother, who was under house arrest by Krantz, and shed tears in private. After much thought, Teabag once again informed Krantz that Scylla was in the hands of Lincoln's mother.
Fuel the jet. We're going to Miami.
Soon after, Lincoln and the others brought Vincent back to the base, but no matter how they interrogated him, Vincent insisted he didn't know Christina nor what Scylla was, claiming he was just an ordinary professor. However, they couldn't find his cell phone after searching him thoroughly. It turned out Michael had stealthily taken the phone when they got out of the car, and he discovered over 20 emails between Christina and Vincent in Vincent's inbox. It seems this person is far from as simple as they had imagined. Using Vincent's phone, Michael called the company's big boss, who was his biological mother, Christina, demanding she hand over Scylla. But Christina had already traced Michael's location, and soon she arrived with several bodyguards, only to find that Michael was not in the warehouse. Meanwhile, hiding Michael sneaked into their car and stuffed a packet of white powder into the air conditioning vent, then deliberately drove his own car past the warehouse to lure them out. Seeing Michael escaping, the agents hurriedly followed in their car. However, as soon as they started the car, white smoke spewed from the air conditioning, disorienting everyone inside. Before they could exit the vehicle, they had all fainted. Michael approached, knocked down the agents with several punches, then carried his unconscious mother into the trunk. When Christina woke up, she found herself tied to a chair with her son, Michael, sitting opposite her. Michael directly demanded to know where Scylla was hidden, but Christina was not going to easily divulge that information. She attempted to sway Michael with familial affection, but when she realized it had no effect, she tried to drive a wedge between Michael and Lincoln. Only at this moment did Michael learn that Lincoln was not his biological brother. Lincoln's biological parents were also agents of the company and had died on a mission. Michael's father, also an agent, had adopted 3-year-old Lincoln. Christina, however, did not like Lincoln, considering him naturally dull-witted, whereas she had a particular fondness for Michael, who inherited her high intelligence. This indirectly explains why Christina, despite being a high-ranking official in the company, did not appear to save Lincoln in the first season. But Christina underestimated the importance of Lincoln in Michael's heart. Michael had once said, "I will save you," and had jeopardized his future to break his brother out of prison. This deep brotherly bond was not something that could be severed by revealing they were not blood-related. Michael vehemently rebuked Christina, expressing that while she abandoned her children, Lincoln raised and educated him. Even if Lincoln was not his biological brother, he was more than that in spirit. Unable to sow discord between the brothers, Christina tried to distract Michael by claiming Lincoln was walking into a trap she had set. Upon hearing this, Michael became desperate, knowing well the lengths this ruthless woman would go for her interests. Thus, Michael dragged her to the bathroom and forcefully demanded Christina disclose her plans for Lincoln.
Come on! Come in! Ah! Where is he? Where is he? Where is Lincoln?
Christina revealed that Lincoln was proceeding according to her plan toward the energy conference. If you want to save him, you'd better hurry to the hotel where the conference is being held, she said. Although Michael was wary of Christina's mix of truth and lies, he couldn't take the risk of not believing her and decided to head to the hotel alone to stop everything. Before leaving, Michael left a gun with Sarah, instructing her to shoot Christina if she attempted to escape. While Michael was capturing Christina, Lincoln and his group were interrogating Vincent, who stubbornly claimed ignorance about Scylla. Just as Lincoln was about to shoot in frustration, Krantz suddenly arrived.
Put the gun down. Vincent and I need to talk.
Seeing Krantz, Vincent immediately caved. It turned out Vincent had been an agent of the company for 21 years and had now sided with Christina, coming to work for her. Under duress, Vincent admitted he only knew the hotel where Christina was staying, not the whereabouts of Scylla. As they left, Mahone cast a disdainful glance at Teabag, the informant, and Krantz intentionally left Teabag behind. from whose eyes a trace of slight guilt could be discerned. Lincoln and the others arrived at Christina's hotel, only to find it empty. They rummage around and Lincoln inadvertently finds a receipt and Don finds an envelope with the word DMB printed on it. Lincoln had Krantz ask Vincent what DMB meant, and under interrogation, Vincent finally revealed it was a bank. They rushed to the bank and, using Homeland Security credentials, intimidated the bank manager into opening safety deposit box 6468. An employee mentioned that just a minute ago, a man had taken the safety deposit box. They rushed out and saw an agent carrying a case with Scylla in it. They followed doggedly, though the agent seemed to deliberately walk slowly, as if fearing they would lose track of him. Soon, they were lured to the hotel hosting the energy conference. Mahone sensed something was wrong, but the straightforward Lincoln, seeing Scylla within reach, ignored Mahone's caution and followed inside. Mahone discovered a car parked at the entrance that hadn't been turned off. Inside, he found it was rented under Lincoln's name, containing their IDs. Clearly, a conspiracy was at play. Inside the hotel, the energy conference had already started. Naveen, in his capacity as a diplomat, took the stage to speak. Just as he is about to announce the Scylla technology, a sniper from above suddenly kills Naveen. Strangely, after the assassination, the sniper pulled a cartridge case from his pocket. Lincoln happened to follow to this location, and Michael also arrived at the venue, and Christina's shocking conspiracy finally came to light. First, they had surveillance footage of Lincoln at the bank, trying to steal Scylla, creating a narrative. Then, they planted the car rented under his name at the conference entrance to fabricate his escape after committing murder, and the cartridge case left by the sniper had Lincoln's fingerprints, which he had left while searching Christina's room. In other words, Lincoln would once again be accused of assassinating a national figure. But what was Christina's purpose in doing all this? Was it merely because Lincoln was not her biological son? It seemed the situation was far from simple. The grand finale of Prison Break Season 4. In this episode, all the characters we've grown to love find their most fitting destinies. A man wraps his biological mother's limbs with tape. Driven mad, he drags her to the bathroom, where he turns on the scalding hot water to interrogate her about what she really plans for his brother, Lincoln.
Come here! Ah! Where is he? Where is he? Where is he?
Upon learning that Lincoln is walking into a trap set by their mother, Michael rushes to the scene to save him. Before leaving, he leaves a gun behind, instructing his girlfriend, Sarah, to shoot Christina if she tries to escape. If you think Michael is ruthless, then you certainly don't know enough about this hard-hearted woman to sell the invaluable Scylla for a higher price. Christina hires an assassin to kill an Indian national leader, framing her other son, Lincoln. By the time Michael arrives at the venue, it's too late. Seeing the police have blocked all exits, the brothers can only hide in a corner. Meanwhile, the highly intelligent Christina won't just surrender. She looks around, trying to find a way out. Minutes later, Sarah, guarding the door, hears Christina's shouts. Unsure of her intentions, Sarah cautiously opens the bathroom door, gun in hand, only to be met with Christina's inexplicable insults, infuriating Sarah, who then slams the door shut. What Sarah doesn't know is that a thin wire pulls down a corner shield, which Christina uses to cut the tape and make noise again to lure Sarah. The moment Sarah opens the door, Christina overpowers her and takes the gun. Christina ties Sarah to a table, intending to shoot her, but a subconscious gesture to protect her belly catches Christina's attention, recognizing that Sarah is pregnant with Michael's child. Christina's remaining shred of conscience prevents her from killing Sarah. After escaping, Christina manipulates the media to report that the brothers took money from Pakistan to plan an international assassination. Krantz, watching on TV, is shocked and sees through Christina's grand scheme, realizing she intends to start a war. The assassination of the Indian leader would prompt India to buy Scylla and seek revenge, leading Russia to strengthen its borders. And within a year, Europe, China, and the USA would all be drawn in. Then Christina could sell Scylla to these warring nations, becoming a global arms dealer. Enraged, Krantz, realizing he's been played by Christina, orders Ralph to rescue Michael and Lincoln, as they know too much about the company and could spill secrets if captured. Krantz, with his extensive connections, manages to get police uniforms and successfully extricates the brothers from the venue. Back at the hotel, disappointed in them, Krantz decides to make an example by randomly choosing one to kill through a draw. Unfortunately, Don is the unlucky one. As Ralph is about to shoot, Don pushes him away and jumps from the high rise. Krantz guesses correctly, Christina is talking with Indian Prime Minister Nandu, whose son was the assassination victim. The son's death drives Nandu to irrationality, planning to use Scylla technology to wage war against Pakistan. Soon after, Nandu hands Christina a check for $750 million, with Christina promising to transfer the Scylla data within 4 hours. Unexpectedly, right after Nandu leaves, Christina instructs Darren to contact Pakistan, suggesting they might also be interested in Scylla. Even Darren is appalled, urging Christina not to proceed.
Reach out to China.
Michael has a good guess of Christina's next move. If Scylla is sold, the money must be collected through an overseas wire transfer, typically taking 3 business days, unless authorized by a Federal Reserve Bank, ensuring immediate effect. Before disappearing completely, Christina would surely withdraw a small amount to confirm the money's arrival, meaning they just need to watch the local Federal Reserve Bank to find Christina. Michael and the 3 of them rush to the bank to find Christina actually withdrawing money from the bank, and next to Darren is the box with Scylla in it. However, as fugitives, the brothers can't show their faces without the guards opening fire immediately.
Then, maybe they shouldn't see our faces.
Everybody down on the ground, now! Nobody move! Nobody gets hurt, you down!
All the banks in Miami, what are the odds?
The trio don masks and rob the bank, seizing Scylla. Before leaving, Lincoln doesn't forget to send a greeting to their mother, and it's this greeting that allows Christina to deduce their identities. Christina immediately orders the bodyguards ambushed at the entrance to act, to cover for Michael's escape. A fierce gunfight ensues, and Lincoln, lagging behind, gets surrounded by agents. Meanwhile, to prevent Michael from keeping Scylla for himself, Krantz has teabagged capture Sarah.
No hands. Thanks to your boyfriend. Now, as I was saying before, I just need your cooperation.
By this time, Michael and Mahone have reached a safe place, and upon opening the case, they find Scylla intact. Just as Michael breathes a sigh of relief, Krantz calls. He's seen the news about the bank and knows Michael has Scylla. Krantz threatens Michael, saying if he doesn't hand over Scylla, he should prepare to collect Sarah's body. But then Christina calls right after hanging up with Krantz.
I have something you want, although I'll never really understand why.
However, Christina is more ruthless. She shoots Lincoln at the edge of his lung.
Looks like you have a little decision to make. Scylla, or someone you love.
This becomes the hardest decision Michael has ever had to make, save his lover or his brother. He's plunged into deep despair. In theory, one of them will inevitably become a casualty due to his choice, but the pragmatic Mahone reminds him that Lincoln is about to die from excessive blood loss and suggests saving him first. After all, we have one advantage: neither party knows the other also has a hostage. We can use this time difference to defeat each separately. Following Mahone's advice, Michael immediately calls his mother, arranging a meeting at the container port in half an hour for the exchange. Michael arrives first at the trade location, setting up bombs ready to send his evil mother to the afterlife. Soon, Christina appears with Darren, and Michael sees Lincoln handcuffed in the car. Michael leads his mother to retrieve Scylla, intending to lure Christina into triggering the bomb, but Christina suddenly stops. At this moment, dock workers recognize Michael's fugitive status and immediately call the police. Seeing the police closing in, Christina hastily orders her bodyguard to go and seize Scylla. The moment the bodyguard touches the tripwire, he is instantly killed by the explosion. Christina never imagined her own son would attempt to kill her. An angry Christina curses Lincoln but accidentally reveals Sarah's pregnancy. Meanwhile, Nandu calls, questioning why Scylla hasn't been handed over to him yet. Christina, extremely anxious, threatens Lincoln, saying if Michael doesn't call within 10 minutes, she'll blow his head off. Krantz also calls Michael, asking why Scylla hasn't been delivered yet. If he doesn't see it within an hour, he'll let Teabag have his way with Sarah. After many days, Teabag has once again pulled out his evil trouser pockets. After hanging up, Michael immediately calls Christina to confirm if Lincoln is still alive. To get Scylla, Christina can only hand the phone to Lincoln. Michael asks Lincoln to give any useful information to help rescue him, but Lincoln shakes his head and reveals Sarah's pregnancy, urging Michael to forget about him and save Sarah instead.
Sarah's pregnant.
Hearing this, knowing she's about to lose her leverage, Christina quickly grabs the phone, hangs up, then viciously stabs her high heel into Lincoln's wound.
You asked me how I could just sit and watch my son go into the chair. The answer's simple. You're not my son.
Nandu, having not received Scylla, tells Christina he's returning to India and cancels the deal. Christina pleads for more time, but Nandu refuses to listen and hangs up, enraged to the point of madness. Christina points a gun at Lincoln, accusing him of ruining her $750 million deal. Just as Christina is about to pull the trigger, Mahone calls. He tells Christina that Michael has taken Scylla to exchange for Sarah, but he proposes a deal. If she can eliminate the man Krentz sent to watch his ex-wife and spare Lincoln's life, he will help her retrieve Scylla. Without a second thought, Christina agrees to the deal, having no better options. Meanwhile, Michael calls Krentz, arranging to exchange Scylla for Sarah in a parking lot in 20 minutes. However, Krentz doesn't plan to bring Sarah, as he never intended to let Michael leave the parking lot alive. But when Krentz arrives, he finds no sign of Michael and discovers the case in the corner is empty. Realizing he's been duped by Michael's diversion, Krentz hurries back to his base. Michael was on his way to rescue Sarah when he climbed up the balcony without the bodyguard noticing. Inside the house, Teabag is eagerly anticipating his next move. Just as he is about to unzip his pants, Michael hits him on the head with a metal rod. Angry Michael wants to kill Teabag, but Sarah stops him, not wanting their unborn child to be the child of a murderer. On the other side, Mahone meets with Christina and hands over Scylla, but Christina wants to verify its authenticity and locks up Mahone, who then sees the injured Lincoln. It turns out Michael and Mahone had planned for Michael to save Sarah and Mahone to save Lincoln. Before handing Scylla over to Mahone, Michael had already removed its core component. When Christina's men find they can't connect Scylla to a computer, they're unaware it's been rigged with a timed bomb. Mahone plans to detonate it, but at the crucial moment, the remote control fails. Christina enters the room demanding to know why the Scylla data won't open. Mahone, feigning innocence, manually activates the bomb while they're distracted. He suddenly stands, knocks down Darren with 2 punches, kicks Christina to the ground, and rushes into the room. Seeing the situation turn dire, Christina grabs Darren, using him as a human shield. Michael successfully rescues his girlfriend Sarah and his brother Lincoln and secures Scylla, which all factions are after. Krentz, having lost everything, flies into a rage, blaming Teabag for everything, accusing him of failing to even handle the delicate Sarah. Just as Krentz is about to shoot Teabag, Sarah's forgotten phone on the table suddenly rings. Knowing this is his only chance to live, Teabag quickly answers the call. To his surprise, the caller is Sucre, whom he hasn't seen in a long time. Sucre wants to know Michael's whereabouts. Teabag lies that they have been captured and says they might be overheard on the phone, so he arranges a face-to-face meeting with Sucre. After hanging up, Teabag turns to Krentz and tells him that capturing Sucre, Michael's close friend, would surely draw out Michael. Under the watch of bodyguards, Teabag meets Sucre at the agreed location. Teabag doesn't beat around the bush and tells Sucre to wisely come with him. He points to the upper left corner, claiming the company's top assassin sitting behind could blow his head off at any moment. However, before Teabag can finish, the top assassin is already dead.
What's up, Jethro?
Teabag turned around and realized that the man pointing the gun at him was Benjamin from the Fox River State Penitentiary. But how did Benjamin and Sucre come to be together? After bidding farewell to Lincoln, Sucre has been living a life on the run with Mary Cruz, always on edge. One day, he runs into an old acquaintance on the street. Benjamin swears he's there to help them clear their names, having recently met a mysterious figure who can wipe their criminal records clean if Scylla is handed over. This person promises to use Scylla's technology for the benefit of humanity, allowing them to live like normal people. Sucre is skeptical until he meets the person and finally believes Benjamin's words. Benjamin, finding Sarah's phone on Teabag, immediately sends Michael's number to the mysterious person. On the other side, Michael and his group, dragging the severely injured Lincoln, hide in an abandoned warehouse. Now they are not only wanted criminals but also hunted by both Krentz and Christina. But even so, Michael is determined to destroy Scylla, the root of all evil. But then a phone call comes in.
Hello, Michael. You're a tough man to get a hold of.
It turns out the mystery man is none other than Agent Paul, who died 2 seasons ago. Paul reveals he was saved by Michael's father's organization and has since worked with them. There's a United Nations commissioner arriving in Miami at 5 o'clock. They've cooperated with the UN, promising to clear all their charges if Scylla is handed over, and Paul promises to use Scylla's technology for the good of humanity. Doubtful after being deceived many times, Michael doesn't know whether to trust Paul, especially since Paul has hunted him multiple times. As Lincoln's gunshot wound worsens and he's at risk of bleeding to death without proper treatment, the group rushes him to the hospital. Sarah, not a fugitive, sneaks in to steal surgical equipment but is caught when Krantz's bodyguard smashes the car window. Ralph, using Michael's phone location, finds them, and they're brought before Krantz again. On the TV screen is Lincoln's girlfriend, Sophia. Krantz threatens Michael, saying if Scylla isn't handed over within half an hour, Sophia will become a corpse. But Krantz doesn't know that two people have already infiltrated the room unnoticed.
Don't move. All right.
Sucre and Benjamin, having pressured Teabag for information, find the location. Michael also threatens Krantz to call and release Sophia. Seeing Sophia leave on the screen, Michael intends to kill Krantz, the source of everyone's misery, but Sucre stops him. He reminds Michael that he came to rescue him not for revenge but to clear their names and regain their innocence. Eventually, they tie Krantz to the railing. As the sound of approaching police sirens grows louder, the group, dragging a barely alive Lincoln, hurriedly departs. Seeing the police cars catching up, Sucre once again steps up, driving another vehicle to block the passage, buying time for Michael and the others to escape.
Go, go!
Now, with Sucre captured and Lincoln critically injured and on the brink of death, Michael has no choice but to place all his hope on Paul. But Paul's phone goes unanswered. Lincoln reminds Michael to turn off his phone, as Krantz had just located them through the phone's GPS. However, before Lincoln could finish, Christina, along with her henchman, arrives. After a bout of gunfire, Christina, holding a gun, searches and finds Scylla hidden in a cabinet. As Christina prepares to leave, Michael suddenly stands, threatening his mother to drop Scylla and her weapon. Christina was convinced that Michael wouldn't kill his own mother, but to her utter surprise, Michael, filled with deep-seated hatred for her, actually pulled the trigger. Unfortunately, the gun was empty of bullets. At the critical moment, Sarah shoots Christina from behind, ending her life. Christina's bullet also hits Michael in the shoulder. Needing to hand over Scylla to Paul before 5 o'clock and without seeking treatment, Michael rushes to the meeting point. On the way, he looks to the right and to the left, and any sign of movement makes Michael wary. As he neared his destination, two men stopped Michael. Once brought to an office, Michael finally meets Paul and the UN commissioner, handing over Scylla. When connected to a computer, it seems a component is missing. Even at this moment, Michael still harbors doubts about Paul. Because Scylla carries the lives and freedom of many people, he would not easily hand it over to someone he is still not very familiar with. After much persuasion from Paul, Michael, trembling, installs the blood-stained component into Scylla.
I'll make the call. You did it. It's over.
This gamble finally pays off. Soon, Paul gathers all of Michael's old friends from the prison break gang, and they sign immunity agreements. All hostages held by the company are freed. Countless days and nights of struggle and escape coalesced into this moment of bitterness and emotion. They embraced each other and cried. This time they were finally completely free. Paul tells the group that Teabag, also claiming to have helped find Scylla, requests immunity. Paul did not explicitly agree to Teabag's request for immunity. Instead, he left the decision to the prison break gang through a vote.
You took a vote. You're in luck.
Like a day.
What we voted on was whether or not you took a stick of gum on the van ride back.
Ultimately, without any surprise, Teabag was unanimously voted back into Fox River State Penitentiary by everyone. With matters finally settled, Michael and Sarah walk along the beach, contemplating the future. However, Sarah's smile freezes as Michael's nosebleed returns, signaling his cancer's resurgence. They embrace tightly, not daring to think further. Time flies, And 4 years pass. Mahone and his former colleague Felicia have settled down together. Lincoln and his girlfriend Sophia open a surf shop by the beach, their only concern now being LJ's education. Sucre and Benjamin each enjoy a happy family life. Paul brought down the company and became a rising star in politics. Don, having jumped into a river to escape, ends up in a vegetative state. Krantz, for his heinous crimes, finally faces the electric chair that Lincoln nearly sat in. Teabag is once again the boss of the Fox River State Penitentiary, and he's still surrounded by a little heel who pulls on his pockets.
But lay it on me.
On a beach bathed in the sunset's afterglow, several graves stand solemnly. Sarah, along with the child she shared with Michael and a few old friends from the prison break gang, gathers here, paying their respects at Michael's tombstone. To Lincoln, he was a fiercely loyal and passionate family member. To Sucre, a brother in arms, sharing a bond stronger than blood. To Mahone, a friend with whom he shared deep mutual respect. And to Sarah and their child, he was the husband and father who bore the world on his shoulders, giving his all. The story of Prison Break Season 4 also came to a perfect conclusion amidst everyone's relief. A beach wedding with only 5 attendees somehow fills countless fans with joy for the couple. From their initial meeting to the flutter of heartbeats that followed, they braved numerous hardships and finally regained their freedom. Under the witness of a priest and their close friends and family, Michael and Sarah rightfully became husband and wife. Just as they were basking in the joy of their wedding, several police cars suddenly appeared. The arriving officers, ignoring pleas from the crowd, produced an arrest warrant and forcibly took the bride away. It turned out that, weeks earlier, Sarah had shot and killed Christina to save Michael, an act that was unfortunately captured on surveillance footage. Since Christina's secretive work was impeccably covered, proving her employment by the company was impossible. Hence, Christina's legal team clung to the evidence, determined to tear the newlyweds apart. Under pressure, Paul's side had no choice but to compromise. Hearing Sarah could be sentenced to 25 years ignited an impulsive urge in Michael to break her out. Upon her arrival at the prison, Sarah immediately caught the attention of some troublemakers. But before they could act, the guards intervened. One guard kindly offered Sarah a single cell, claiming it to be safer. Naive Sarah followed, only to realize something was amiss upon arrival. Soon, several guards surrounded her, having been forewarned about Sarah, because Sarah had left a door open in the first season, aiding the escape of an 8-person group from Fox River State Penitentiary. Half of the prison guards lost their jobs. Thus, they planned to intimidate Sarah first to prevent any incidents during her stay. Pregnant Sarah fought back, fearing for her unborn child. Thankfully, they had the decency not to target her abdomen. After Sarah emerged battered, a woman with glasses approached her. She was the prison's leader, known among inmates as Daddy. Daddy's followers were part of a family she had formed. Seeing Sarah as talented, she wanted to recruit her to serve her purposes, but Sarah firmly refused. However, all of this was observed by someone on the second floor, Gretchen, who had been previously wounded by a gunshot. Meanwhile, in the adjacent men's prison, Teabag was mingling with Krantz. Krantz reads in the newspaper that Sarah is being held in a women's prison, and in order to get back at Michael for what he did to him, Krantz decides to buy Sarah's life with the only $100,000 he has left in legal fees. Thus, Krantz tasked his lawyer Joe with the job. The bounty notice eventually reached Gretchen, who eyed the tempting reward and then the prey below, beginning to formulate a plan. During mealtime, Gretchen warned Sarah not to sit with Skittles, saving her a spot across the table. Before they could exchange a few words, Sarah felt poisoned by her food. As an internal medicine doctor, she knew she needed treatment quickly to save her unborn child. But the guards are deliberately making it difficult for Sarah to go to the infirmary for treatment. The overbearing Daddy came over to speak up for Sarah, allowing her to receive timely treatment. Thankfully, the child was also safe and sound. When the doctor inquired about her injuries, Sarah, not wanting to cause trouble, claimed it was an accident. The detective handling Sarah's case informed Michael, who immediately knew who was responsible. Michael promptly visited Krantz in the men's prison, pleading with him not to harm Sarah and their child, saying he could come at him instead. But Krantz made his stance clear.
If you were killed, your pain would last a moment. If Sarah were killed, your pain would last the rest of your life.
Hearing Krantz say this, Michael knew there was no point in further discussion. He hurried to find the warden, Alice, to request a transfer to another prison for Sarah. But Alice, having long heard of Michael's reputation, stated she wouldn't let this prison become another Fox River State Penitentiary and promised that Sarah would be treated fairly. At that moment, Michael's nose bled again. As Alice went to get him a tissue, he instinctively looked out the window, trying to spot any vulnerabilities in the prison. Michael returned and informed Lincoln and Sucre, deciding to start planning Sarah's rescue. Through Michael's investigations, he learned that in the past 60 years, there had been 7 escape attempts from this prison, all ending in failure. To ensure success, Michael arranged for Lincoln and Sucre to gather information near the prison while he distracted the federal agent Todd monitoring them. Todd was the one who took Sarah away at the wedding. He told Michael his job was to ensure Sarah stayed in prison. Todd has been keeping an eye on Michael to prevent him from attempting a prison break. Meanwhile, in the prison, Sarah was taken by a guard to a deserted corridor. Daddy once again offered her an olive branch, suggesting she take a job as an auto mechanic, which would be much safer than her current situation. Sarah accepted Daddy's offer. Daddy's overprotectiveness of Sarah caused jealousy in her wife and discontent among other family members, but Daddy quelled these disturbances. Daddy once again invited Sarah to join her family, but Sarah politely declined. While dumping waste oil, Sarah suddenly spotted Lincoln outside the prison. Her instincts told her Michael must be planning her escape. Just as Sarah was about to return, Gretchen stopped her. Gretchen had also seen Lincoln outside the prison and pressed Sarah for his intentions. Before Gretchen could get an answer, Daddy came out. Even though Gretchen is a tough cookie, she's still staying away from Daddy here. To escape Gretchen's harassment, Sarah decided to join Daddy's family. Daddy asked her men to take out a snake necklace, which is the badge of their family. Each member will be branded with loyalty. On the other hand, Mahone, now a free man, applied for reinstatement, but only Felicia voted in favor. Seeing this, Mahone got up to leave. Suddenly, the leader called Mahone back, stating if he could monitor Michael, provide crucial information, and prevent the imprisoned Sarah from escaping, he could be reinstated. Faced with the condition of betraying his friend, the Honorable Mahone was unmoved. Then, the leader threw a detective badge on the table. Would Mahone be swayed by the sight of what he had longed for? Mahone quickly sought out Michael and his team, saying if he could monitor them, they agreed to reinstate him. Mahone was truly honest, even advising Michael to act quickly and offering his help if needed. With the measurements of the prison and Sarah's work schedule and location provided by Lincoln and others, Michael quickly identified a vulnerability in the prison, due to the prison walls being widened during renovations and the camera positions remaining unchanged. The clever Mahone immediately understood Michael's plan. He intended for Sarah to use the blind spots of the cameras to reach a specified location, then they would breach the outer wall to successfully rescue Sarah. The next step was to inform Sarah of the time and place. Since Sarah was a high-priority inmate, the prison did not allow visits or phone calls. Just as everyone was puzzled, Michael pulled out a piece of paper. The scene shifts, and a letter filled with text is delivered into Alice's hands. After carefully verifying its contents, she orders her subordinates to pass it to Sarah. Upon reading the letter, Sarah instantly understands Michael's intentions. Relying on their years of unspoken understanding, Sarah folds the letter into the shape of the paper flower Michael once gave her, indicating a meeting at the waste oil tank tomorrow at 7 p.m. On Gretchen's end, to deal with Sarah's protector Daddy, Gretchen bribes the guards to frame Daddy with contraband found in her room, leading to Daddy's inevitable solitary confinement. At this moment, Gretchen reveals a sinister smirk from the second floor. Michael, meanwhile, receives a call from his lawyer, who has managed to secure a visiting opportunity for him to see Sarah. Rushing to the prison, seeing his beautiful wife battered hurts him more than if the blows were landed on him. During their conversation, Michael confirms Sarah has received his letter, greatly increasing the likelihood of their plan's success. Time with a loved one always feels too short. Watching Sarah's departing figure, Michael vows to rescue her. However, just as Michael is about to leave the prison, he suddenly notices the security blind spot he found being repaired, leaving him dumbfounded. The carefully thought-out escape plan is thus thwarted, but to rescue his pregnant wife Sarah, Michael has no choice but to plan another escape. After discussing with the others, Michael decides to enter the prison via parachute, but he needs someone's help. That someone is T-Bag from the neighboring men's prison. Michael arranges for Lincoln to negotiate with T-Bag, who only needs to press the fire alarm at 7:30 p.m. the next night to easily earn $5,000. However, the greedy T-Bag scoffs at the amount, demanding a six-figure sum. At that time, Lincoln and the others simply don't have that kind of money, but the cunning T-Bag has a way to make it. T-Bag quietly tells Lincoln that the money Krantz offered for killing Sarah is with his proxy lawyer, Joe. The rest is up to you. Transfer the money into my account before 7 p.m. tomorrow, and I'll pull the alarm for you, Teabag says, then struts off, because Gretchen bribed the guards to frame Daddy, leading to her solitary confinement. Sarah loses her protector. Gretchen finds Sarah again, forcing her to plan an escape together or else no one gets out. Having discovered the note Michael gave to Sarah, the lure of Krantz's bounty is tempting, but what is money compared to freedom? Meanwhile, Michael has already planned the detailed escape scheme, which he shares with Lincoln and Sucre. He will first land on the perimeter of the prison, then sneak into the chapel, as it is the only building connected to the administration building. During a riot, the guards will flee through the emergency exit of the administration building. There's a secret exit in that enclosure, which is where Lincoln and the others will rendezvous. Just then, Mahone returns from outside. Michael asks Mahone to find a small plane and instructs Lincoln and the others to secure Krantz's substantial funds, ensuring everyone's tasks are arranged before 7 p.m. Michael immediately visits Sarah, as there's a change in plans, and he needs to inform Sarah of his new plan, telling her to wait for him in the chapel. However, their conversation is undoubtedly being monitored. Michael can't speak openly and must use coded language to pass the message to Sarah, but the agents and Alice outside the glass can't understand a word they're saying.
Pray for us tonight.
Pray for us.
You can pray for us to be together.
Meanwhile, Lincoln also heads to the men's prison to find Teabag, needing his help to quickly locate Krantz's bounty. He seeks Teabag's assistance in gathering useful information. Teabag, eager to secure the substantial sum, devises a plan. He scribbles a note and then approaches Krantz. Krantz, thinking someone has already taken care of Sarah and is coming to claim the bounty, writes down Joe's phone number. Teabag got the number with a sly grin on his face and passed it on to Lincoln. Tracking someone down becomes much easier with a phone number. Soon enough, Sucre finds Joe's home. After confirming his identity, Sucre employs his lockpicking skills, proving that locks are merely a formality to him. Joe, terrified, grabs his cash box and tries to flee, but as soon as he gets into his car, Lincoln, who has been waiting, catches him. When Krantz realizes he's been duped, Teabag, gloating, comes to boast. Meanwhile,
I just thought I'd let you know I came into some green.
Mahone has made contact with a plane. Mahone can't help but be curious when he sees Michael working on cards and stuff.
See, the prison was built in the mid-'80s. Those locks don't have power protection. A 1200-volt power surge will just set off the other alarms.
Mahone realizes that Michael is prepared for the worst in his effort to save Sarah. Just then, his phone rings in his pocket. It's a call from Todd. Unbelievably, Mahone, hoping for a smooth reinstatement, had snitched about the security blind spot to Todd, allowing him to timely repair the prison's vulnerabilities. When Mahone brings up the matter of his reinstatement, Todd surprisingly demands that Mahone find evidence to arrest Michael before he can agree to reinstate him. Seeing through their despicable nature, Mahone doesn't provide crucial information this time. Mahone introduces Michael to the pilot and advises him to consider other methods as parachuting is too risky. But Michael, aware of his deteriorating condition and Sarah's imminent danger, sees no other option. He then pulls out a CD and an envelope, asking Mahone to help him get Lincoln and Sarah out of the country. Showing immense trust in the current Mahone, Mahone takes Michael to buy parachuting gear. Touched by Michael's trust, Mahone halts him, suggesting he has a better idea. Meanwhile, in the prison, inmates greedily eye Sarah, still coveting the $100,000 bounty. Daddy's subordinates make the first move, but the highly skilled Gretchen appears and quickly knocks them out. Upon hearing her family member has been killed, Daddy vows revenge once she's out. Gretchen took out the pendant with her daughter's name on it and said she went out for her daughter. Seeing Gretchen's past help and considering her own impending motherhood, Sarah decides to escape with Gretchen. After all, she needs Gretchen's help as Daddy's people are already eyeing her. At dinner time, Sarah and Gretchen prepare to act, but unfortunately, Daddy, who had been in solitary, is released. The two quietly plan for Gretchen to take care of the guards while Sarah deals with Daddy and her crew. Sarah doesn't go to fight but explains to Daddy she acted in self-defense, which Daddy refuses to listen to. Sarah pushes Daddy into Skitlas, revealing Skitlas as the real boss of the prison, instantly deflating the usually dominant Daddy. In the chaos, Gretchen attacks the guards, quickly taking them down but getting stabbed in the process. Then Gretchen knocks a guard unconscious, and Sarah seizes the moment to take the keys. Meanwhile, Michael and his team have arrived at the airport. Mahone deliberately calls Todd, saying Michael is planning to parachute onto the prison yard. Hearing this, Todd immediately informs Alice and arranges for all guards to ambush the yard and turn off all lights. Waiting for Michael's arrival, Todd arrived at the playground in time, but he didn't realize that he had been set up. As soon as Michael lands, the guards immediately attack, but upon inspection, they discover it's just a dummy. Michael had already taken the opportunity to hide under a car and then sneak into the church. By this time, Sarah and Gretchen had quietly arrived at the church door. As Sarah is finding the keys to open the door, Gretchen suddenly gets spotted by a guard. When asked if there were any accomplices, Gretchen doesn't betray Sarah. Sarah has already sneaked into the church by then, and after the guards take Gretchen away, Sarah quietly picks up the pendant Gretchen intended for her daughter. Just then, Michael appears, and without time for words, they hurry off. Mahone and Lincoln are waiting outside for them, while Sucre rushes to the bank to transfer money, only to find it closed. Teabag sees that the time has come and calls to check his account balance, but there is no change in the balance after checking several times. Michael and Sarah reach the emergency exit of the administration building, everything ready except for Teabag's role. Not receiving the money, Teabag doesn't hesitate to betray Michael, claiming he was asked to sound the fire alarm for an escape. Hearing this, Todd orders the prison's fire alarm system shut down, which is exactly what Michael wanted, exploiting Teabag's tendency to snitch rather than the alarm itself. Michael puts his musket to the lock and opens the door without any problems. Continuing as planned, they reach the last door. Michael tries an electronic card, but it fails. Fortunately, Michael has one last trick, cutting off the building's power supply for a few seconds before forcefully reconnecting it. The strong electric current can break the electronic lock. Sarah must take this opportunity to escape, but reconnecting the power could cause an explosion, putting the person doing so at great risk. Despite Sarah's pleas, they have no other choice. Michael caresses his child, and after a brief kiss, Sarah leaves with tears in her eyes. Unable to bear parting, Michael pulls down the cable and reconnects it. A strong electric current runs through his hands and sparks fly. The last door opens smoothly, and Sarah looks back reluctantly, then runs outside with tears streaming down her face. Lincoln asked her where Michael had gone and Sarah didn't know how to answer. At this time Lincoln had a bad feeling. He looked at the door of the prison how much he hoped that a miracle would happen. Only Mahone knows Michael's plan. Mahone urges Lincoln that it's not wise to linger, and reluctantly, the group gets into the car and leaves. Teabag, outsmarted, not only misses the $100,000 but also gets thrown into solitary as an accomplice for conveying wrong information. Outsmarted by Michael again. On the way back, everyone is silent. Mahone hands Sarah the items Michael left behind. A medical report shows Michael's tumor had worsened. At the docks, Sucre gives Sarah the money from Kranz's bounty. After bidding farewell, Sarah and Lincoln board a yacht to leave the country. They watch a video Michael left, his final goodbye to them.
Well, if you're watching this, I'm glad. And that's all I ever wanted. Because it means you're safe. And Link, I want you to promise me, no matter what, they're gonna grow up knowing their uncle is never far away. So now, plainly, simply, I want to say that I love you both. We're free.
Can you believe that the dead can talk? Because some deaths are real, while others are merely stories. This is the essence of the long-awaited Season 5 of the classic American TV show Prison Break, which fans have been anticipating for a whole 8 years. Do you recall the ending of Season 4? The finale had Michael sacrificing himself for the freedom of others. Yet this sacrifice wasn't his life but rather his own freedom. What deep conspiracy lies behind this? Let's find the answers together in Season 5. The story kicks off with Prison Break's soul, Teabag, swapping his prison uniform, which he had worn for the better part of his life, for a long-missed suit, because he was released from prison by a mysterious benefactor. The guards, cursing, remarked, "How does trash like you get help? You're just damn lucky." After saying this, the guards handed Teabag his belongings from before his incarceration, including a letter sent to him by someone else. Teabag strutted towards freedom, but when he opened the letter outside, his face revealed a look of sheer terror. Meanwhile, Lincoln is back to being hounded by debt collectors, feeling lost ever since his brother's death. Barely escaping his pursuers, Lincoln arrives home to find Teabag, who mockingly comments on his current plight, waiting for him. Just as Lincoln is about to kick Teabag out, Teabag hands him an envelope. Lincoln, shocked, finds a photo of his brother Michael, believed dead for years. Thinking it's another of Teabag's tricks, Lincoln couldn't dispute the authenticity of the postmark on the envelope, disbelieving his eyes, and Teabag equally puzzled. Lincoln reads the letter, but neither can decipher its meaning, resulting in Teabag being chased away. Lincoln then rushes to New York to find Sarah, noticing a red car that seems to be tailing him along the way. However, the red car soon turns away, and then a black pickup starts following him, only to also turn away shortly after. Feeling secure no one is following, Lincoln finally reaches Sarah's place. Sarah, having remarried and formed a new family with her husband Jacob and her son, doubts the authenticity of the photo, suspecting it to be edited, especially given her distrust of Teabag's character. She has accepted Michael's death and urges Lincoln to do the same. In the evening, Lincoln visits Michael's grave, reminiscing about the past. Overwhelmed by his memories, he takes another look at the letter under the setting sun, revealing embossed letters beneath. Lincoln sensed something was off. He took out a pencil and erased the letters that could be rubbed off, ultimately revealing the word Ogygia from the remaining letters. A quick internet search reveals it to be a prison in Yemen. To prove the truth, Lincoln ventured alone to the graveyard in the dead of night, picking up a shovel to begin digging. Upon opening Michael's coffin, he was so shocked that he collapsed to the ground. A closer look revealed no body inside. Lincoln was so excited that he hugged Michael's clothes, which proved that Michael was probably still alive. As Lincoln prepares to inform Sarah, the red car that had followed him reappears. Lincoln cast a wary glance but noticed nothing out of the ordinary. Yet, as the green light flashed on, the person in the red car casually tapped a few keys on a computer, causing Lincoln's vehicle to uncontrollably accelerate and charge forward with fierce speed. With the brakes failing, Lincoln unbuckles his seatbelt and crashes into a barrier. Throwing himself into the river, he picked up Michael's clothes and headed towards the shore. At that moment, the man followed him. Lincoln quickly hid behind a large tree. Just as the man was about to come over with a gun to check for a body, his plan was disrupted by onlookers who suddenly arrived, prompting him to leave hastily. Lincoln hurriedly called Sarah to tell her. Before they could finish speaking, the black pickup that had been following Lincoln pulled up in front of Sarah's house, followed by a blonde woman armed with a gun approaching. Sarah, grabbing a gun, calls the police while running upstairs to find Mike, hiding in the bathroom with him and preparing to defend themselves with a dismantled towel rack. Downstairs, Jacob is shot in the leg, and the woman ascends the stairs. Just as she's about to open the bathroom door, police sirens grow louder, and the assailant leaves hastily. After confirming the assassin had left, Sarah quickly administered first aid to Jacob, then rushed him to the hospital. Lincoln arrived in time and expressed his desire to take Sarah with him to search for Michael, but Sarah, now with a new family and her husband in the emergency room, couldn't join him. Lincoln, understanding her situation, declared he would go to Yemen to look for Michael. Meanwhile, Teabag, freshly out of prison, arrived at a hotel. He intended to look for some special services online when a hospital appointment email suddenly popped up on his screen. It was a meeting set with the director of the Prosthetic Research Center for 9:30 the next evening. Teabag was curious. He had never made such an appointment, but then he thought about his prosthetic hand that indeed needed replacing, so he decided to meet the doctor as scheduled. The doctor was aware of Teabag's condition and waited until after hours to receive Teabag in order to avoid unnecessary trouble. He explained he had developed a cutting-edge prosthetic arm that could be controlled by the human brain, functioning no differently than a regular arm. This technology had received significant funding under the condition that Teabag would be the first recipient. Teabag suddenly remembered the phrase from the letter, "Through thy hands, the glory of the future is unveiled," realizing it must have been written for him. Thus, Teabag agreed to the prosthetic arm installation. Instinctively, he asked the doctor not to use anesthesia, fearing what might happen while he was unconscious. But this wasn't the kind of sketchy clinic he was used to. Concerned that the doctor might have ulterior motives while he was out, the doctor reassured him, "I wouldn't dare cross someone like you." Having allayed Teabag's concerns, the doctor gave Teabag a general anesthetic. When Teabag woke up and saw the prosthetic arm installed, he suspected the doctor might have implanted something else inside him and pressed for the name of the person behind this. The doctor didn't know who the mysterious person was, leaving only the word Oudis to represent them. In Greek, Oudis means nobody. On the other side, Lincoln, determined to go to Yemen to find his brother, sought out Benjamin, who had military experience in the Middle East and might provide some help. At this point, Benjamin had become a devout follower of Islam. Lincoln showed Michael's photo to Benjamin, hoping he could find some valuable clues. After analysis by Benjamin's colleagues, the building behind Michael in the photo was identified as the Al-Aqsa Mosque. The map showed this building was not far from Ojibwa prison mentioned in the letter, with no other buildings in between, indicating the photo wasn't forged. But when Benjamin called the prison to inquire, he was told there was no prisoner named Michael, guessing Michael might have changed his name. Lincoln tried to find a photo of Michael online to send to them, only to discover that all of Michael's photos had been replaced with those of someone else. Lincoln then realized someone was trying to erase all records of Michael, prompting him to urgently prepare for his trip to Yemen. Benjamin warned him that the area was in turmoil, and ordinary people wouldn't survive there for 3 days. But Lincoln was determined to save his brother, even if it meant going through hell and high water. Returning to the hotel, Lincoln donned Michael's old suit. Although it was a bit ill-fitting, he hoped it would bring him luck in finding Michael. Just then, someone quietly entered the room. Alert! Lincoln swung a punch, only to find out it was Sucre. Sucre had heard the news that his good friend Michael wasn't dead and hurried over to join the search for him. Lincoln did not want to put Sucre in danger, but Sucre followed Lincoln to the airport. As the two argued, Benjamin suddenly arrived, mentioning he knew some of the mosque's followers in the area who could find someone to meet them. Sucre interrupted their conversation, insisting that if Benjamin could go, he definitely could too. Then, Benjamin delivered a metaphorical slap to Sucre with a string of Arabic phrases, leaving Sucre completely dumbfounded in an instant. It turns out, Benjamin had picked up some Arabic during his service in the Middle East. Lincoln told Sucre to wait for their good news and that they would call him if needed. Thus, Sucre left, albeit reluctantly. Thanks to Benjamin's connections, the two set off for Yemen, unaware that the assassin who had been after Lincoln was now tracking them. Yemen was embroiled in conflict, with everyone trying to flee the country, yet they were entering. Soon, an elderly man with white hair greeted them, believing he was the contact sent to meet them. The two didn't think twice before following him out of the airport. Then, a middle-aged man holding a sign with Lincoln and Benjamin's names appeared. The driver took them to an abandoned warehouse, and it was only then they realized they had walked into a trap as several thugs surrounded them. Benjamin handed Lincoln a hammer and took a wrench for himself. These thugs clearly underestimated their opponents, as they were quickly overpowered and left lying on the ground. Checking the thugs' phone, Lincoln found out they had been discovered while boarding the plane. At that moment, the real contact, Sheba, appeared. Her informant at the airport had noticed Lincoln and Benjamin getting into the wrong car and had followed them here. Lincoln and the others threw away all their phones to prevent further tracking by the assassin. Upon arriving at the place Sheba had arranged for them, Lincoln suddenly noticed the word Udis printed on his brother's clothes, identical to the message left by the person who had donated the prosthetic arm to Teabag. Sheba introduced them to Omar because he had connections inside Ojibwa prison. Omar mentioned that there was an American in the prison who matched the description of Michael, but getting a visit was extremely difficult. Lincoln immediately thought it was just a matter of money, which he had. However, Omar wasn't interested in money, as in this turbulent country, money had lost its importance, but passports were highly sought after. Benjamin advised Lincoln not to give up his passport, as without it, he couldn't return to the United States. But eager for the chance to see Michael, Lincoln didn't hesitate to hand over his passport. They soon arrived at the prison, which was more brutal than Sona prison. Sheba asked the guard about a prisoner named Michael, but the guard firmly denied any such person. Fortunately, Benjamin thought to show the guard a photo of Michael, and the guard said the man was known as Udis. Remembering the name on Michael's suit, Lincoln told the guard they wanted to see him. Considering Sheba had brought them, the guard agreed to let them visit Udis. Sheba, hearing they were looking for this person, angrily turned and walked away. It turned out Udis was a notorious terrorist imprisoned for murder. Michael was quickly brought up by the guards. Seeing his brother after 7 years, Lincoln was overwhelmed with emotion, unable to express his feelings. Michael now bore new tattoos. Lincoln urgently asked Benjamin to take out his camera to prove Michael was alive. But when Lincoln spoke of rescuing Michael, Michael claimed he wasn't Michael and didn't know them, then asked the guards to take him back to his cell. After finally finding his brother after so many years, only to be denied recognition, Lincoln was nearly driven to despair. In the prison cell, the narrow space was extremely oppressive, its conditions rivaling those of Sona prison. After the guard finished patrolling the room, Michael asked his bunkmate, Whip, for a wrench and then removed the ventilation panel from the ceiling, preparing to climb onto the roof. His roommate, Sid, kept watch while Michael and Whip quickly made it to the rooftop. This was their 7th consecutive day there, waiting for the signal to escape. A double flash of the city's lights meant that the escape would begin in 24 hours, but after waiting half the day, there was still no sign. Watching the war spread outside, Whip grew anxious, fearing they'd soon become cannon fodder, and cursed loudly. Michael reassured Whip, telling him not to worry because he had a plan B, which he hadn't wanted to use, but now it had begun. The next day, Lincoln and Benjamin were still puzzled over why Michael refused to recognize them. Just then, they heard footsteps at the door. Lincoln opened the door to find a child who, upon seeing Lincoln, ran away, with Lincoln chasing after him but quickly losing track in the unfamiliar surroundings. After Lincoln returned, Benjamin handed him the origami crane left by the child at the door. A signature message from Michael. Lincoln unfolded it to see the handwriting was indeed Michael's. The note inside read, "Find the Sheik of Light, and I will regain my freedom." Lincoln finally felt relieved, realizing Michael's refusal to recognize him was likely due to fear of being discovered by others. Now, their task was to find the Sheik of Light, but they had no clue who that might be. Benjamin decided to seek Sheba's help, who was at that moment trying to persuade her father to leave the city. However, Sheba's father knew they didn't have the funds to escape the country, leaving Sheba feeling helpless. When Benjamin arrived with Lincoln, Sheba reacted as if she'd seen an enemy. In her eyes, the person Lincoln wanted to save was a terrorist who had persecuted their country, and she swore she'd never help again. But Lincoln pulled out a stack of money, willing to make a deal with Lincoln to get the money needed to escape the war zone with her father. Sheba took the note from Lincoln, although she had never heard of the Sheik of Light and guessed it was a code. Noticing a piece of tape on the note, Sheba peeled it off to reveal a series of holes, which she guessed might be a phone number. She tried calling and reached the voicemail of Muhammad, the region's electrical engineer. Lincoln was sure this man was the Sheik of Light Michael had referred to. They drove to the electrical engineering department, where they learned Muhammad had gone to the suburbs a week ago to look for his trapped daughter. After getting the address, Sheba marked it on the map for Lincoln, advising them to go alone since the suburbs were on the front line of the war, posing a life-threatening risk. However, since Lincoln had yet to pay, he still had the upper hand. To get the money, Sheba had to help find the Sheik of Light, so she reluctantly led them toward the battlefield. Soon, they arrived at a government checkpoint, where soldiers warned them that going further was akin to a death sentence. Lincoln then pulled out money, betting with the soldiers that if he didn't come back, the money was theirs. The soldier then ordered his subordinates to open the gate and let them pass. Seeing the once bustling streets now in ruins, with walls plastered with portraits of the terrorist Abu. However, this Abu had already been imprisoned in Ojibwa prison, the same prison where Michael was being held. Should Abu escape, the situation would undoubtedly be worse than it already was. Just then, their vehicle was spotted by the enemy. Sheba told Lincoln and the others to quickly duck inside the car. Soon a man approached to talk, and coincidentally, they knew each other. From their conversation, it was evident they had an unpleasant past, but now they were irreconcilable enemies. As the talk seemed about to escalate into trouble, they suddenly received news of an attack by government forces and hurried off to confront it. This allowed them to escape the situation without harm. However, when they arrived at Muhammad's location, they were suddenly confronted by a group of rebels at the entrance. With no other choice, they had to climb over a wall from another spot to enter. As soon as they entered the house, they were ambushed by Muhammad, who had been hiding, thinking the rebels had broken in. After confirming their identities, they wanted to take Muhammad with them, but he refused to leave unless his daughter was rescued. Muhammad disclosed his daughter's location to Lincoln, but the rebels outside seemed to have heard noise inside the house and were desperately searching around. It seemed not only could they not rescue the people, but they would also be trapped. At that moment, Muhammad mentioned there was a back door they could escape through, but they were a step too late as enemy vehicles had already parked at the back door. When they felt out of options, Lincoln instructed them to hide on the roof while he sneaked to the pickup truck. When the enemy is not looking, Lincoln throws him out of the car in a couple of moves. Then he goes to the window to inform Muhammad's daughter to prepare to escape. Lincoln started the enemy's pickup and took Muhammad's daughter and the students away, quickly meeting up with Sheba's vehicle. Just as they were celebrating their imminent success, an enemy vehicle equipped with a heavy machine gun approached, and they desperately headed towards the city. The government forces noticed them, knowing that charging directly at the government checkpoint would be mistaken for a terrorist suicide attack. Sheba stopped in advance and waved a white cloth. The government forces identified the enemy vehicle and opened fire directly at the machine gunner. Seeing Muhammad's daughter and the students successfully rescued, Sheba's impression of Lincoln changed dramatically. After they settled down, it was only after Lincoln's interrogation that they found out he was the Sheik of Light. also the father of Michael's roommate, Sid. Sid had been sentenced to 20 years in prison for falling in love with another man, as homosexual relationships are forbidden in this country. A few weeks ago, Muhammad visited his son in prison, where Sid told him that if he could manage to cut the city's power, someone could help him escape from prison. The plan had been arranged to take place a week ago, but it was delayed due to his daughter being surrounded by terrorists, which is why Michael had been climbing to the rooftop for 7 consecutive days waiting for a signal. Lincoln said they were still in prison waiting for your message. Hearing this, Muhammad hurriedly got up ready to act, because their agreement was to give them a double flash 24 hours before the blackout. But whether this city could last another 24 hours was still in question. Meanwhile, far away in New York, Sarah was sending Mike to school when she suddenly received a video from Lincoln. Seeing Michael, whom she thought had died years ago, still alive, Sarah was moved to tears. At that moment, her husband Jacob, who was still in the hospital, called. Sarah answered the phone trying to sound calm. Jacob felt like Sarah knew something she shouldn't, but she diverted the conversation. Later, Sarah went to the government department seeking help, only to be received by Deputy Director Paul. Having had some previous issues with him, Sarah worried she might fall into a trap again and thus turned to leave. However, hearing Paul mention information about Michael, she couldn't help but follow her curiosity into his office. Paul pulled up the terrorist Udiz's file, which shockingly had Michael's photo, and it matched previous records exactly. Only a few people, including a genius like Michael, could pull off something like this. Paul suspected it might be Michael's own plan, but Sarah didn't believe these claims and turned to leave the office. Just as Sarah got home, Paul sent her an email. The surveillance footage in the email showed Michael personally killing the deputy director of the CIA and then moving the body. The next day, Michael boarded a plane to Yemen. As soon as Michael got off the plane, the CIA began their pursuit. Although Michael managed to escape, he didn't have time to take his luggage, which contained clothes with the victim's blood. Hearing this incontrovertible evidence, Sarah didn't know what to do. She confided in her current husband, Jacob. Jacob explained to Sarah using his knowledge of game theory. He said Michael would sacrifice anyone to achieve his goals and always had his own schemes. He also mentioned that Michael approached Sarah only to escape from prison and would leave as soon as his objectives were met. This, according to Jacob, was the real face of Michael. Despite these absurd explanations, Sarah couldn't believe Michael would become like this. Meanwhile, Michael was in prison, making meticulous plans to communicate with the outside world. He set his sights on his roommate Ja's phone. Ja, a top-notch hacker from South Korea and a bona fide addict. No one knew how he managed to bring a phone into prison. He could hack into financial systems of various countries from home, which led to his imprisonment. To get Ja's phone, Michael's next actions were astonishing. He asked Sid for a piece of gum and then took off the foil wrapper, tearing it into a strip about 8 millimeters wide. He attached the foil's ends to the positive and negative terminals of a battery. The thin foil was quickly ignited due to the short circuit. Then, he used the generated fire to boil water, and then soaked a towel in the boiling water, wrapping the hot towel around his head. Whip quickly called the guards, saying Udi's had a high fever that needed immediate treatment. This way, Michael successfully made it to the infirmary. However, since he was considered a terrorist, the guards loathed him deeply and took out their frustrations on Michael. Soon, Michael was beaten to a bloody pulp, after which the guards gave him 2 pills. Michael pretended to swallow the pills, then was sent back to his cell. Michael spat out the unswallowed pills and told Ja, who was addicted to drugs, that they were derivatives of morphine. Hearing morphine, Ja perked up, but Michael said he could only have them if he could borrow his phone to order a pizza. The scene shifts to Sarah in New York, picking up her son from school. However, after all the kids had left, she couldn't find Mike. Sarah frantically searched and fortunately found Mike in a nearby park. Mike handed his mother a paper rose, saying a pizza delivery guy gave it to him. The paper rose, once a symbol of Michael's undying love for Sarah, had a message written on it: "The storm is coming. All beings must hide." Sarah intuitively felt Michael was in trouble. Meanwhile, Michael was in prison, waiting for the chance to escape. At that moment, Sid came over and said the leader of the terrorist group, Abu, was closing in on them. Since it was the month of Ramadan, Abu, who was in solitary, would be released back to the general cell block, where heretics, sinners, and foreigners would be killed by them. Just then, the lights flickered twice. Sid realized someone had found his father, meaning the escape was set to begin in 24 hours. However, What they didn't expect was that the terrorist Abu and his followers had already been released. Sid and others were scared and hid, but Michael stood still. Abu looked at his own blood-stained hands and put them on his face to smell them. Then he walked straight towards Michael. Unexpectedly, they embraced each other like brothers. Abu asked if he had planned the escape. Michael, with full confidence, said, "It officially starts tomorrow night." The man glanced outside the cell and saw no guards, then started his escape plan. He copied the tattoo on his arm onto a piece of paper, folded it into a plane, and added a piece of chewing gum. While a young boy was picking things up outside the prison, Michael skillfully flew the paper plane out of the prison. The boy set aside what he was holding, picked up the plane, and stuffed the gum in his mouth. Quickly, the boy ran to Lincoln's residence, as usual, stealthily slipping the paper plane under a mat, but this time he was caught red-handed by Lincoln. Through Sheba's translation, they learned that the young boy was sent by the bubble gum man, receiving a piece of gum as payment for each errand, though he had never seen the bubble gum man himself. Seeing the boy's terrified appearance, Lincoln took out all the candy from his pocket and gave it to him, telling him to continue delivering messages. Seeing Lincoln's kind side, Sheba found the man before her not so detestable after all. Noticing the strange ancient blue script on the letter, which seemed to form a pattern, Benjamin, who was looking at a city map, was inspired. It turned out Michael had drawn a map of the city with a red dot marked on it, clearly the place Michael wanted them to find. They found an abandoned cabin according to the marked location and determined that Michael had planned the escape there from the various documents filling the walls. The retreat point indicated it was currently under terrorist control. Seeing a portrait of the terrorist leader Abu on the table, they realized that Michael wasn't the only one escaping. Meanwhile, Abu, just released from solitary confinement, prepared to enforce his laws in the prison, executing all infidels and homosexuals directly by hanging. The guards upstairs turned a blind eye to this. Soon, Michael's cellmate Sid was caught for being homosexual. Whip and Jaw wanted to rescue him but were stopped. Michael hurriedly told Abu that Sid's help was needed for the escape, but the cruel Abu was unmoved. Seeing poor Sid about to be hanged, Michael defied Abu's obstruction and went to save him. As the situation was about to spiral out of control, the guards upstairs fired a warning shot, then gathered the prisoners together for re-education. Meanwhile, Michael successfully sent a message to Sarah through his son, which was spotted by the assassin who had once tried to kill Lincoln and Sarah. They followed Sarah to the hospital where Jacob was staying and secretly hacked Sarah's phone while they were being intimate. Sarah went to the bathroom, and at that moment, the psychopathic killer Teabag appeared behind her, leaving Sarah utterly panicked. But Teabag seemed to bear no ill will, telling Sarah that someone named Udis had donated a mechanical arm to him, a high-tech device worth at least a few million. Confused, Teabag went online and discovered that Udis was Sarah's ex-husband, Michael.
I looked up Otis on the interwebs. Whose face comes up but your dead ex-husband's looking very much alive. Lazarus had risen from the dead. He's drawn us into something, isn't he?
Come near me or my family again, I will kill.
Teabag secretly approached Sarah to understand the reason behind this, but Sarah, knowing Teabag's despicable nature, refused to cooperate with him and walked away without using the bathroom. At that moment, Sarah took out her phone and noticed the information constantly changing. Realizing her phone had been hacked, she hurried to a phone repair shop and asked the owner to check who had controlled her phone. 10 minutes later, the two assassins arrived at the shop based on the phone's location and demanded the shop owner reveal Sarah's whereabouts. Seeing their violence, the shop owner had no choice but to confess. While Sarah watched everything from across the street, the assassins noticed Sarah too and rushed over. Sarah ran away, opening the back door only to find no exit. In desperation, she crawled through the next room to the rooftop. The assassins followed her up. Sarah ran desperately on the rooftop but found no other way out. Seeing a garbage truck below, she prepared to jump. When the assassins reached the rooftop and found Sarah gone, they looked down at the departing garbage truck, thinking Sarah had hidden inside to escape. AW cursed out loud, complaining about why Poseidon hadn't let her kill Sarah sooner, then stormed off angrily. Unknown to them, their conversation was clearly heard by Sarah hiding under the pipes. Back home, she received a call from the phone shop owner. The phone shop owner found out the reason her phone was hacked. It was because someone had used Sarah's fingerprint to gain control over her phone. Sarah suddenly remembers that when she went to Paul's office, she received a glass of water and her fingerprints must have been left on it. She shared this with Jacob, who had just been discharged from the hospital. Jacob urged Sarah to report to the police immediately, but Sarah, knowing the police couldn't solve this issue, decided to sell her phone to the shop owner instead. Jacob questioned if she was just running from reality. After some calm reflection, Sarah said that her biggest lesson over the years was choosing to run away. Thus, she decided to take action like Michael. Sarah immediately called Teabag to collaborate and asked him to investigate Paul, suspecting him of stealing her fingerprints. Meanwhile, in Yemen, Michael and Whip were queuing for food. After terrorist Abu embraced Michael like a brother upon being released from solitary confinement, Whip began to doubt Michael's allegiance, because the mission given by Poseidon was to rescue Abu, indicating Abu was affiliated with Poseidon, yet they were abandoned by Poseidon, and Michael still promised to help Abu escape. Confusing Whip, Michael explained that he only temporarily agreed to help Abu escape to ensure their safety until the right moment to ditch him. Despite Michael's explanations, Whip remained unsettled. Then, Michael devised a plan upon noticing a guard's watch and suddenly punched Whip in the face. The two of them were struggling, and the guards came to pull them apart. The ensuing scuffle allowed Michael to stealthily steal the guard's gold watch, explaining it was all a misunderstanding, leaving Whip utterly confused. After the guards left, Abu approached Michael, comforting him with promises of their imminent escape. Michael whispered something to Abu and walked away. Back in the cell, his cellmates were puzzled by Michael's actions and his close relationship with terrorist Abu, casting doubt on his stance. To clarify, Michael disclosed the entire plan. A guard, suspecting Michael had stolen his gold watch during the commotion, turned their cell upside down in search but didn't find the watch. Frustrated, the guard locked all prisoners in their cells to search for the watch. Aligning with Michael's plan, locked in solitary, Abu could only stay in his cell, while the escape could only proceed from Michael's cell. Once Sid's father, Muhammad, successfully cut the power, they could disappear from the cell like ghosts. Meanwhile, Abu boasted to his followers about Michael's promise to lead he out of prison. The original plan was to escape alone, but Abu insisted on taking his followers. At that moment, the guards who were looking for the gold watch arrived and started a carpet search of Abu's cell, and found the gold watch in Abu's clothes. Abu realized he had been played. Simultaneously, to ensure Michael's successful escape from war-torn Yemen, Lincoln and Sheba worked on getting passports for leaving the country. Benjamin and Muhammad were responsible for cutting the city's power supply. They quickly arrived at the meeting place, but when Lincoln checked the passports, they turned out to be blank. Sheba was then taken away by Cyclops, who had been lying in ambush, and Lincoln, outnumbered, was knocked unconscious. Cyclops demanded to know the identity of the man who came with Sheba. When Sheba refused to cooperate, Cyclops punched her. It turned out they were former classmates and had dated. However, Cyclops lost control and attempted to do unspeakable things to Sheba, resulting in her blinding him in one eye, and they became enemies. Seeing Sheba now trapped like a bird in a cage, Cyclops took the opportunity to try and finish the vile act he hadn't completed years ago. Meanwhile, Lincoln awoke from his unconscious state and heard Sheba's desperate screams. He wedged a metal rod into the bottom of the door and, using his strong physique, quickly broke it open. Just as Cyclops was about to succeed, Lincoln threw him out of the room and began to beat him mercilessly. Meanwhile, Muhammad and Benjamin had arrived at the main power station. Muhammad expertly pulled down the circuit breaker and then instructed Benjamin to turn off the backup power while he dealt with the security guards. Faced with the complex wiring, Benjamin, overwhelmed, decided to forcefully sabotage it while wearing insulating gloves. Sure enough, the city's lights went out, and the prison cells plunged into darkness. Michael and his team, having waited for this moment, immediately started their escape plan. Abu, just taken away by the guards, seized the chaos to fight back. Knowing Michael intended to leave them behind, Abu and his followers hurried to Michael's cell. Hearing Michael was escaping, Cross from the neighboring cell decided to flee with his brothers. They ambushed the guards, stole their keys, and opened Michael's cell door. To prevent the two from following, Whip dismantled the bed with his feet. However, with the rooftop guards nearby, they had no chance to escape through the hole and were trapped in the ventilation ducts. Cross and his brother, standing on the bed frame, stretched into the hole in the rooftop and then grabbed Sid, pulling him down from above. As the standoff continued, Abu and his followers arrived. Seeing the escapees, Abu's men shot and killed Cross's brother. With no choice, Michael abandoned Sid and fled. As Abu and his men were about to follow, armed guards arrived. Outnumbered, Abu reluctantly put down his gun. When the guards entered the cell and noticed the hole in the roof, they immediately called for rooftop patrol. Michael and his team, having just climbed out, were caught. Benjamin, coming to assist, saw Michael and his team captured and had to leave disappointedly. Injured Lincoln also hurried back with a barely alive Sheba. The years-long escape plan ended in failure, and Michael and his team were placed in solitary confinement. Terrorist Abu, now aware of Michael's stance, threatened that Michael's death would come once he was released from solitary. Michael, usually a master strategist, was now in despair. He took out Jaw's phone to record his last words. However, before he could send the video, the phone automatically shut down.
If I do die, make them put my real name. Don't let them put Kitty Loudis on my headstone.
This was Michael's most desperate moment in 7 years. So desperate he began recording his own last will and testament. Just moments ago, Michael's carefully concocted escape plan was on the brink of success when it was thwarted by the guards catching them in the act, resulting in their confinement. The terrorist, Abu, housed in the cell opposite Michael, upon discovering he was duped, vowed that Michael would be the first he'd kill once he got out. Worse still, the sound of artillery was ominously close, suggesting that even if Abu didn't kill them, they'd likely become cannon fodder in the war. Yet, even faced with death, Michael sought a glimmer of hope for escape. He instructed Whip to search their cell for a mark with an S. During his 4 years of solitary confinement in this very place, Michael had crafted tools for escape. If they could find it, they might just manage to break out of their cell. However, despite their efforts, they failed to locate what Michael had described. At that moment, Abu found the mark Michael mentioned in his cell and gloated, telling them to just wait for death there. Meanwhile, the injured Sheba was taken to the hospital by Lincoln. Sheba's father, Zakat, in gratitude to Lincoln, claimed he might have a way to save his brother. Zakat approached a federal judge he knew through his political connections, offering his BMW in exchange for a pardon for Michael in prison. They arrived at the prison quickly, due to the guards seeing terrorists infiltrating the city and panicking. Everyone prepared to flee. It turned out the federal judge had anticipated the prison's abandonment, making the pardon he provided essentially worthless. Upon witnessing the situation, Lincoln quickly asked Zakat to take Benjamin and the others to the airport, making sure to reserve 2 seats for himself and Michael, before he dashed into the prison to rescue Michael. At this time, the captain of the guards, focused solely on escaping, locked other prisoners and guards inside the prison before clumsily running into Lincoln, who was heading towards the prison. By the time Lincoln arrived, he learned the keys had been taken by the person he had just encountered, so he hurried back to chase down the captain of the guards. Just as he reached the door, Lincoln nearly met his end by a shell. He got up and followed the guard's escape route, tracking him down to an alley. The guard, stumbling upon terrorists, was shot dead before he could draw his gun. However, Lincoln, being a foreigner, couldn't retrieve the keys from the guard's body. The prison was in chaos. The prisoners attempted to break down the main gate, but Cross, understanding that terrorists had taken control outside, knew they stood no chance of survival if they managed to get out. He proposed that their only leverage was to take the terrorist leader, Abu, held in solitary, hostage to negotiate with the enemies outside. Inspired by Cross's passionate speech, the prisoners were ignited. Michael and others in solitary confinement heard the commotion outside. Hearing the prisoners attempting to break the solitary confinement doors, Michael saw a bargaining chip. He asked Abu if he wanted to reconsider their cooperation to escape the solitary confinement. Abu was still resistant at first, but as the sound of the inmates banging on the door got louder and louder, Abu panicked and agreed to work with Michael. Following Michael's instructions, he found a loose brick. Pulling it away, they discovered a rope and a spoon inside. The rope had been made from threads of clothing accumulated over the 4 years Michael was in solitary, and the spoon was acquired unnoticed during a lockdown. Michael instructed Abu to tie the rope to the spoon and then hang it from a pipe above their cell. With a slight tug, Abu pulled down the pipe. By fixing the spoon to one end of the pipe, they fashioned a rudimentary tool for escape. Outside, Cross grabbed Sid, threatening Michael and the others to surrender. The frail Sid had no strength to resist. Fortunately, a dedicated prison guard with a gun managed to control the situation. He wouldn't allow any loss of life in the prison and ordered everyone to hide back in their cells. Thus, Sid narrowly escaped disaster. However, Cross, with a strong will to survive, began to brainwash the guard. He claimed that if terrorists invaded, they would be allies. Now, There was no distinction between guards and prisoners. If they worked together to capture Abu, they could all escape together. You just need to hand over the keys to the solitary confinement. Although the guard was somewhat shaken, the keys had already been taken by the captain, rendering him valueless. Cross took advantage of the guard's distraction, killed him, and then seized the guard's machine gun to shoot at the door of the solitary confinement. At this moment, Abu, following Michael's instructions, began to pry the door hinge. The cunning Abu didn't intend to release Michael but instead started prying his own door with tools. Michael urgently explained that this was futile, as the hinge on his side couldn't be removed without a key, which was in the warden's room. Michael assured Abu that if he did as told, he would release him. Hearing the door to solitary confinement about to be breached, Abu had no choice but to trust Michael again. Abu slowly hooked up Michael's side of the door hinge with a spoon. After some effort, the upper hinge was unhinged, and then the same was done for the lower hinge. Michael, using all his might, dismantled the cell door, then grabbed the keys to release Whip and Jaw. Whip advised Michael against releasing Abu, since terrorists had occupied the exterior. Escaping the country would be difficult. Even if they managed to flee the prison, they still needed Abu as a talisman to ensure their exit from the country. So Michael released Abu. With time running out, they hurriedly fled. As the door to solitary confinement was opened, Cross, seeing that they had escaped, quickly pursued them. Michael and the others arrived at the infirmary, then forced Abu to arrange a vehicle to the border. However, they couldn't understand Abu's language. Michael also had a trick up his sleeve. He tore a corner of the map, marking it. Just then, Cross arrived at the infirmary with his men, forcing them to hide quickly. Cross searched cautiously but still failed to find them. They saw prisoners scaling the wall and decided to follow suit, but Cross spotted them and forced them back into their cells. Cross quickly caught up and killed an innocent prisoner. The fallen dagger was discovered by Sid, hiding under a bed. Michael and the others were also hiding under beds, watching as Cross slowly approached, ready to risk a surprise attack on him, or they would all die by Cross's gun. Just as Michael was about to rush out, Sid, picking up the dagger from the ground, stabbed Cross first. Seeing Sid's action, everyone joined in to help, and with a scream, Cross died on the spot. Meanwhile, Lincoln, struggling to obtain keys from a deceased guard, was approached by a young boy delivering messages. Though young, the boy knew the evils of terrorists and wished to fight the enemy with Lincoln. Following Lincoln's plan, he had the boy mislead the terrorists about an American's location, successfully drawing them away and easily obtaining the keys from the guard. He arrived at the location agreed upon with Lincoln, who then exchanged candy with the young boy for the keys before hastily heading towards the prison. Lincoln released all the prisoners and rushed to find Michael. Suddenly seeing Michael and the others scaling the wall, Lincoln desperately called out Michael's name, but to no avail. With no other choice, Lincoln had to run out of the prison to continue searching for Michael. Meanwhile, far away in New York, Teabag, following Sarah's instructions, had already set his sights on Paul. Teabag followed Paul to his home, but Paul, being an ex-agent, was highly alert. Hearing noises, he quickly grabbed his gun to investigate, but the cunning Teabag hid too well, eluding Paul's detection. Paul, unaware of anything amiss, put down his gun and went back to making juice. At that moment, Teabag picked up a gun, aimed at Paul, and first landed a punch as retribution for not having pardoned him years ago. Then, Teabag interrogated Paul about why he hacked Sarah's phone and sent assassins to kill her. This left Paul utterly baffled. It wasn't until Teabag mentioned the name Poseidon that Paul began to understand Teabag's actions. He explained that Poseidon never contacted anyone through the internet, and even nuclear submarines couldn't find him. Getting involved with Poseidon essentially meant death for Michael. Poseidon was a rogue CIA agent, sought after by the agency, but no one knew his whereabouts. He was a hawk, opposing government foreign policies, wishing to destabilize other countries without deploying a single soldier. This was why Poseidon wanted Michael to rescue the terrorist Abu, aiming to use him against Iran and Russia, ultimately disrupting the global order. As soon as Paul finished speaking, he was shot and fell to the ground. Seeing this, Teabag hurriedly fled for his life. Teabag escaped to the basement, then blocked the door and made his first ever emergency call.
There's a time for everything. 911? I need help.
The dying Paul, knowing the assassin was sent by Poseidon, told Van Gogh that he too had killed for lies. but humans have a natural desire to uncover the truth, and those who kill for lies will eventually kill those who uncover it. This statement foretold the fate of the two assassins. No sooner had Paul finished speaking than Van Gogh shot him dead. AW arrived in the basement to find Teabag had escaped. Hearing the police sirens drawing closer, they quickly drove away, but Teabag hadn't fled. Instead, he hid in the car to track the assassins and uncover the truth. Teabag saw the assassins meet with a mysterious man, unfortunately obscured by a nearby tree. To get a clearer view, Teabag risked leaving the car, hid in a corner, and began frantically taking photos. To his shock, the man was Sarah's husband, Jacob. Meanwhile, Michael and his companions, who had just escaped, were on their way to an auto repair shop, making sure Abu had the vehicles ready as arranged. Just then, they realized Ja had disappeared. Michael hurriedly went looking for him, only to find Ja stealing fruit from a fruit stand. Michael, furious, scolded Ja as a liability. He then pushed Ja away and told Abu to have his men kill the junkie, saying they had given up on him. After they left, Ja pulled out a piece of map Michael had slipped into his hand, which read, "Our escape plan is hidden under the workbench, with the specific location on the other side." It turned out they were just putting on an act for Abu. Ja hurried to the location Michael had specified, while Michael led the others on a detour to the address given to Ja. Meanwhile, Lincoln was still searching for Michael and the others. When Ja arrived at the garage and successfully found the hidden handgun under the table, Abu's men suddenly arrived. Michael and his companions quickly arrived at the entrance of the auto repair shop, only to be surrounded by terrorists who had been lying in wait. Abu had already seen through Michael's plan, so he had arranged his men to ambush them there. Abu took out a knife, forcing Michael and his companions to kneel, and had his men record a video, wanting the world to see the consequences of opposing him. Just as Abu was about to slit Michael's throat, Lincoln appeared in time, controlling a heavy machine gun, forcing the terrorists to drop their weapons. Abu, holding Michael hostage, forced Lincoln to get out of the car. As the standoff continued, Whip couldn't stand by any longer. He slowly approached Michael, saying he once killed a thug who insulted his girlfriend, which landed him in prison. Abu didn't believe him and ordered his men to pick up their guns in preparation to fight back. Whip advanced again, verbally attacking. Abu instinctively pulled out his knife, trying to stop Whip, but Whip swiftly stabbed Abu with the knife. Lincoln then shot down Abu's men who were nearby. Hearing the gunfire, surrounding terrorists quickly approached, forcing Michael and his companions to continue evading pursuit. They reached an abandoned restaurant where Whip asked who this man was. Michael, with tears in his eyes, said, "He's my brother." The two embraced each other emotionally.
I can't believe it. Back at the prison. Why? No. I can't get out.
Michael, concerned, asked how Sarah and his son were. Lincoln assured him they were fine and not to worry. Just then, they saw on TV that Abu had been killed. The terrorists had taken over the local TV station and broadcasted that Michael and his companions had killed their leader. Now, the entire terrorist army declared war on Michael and his companions. Could they still escape the country? This absolutely takes the cake for the most melodramatic plot twist in Prison Break, and it's also the one that got roasted by the netizens the most. From the sparks of love struck between Michael and Sarah in Season 1, to Michael being thrown into Sona prison in Season 2 to save Sarah, followed by Michael successfully breaking out of prison in Season 3 and embarking on a lone quest for revenge for his girlfriend Sarah, and finally, in Season 4, the two of them walking on the beach, finally relieved of their burdens. The last page of the Prison Break epilogue showing Michael and Sarah officially entering the Hall of Marriage brought immense happiness to countless fans. Yet, to save his pregnant wife, Michael once again plunges into the abyss. Just when everyone thought Michael was dead, Prison Break Season 5 makes a comeback after 8 years. However, Sarah suddenly remarries with Michael's child Mike in tow, leaving many fans disappointed in her while also feeling sorry for Michael, who was presumed dead. What Sarah never expected was that the man she had shared a bed with for 7 years was the mastermind behind Michael's fake death. Seeing the photo of the assassin taken by Teabag, Sarah is utterly dumbfounded and can hardly believe her eyes. At that moment, she suddenly remembers Mike is still at home and frantically runs towards her house. Luckily finding Mike safe, an anxious Sarah makes up an excuse to take Mike away. And just then, her husband Jacob arrives. Sarah lets Mike hide in the car and then gets straight to the point by showing him the photo. Jacob, adept at game theory, hurriedly explains that he found the phone, which was hacked at the phone store. To keep Sarah and the child from danger, he had a friend in the computer science department trace the killer's phone back, and then he contacted the killer, hoping to resolve the issue with money, but Sarah, unable to listen, steps on the gas and decisively leaves. Sarah takes Mike to her friend Heather's house and confides everything to her, but Heather suggests she might be overthinking due to recent events. First, she was attacked by a home-invading killer, and then she saw evidence that Michael was alive, all of which could lead to a mistaken judgment. Heather mentions Jacob seems like a good man who gave her a new life. Heather asks for the name of the person who helped recover Jacob's phone data, mentioning she knows a professor at that school. Thus, through Heather's connections, Sarah meets Jacob's friend Andrew. Sarah politely inquires if he helped recover the phone data for Jacob, and Andrew confidently confirms he did, which matches Jacob's explanation. Just then, Sarah receives a call from Jacob, who anxiously asks her to come to the police station, and Sarah agrees to meet him. The police chief says they've caught a few suspects and asks victim Sarah to identify the assailants. Sarah decisively points out numbers 3, AW, and 4, Van Gogh. Jacob then reiterates to Sarah that he's just a husband worried about his wife, not the Poseidon she mentioned. Jacob also presents the $100,000 he prepared to bribe the assassin, saying he had installed a tracker without the assassin's knowledge. Thanks to his calling the police in advance, they were able to easily arrest them. Hearing Jacob's flawless explanation, the naive Sarah chooses to believe him and once again embraces him. However, as soon as Sarah and Jacob leave, the prison guard releases AW.
Poseidon got you out first. I thought I was his favorite.
The two assassins have already received news of Udi's escaping from prison and have killed a terrorist leader who escaped with them. Abu. Van Gogh, confused, asks why there was infighting, but AW says in their line of work, you just follow orders and don't ask questions you shouldn't. Clearly, they are unaware of the truth behind their actions. They are merely Poseidon's tools for murder. At this point, they've already received Poseidon's order to kill the terrorist Udis, who has just escaped from prison, also known as Michael, now on the run in Yemen. Just now, they successfully escaped Ojibwa prison in Yemen, and with the cooperation of their companions, they also killed Abu, the leader of terrorists in the Middle East. In a bid for revenge for Abu, the terrorists put up an $80,000 bounty for capturing Michael and his crew. Driven by faith and money, they crazily started to hunt down Michael and his companions. Michael led them to a hidden basement to replan their escape route. He was planning to head north by train as previously planned, but Lincoln knew that area was already occupied by terrorists. Lincoln suggested that Michael follow him to the airport to meet with Benjamin. However, Michael believed the airport, being the quickest way out of the country, would surely be controlled by the terrorists first. So, he stuck to his own opinion and did not agree with Lincoln's suggestion. At this moment, Lincoln suddenly exploded in anger. For the first time, he lashed out at Michael and demanded, "Why are you still alive? What exactly happened today? If you don't clarify everything, we're not going anywhere." Michael had no choice but to reveal the truth. It turns out, just weeks before his wedding to Sarah, he received a call from the mysterious agent Poseidon. He said Paul had no judicial authority to pardon their crimes. Using this as leverage over Michael in a legal sense, Poseidon threatened that unless Michael worked for him, he could legally send Michael and his companions back to prison, this time for life without parole. Michael explained that Poseidon was a disgruntled policy expert at the CIA. This psychopath, to maximize his ideas, secretly created an organization within the CIA called 21 Void for his own use. He exploited Michael's talent for breaking out of prisons to free terrorists around the world to achieve his own ends. Initially, Michael did not agree to Poseidon's demands, resulting in Sarah being locked up in a women's prison and brutally beaten by the guards. Seeing his pregnant wife beaten like that, Michael had no choice but to compromise with the sinister Poseidon, sacrificing himself for his family's freedom. At this moment, the terrorists' gunfire sounded outside, and the group stealthily made their way to the train station. The place was swarming with terrorists. Lincoln again urged Michael to head to the airport, but Michael argued that the most dangerous place could be the safest. Seeing the porters moving things to the train station, he decided to disguise himself as a porter to blend in. Unfortunately, halfway there, terrorists stopped Lincoln to question him. Since Lincoln didn't speak their language, any attempt to communicate would blow his cover, leaving him no choice but to strike first. Then, they frantically ran for their lives, using the train as cover. Seeing a train approaching, Michael urged them to run to the other side of the train, narrowly escaping. However, what they did not expect was that Cyclops had already set his sights on them. Just now, Cyclops had approached his leader, claiming he had seen the man and could help track down the assassin, but the leader mocked him for being one-eyed and did not take his words seriously. Feeling slighted, Cyclops found the auto repair shop where Michael had studied the prison break plan. From the map, he deduced they were likely at the train station, which led him to track them down. He sent the photo he took to his leader, saying, "Bring your weapons. I call the shots now." Meanwhile, Benjamin, along with Sheba and her family, arrived at the airport, which was in complete chaos, with flights unable to take off normally. Worse still, terrorists suddenly stormed the airport, sending everyone into a panic. At that moment, Benjamin saw a pilot stripping off his uniform, seemingly planning to escape alone in a plane. Thus, Benjamin, along with Sheba and others, followed him, but the pilot was quickly spotted by terrorists. Benjamin hiding behind the car was also discovered. Just as the terrorists were about to shoot, Sheba rushed in, claiming she had seen the killer of Abu. Taking advantage of the terrorists' diverted attention, Benjamin suddenly fought back, quickly taking down several of them, thereby saving the pilot. As a token of gratitude, the pilot agreed to help them escape the country. Meanwhile, the lucky-to-be-alive Michael planned to take them to another train station. Lincoln again tried to persuade Michael to go to the airport since it was only an 8-kilometer journey from there, whereas escaping north to the border was hundreds of kilometers away. But the stubborn Michael still trusted his intuition because he believed it was his intuition that had kept him alive until now. After saying this, Michael quickly got into the car, ready to head north. Although some teammates thought Lincoln made sense, Michael's position in their hearts was hard to shake, so they all followed Michael north. Reluctantly, Lincoln, unable to persuade his brother, also got in the car, but they hadn't gone far when they were suddenly stopped by a car crash, caused by Cyclops who had been tracking them. They hurriedly escaped into a hospital and then split up to look for a way out. Just reaching the basement, Michael suddenly saw a ventilation shaft next to him, but despite using all his strength, the cover wouldn't budge. At that moment, Cyclops had already barged in with terrorists, and Michael realized his decision was a mistake. He tearfully confessed to his brother Lincoln he had intended to bear all the consequences alone, but instead, he made things worse for those around him. He once, like a ghost, secretly watched his wife and Mike in the park, too afraid to show himself. At that moment, Michael, in tears, regretted not discussing strategies with his brother from the beginning. Lincoln, of course, forgave Michael, then pulled him up and handed him a wrench. Whip had sharpened a knife, ready to fight at any moment, but only Jaw remained calm and collected, holding a can of oxygen and a bucket of alcohol, singing while sprinkling the alcohol on the floor. Lincoln and Michael were eager to try. Just then, the terrorists, attracted by the singing, hurriedly changed direction. They came to the source of the singing and shot at the silhouette, which turned out to be a dummy made of human bones, hiding an oxygen tank inside that exploded upon being shot, giving the terrorists a free spark show. After experiencing the life and death situation, Michael decided to adopt Lincoln's plan and head to the airport. So, he called Benjamin to clarify the exact location, asking them to wait a bit longer. However, the situation at the airport was already dire, as terrorists had taken over. Just as Michael and his group were about to leave, a sudden burst of gunfire hit Sid, critically wounding him. It turns out that Cyclops has caught up with them and he has heard the news that they are going to the airport. So Cyclops calls his associates at the airport. At that moment, the injured Sid, enduring the pain, knocked down Cyclops, interrupting their communication, only to be stabbed by Cyclops. Bearing the severe pain, Sid handcuffed himself to Cyclops. Michael and the others hurried over to help, but by then, Sid had already passed away. Seeing Cyclops grinning, Michael angrily punched him in the head, but to catch the plane as soon as possible, they had to leave Sid behind and continue on their way. Meanwhile, terrorists at the airport were gathering trucks to block the runway, leaving no chance for takeoff. Benjamin pleaded with the pilot to wait another 5 minutes, but seeing more and more trucks, the pilot decisively started the plane.
Leaving my bridge! Shut it down! Shut it down! You stop me, no one gets out. Their friends can still make it to safety. We will not.
At that moment, Benjamin's phone rang. Seeing the terrorists chasing the plane relentlessly, Lincoln told them to escape quickly while he thought of another plan. They watched the plane fly over their heads, a tribute to the ending of the first season. Sheba answers the phone and tells Lincoln to find Omar, but he can't hear him clearly because of the noise. Seeing the terrorists' vehicles closing in, they quickly turned and continued to run for their lives. They dodged the terrorists' pursuit all the way and finally arrived at an abandoned warehouse. If they couldn't come up with an escape plan, their deaths would be even more gruesome than those of the people outside. At that moment, Lincoln suddenly remembered Sheba's friend Omar, who who wasn't the most reliable but was now their only hope for a way out. They quickly found Omar packing his bags and explained their reason for coming. Omar said he would take them along for Sheba's sake, but with only one car and not enough space for everyone, he told them to drive his other vehicle, a Land Cruiser. Michael kept Whip to watch over Omar and went with Lincoln and Ja to get the car. After they left, Omar took the opportunity to knock Whip out when he wasn't looking. Just as Michael and the others found the car, terrorists caught up with them. Lincoln, with his superb driving skills, quickly lost the terrorists. By then, Whip had been tied up, revealing that Omar had no intention of taking them along. Seeing Lincoln arriving in the Land Cruiser, Omar hurriedly tried to drive away, but was quickly pulled out of the car by the agile Lincoln. Whip was ready to teach Omar a lesson, but Ja intervened just in time, reminding them they still needed Omar to escape Yemen. Omar mentioned he was planning to go to Fakes, over 400 kilometers away, where the people were simple and there was no war. The journey required crossing a vast desert, and without a map, only he knew the route. They immediately set off on their escape. Meanwhile, the two assassins who had received orders to kill Michael were heading to the NSA to use their satellite surveillance to locate Michael and his team. Since AW had once worked at the NSA, she got her former colleague Gloria to help, but Gloria could only allow them limited access as observers. Just then, Lincoln received a call from Sheba. It turned out that several people under the leadership of Benjamin has arrived safely in Jordan tomorrow, ready to fly to the United States. She thanked Lincoln and said that when we meet, we will buy Lincoln a drink, but this call allowed the NSA to track their location. Soon, a drone followed them. Though Michael and his team were completely unaware, they stopped at a roadside gas station to fill up the tank due to the long journey ahead. While filling up, Michael goes to an internet cafe inside the petrol station where he connects with a man called Blue Hawaii, who can free him from the 7 years of Poseidon's control. Van Gogh called the terrorists and gave them Michael and his team's precise location. Meanwhile, Michael and his team were basking in the joy of almost escaping Yemen. Suddenly, they saw two vehicles full of armed terrorists approaching. Lincoln dropped the fuel pump and urgently called for Michael, but Michael was still busy inside. He hurriedly asked Blue Hawaii to take a screenshot of the tattoo on his hand. Whip found Omar's gun, but Omar said it only had one bullet, intended for his suicide if captured by terrorists. At that moment, Omar suddenly fell, shot. The others used the car for cover. Just when they thought they were doomed, the quick-thinking Whip spotted a fuel tanker near the terrorists and decisively fired the only bullet. The exploding tanker instantly blew the terrorists away. As they were just catching their breath, a red SUV approached from a distance. With no choice, they continued their escape by car. However, they hadn't gone far when Michael stopped the car. As their guide, Omar was dead. They gave him a simple burial. Just as they were planning their next move, a burst of gunfire came their way again, forcing them back into the car to flee. This scene was also captured by the drone. AW demanded to continue the tracking but was stopped by Gloria, who realized that this was not surveillance but murder. They were quickly thrown out by the NSA after their plot was exposed. Michael stopped the car again after driving some distance because the sun was directly overhead, making it impossible to discern directions. Ja's phone had also lost signal, and when they got out, they realized their tires had betrayed their location. Michael took out a telescope and saw that it was Cyclops, the killer of Sid. At that time, Cyclops stopped to refuel his car, knowing his fuel would outlast Michael's, ensuring he could follow them until their fuel ran out. Michael took out a hose, planning to siphon fuel from the white Land Cruiser into the black SUV. Allowing the SUV to reach the destination, they decided to leave a small amount of gasoline in the white Land Cruiser, which would be driven by one person to lure the enemy away. For fairness, Michael brought 4 stones, 3 red and 1 white. Whoever drew the white stone would be responsible for luring the enemy. Coincidentally, the others all drew red stones, leaving the white one in Michael's hand. Lincoln was unwilling to let Michael take the risk and wanted to swap, but Michael convinced him otherwise, saying he still had the crucial task of finding their destination. Michael asked them to leave marks to help him find them later, and then they set off. Cyclops relentlessly pursued from behind. At that moment, Michael suddenly crossed in front of Cyclops, who naturally followed. Michael then took out a red stone he had in his hand, revealing there was never a white stone. He had devised the plan to protect those around him from threat. As the fuel in the car was nearly exhausted, Michael found cover behind an obstacle. Cyclops quickly lost sight of his target. Holding his AK-47, he meticulously searched but found the target vehicle slowly moving away, so he hurriedly drove after it. Soon, Michael's car came to a stop. Cyclops, with a smirk on his face, slowly approached with his gun drawn, only to find the car empty except for a stone pressed on the accelerator pedal. By then, Michael had already sneaked into Cyclops' car. Hearing the engine roar, Cyclops turned and sprayed bullets wildly with his machine gun. Michael took the opportunity to grab a screwdriver from the car door and quickly hid at the back of the car, attacking Cyclops from the roof when he was unguarded. The two engaged in a life-or-death duel, evenly matched until both collapsed. Michael then used the screwdriver to pierce Cyclops' remaining eye. However, as Michael stood up, Cyclops stabbed him in the abdomen with a dagger coated in antifreeze. Ignoring the pain, Michael rushed to find Lincoln but soon had to abandon the broken-down car and proceed on foot. Meanwhile, Lincoln and the others found the place Omar had spoken of, a peaceful haven compared to war-torn Yemen, but they couldn't be happy because Michael had not yet returned. As night fell, Michael struggled through the desert, his infected wound causing him to collapse several times, until he finally fell unconscious. Images from his past flashed before Michael's eyes, wondering if these were the signs of death approaching. Just as he closed his eyes, the sound of fireworks nearby reignited hope in his heart. Signals set off by Lincoln for his brother. Lincoln climbed to the roof of the car shouting Michael's name.
Michael! Michael!
But did not get the slightest response. Just as Lincoln was about to give up hope, someone saw Michael staggering back, barely alive. Michael collapsed on the ground, and Lincoln along with the others hurriedly rushed to his side. Michael told Lincoln that he had been poisoned and needed to be taken to a hospital as soon as possible, but there was no doctor in their small tribe. The only doctor is in the city they just escaped from, but it's impossible for them to go back now. Without a new plan for treatment, Michael would soon die from the poisoning. The escaping prisoner was on the verge of death, but under the attentive care of his good brother, Michael could barely hold on for a few more hours. Ja found a cargo ship heading to Greece, claiming fishermen could help Michael find the best doctor there, but Lincoln worried about Michael still being an internationally wanted terrorist. Once Michael showed his face, he would be arrested. Whip is very anxious and says to Lincoln, "Are you just going to let Michael die? What kind of a brother are you?" Clearly, Whip misunderstood Lincoln's intention, almost earning himself a beating from Lincoln, who actually intended to seek Sarah's help. At that moment, Sarah was having a cheerful conversation with her current husband, Jacob, when suddenly she received a call that her husband, presumed dead for 7 years, was still alive, leaving her almost speechless with excitement. Lincoln informed Sarah about Michael's poisoning, knowing that Sarah, being Michael's primary physician at Fox River State Penitentiary, was very familiar with his medical condition. Sarah told Lincoln that Michael urgently needed a blood transfusion, and it would be difficult to find Michael's blood type in their location. Even if they found it, Michael might not survive that long. Suddenly remembering she has the universal O-negative blood type, Sarah decided to go to Michael herself to perform the transfusion, sharing this plan with her husband, Jacob. Jacob, upset by this, strongly discouraged Sarah from going to save Michael.
And if I told you not to go?
It's a big word in that sentence, Jacob. Are you telling me not to go?
No, of course not.
Seeing he couldn't dissuade Sarah, Jacob reluctantly let her go. Lincoln and Whip, along with Michael, went to the meeting place they had arranged with Sarah, while Ja, having grown fond of the place, decided to stay behind. After a brief farewell, Michael and his two companions boarded the cargo ship to Greece. After a long 12-hour journey, they finally arrived at Crete Island in Greece, where a kind fisherman helped them find a homestay. While Lincoln went out to find food, Whip took the opportunity to express his long-held feelings to Michael.
I got a lot invested in you. A lot of things to tell me, you know? You can't die on me now, Michael, you know? Please.
Turns out, Whip was the capable assistant Michael demanded from Poseidon, planning the prison break in Yemen for 4 years, developing a bond like that of real brothers. However, Lincoln's arrival made Whip feel replaced in Michael's heart, leaving him sullen during this time. He prayed earnestly for Michael to pull through. In his coma, Michael dreamed of his son Mike playing with an airplane, which suddenly accidentally fell into the bushes. As Mike went to retrieve it, he was suddenly carried away by a mysterious person, startling Michael awake from the dream. At that moment, Lincoln returned with Sarah. Sarah, who had accepted Michael's death, could hardly believe her eyes upon seeing him alive again. Seeing her once dearly loved husband, Sarah couldn't help but kiss Michael, swearing to cure him. Then, using the medical equipment she brought, Sarah began the blood transfusion for Michael. To not disturb Sarah during the treatment, Lincoln and Whip stepped aside, Whip apologized for his earlier misunderstanding towards Lincoln, who graciously accepted, saying they were now bonded by adversity. Just like real brothers, Michael also gradually showed signs of recovery, longing to see a photo of his son, but as he unintentionally flipped to the next photo, Michael sat up in bed in shock, seeing the man who had been harming him, Poseidon, married to his wife. Michael finally understood why Poseidon betrayed him 4 years ago. Poseidon wanted Michael gone, so he could fully possess Sarah. 4 years ago, Poseidon represented Michael in a meeting with the CIA Deputy Director Harlan, who was investigating the event known as 21 Void to find the traitorous mastermind behind it. Only after serving Poseidon for 3 years did Michael realize that the tasks assigned to him were not approved by the CIA but were secretly orchestrated by Poseidon himself. To stop Harlan's investigation, Poseidon shot and killed Harlan, then ordered Michael to dispose of the body. At the same time, Poseidon framed Michael for Harlan's murder. Since then, Michael began planning to return to Sarah, but that led him to spend another 4 years in Ogygia prison. Suddenly remembering that her son was still with the arch-villain Poseidon, Sarah hurriedly prepared to go back and save her child. Meanwhile, Lincoln also thought of a way to return to the United States. Before coming to Yemen, Sucre had told him that he had found a job on a cargo ship, frequently traveling around the world. So, Lincoln made a call to Sucre. At that moment, Sucre had just unloaded cargo not far from Lincoln. However, he was just a worker, and if they wanted to take a ship back to the US, they would have to charter the entire vessel, which would cost $50,000. But Lincoln did not have that kind of money. Hearing this, Sarah quickly took off her family heirloom. Michael cautioned Sarah to temporarily conceal herself and not let Poseidon discover that Sarah knew their secret, as it would put both her son and herself at risk. Sarah needed to find an opportunity to take her son and hide. He promised to find a way to return quickly to find them.
And if he hurts our son, I'll kill him.
At this time, Poseidon had already discovered Sarah was heading back to the United States and speculated that Michael and his group would return in the next few days. Thus, he arranged for assassins to issue a warrant through sea, land, and air channels for the murderer of Harlan, ensuring that Michael would be immediately killed upon appearance. Never have I seen such a despicable man, not only framing Michael but also seizing Michael's beautiful wife. And he did all this just to prove he was smarter than Michael. Having learned the truth, Sarah returned from Greece, planning to act as if she knew nothing and then seize an opportunity to rescue her son, Poseidon. Looking at the beautiful Sarah, greedily kissed her. He also cautiously asked about Michael's situation. Sarah, forcing herself to stay calm, said that Michael has changed and is no longer the person she once knew. Later, Sarah went upstairs to her son's room, only to find that her son was not there.
Where's Mike?
At a friend's house. Asleep.
Alerted, Poseidon discovers that Sarah's heirloom ring is missing. Sarah had to find an excuse, but apparently Poseidon wasn't buying it. On the other side, Michael, having recovered from his illness, found Sucre working on the cargo ship. The two brothers, not having seen each other for 7 years, embraced tightly. Whip looked a bit awkward, not expecting Michael to have so many close friends. Sucre took Michael to the captain, who asked for a fee of $50,000. However, Michael only presented Sarah's family heirloom ring. The greedy captain examined the ring closely, warning that if it turned out to be fake, they would all end up feeding the fish. Thus, Michael and his group successfully boarded the cargo ship heading to the United States. Michael was curious about why Sucre was working on a cargo ship. Sucre explained that it was to earn extra money to support his family. The job as a crew member not only offered a very substantial salary, but it also allowed him to engage in some side business. Unexpectedly, the honest and simple Sucre had started such a business. In the evening, while the captain was working, he suddenly received a fax displaying a wanted poster for Udis. The scene shifted to Poseidon receiving a report from Van Gogh, stating that Udis had been spotted on a cargo ship in the Mediterranean Sea. Alerted by the captain, the military sent a SEAL team to the freighter, and if they found Udis, they shot him on sight, which is exactly what Poseidon wanted. Meanwhile, Michael and his companions were unaware of the looming danger. As they were leisurely playing cards, Michael suddenly heard the sound of the door being locked. He rushed to check and found the door indeed locked. The SEAL team had arrived at the cargo ship's location. Just when a few people don't know what to do, Sucre comes up with an idea, but he's going to have to suffer for it. Based on the captain's report, they quickly made their way to the targeted room, only to find Sucre tied to a chair and beaten black and blue. Realizing the targets might have escaped through the window, they quickly turned to pursue. After releasing Sucre and confirming he was a victimized crew member, they took him away, and the assault team also vacated the room. Unbeknownst to them, Michael and his companions were hiding inside a closet.
Haven't seen him in years. He calls me, says he needs a ride. I don't know any Canil Autis. The guy's name is Scofield!
At this moment, Michael and his companions, following Sucre's plan, were escaping when they were suddenly discovered by the searching SEAL team, frightening them into hiding. The commandos threw tear gas directly at them, ready to smoke them out. The captain, watching the surveillance,
That hits the ventilation, it's gonna ruin my cargo!
was dumbfounded and took out his anger on Sucre. Sucre, not to be outdone, directly reported that the captain was smuggling weapons. Hearing this, the assault team immediately went to support. As the captain was checking the weapon storage through the surveillance, Sucre quietly freed himself from his restraints. Michael and his group successfully escaped to a safe area and then barricaded the door. Taking advantage of the captain's fainting, Sucre changed the cargo ship's course and quickly regrouped with Michael and his companions. The assault team also discovered that the ship had deviated from its course and the navigation system had been sabotaged. Even if repaired, the ship would sail out of territorial waters, so they requested their superiors to terminate the operation. Meanwhile, Sarah secretly called Heather, asking her to pick up her son from a friend's house, promising to find a way to meet her. Then, Sarah sneaked into the hallway to find a gun for self-defense. At that moment, Poseidon appeared. He didn't directly expose Sarah's disguise but expressed his dissatisfaction before leaving. Heather called to say she had picked up Mike, and hearing her son's voice, Sarah finally felt relieved. Sarah then took out the gun she had hidden earlier, loaded it with bullets, ready to end the journey for the villain who framed her husband and seduced her. Poseidon also soon received the news that the SEAL team was withdrawing. It seemed he had underestimated Michael and his companions. He then resorted to his last trump card. The scene shifted as a missile rose from the nearby sea. Michael and his group realized something was wrong and quickly escaped on a lifeboat. A dazzling flash of light passed, and the entire cargo ship turned to ashes. Sarah, with a gun aimed at Poseidon, who had lived with her for 7 years, found him not as simple as she had imagined. Just as Heather brought Mike home, Poseidon's arranged Van Gogh suddenly appeared. Knowing that Mike was still in danger, Sarah had no choice but to put down her gun. It seemed that the only one who could match wits with this arch-villain was the highly intelligent Michael. This is definitely one of the best episodes of Prison Break Season 5. And it's the beginning of a head-to-head game between the two main characters. Will the cunning and treacherous Poseidon triumph? Or will Michael, with his superior intellect, come out on top? Let's wait and see. In the previous episode, Poseidon, hell-bent on leading Michael to his doom, actually calls in a missile from a submarine to blow the entire cargo ship to smithereens. Luckily, Michael and his companions react in time to jump into the sea, narrowly escaping death. At dawn, drifting in the sea all night, they finally saw a nearby fishing boat, and the lucky few were saved. At this moment, Michael recalls a scene with Poseidon 6 years ago. Always vigilant, Poseidon observes every move Michael makes, even discovering the new tattoo on Michael's body. Poseidon knows this is part of Michael's new plan but chooses not to expose it. Confident in his own abilities, he takes Michael to his secret base, where the entrance is secured with a top-notch facial recognition system, making it accessible to no one but Poseidon. This is his secret space station 21. It's then that Michael requests a helper, Whip, someone he has been keeping an eye on for a long time. Considering Whip poses no real threat, Poseidon readily agrees. They are taken to Marseille, France. As soon as they land, Michael receives a message from Sarah. After a brief exchange, Michael senses something is off, because the way the message refers to their son is not how he and Sarah usually do. Indeed, it's Poseidon posing as Sarah, while the real Sarah has been imprisoned. Michael doesn't confront the issue directly but decides to outmaneuver, planning a swift return to New York to rescue Sarah and their son. But, as he is currently known as the terrorist duties, returning through official channels is out of the question. Crossing the Atlantic by boat would take 2 weeks. Lincoln shares his own experiences over the past 7 years. After breaking up with his girlfriend, Sophia, Lincoln's life has been down on its luck, leading him back to his old, quick money-making ways. His employer turns out to be Luca, the son of John from Season 1, but when Lincoln realizes the delivery contains materials for drug production, his conscience kicks in, and he dumps the $100,000 worth of goods into the sea, making an enemy of Luca. Perhaps Luca's private plane could get Michael and the others back to the States. Lincoln directly calls Luca, lying that he has gathered the $100,000, but he needs Luca to take him and another person back to the US. Meanwhile, Sucre and Whip are solving their basic needs when they suddenly see their wanted news on TV and rush to inform Michael. Just then, Luca calls Lincoln, telling them to get to Lyon Airport by midnight, fail to bring the money, and they'll pay with their lives. At the same time, Poseidon begins planning for Michael's return. Van Gogh is puzzled, unable to see why Udis would risk coming back and facing arrest. Poseidon shares the truth with them, omitting only that Harlan's death was his doing, blamed on Michael. He also brings in Andrew, an IT genius, to decode the meaning behind Michael's tattoos. Due to the encrypted Arabic containing too much information, breaking down its deeper meaning requires significant AI-driven data computation. Andrew asks for more time, but Poseidon reveals he already knows Michael's whereabouts. Meanwhile, Michael, looking at the tattoo on his arm, writes a mysterious letter, addressed to Teabag, the man who donated a prosthetic arm. Teabag then learns that the mysterious person is Michael, and Michael also writes a letter to get in touch with Benjamin. Soon, they arrive at Lyon Airport, where Whip notices their destination is Chicago, not New York as Michael intended. Michael hands Whip a letter he had prepared earlier, instructing him to follow the directions inside. Then, Michael turns off his phone, ready to board the plane back home. All this is monitored by Poseidon from afar in New York. He deduces Michael is about to arrive at the airport and sends AW and Van Gogh to lie in wait. Quickly, AW and Van Gogh notice Michael's phone has been turned on, signaling his plane has landed. Following the location of the mobile phone, AW and Van Gogh immediately rushed up, and all that was waiting for them was a mobile phone. Sucre, hiding in the shadows, smiles knowingly before leaving. Meanwhile, Michael is still on Luca's private plane. Upon arriving at the agreed warehouse, Lincoln bluntly states they don't have the money. Luca orders his men to take them out and execute them. Michael points to a man outside with black sunglasses, claiming he's a drug enforcement officer he brought along. With a wave of his hand, his team would storm in, catching them red-handed, just like Luca's father ended up in jail. Luca, disbelieving, points his gun at Lincoln and Michael. Michael waved his hand and the man outside made a phone call. Then 3 black SUVs came rushing in. Seeing this, Luca panics and hastily retreats with his men. The newcomers are Benjamin and Sheba, among others. They arrived at a safe place. Their next step is figuring out how to rescue Sarah and Mike and take down Poseidon. Considering Benjamin's face is known to Poseidon, involving him might endanger his family. So, Michael decisively asks Benjamin to step back for now. Since Sheba is an unfamiliar face to Poseidon, she volunteers to join Michael's team with enthusiasm. Luca, fooled, returns to the warehouse only to find his goods untouched. Checking the surveillance, he realizes he's been trapped. Noticing an ETC device in the car, Luca plans to ask a friend at the transport bureau to track the vehicles, vowing to kill Lincoln once found. Meanwhile, Poseidon arranges for AW and Van Gogh to move Sarah, who's been captured, to a lakeside villa at 4 in the afternoon. Seeing these suspicious actions, Van Gogh begins to doubt Poseidon. He had joined the 21 Space Organization to find Harlan's killer, Booties. But now, it seems to be a personal vendetta between Poseidon and Michael. Van Gogh suggests to his partner, AW, that they quit, but AW, fully under Poseidon's influence, disagrees. Poseidon watches all this unfold. As evening arrives, Michael and 2 others drive to Sarah's house. Finding it dark and seemingly empty, Michael checks the mailbox at the entrance and the nearby sewer. Understanding why Sarah has not been replying to his letters for years, Poseidon had been throwing the origami cranes he sent into the sewer. They quietly search the house for Sarah. Seeing photos of Poseidon with his wife and son, Michael feels a mix of emotions. Finding no one after a thorough search, they decide to contact Poseidon directly via phone. Through their conversation, Michael confirms Sarah is alive and with him. They agree to meet at a steakhouse the next noon, setting the stage for a showdown between masters. By noon the next day, Poseidon had arranged for Van Gogh, who had been waiting for a long time, but Michael's whereabouts were still undetected. Poseidon guessed that Michael was trying to make him expose himself first, so he instructed Van Gogh to speak loudly on purpose to attract the hidden Lincoln's attention. Lincoln then stood up and followed. Noticing Lincoln, Poseidon immediately informed AW to follow from behind. Just then, a bus passed by Lincoln, and after that, Lincoln disappeared. AW, noticing a garage nearby, immediately drew her gun and chased after, but upon reaching the garage, she found no one. AW hurriedly reported back to Poseidon, but the underground garage had no signal, forcing her to return to find Poseidon. Poseidon, realizing he had been tricked, quickly drove away, and all this was closely observed by Michael from a rooftop. Sheba, who had stopped at the side of the road after hearing Michael's information about the car, followed him. Poseidon, quickly sensing he was being followed, prepared to shoot to kill during a red light stop. However, seeing a new face, he thought it was a coincidence and hurriedly drove off. Lincoln and Sheba track Poseidon to where he has parked his car, and then Lincoln quickly notifies Michael to come over. Finding a pool of blood in the trunk, Michael immediately sensed danger for Sarah, and then he found a child's drawing in the car. Deducing it was a hint from his son, Michael compared the map in the car with his son's drawing. Noticing the outline of the Hydra on the drawing closely resembled a lake on the map, the marked cross on the map must be the location hinted at by his son, so Michael decided to investigate. Sheba was about to drive, but Lincoln held her back, unwilling to put her in further danger, and asked her to go back to her family. With that, Sheba watched as the two men left. On the other side, Whip, following Michael's instructions, arrived in Chicago and gave the coordinates to a taxi driver. After checking, the driver said it was impossible to reach as the destination was in the middle of a lake. The next day, Whip went to the lake to rent a boat to the center, and at that moment, Teabag, following Michael's clue, also arrived. After unbuckling his seatbelt, Teabag lets out a long sigh, takes another look at the letter Michael gave him, and then takes out his phone to turn on the recording function. Checking no one was around, Teabag started to pray to God, hoping to meet the most important person in his life. At the lake's center, Whip, following the GPS, found it was a buoy's location. Teabag searched around and eventually found a black bag underwater, opening it to discover a bottle of plasma. Unaware of Michael's intentions, Whip takes the item and leaves. As soon as he reaches the shore, he encounters Teabag.
What kind of honorific is Whip?
Only one person calls me Whip. You ain't him.
Can your outers?
Who are you?
You're Dave Martin, aren't you?
How'd you know that? Huh?
All your answers are right in here.
What?
Scofield was looking for a partner at Coleman Prisons.
What you trying to tell me?
Looking for someone who could handle himself. You reminded him of a certain someone. And with your innate ability to thrive, rising to the top in even the worst of cages, did you learn it? Or was it ingrained in you? And so he did a little research. It was ingrained in you, son. You got it from me.
Who has been waiting for a long time. Whip never imagined the disheveled man before him was his biological father. At the same time, Michael followed his son's map to the lake house. Hiding in the shadows, he saw Poseidon driving away. Michael rushed to check, and through a window, he indeed found Mike inside, prompting Michael to call Lincoln immediately. However, just as Lincoln was about to go, he saw a car approaching from afar. Thinking Poseidon had returned, so he quickly hid in the car. Luckily, the car was just passing by, so Lincoln told Michael he was safe. However, right after Lincoln hung up, the car came back, revealing it was Luca, who had been seeking revenge on Lincoln. Confirming it was Lincoln, Luca fired several shots, and Lincoln fell into a pool of blood. At this moment, Michael saw his son go to the next room to find his mom. When Mike reached his mom, he startled and then fearfully returned to the living room. Michael, sensing something was wrong, decisively entered the house. Michael is thrilled to see his son has grown so big and misses him so much. Then Michael tells Mike that he has received his map and promises to get him and his mom out. But Mike said he hadn't drawn any map. Just a few days ago, Poseidon was inspired by Mike's talent for drawing and intentionally created a ciphered drawing that Michael could understand, imitating Mike's style. Then, Poseidon lured Michael to the lakeside villa, leaving Mike in the living room as bait while pretending to leave, purposely allowing Michael to take the chance to come in. Unexpectedly, the always meticulous Michael fell into the trap set by his enemy, Poseidon. Could Michael have just died like this? Time rewinds to 6 minutes earlier. A.W., disguised as Sarah, is waiting for Michael to take the bait, with the real Sarah tied up directly below her. Sarah curses Poseidon as a radical maniac, but he remains unaffected. Poseidon claims he is merely advancing the country's grand ambitions, needing only to recruit a few elite individuals for the task. This is why Michael was chosen. However, Poseidon notices Michael's unwavering focus on Sarah and conceives the idea to eliminate him, intending to take Sarah for himself. Thus, he nominally sends Michael to Ojibwa prison to rescue the terrorist Abu, effectively sending him to his death. At that moment, Van Gogh enters to report on his duties. Sarah believes the clever Michael will defeat this madman, but she can't just sit and wait. Holding on to hope, Sarah reveals everything she learned from Michael, including that Poseidon killed Harlan and framed Michael. Enraged by her words, Poseidon loses control and punches Sarah. Van Gogh, shocked by this, realizes the murderer he's been seeking is the very person commanding him. At that moment, the surveillance feed shows Michael and Lincoln have arrived. Poseidon has already arranged for Van Gogh to kill them all, then pretends to leave the house to give Michael a chance to sneak in. A.W., disguised as Sarah, sees Michael falling for the trap and suddenly stands up, aiming her gun at Michael. Then, Van Gogh comes up from the basement, urging A.W. to hold her fire, insisting they need clarity on Harlan's death. They plan to hand Michael over to the CIA and then disappear with A.W., but A.W., refusing to see reason, shoots and kills Van Gogh, who was in her way. Michael takes the opportunity to grab his son and flee to the garage, telling his son to go find Uncle Lincoln outside while he blocks the door to buy time for his son. Under heavy gunfire, Michael can no longer hold out. Just as A.W. is about to open the door and kill Michael, Sarah, who has broken free, knocks A.W. unconscious from behind. Mike runs outside only to be deceived and taken away by Poseidon, who has just arrived. By the time Michael and Sarah emerge, it's already too late. Michael urgently pulls Sarah to find his brother Lincoln, only to discover Lincoln has been shot and is lying inside the car. Fortunately, the bullet did not hit any vital parts. They rush Lincoln to the hospital before the police arrive for investigation and hastily leave. Poseidon takes Mike to his office at the university. Andrew is diligently cracking the secret behind Michael's tattoos. In order to stabilize Mike, the ruthless Poseidon falsely claims that Sarah is dead, and that Sarah's killer is the wanted terrorist Udis. Seeing the warrant on the computer screen, the innocent Mike quickly believes these lies. Meanwhile, Michael and Sarah arrive at a lakeside. Although his son is in Poseidon's hands, Michael is not panicked because he already has a plan to take down Poseidon. At that moment, Teabag and Whip arrive by car. Michael also explains why he chose Teabag as a helper, because Poseidon was monitoring all of Michael's potential resources and allies, except for those he had looked down upon. Michael believes that if given a life he has never experienced before, Teabag would serve him out of gratitude. Then, Michael calls Poseidon to express his determination to take back Mike, but Michael is rebuked by Mike, who tells him to stay away from his dad. Michael hadn't expected Poseidon to brainwash his son. He decides to strike back. Michael arranges for Sarah to go to the hospital to ensure Lincoln is safe, while Teabag and Whip go in search of another trump card that Poseidon doesn't know about. Michael himself heads to Poseidon's stronghold. While Michael is organizing his actions, Poseidon is also tracking Michael's phone. Andrew discovers Michael's phone moving north and then turning off midway. Not far from there is the North New York State Zoo, Sarah's favorite place to take Mike. Poseidon, having often seen Michael watching Sarah and Mike from hiding, concludes that Michael will definitely be there. Then, Poseidon and A.W. rush to the zoo to look for Michael. At this moment, Andrew calls to say he has cracked the tattoo on Michael's palm, which is a quote from Napoleon: "Never interrupt your enemy when he is making a mistake." Poseidon realizes he has been played. Meanwhile, Michael had already arrived at Poseidon's office door, and with his hands clasped together, the tattoo of Poseidon's face on the back of his hands successfully fooled the facial recognition system. Michael manages to take the hard drive from the server, gaining control of all the secrets of the 21 Space Organization, but with Mike as his leverage, Poseidon seems to have a stalemate with Michael, so they agree to meet at the old dockyard at 5 o'clock the next afternoon. On the other side, Sarah, arriving at the hospital, finds Lincoln is no longer there. The nurse says they had to let him go because he insisted on leaving. Just as Sarah is about to leave, she hears a doctor mention another gunshot victim in critical condition. Sarah knows this person is the assassin Van Gogh, so she decides to ask him about her son's whereabouts. At this moment, Van Gogh is barely hanging on to life. Realizing his conscience, he decisively writes down Mike's location. Meanwhile, Lincoln, enduring his pain, leaves the hospital to settle his personal vendetta with Luca. Even with his injuries, Lincoln easily takes down Luca. Because Lincoln had called the police in advance, they quickly surround the area, and Luca is arrested and jailed. On the other side, Teabag and his son follow Michael's instructions and find the mysterious man, Blue Hawaii, whom Michael had previously contacted at a gas station in Yemen. Blue Hawaii's specialty is reconstructing scenes. Years ago, during a mission, Michael met him in prison and, out of compassion, rescued him. Now, it's time for Blue Hawaii to showcase his skills. With all the preparations complete, Michael arrives at the old dockyard to meet with Poseidon. Poseidon, confident, still refuses to hand over Mike. When Michael draws his gun, AW appears, forcing Michael to hand over the gun to Poseidon. What Michael doesn't expect is that Whip arrives to help him, but in the next second Whip is shot by AW and takes his gun. Teabag, hiding in the shadows, sees his son wounded and rushes out in a panic. At that moment, police sirens are heard in the distance. It turns out Poseidon had called the police in advance to arrest the terrorist duties. Hearing this, Whip, emotionally charged, lunges forward to snatch the gun from AW, forgetting AW had just seized another handgun. A gunshot rings out, and Whip falls to the ground in pain. To prevent further harm to others, Michael has no choice but to compromise with Poseidon. Then, Poseidon takes Michael to retrieve the hard drive. By now, the assault team had already entered the boathouse, while AW was distracted. Teabag recklessly rushed up and broke AW's neck with his robotic hand, avenging the son he had just met, and Teabag was arrested and sent to prison for this. Perhaps prison is Teabag's destiny. Meanwhile, Poseidon is leading Michael deeper into the dockyard when Michael's phone suddenly rings. It turns out Sarah and Lincoln have rescued their son from another location in the college, based on the information provided by Van Gogh, and have also captured Poseidon's associate, Andrew. Realizing he's in a dire situation, Poseidon prepares to kill Michael, thinking that with Michael dead, there would be no evidence of the hard drive's whereabouts. Suddenly, the sound of the SWAT team distracts Poseidon, allowing Michael to make his escape. Michael discards his jacket and then puts on another one he had prepared in advance. Before running into a small hut, Poseidon follows, shooting at Michael, only to realize after firing that the scene behind the small door was a recreation of the moment he killed Harlan. Realizing too late he has been tricked, Michael wasn't shot because Poseidon was using the gun that had just been confiscated from him, and the scene was meticulously crafted by Blue Hawaii. Admiring Michael's ingenuity, Poseidon isn't afraid, thinking the police will soon arrive and reveal the fabrication. However, Michael mentioned that both the interior scene and he would disappear. It turns out that the scene was set up inside a truck container, and Blue Hawaii was about to drive them away in the truck. At a critical moment, Poseidon pushes Michael out of the truck and jumps out, leading to a fierce struggle between them. Poseidon was soon knocked to the ground by a vengeful Michael. Michael is taken back for investigation. The cunning Poseidon started acting again. Just as he was preparing to leave, another wave of police arrived in time, accusing Poseidon of being suspected of murdering Harlan. Poseidon thought the evidence was from the recently fabricated scene. What he hadn't expected was that Michael, upon re-entering his base, had left the long-sealed bloodstains of Harlan at the scene. With a bewildered face, Poseidon looked at Michael and realized he had been utterly defeated. The scene then shifts to Michael arriving at the office of CIA Director Roberts. Poseidon's associate, Andrew, is arrested and reveals all of Poseidon's crimes. With overwhelming evidence, Roberts officially exonerates Michael and offers him a position, which Michael politely declines, wishing only to be with his family. Thus ends the long chase of Prison Break, with Michael alive and with his family. Perhaps the most fulfilling conclusion, the scene returns to Fox River State Penitentiary from Season 1. Poseidon, smiling, enters his cell, confident he won't be there long because of his skills. At that moment, Teabag jumps down from the upper bunk, and Poseidon's smile freezes.